The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Welcome to another day here at the European RMR Group A. The path to Paris has started already, and day one had plenty of action and upsets throughout the day. My name is Dinko, joined by Lucy and Hawker for this one, and we get to tell the story of the RMR. And yesterday there was a lot of interesting stories, Lucy.
Yeah, already had some upsets into the mix, obviously kicking off with a lot of games on day one, setting all the storylines in motion. And yeah, you know, it's an RMR, so of course there's drama, but there's plenty of excitement.
What did you think of day one, Hawker?
Sorry,
what did you think of day one?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I'm just glad the favorites looking good and looking strong and winning their games, because the main thing I want is all the best teams at the major. It's looking good so far for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we're moving into today. Lucy, what are you most excited about?
Well, I think we've got a lot of exciting games coming ahead. I mean, you got to look at those 2-0 matches, right? You got to be looking at FaZe NAVI. That's the headline match of the day. One of these teams going straight to the major, as you would expect, as legends. And that's going to be an absolute banger. Bait versus Fnatic as well. I don't know if we expected Bait to be there. It's kind of wild, but kind of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Bait coming in, looking strong, upsetting everybody, it feels like. And yesterday, a lot of cool action. I think the favorites still pretty comfortable, Hawker.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like Bait is that team you always seem to get. One CIS team that just come in, cause all sorts of upsets. But obviously the FaZe NAVI match is the one we're all excited for.
Yeah, it's good to see those two teams heading into that 2-0 bracket. Fnatic somehow made it through. I looked like for many moments they were about to drop the ball there, but I'm sure they're pretty happy they got the results needed in the best of ones. Now they secure themselves that berth. A little unfortunate for some of the other teams down here in the 0-2 bracket. OG Esports having a bit of an identity crisis without Nexa. Definitely struggling throughout the start of the day. Maybe they can bounce back with that game over Saw, who looked pretty rough yesterday. And Sprout haven't really adapted to Azza just yet. I don't think they're going to be looking too strong, but maybe that Viperio game could be a good bounce back, Lucy.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're looking at best of threes as well, it's a bit of a different story, and that's where maybe a team like Viperio is going to struggle a little bit more. It's maybe a bit easier to pull off an upset victory in a best of one, as we almost saw them do on day one, right? Like they almost won that match against Fnatic, and in fact probably should have. So, you know, they could have been in the 2-0 spot.
They could have been. They definitely could have been. I'm a firm believer in that. But, you know, we're looking at Viperio, Hawker. We've seen them actually nearly get that win over Fnatic at the start of the day. That was kind of crazy yesterday. How do you feel like their chances are going up against Sprout in the best of threes?
I think they have a chance in that one. Honestly, everything says that Sprout should be favorites, but it's going to take a bit for Azza to get used to top-tier Counter-Strike again. It seems like maybe Sprout have looked a little chaotic at times, so I think there's a chance for them in that one. And, I mean, Viperio, even in the qualifiers, they were able to beat a team like Saw, who were down in the 0-2 bracket, so they're definitely capable of making something happen.
Well, the majority of our matches, of course, can be found on the 1-1 side of things. Apeks versus BNE, one win in GamerLegion. There are going to be some closely contested matchups. Difficult to call the 1-1 bracket, Lucy.
Yeah, these are our final best of ones of the day. And yeah, a lot of really closely contested ones. I think Apeks BNE, one win, GamerLegion, both feel like they could go either way. I feel like it gets a little bit more clear, the favorites in the other two, like VP versus Into the Breach. You feel like VP should be pretty comfortable there. And then MOUZ Falcons. MOUZ, again, should be the favorite there, but you never know.
Well, Bait versus Fnatic will be rounding out the first set of matches. Sprout and Viperio, as you mentioned, will be taking on each other. And Falcons MOUZ, that's going to be pretty close, Lucy.
Yeah, very excited for that, right? You got to be believing in the Falcons storyline, just with the French major, the only French team. But MOUZ, I mean, we look at them as one of the favorites just to go through generally, right? And it's kind of surprising seeing them kind of drop the ball yesterday. We kind of, especially against Bait, right? It kind of felt like that should have been an easy match for them. And so that does throw some questions in against a team like Falcons. It's been grinding it out in the tier 2 space a lot.
What did you make of them yesterday, Hawker?
Falcons?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I feel like they had a very chaotic opening matchup, and then we didn't really see them perform that well in their second game. So honestly, I don't think they were playing great yesterday. I feel like they had a really scrappy day, and I'm kind of scared for them against MOUZ, in all honesty. I just think even though MOUZ maybe haven't looked at their best so far, they should just be a pretty solid team. I feel like normally MOUZ have pretty good fundamentals.
Yeah. Okay.
I expect that to carry them through.
Absolutely. Well, the game that will be starting here on this stream is, of course, one win as they enter the RMR day 2 in the 1-1 side of things. They'll be going up against GamerLegion, and Boomich is back, Lucy, and definitely a good result with that BNE win at the start of the day. Dropped the ball a little bit later on, but it's hard to call where one win's at right now.
Yeah, it's such an interesting project, right? Boomage coming on back, not calling. He's there just as a fragger, which hasn't quite translated in the games we've seen so far. It's actually been Nickelback, who is the IGL, who's actually been one of the star performers for them so far. But the man that I'm most excited about in this team is actually Deco, right? Like, this kid is just coming through being an absolute superstar, and he's the reason a lot of people are talking about one win.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Boomage maybe taking a little bit of time to get back and acclimatize to this level of Counter-Strike, Holker.
Yeah, man, look, he looks very happy to be here, I gotta say. And we're happy to have him here at the RMR. I do think that he is having to transition to being a bit more of a fragger here, so there is definitely a bit of a role change there.
Absolutely. Well, we had a chance to sit down with Nickelback. Well, I did, guys, you didn't. But I sat down with Nickelback today and talked about his matchup coming into this. Hey, Nickelback, congratulations on the wins yesterday. You know, coming into today, you guys obviously got a win yesterday against the Bad News Eagles. That fill you with some confidence for your first LAN back with Boomage returning?
Yeah, we are pretty good on LAN. We like to play on LAN because in online we play not good like on LAN, and we are ready for today.
It always seems to me that you are very good at also fragging out as an in-game leader. You play well as an individual. How do you do that?
I don't know. I just focusing on my teammates more than individual, but on LAN I'm feeling pretty confident.
And obviously coming in, Boomage, a lot of in-game leading experience as well. Does he provide a second voice in the team?
Yes, he's like a second voice in late rounds, something like this. He's helping me in tough situation, like he helping us a lot.
What are your thoughts on your opponent today?
Good team. We will see on the server. I don't know how they play now, how they have form, but in previous RMR they playing really good.
I just have a quick question about your map pool. How deep do you think the map pool is right now for you?
I think we have good map pool because we have like 2 weak maps, but we practice a lot on our pracs, and we have now I think 6 good maps. We can play every map.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Good luck in your game. Good to see Nickelback back, I guess. And talking about his map pool, I feel like that's a question I want to know, because if they do make it through here, they got to play the best of 3s. I mentioned he was a good fragging in-game leader, Hulk. Well, these stats don't lie.
Yeah, so far doing a very good job at this event specifically. I think he had a very good opening matchup, and he just always seems to occasionally have a carry performance, which is really rare for in-game leaders. But every now and then, I'll just see him top of the board, having impact all over the map, and it's great to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, if you're the IGL, you can set yourself up as well, right? And give yourself those opportunities. But it's good to see, and I think also, like, the other factor with that team is, you know, even if Nickelback's maybe not feeling confident to call or whatever, you know, you've got that secondary calling, and Boomage has so much experience at the top level as well, so there's plenty of layers to this team.
Well, conversely, we have another in-game leader coming up on the other side of things. He doesn't have the most experience at the top level, a very young in-game leader in the form of Shuhei. Well, he's entering the RMR Day 2 with GamerLegion. A tough showing in that first game of the day yesterday. I don't think they came through as the GamerLegion we know.
I actually briefly talked to their coach just earlier today, and he was basically saying every opening move was going wrong for them right at the start of the round. Felt like that kind of spiraled against them. We got the chicken on board. We love to see that. But I think for GamerLegion, they're hoping that that was just a game that started really poorly for them. It felt like everything went wrong in that one game, and they feel confident in bouncing back, and they've already done so to get to the 1-1 bracket.
Yeah, and we saw Emma playing fantastically in that opening match, actually. It was really impressive. It's just the other parts weren't quite there, and I think that really showed up in the game versus OG. That's where they started to frag out. We saw Isaac, Kios all putting out good performances, and Shui actually at the top of the leaderboard on that map.
Well, Lucy, you got to sit down with Isaac ahead of this one. We'll hear what his thoughts heading into the matchup.
Isaac, you qualified for the major last time in quite dramatic fashion. How's the team feeling coming into the RMR this time around?
We're feeling really confident. Hopefully we'll be able to make it to the major this time, but as everyone knows, this is one of the hardest tournaments getting into the major. It was it last time as well for many teams, so I mean, we're just going to take it game by game, and hopefully we'll qualify.
You got the same roster since last time, but you haven't played too many LANs since then. I think nothing this year. What's the team like now compared to what we saw last year?
I think we're more structured. We have a better playbook. much wider one as well. Yeah, we're just very excited to be here again.
You got a match coming up versus OneWin. What are your thoughts on this team?
It's a bit tricky team. They're a very strong individual team. So hopefully we'll come out with a W.
You think you're going to win it?
Yes, I should.
Great. Well, thank you and good luck.
Great to hear from Isaac there and get a little bit more insight into the GamerLegion side. A team we don't get to see too much outside of the major circuit. It does make it quite difficult in this 1-1 bracket to make some predictions. I think some of the games are really hard to call, but we've had to do it with the Unicorn predictions. You're doing pretty well, Lucy, at times, you know. The 9 points, I'm on the 8. Halka, how are you feeling?
Pretty well at times.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, she did some wild ones yesterday.
Yeah, they came through, actually. All
They
right.
actually came through.
Okay, yeah. I like how split this opening game is, though. I think you can see a lot of people siding with GamerLegion, a lot with OneWin. I'm feeling OneWin in this one, I gotta say. I just feel as though they've got a good amount of talent on the roster. And I don't know, maybe I'm overselling things from that opening game from GamerLegion, but it did look rough. It looked like everything was going wrong in that opening.
Yeah, it did. But I feel like we're going to see a completely different team now, Lucy. I mean, this is a team that settled in a bit more. I think that first game, you could tell they just didn't... Every sort of move at the opening of the round, like Hawk was saying, it wasn't working, but you could just see the ideas weren't there. The cohesion wasn't there. I think they're just going to settle into the tournament today.
Yeah, I think you can write that one off. You know, that's the warm-up match. You come into it, play that one through, and then now we've got the real meat and potatoes of it.
Well, absolutely. Well, it is time to get into the action shortly, but before that, we have to take a break. Get ready for this matchup because it's coming up after this.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some Raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the Gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello, it's bugged. Hello. I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh, no! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
looking forward to the Launder show, but I'm looking forward to this matchup just as much. One win versus GamerLegion. We'll take a look at the veto coming into this one. Hawk, any idea where we're going to be sending this one?
Yeah, it's definitely an intriguing one. I was wondering if One Win would get rid of that Ancient, and they do indeed get rid of it. We saw that played yesterday by GamerLegion in their win, and we actually get the Vertigo as the decider. I think that makes a fair bit of sense for both of these teams in this one.
Yeah, it's a fun middle ground, right? Both teams, plenty of experience on it. I would say it maybe slightly favors GamerLegion. I mean, they had the choice of where they wanted to go and overpass a map that I think was a good one to avoid against One Win after what we saw against Fnatic yesterday, where they almost came back against that 13-2 half. So, yeah, Vertigo, I think it's a good match for both these teams. Should be exciting.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's just something different as well for both of them coming into this competition. So good to see something new. We'll see how deep that map pool really is for both of these sides, because when you get into we got the Viking Clap coming in, but I think when you get into the best of threes, that's where it can all go wrong. So if you have deeper map, well, the B&E guys are doing it on the other stream.
I think they're opposite each other, right? Yeah.
They're doing it against the B&E guys facing them. But you know, when you get to the best of threes, you want to at least flesh your map pool out a little bit, Hawka.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is a nice opportunity for both these guys to show us something different. Haven't seen either of them on Vertigo at this tournament just yet. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on Deco throughout, because he hasn't played many LANs at all. He played like the last RMR, and that's pretty much it. And he's meant to be the standout for One Win. So definitely eyes on Deco. I think he should be able to adjust just fine, but we got to see it in the server.
We do indeed, and that's exactly where we are right now. One Win. Going to be starting on that CT side. GamerLegion starting on the T side. We'll get to see Shui's calling. Well, he's called a quick pistol here. Kio's at the front of the pack, running forward. Utility deployed, but they're just not going to respect that. They'll go charging right through. And the rotations are trying to get here in time, but Kio's and A-Core have lined at the first two shots. Forrester tries his best to pull it back, but already the damage is done.
3v4 now. Deco's on a flank, but Shui is holding for this one from the woods, so it's a difficult one to get through. Relies on the distraction from his teammates coming on through. Oh, spots a turret going through the bullets. Emma has taken down Forrester. In the meantime, Nickelback falls, so it's all onto Deco. 4 players to find, and they have his number.
Good pistol there. Nice, quick, simple play in towards that B site. You have to land the first 2 shots. I think they were so fast that the utility, the smoke didn't matter, Hawka, because he realized that he's just thrown this. Likely the rotation is nowhere near, so if we just push to the smoke, he should have the timing to at least get one.
Yeah, and I think it's good to see GamerLegion having a round where the early kills go their way, because we said the early plans were just not effective in their opening matchup. And that's so important, I think, for this GamerLegion team. They do have these heavy commitments sometimes at the starts of rounds. You've got to make sure you win the opening fights. They do exactly that, and now they have to deal with this force buy, and Forrester wants to get down and dirty on ramp.
He's the only one with any sort of serious weapon with the SMG. The rest are dealing with pistols, so you can understand why he wants to get involved early. Sitting behind the smoke, and Nickelback's going to be firing off the deagle shots from afar. They've got Deco close as well, so to try and bait in Forrester's position.
Re-smoke in. A little gap for Forrester to see. And GamerLegion currently grouping outside B. There hasn't really been a rotation here from One Win, though, so if the B play were to come in, I think GamerLegion would have a pretty good chance at taking that bomb site.
They got some good info there as well with that Molotov. Flushed out Forrester. Travis also flushed out. Now has to play around the white boxes. Isaac swinging on through. Clears the first. And nice stuff from Isaac. A double kill coming through. Travis found 1 from that position, but that was all he was good for. Deco and Forrester, well, they can hold on to some armor and pistols, but that's about it.
Yeah, that was nice from Isaac. Good mechanical skill, good transfer. GamerLegion, a much better start than what we got to see personally yesterday in that opening game, and I think that's really important for a team like GamerLegion, just to settle into the game early on. We've seen that they struggle to find their form, but yesterday, you brought it up just a moment ago, actually, Lucy. One Win showed that they could go down really heavily to Fnatic at the beginning and still start to pull a comeback. Now, weren't able to capitalize on it, weren't able to pull it back fully, but definitely showing the ability to stay in these games, Holka.
I see those unicorn odds favoring GamerLegion right now. But as you were saying, One Win definitely a team who can hang in there at any point. Been pretty impressed by One Win so far. I wasn't sure what to expect from them. I feel like they're one of these teams that we just very rarely get to see at LANs. So you know they're pretty solid online, but sometimes these LAN scenarios can be a different story. So far, so good for GamerLegion, though. They're off to a good start in this one.
Definitely a team that's favored on the T side on this map. A lot are these days on Vertigo, but GamerLegion in particular do favor it. Got a fun stat for you. They've played Vertigo quite a bit in the last 3 months. Now, a lot of it is online competition, as we sort of mentioned yesterday. They haven't got a lot against kind of top 20 teams, but they have a 81.2% round win 81% chance of getting the round win after getting the first kill. So very good to capitalize on those openers.
Yeah, very good conversion, right? We do have small tech issue. One of the PCs just needs to be restarted and we can get back into the action. So that shouldn't take too long, but good start from GamerLegion. I think yesterday, is there any standout player for you, Hawka? Because for me, it's a team that it feels like someone else can step up every game. It's one of those rosters. It feels like you got even Shui can have good performances at times as the in-game leader, but for me, I want to see Acor be the most consistent star of the team, given he is the AWPer with the most responsibility.
Yeah, not always easy on Vertigo. Are there only?
Exactly.
Oh, okay, there are 5 of them on the server. I was looking at the bottom, I was getting confused.
45, let's do it.
Yeah, I know, right? Nickelback is with us.
2-0 right now for GamerLegion. And up against this kind of weaponry, it should be a follow-up round for them to add to 3.
Oh, there he is.
He's back.
Can you try and go for the boost? Now, this kind of boost in this round, perfect, because you got to give yourself somewhat of a chance. You have the weaker guns, maybe a gimmick like this will get you that opening, and then you can springboard off it with the 2 players positioned at short and sandbags. A lot of players over towards A here for 1 win at the beginning of the round.
You get a little suspicious if you're the T side and you haven't spotted anything ramp. And you know that you're up against, going to be just a couple of things saved over. And the boost is so common on this map, right? You've got to be wary of it. And so I like the call to go to B instead. Can't really get up to too many shenanigans here outside of tucking behind angles that can be cleared with Molotovs.
Yeah, just limiting the positions the CTs can be in right now. Travis is about to have the worst time of his life here. They're just going to be running him down. Multiple players putting pressure on his position. He doesn't get a single kill, and Acor locks that kill in. Imma's job was to cut off the rotation of the ramp, but he actually gets pushed, and Deco finds that kill, upgrades the weapon. GamerLegion still should have no issues here, Hawka, but maybe a little bit more damage for 1 win could come through.
That's the best they can hope for at this point. And that smoke will be okay. It does have a gap, but it should help GamerLegion be fairly safe. Yeah, you got a flash as well. You just want to focus on getting out comfortably at this point. Nice kill from Kios. The MAC-10 can definitely go hunting for some extra money. But a good start for GamerLegion. We'll see if they set the precedent that B site is under pressure. That's nice from Forrester. A couple of kills on the way out. 1 for Nickelback as well. So it's actually some SMG kills, some damage coming in from 1 win. GamerLegion convert the round, but not a bad end there for 1 win.
Yeah, that's really good when you've invested essentially nothing, right? You just saved over an MP9, found a Galil, and suddenly you've killed 4 out of 5 players. They'll be very happy to take that, given that they weren't likely to get too much in this round anyway.
It's the small victories. And we're going to see GamerLegion have to deal with a more difficult task of evading the 1 win purchase. Let's see what Shui has up his sleeve. Quickly towards the ramp. Standard smoke goes out, and Isaac fights B. Catches Travis running down the stairway, and that's a big opening.
Felt way too easy. I didn't see if there was a CT flash in play, but it didn't look like Travis had much assistance nearby, and this B site bombarded again.
Boobish with no assistance either, and he's out in the open. They're not trying to fight him. They're just letting him stand here and take fights. Only good for the 1 though, not enough bullets, and Deco goes down. It's awkward and can't choose his targets. Imma even getting up close here, low HP, trying to catch a player off. Oh, Nickelback accidentally jumps, and Imma just domes both.
This is dicey for 1 win. Just every player there looked like individually shaky. That's terrifying because it's a BO1. You can't have that slow start. I think for GamerLegion, they don't clear Boomich because they thought it was mollied, so they just completely overlooked that position for a long, long time. How about these shots from Imma? 4 bullets at the end there, quick headshot. I think 1 win might actually need a timeout because that was just such a rough round loss.
Yeah, they aren't settled into this just yet. Hooch having his say. A great coach to have standing behind him as well. Obviously, when you look at Hooch's experience as a coach, as a player, you've seen just impressive results. It feels like wherever he goes, they improve almost immediately.
And all the experience as well working with Nickelback, right? Back on Entropic, right? You've just got that sort of carried over relationship, which absolutely favors them in that sort of analytical department.
This does get dicey for OneWin because it's been that B site in these early rounds. And that's where GamerLegion can start to potentially play mind games on you. If you feel like you have to over-rotate towards B, that's exactly where GamerLegion want you because they can start to play across the map.
Exactly. If you're GamerLegion, your whole game plan isn't going to be based around the B site, right? You want to try and get as many rounds as possible squeezed out if you're attacking B early. And then you want to try and transition the main part of the game towards A. And as you said, if there's a weakness there on the A side, it just makes it easier. A little tech issue off the get-go, we'll get that one resolved. But right now, I'm being very impressed with the reset that we've seen from GamerLegion because Holker was just saying there that OneWin looked a little shaky individually. Well, that's what happened to GamerLegion yesterday. They got a slow start in the best of one and they didn't warm up into it, but now they look honed in.
Yeah, I think beating OG is just a massive confidence booster. I know OG, you know, coming into this have their own kind of inner turmoil going on with, you know, the changing up in the calling, but they're still tier 1 players under a tier 1 organization, right? And I think winning that best of one there has really boosted GamerLegion's confidence. Plus, you know, they have the reputation. They did it last time in the RMRs. They know they can make it to the major.
4-0 lead for GamerLegion, and we'll take a look at that OneWin purchase. Hulk is not looking good. Forrester with M4A1S. And the rest on pistols.
Yeah, and I guess the nice thing for OneWin is we were saying earlier, we know they can come back from tough situations and bring it close, like against Fnatic. So hopefully they can hang on in there in this one. It does feel tough because you don't really feel like you've had the chance to play Counter-Strike yet if you're OneWin. Honestly, with how that first gun round went, didn't feel like CS. It just felt like they just got run over.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're basically a shooting gallery for GamerLegion. That top ramp one way fades away. They're going for the boost this time, but in the rifle round, Lucy.
Yeah, the Hero M4 is really the key piece here, right? Forrester has to find something.
Let's see. The rifle could do it. Boosted on up. Sees ahead. Shuei gets caught, peeled away. Forrester just drops off, descends. They dismount, and Imma moves forward. That boost gets that opening, but they need a lot more. The pistols need to deliver, and Imma once again, a good double this time from him. GamerLegion just have all the transfers, it seems, in this team, and Forrester hops up. Great pick from the top.
That's massive. Bomb being planted now, but it's a 2-on-3, and Deco is getting up close here. Kiosk under pressure. They're spamming through the smoke, but he's able to get away. Another smoke deployed as well. All eyes on Forrester with the M4. The other two just working with pistols, not spotting anything, and no way to flush out Isaac.
Kios's close position is going to be difficult to detect and deal with. He'll rattle the shots away, and they've actually somehow found the kill on Isaac, and Deco turns for the second Deke headshot as well.
Damn. Deco coming through with the Deke. Okay. Forrester's so impressive in that round, though, just constantly popping up in these annoying positions, only ever taking one fight at a time, making sure that he can't be traded. GamerLegion try and switch things up towards A for the first time, and even with those entries from Imma, it ends up being a pretty comfortable round win for OneWin.
I actually really like their post-plant setup, right? Where you've got Kiosk on site with the MAC-10. You know you're up against two pistols, right? The MAC-10 at close range is an absolute machine. And then you've got the fallback. You've got the AK over at the sandbags, but he just overpeaks, goes down, and I mean, you can't account for Deco shots like that.
No, that's crazy, and then that's what you were saying before. This Hawk at Deco coming in, he's the star everybody's waiting to see play on LAN. He's the next one up, but that is beautiful. Quick shot. I think the sandbags play just kind of jiggle-peed as well. Like he's out for just a second, and the shot just boom immediately. Good awarenesses, resetting, kill the player on default too. So that's how they get their first round. Again, not a sustainable way of doing it, but they've done it with the low buy, so now they have a lot extra cash. This could be the point where they start to get into this.
Yeah, even just to get a bit of confidence behind the players. Because you saw Forrester on the boost. I don't think he looked comfortable with how he took the kill, but once he got that kill, the other ones were taken very well. And now we get the AWPs out for both teams.
What?
Double up T side.
Must have a
double up T side.
That's strange.
That feels like a mistake.
That's not real, surely. That's got to be an accident. You don't even often see AWP on the T side, let alone two. Well,
it might
Acorn
work.
makes his work.
More ops equals more wins. Acorn, he's got himself the opening on Nickelback. Obviously, they're only aware of one AWP right now. We'll see what the other one does.
You're never expecting a second AWP, right? So, you know, maybe it will work.
Really intrigued. Maybe we can ask them after the game. Was that a mistake? It's
100% a mistake. No util, yeah.
Maybe Shui's ahead of the game. He's like, yep, double up T-side. It's actually really good on Vertigo. People don't realize.
Imagine.
Entering now with the AWP through middle.
You can just lock down part of the map, right? So it is a nice thing, particularly when you're in the 5-on-4, right? He doesn't need to be as involved. If he just holds down middle, comes through at the right time, rest of the team hits B, it can actually be pretty decent.
I mean, why is it clearing all these angles?
Look,
this is wild.
It's like solo lurking with the AWP.
No, this is a strat. I like it. He's going to get a kill here. They're not going to expect A-Call then to peek on B. It's beautiful.
Nice B site bombarded.
Yeah, remember the late AWP lurk. That's definitely a key. It actually pays off. The mid-rotation cut off by the Kios AWP. Forrester and Boomich left in a 2 versus 4. And all the hopes and dreams of being able to turn that pistol around from Deco into a win. And the follow-up gone to the double AWP T side. Now get rid of it, surely. Get rid of it.
But it worked. Why change something that's working? Okay, well, it's gone anyway.
It didn't work now.
Forcibly removed. Thank you, Boomich.
Famous AWP Boomich takes down famous AWP Kios.
Yeah, exactly.
On Vertigo.
Known for his AWP. And Shuei with the headshot. Good response from GamerLegion.
Yeah, man. They're just like, oh, we tried A. A sucks. Let's go back to B. And apparently they just can keep winning this B site.
This is ridiculous. He boosts himself up.
I mean, hey, he cuts off the rotate.
Way of doing it.
I mean, if you got the second AWP, I guess that's how you're going to have to use it in that scenario. Yeah, this B side, though, I didn't even see how it fell so quickly this time. But again, it goes down so soon. They need to at least delay towards B, even if they're not going to get kills straight away. I think you can see Hooch not too happy. Hooch always brings a good energy to the team. Very assertive as a coach. He's going to tell you exactly what he thinks. I don't think Ash has much to say to GamerLegion right now. Just keep it up.
Don't buy 2 AWPs on T side.
Well, you know, you never know. Maybe it was part of the plan.
Saving strats.
I doubt it, but you never know.
Oh, we'll see if it comes back. That's the problem. Acor's got the AWP out in just the solo AWP. He did very well in the previous round too, getting that opening. 1 win still. Have a good buy. Using the AWP once again over towards ramp. A little bit more aggressive this time from 1 win. Getting Forrester down through short. Looking to play around the gaps on that smoke. Hasn't seen anybody just yet. It's a somewhat passive setup here from GamerLegion. Forrester's going to re-smoke out and give himself cover. I'll buy some extra time here. He's got a double setup with his teammate on the top ramp, but we can focus on this play in middle as well. Strong position taken by Nickelback. Oh, and Shuei immediately hits the headshot. Not an easy kill to get that. The in-game leader of GamerLegion opens it up in mid.
Now you're going to be so worried if you're this A site because you're so deep there. There's no one that can fall back. They have to immediately scramble back to elevator to try and cut off the rotations. Travis now is alone. Although Boomich is actually, coming on back to join him. But they're split 2-2 now, and they have to be because of that opening in mid.
There's some great info from Travis, though. Left B to quickly spot that mid is clear. That could be very helpful, but they are now leaving the B site. And listen, GamerLegion are just going to run the same play again. All over towards B. Akel's lurking and putting pressure on this side of the map. But it's the B site that should be taken shortly.
35
seconds. 1 win can do here.
Yeah, it's tough. GamerLegion outplaying them across the board, individually looking very strong as well. They move their way through to the site here, GamerLegion, locking the bomb plant in on B once again. And 1 win having to save what they've got. 6-1 lead here on Vertigo. Boomich had an MP9, so he wanted to see if he could get anything better. And he gets punished by Imma.
Yeah, it's clinical stuff from GamerLegion. Just finding these openers, doesn't matter if it's mid, B, or A, and then just pausing for a moment, letting 1 win stew in it, and then just striking and finding really good timings onto these sides. That's a nice double kill from Travis at the end, keeping them a little bit honest. And it's pretty key they hold over these rifles. Forrester can still buy, so you can still get a full buyout if both of them live.
Yeah. The 2 players that just killed in the T side as well don't have the most cash left over, so Good comeback by him down the line, but very good money being built up right now from GamerLegion. They're looking solid at the start of Vertigo. And this is where I start to wonder, is Nickelback really telling the truth fully when he says their map pool is that deep, Hawk? I don't know how deep it can be at this point.
Ooh, that's a nice shot from there. Yeah, I feel as though GamerLegion have clearly done their homework here. Like, they seem like they have the right read that this B site is going to be vulnerable. Looks like Deco's taking that up to B this time round, so I like the switch up. I like that he's taking initiative, realizing this has been such a massive problem area on the map. And this is some good initiative to take here. Good shot from Deco. And Travis still close by, but just decides to fall back with the man advantage.
Well, Shui very lucky to be alive as well. Took a lot of damage on board, and Travis hung around on the stairway. Kios thought he could catch them fully falling back, but Travis cancels that movement backwards and is able to stand on the stairs and catch an inquisitive Kios. So now 2 players up for 1 win. Shui's low as well. This is looking pretty good for the CTs.
And when you've fallen so close in B there, it's so hard to retake that. So it forces them back towards A, and 1win have the setup. 3 players here ready for this. Forrester on the other side combines with Nickelback. Imma gets 1 back, but Nickelback is there to take him down. GamerLegion falling. 1win, a very convincing round.
Yeah, very good. That's the kind of round they needed, Hawk. It's been a while since we've seen that. You know, the round they pick up is Deco getting the Deeg. So the best round so far from 1win.
Yeah, good to see Deco having impact in their round wins. I love that he decides to call for the switch up here. You need to do that sometimes as the AWP when you see that there's a weak point on the map. And it's not like he just sits back on the B site either. He takes the fight to them, and that is all 1win need to cause GamerLegion issues. The buy is bad in this one.
That's a fun wall spam. You don't often see that bang coming through. It's quite difficult with the rifles. I like that he went for it.
Forrester is not too happy. He's down to 50 health, and now they come charging up towards the top of the ramp. Kios gets the first opening, and now they might overrun Nickelback. They will do exactly that. Kios comes in with 2, and now they move into the site. Deco tries his best to plug the hole, but they are filtering right through it, and 1win held back behind the utility. Good molly's on the site, though. That prevents the plant for the time being. We'll buy extra time to reposition for this retake. The bomb plant will go a long way in getting that extra cash in for GamerLegion at a minimum, but they can now have a chance to win this round.
Yeah, absolutely. They can just sit back, and the utility is not great for 1win. You've got a smoke and a flash, a couple of AWPs on the retake. I don't know, man. They need a kill quick, otherwise this is tough.
With this position from Isaac, so hard to clear up. Good for 1 every single time. Kios has found another as well, and Boomich just has to call it off. Hold on to the AWP.
Wow, this is rough.
They just overwhelm.
So rough to see 1win in this position, and Boomich is getting hunted. They're chasing after him. They don't want him to save that AWP. And he's in a really tough spot. I don't know if he gets away with this. He's being splintered, he's being sandwiched, and Boomich will not get the AWP. GamerLegion was 7 and 1win after their best round yet. They immediately lose the follow-up to a couple of pistols.
Big celebration on board. And I think this is why GamerLegion were so good at the previous RMR. They had rounds like this where it just seems like they're able to find these fast timing windows that teams don't expect sometimes. And against Apeks in their opening game, it didn't go according to plan, their faster plays. But when they do go according to plan, they can just catch you off guard sometimes. And 1win keep getting caught off guard in these rounds.
We haven't really seen any fast pressure from GamerLegion this map so far. They haven't needed to, particularly over towards A. They've been taking very measured approaches here, and I think that just really caught 1win off guard.
The thing is, even when they go for rounds later on, the pace of the push is always really good right now from GamerLegion. You see just how quickly they're able to all come out onto the bomb site together. And I think 1win, they either need to be a bit more prepared or just have better counter utility to try and split GamerLegion apart right here.
Quick update from that other stream as well. It to lead right now for Apeks over the Bad News Eagles on Inferno. 7-2 lead here for GamerLegion as we stay on the server with Vertigo. Pushing down the B side, Travis has found a bit of a gap in that smoke. We'll see what he can find from it. Right now, the skirmish on the ramp is leaving Imma worse for wear. He's down to 16 health.
He's at least keeping them interested, and oh, that's a nice peek from Boomich. A-core falls, nothing back in response, and Boomich able just to drop back off with the incendiary. So a great opener.
Yeah, great. In and out. Take your kill and give 1win the advantage for the rest of the round for now. Travis and Boomich are reaggressing. Boomich is very quick to reposition here. He's gone down the bottom of the B stairs. And with Travis setting up the initial distraction, Boomich will come through as well from the stairs. So this is working out really well right now for 1win. Good calls here from Boomich to play this individually, and Travis will assist him. Now it's just down to Emma, who took the initial damage at the start of the round, and Travis will clean him up. Too easy, really, there for 1win.
That was beautiful. Boomich everywhere he needed to be. As soon as he gets that opening kill, he's just out of there immediately, and they're setting up for that double pincer down B stairs. Just really well handled.
Yeah, I like that we see the reposition from Boomich, because if Travis wants to play up on top of the wood like that, I really like having 2 players here. I don't think you can play that spot alone, because if you fall off, then you can just get wallbangs through the wood. And it's just a nice little 1-2 punch. They don't expect Travis from the other side. Good to see some confidence for that B anchor, Travis, who's been having a tough time so far. And GamerLegion straight in with a second timeout.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too happy about how that round has gone. Take a look at their finances as well. You don't want to get into a point where you allow 1win to get this game into a scrappy point, and so they're able to come back into this half. Given the start the GamerLegion have had, you want to make sure you get as much out of this first half as possible. And take a look at the buy. It's pretty good. AK's out. Money's a little questionable, so they realize maybe a timeout is absolutely needed here. If you lose this, then 1win back in this game.
See if Emma can find some more success this time. Getting up a bit closer, actually. Playing behind the smoke, just running on through. Gets the opener. The trade immediate, though. Deco with that AWP striking true, but it's not keeping GamerLegion at bay. They're still putting the pressure over towards A. Acor actually going to walk on through this gap. Nickelback is ready for him, though. Gets that one back, and he's running more for an AK. It's very risky, and he is punished for it.
Yeah, definitely should have been as well. That is the right result of that engagement. Deco under a lot of pressure. He at least has a smoke for some cover, and that Molotov doesn't go to the position, so he goes back in and hits the wall-bang headshot. That is frustrating for GamerLegion.
Deco just assumed he had to get out of sandbags because the molly was getting thrown, and then he realizes, oh, they've messed it up.
It's fine.
I'll just go back here. And it's always such a strong angle. I thought Deco might be in trouble at sandbags in this round after some of his teammates go down.
It is a wild position to play with AWP, isn't it?
And now no more mollies for GamerLegion. So not as easy to get him out of that. Shuhi's on the lurk with the bomb towards mid. Oh, sorry, he's down below. Vertigo, man. Vertigo. The mini-map messing with me.
Throws you off for sure.
Every time.
There is no bottom bit to it.
He is on the log, though, and he actually might get a free B bomb site thanks to that 1 kill from Isak.
Well, now he's going to move quite quickly. Boomich will hear this. He's coming back now. He's calling that the play is into B. Boomich will get here in time. It's a 1v1 fight. Up against Shui, and Boomich will win it. Bombs down. Isaac sprinting, but not enough time really to feel comfortable here. He'll sprint as quickly as he can, but there's now 2 players watching this. Even if he does get the bomb immediately upon planting, they will swing him and execute him. There's the tap, trying to pull the fights. No time to win the round anymore, so Travis will just run away. And that's another round for 1win.
That's a little frustrating because GamerLegion actually played that really well until that last moment. Isaac was just sort of lurking there, waiting to see if there was going to be the re-aggression, right? Because you knew that 1win were playing pretty aggressively with that AWP. He finds it, gets that kill, puts it back into the 2-on-2. But Shui just gets a little bit ahead of the game, puts the pace on, and just gets hurt and all falls apart.
And that's the money gone now for GamerLegion too. That's the reset point. This is the point where 1win can really make a half out of this. They could even leave this half ahead. Considering the start, that would be massive. But it's another quick round for GamerLegion. They've won one of these already. They go over the top of construction. This time, Kios will not find an opening with the pistols. Boomich and Forrester making quick work of this. I think 1win can take a sigh of relief, Hawker.
Yeah, it's a little more like it. Even though the first player got caught with a nade in his hand, this time you're in a position where you can fall back more easily. You can have players prepared. Once you get that early info, it's all good. Shui trying his best, but can't do anything in this one. A 1win, finally finding some success here. Bit of a recovery in the last couple of rounds. For GamerLegion, especially that earlier round with Shui taking the bomb to B, that's going back to feeling a little discoordinated. Hopefully they can get back on track. You can see Acor actually going for the SG in this one.
Krieg.
Yeah, I don't mind the Krieg actually on a map like Vertigo because, you know, the AWP, as we mentioned, it's not always opted for because it can be a little bit trickier in some of these really close engagements. But the Krieg, well, you still get the range, but you get a little bit more flexibility in these closer fights. And
also a lot
spams.
cheaper as well, so that's
That does
good.
help as well, yeah.
Get a little mini scope.
Yeah, I don't think we could have afforded the AWP here. That's a nice nade. Ooh, flashback. Acor trying to get established on this angle. No CT AWP'd against him, so he has the opportunity. I don't mind. When you see that jump peak, I mean, you need quick reactions. But the SG is probably the weapon for the job there.
Almost certainly. Well, finding the opening towards ramp, which Acor has done a few times towards A.
I don't think that lurk smoke on ramp is going to do enough here for GamerLegion. They didn't commit anyone behind it. I feel like OneWin is still going to have the information, and that might allow them to stick with this 2B stack.
Well, they were finding a lot of success towards B early on, but this B setup has been much better over recent rounds. Boomich and Travis have started to get it going. And they come trying to boost over the smoke, see if they can spot Travis close. They will see Boomich, but Travis will assist from close wood, and now they're trying to split over construction. Kios comes in. Travis makes the play to jump over the stairs. Luckily, Acor can cover that off. And this is not looking good right now for OneWin. But Forrester on the flank, they start to read it. He takes the bomb down, but are they expecting Nickelback? Now they know he's there, and Nickelback doesn't care. He finds the kill, sees the bomb, and now a 1v1 up against Kios. Nickelback commits to the fight on low health and wins it for OneWin.
Unbelievable from Nickelback, 2 HP, but he knows that he has to go for that fight. He cannot be timid. The bomb can be collected, taken back, and no chance in the post plant then. What a heroic effort coming through on that late flank. Teammate goes down, but he's ready for the fight and just about cinches the line. And that was a great round from GamerLegion before then, right? They managed to find the opening in through mid. They avoided Deco with a good smoke. The split came through, caught them off guard on the site, but the flank just coming through at the right time because they didn't respect that lurk smoke over on ramp.
It really did not look clean from Nickelback, but he got the job done, and now his teammates here to help in this one. Forrester taking a couple of early kills. This ramp play has had the pace taken out of it. Oh, that nade could be good.
Oh, 6 HP here, Forrester. How is he still alive?
Acor's hiding. I mean, they might not know he's here, but he's just trying to live at this point.
Little sneaky Acor.
This grading is like the most misleading grading ever. You cannot shoot through this. Do not even try and shoot through it. You'll see, if Acor goes for it, those bullets are not going to connect with anything.
They thought they peeked this and didn't see him. So weirdly, he's in behind them.
Here we go. Acor on the tap.
Oh, he didn't see the other player go by, though.
He didn't. Boomich sneakily hidden down the bottom of the ramp.
7-7. It was 6-1 at one point.
Not anymore.
Well, it was a really good start for GamerLegion. Great work from, you got to give it to OneWin. You know, they called a few timeouts, and they have really adjusted very well. And I think that's something that's really cool about this team is they do have Boomich, but they also got Nickelback as the main in-game leader, and Boomich will be the second voice in the team. So you've got a lot of brain power alongside Hooch. So surely you should be able to adapt on the fly. I think Boomich was doing much more of the mid-round calling and adaptation. So you've got a lot of options when it comes to choosing the brain you want to pick from.
More brains, more good.
Oh, that, you know, like, so they're better for different things, you know.
That's
they
true.
can put their brains together.
It's like us.
Yeah. Except, I mean, you know, my brain's carrying, I'll be honest, but,
Okay.
you know.
That's a bit egotistical.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Just because it's twice the
I
size of
carry
ours.
the ego as well, guys.
Well, Lucy and I have 2 brains, so 2 better than 1. That's all I'm saying. 7 to 7.
I don't know.
We got combined brain power.
I don't think you're coming through much.
7 to 7. Tied up. Last round of this half. OneWin could actually manage to pull through with the advantage exiting this first. Boost over the smoke. And having a peer up top. Deco alongside him. Flash goes forward into the middle of the ramp. Deco crosses into the open. Gets shredded by him. Acor also able to assist in GamerLegion, but Boomich has been the problem, and he's in behind them yet again. But Isaac's going to cover it off, turns back at the right time, and Boomich did not get around the corner.
Oh, Boomich was about to unravel it all. You could just feel it.
Yeah,
You're in that moment.
You know he's in that.
Acor's there with 2 HP. You kind of guaranteed 2 frags there at least.
You know that Boomich is getting excited. He's on the flank. You're going to catch people looking the wrong way. And then the most deflating feeling when they kill you just as you round the corner. They have a really good round ahead of them here at GamerLegion. Big advantages to close this, but it still could go wrong.
It looks a lot more like their earlier rounds, getting the space over towards A, going towards B. They found it empty. The rotation comes through from Nickelback. Travis found a kill as well. Suddenly, a 4-on-2 becomes a 2-on-2.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be still a great shot for OneWin to pull this retake off, especially with that nade kill on towards Kios. It's just Shui left alone. From a 4 versus 2 to a 1v2 favoring the OneWin side. Shui makes a smart play, gets into the smoke, boosted elevated position, spots out Travis at the last second, but couldn't recuperate himself for the kill. What a recovery in this half from OneWin, and in this round specifically. They will exit this first half ahead by 1 round. GamerLegion looked fantastic to start that first half, and then it all started to go wrong, and particularly that last round should have been theirs. A 4 versus 2, but it's all gone away, and now it's about the mental reset coming into the second half.
Oh, don't bring up the last round again,
I just had to.
Don't bring up the last round again.
Tor on the lurk.
You're getting me tilted again. But hey, GamerLegion have got to make sure they bounce back, because honestly, listen, we said that OneWin always just seemed to be able to keep it competitive. They've done exactly that. And they're on fire right now, heading into their T side. No nades on your T side pistol. That's either a really good sign because they're feeling it, or a really bad sign because I don't know how they're going to get into a bomb site.
Yeah, this is cool though. They're putting all this pressure on A really quickly. A lot of fast movements. They got players up very deep. It's keeping 3 CTs interested here, but the actual hit is going to come to B. It looks like they're gearing up for that play. Nico's going to get flashed on through though with their utility. He gets a nice opener onto Nickelback. And so the fake, well, it does result in a death. Travis now charging on through, spotted as well. So they can reinforce this site. 2 players here. Isaac still tucked on through, not accounted for. Gets the fight. Acor finds another as well. Good push onto Isaac is going to make him a little bit more cautious, but they have the advantage again on GamerLegion's side.
They've been good at the pistols. Can't let this one slip. Another huge advantage. But a lot of time still to work with for one win. And it's Forrester and Deco, 2 of the sharpest tools in the shed here for one win. Let's see what they can cook up. Deco's going to go back over towards ramp. Forrester yet to really move. Eventually looks to join him. Deco's making some space up towards short today. He's finding a lot of ground here. They're not playing for a lot of information right now, GamerLegion, just sitting back, allowing the space here, a 2-1 win. And now Imma is going to start to hear the steps. He gets gooshed up immediately. Luckily doesn't die, so he has got his teammates rotating in, but Deco takes down the elevator player first. And now he looks to the boost. He sees Imma, who's so low. The kill does come in for Forrester, but he's lost his teammate, and the bomb is now down in front of him. Not a lot of time left, and a good reposition to the headshot position for Shui. He'll come over the top, and that is Forrester that'll fall.
How do these 4-on-2s end up looking
close.
so close? Those 2 gushes, suddenly you got 2 players that can't really phase. That's scary.
It is the fact, though, Hawkeye, it feels like they're just, because it was a little bit passive, they aren't playing for info, that's how it becomes so close, because you can get right into the site, and then suddenly the rotations are a little bit slower because you aren't playing for info. That's how that round particularly falls apart nearly.
Yeah, it got a little sketchy. I do like that Isaac just hid there after he got gooched. Once the player plants the bomb, you can be pretty confident you've got that round as soon as the player pops up. So it got a little scary, but it was all fine for GamerLegion. Deco's got a dig. We did see the dig earlier from him. Really the main thing to look at here for one win. I do like the Nickelback sport a flashbang as well, just in case you get into a position where maybe you can flash your players in and try and either recover a gun you've dropped or just actually try and hit the bomb site. And there is that one flash. Not expecting him, though.
Oh, nice and easy. Swept under the rug with a FAMAS. Travis and Forrester getting picked out. I mean, we're not really expecting anything here, guys. So, GamerLegion, good recovery. Second half, it's a good start. They got a good start in the first half, now the second. Let's see if they can just recover. Nice little break and make a big difference in that halftime.
That immediate 6-0 run that one win we're on at the tail end of the half. That momentum squashed. GamerLegion showing that they're very good out the gate. But one win seem to be late bloomers into these maps. That's what we've seen so far in every match that feels like they've played. We'll see now, they've got 5 AKs out. Definitely the favorable buy here, and Nickelback gets a lovely opener on Isaac.
That's a crazy entry, right? Because he has to jump on the generator. There's great movement and great skill to find that opening kill. So Nickelback fought hard for that one. Comes out damaged, but with the opening.
I never understand Nickelback. It looks like he should like not be winning these fights, and then he just wins them. And I'm like, oh, okay, fair play.
Yeah, I gotta love it.
Yeah, that's a big advantage for one win at the start of this one. No flashes left for them, but still a lot of smokes in play. So they still have their options fairly open.
I love that there's that one deep smoke that's thrown, and it's just immediately pushed one win back, even though there's no one behind it. So it actually gives GamerLegion a lot of space here, and they're looking to reaggress, but Travis is tucked on in here. He's waiting for this the whole time. Acor does get the one back, but it's still the advantage for one win. And now they push through, not respecting that smoke. Shui has to fall back.
I mean, at least it's early info. Rotate will begin. GamerLegion might have a bit of a better chance as their players start to get into position, but I'm not sure they're going to arrive in time, especially with these smokes up. Shui needs the delay here. It's so hard to do, though.
Yeah, you can't do much about this. Molotov's going to force him back into elevator. The bomb plant confirmed here for one win, and now 4 versus 3. Take a look at GamerLegion's utility. It's a smoke flash, but it's more of the flank from Imma. I might be able to do something here, especially with that kill from Acor. Okay, a great opening here. Nickelback gets caught in an awkward spot. Imma on the flank draws the numbers in favor of GamerLegion. Deco standing on top of the default boxes, looking over the top. Kukin and multi-kill works with Boomich to do it. And now just Imma left. One win have recovered. They'll drop away. Running away is Deco repositioning. Imma's desperately dancing around death. And he will fall eventually to it. Good recovery there from one win.
Got close though, GamerLegion finding a way back into that where it felt like they weren't in a good position to do so. The players on site taking the fight first. Acor gets a kill. Nickelback then wants to reposition. That's when he's called out by that flank. Imma waiting for the perfect time to come on through. But in the end, just the advantage of having so many players, a lack of kit on the GamerLegion side also being an issue there, even if they'd found those kills. But even still, finding 4, keeping them honest, and it allows another investment coming through.
Pretty scrappy game right now between these two.
Yeah, it's very scrappy, isn't it?
Yeah, I really feel like 1 or 2 key moments could end up being the difference maker in this one.
Oh, the Sandbox player's under a lot of pressure right now. Nade in towards Imma. He's very lucky to be alive here. And he's actually going into battle.
This is scary because it's such a common play, and a single bit of spam back will take him down. There it is.
There we go, Lucy.
Exactly
That's
as
exactly
saying
what you were saying. Yeah, just right on cue. Yeah, it was a bit of a risky move that. The spam catches him out. 2 players at short right now, though. And this timing, oh, the aggression. Shui nearly fluffs his lines, but recovers, and then goes back out again, and he gets spammed through the wall by Forrester. But they're not going to expect Acor to be here. The second player in so quickly.
Is he going to be able to get away once he lands his shot? Looks like, oh, the flash is fantastic.
They were so ready for it, it turns out. Nickelback helping out a lot here with that flash assist as well. Kios jumps up on top of the default boxes. Forrester lands the headshot right away. And Isaki's trying to get the nade to go in. Yep, there we go. He's done some damage, and that's about it. He's just going to have to run away now.
He does need to run because they're hunting. They know this is the only rifle saved on over. They can remove it. GamerLegion will have nothing into the next round. But one win, they've found the lead.
Yeah, they have, and I think the ramp aggression felt a little strange in this round from GamerLegion. Shui nearly messes up. Imma goes into the smoke at top ramp in the one-way. As you were pointing out, Lucy, definitely a really risky move. They don't really get too much from any of it. Isaac does get found as well. Forrester with a great round there. And one win are in the lead. After such a slow start, but it's the same thing they did versus Bad News Eagles, right? And the comeback started coming through versus Fnatic, a team that maybe don't get the best of starts, but the ability to adapt and come back in and find solutions to problems, certainly a skill for this side.
Yeah, and in such a tight game, I mean, that early player going down makes a big difference. You saw the reaction from Hooch. Feeling it after that one.
He's had a timeout as well here.
I mean, it definitely feels like one win are getting the momentum right now. You can see Hooch getting a chance to
I think right now they look
team.
like the better side after that. Like
I'd say so.
After they started coming back in the first half, they've looked like the better team since then. GamerLegion have a lot to fix.
I will say for Imma, it feels like when you're watching it, almost like he's trying to force the play too much. But I don't even know if that's the case. I think he's just that sort of player who likes to force fights all the time. I gotta say, I love Deco's hair. I hope he's okay.
He doesn't look like he's feeling so well.
No.
I hope I think he's having a pretty rough time at the moment, so hopefully he can feel a little bit better soon and get through this best of one. Take issue 4 in the meantime.
Would you go a pastel hair color?
Oh, you know what? Now that I'm looking at Deco's, I'm so tempted.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
It looks good.
It actually does look pretty good, but the problem is I feel like I would dye it and it would come out like a really bad color.
Oh, mate, I'm getting someone to dye it for me. I don't trust myself
I don't
to
do it myself. But
hell no.
I feel like I'd hate it, and then you can't go back really that quickly to your natural hair color. So
just shave it off, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
bald.
I don't know what my head looks like bald. I might have like holes in my head or something.
One win utility damage? Nickelback alone had like 400. Man, like Nickelback.
What's your favorite Nickelback song?
How you remind me? I don't know. I don't know many, if I'm being honest with you.
I really am. Yeah, I like that one. That's a good SingStar one. I used to pull
That is a good SingStar one, yeah.
It's one of the bangers.
We've done karaoke before,
That, yeah, we have. That and Africa by Tozo. That's a good one.
Oh, okay. I remember doing Backstreet Boys at karaoke.
Yeah, I can see you doing a Backstreet
Yeah,
Boy. You're dressed like a boy band. 90s
Low-key,
guy,
I want to be in a boy band, low-key.
Why don't you do it?
Just do it, yeah.
If you want to be in a boy band with Hawker, hit him up on Twitter. I don't think your phone's going to buzz.
If that was what you win in a giveaway, I'd feel bad for you, to be honest.
Well, we're trying to give you away. That's what we're doing right now.
Any boy bands listening, please come and take him.
Come take this man. All right, the full eco is about to be cleaned up.
Messed up.
Damn, 1 win, man. This is impressive that they keep falling behind early. Not that part. But the fact that they come back from falling behind
That's
early.
impressive. They just keep sucking in the start. It is very impressive, the fact that. But I do think that is in part because they have so many options to go to when it comes to finding solutions with Boomich and Nickelback and Hooch. You've got so many people that can sort of combine their thoughts and figure out a way back into the game.
This feels like a big round for GamerLegion. I almost feel like they need this one with how this game is going right now.
Oh, yeah.
Quickly get away from you.
This RMR stacked as well. I mean, one of NAVI versus FaZe is going to lose today, obviously.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if FaZe lose today and have to go, they have a weaker seed, so they're going to have to play against some of the better teams right on the way down. You don't want to run into a team like FaZe, or when it comes into this. Some of the teams in that 1-1 game as well, like MOUZ, there's a lot of options here that could stop you from getting anywhere near that major.
Could see GamerLegion eliminate FaZe this time. Could you believe it?
Oh, wow. What a story that would be. Or we get the B&E FaZe matchup at some point. That would be kind of funny. A little rematch from Rio. Just over a minute left. And 1 win gather at the bottom of the ramp. Still looking for this opening on Ator. And there's the fight, and Forrester will grab it. First kill is that for 1 win, and still 50 seconds left.
Akor's got to be feeling frustrated.
Here they come.
Imma tucked on in, needs the support. Shui's coming on over. There's an incendiary over the top though. It's going to give him some space, but there's just nothing to work with. No flash, he just dry swing, still finds the kill.
Oh, that's
just about gets away.
I don't know how he's actually made the most of that, because it looked like he was going to be dead to rights, but he's got 1 and out. That's really impressive given the situation. And now 1 win starting to move forward as a pack, but the rotation is coming over. They've actually bolstered this defense on the site, and somehow, from looking horrible, it's looking very good for GamerLegion.
1 win still have a good chance to get this bomb down. It's a pretty passive setup from GamerLegion, but as soon as they hear the bomb plant, they'll start to move in.
It's the lack of utility here that's a big issue for the retake. The CT do not have any utility to get back in here.
It's the same on both sides, though. It's just going to be an absolute brawl here.
No kit,
No kit either. They have to go for the defuse. Shui sticking it with 10 seconds, covered by 3 players.
Wow, they're doing it.
Oh my god, they're actually doing it. It's ticking on down.
Holding.
He hasn't gotten off the bomb. The full 10-second defuse from Shui.
Okay, I guess that is one way to do it. You just get straight on the defuse, hold the 10 seconds. You don't have any utility, sure, but you have got bodies. Just send them in, player after player. Make sure they just can't swing that corner. And Shui's able to hold for the full 10-second stick. That's ridiculous, Hawker.
That's wild. I mean, they must have not seen that he was on it. Obviously, the player's peeking from ramp. Well, you know.
Firework display.
It happens. Happens sometimes. The amount of times I've seen a couple of players accidentally throw a molly as a flash and just be like, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. But yeah, big round from GamerLegion. I thought that they were getting a little antsy there because 1 win was so quiet at the start of the round. But it works out for GamerLegion. Emma getting away with a lot to bring them back into that round.
It's still not pretty for them. You've still got MP9s, no AWP for Akor. At least you got some kits this time around. It's not an easy fight for them. You win this one, suddenly AWP can come back out. Akor feels a lot more comfortable taking these fights. We saw last round where he was trying to take these long-range engagements with the M4 with a lack of util around it. That's not going to be the case when he has his signature weapon out.
Forrester's quietly had a good game. 20 kills for him. Top of the server right now.
No deforestation here at all.
No. Well, that's the playstyle of Forrester as well. Just quietly puts up the numbers. Always a very solid, smart player. Here's Travis trying to put some pressure on B. The bomb is behind him here. They're going for this.
Travis is about to come collapsing down on them. Isaac, he tips around the corner, but Kios, unrevealed just yet. He does get that first, but can't get the second because he's just fumbling through, and Deco just overruns him. And now they're into the site. Bomb plant coming through. And elsewhere removes Boomic, and Shui just light off the leash, charges forward, and ends up getting punished for it. So down to 2 players here for GamerLegion, and look at Forrester, quiet as he is, cracking through the win, and he goes forward in towards Acor, who actually turns back and catches him in middle, and he'll be found by Nickelback just a few seconds later. 12 rounds now, 4-1 win. They're pushing forward to a victory.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just a bit of a misread on the setup there. Like that first MP9 player tucked in towards white box. Obviously, he is holding for the push out if you're walking along the railing, but just no cover behind him. Travis is just able to walk in and get this kill for free. Not just aware that his butt's sticking out there when he's crouched on down. And Kios unfortunately couldn't pick up that AK. I don't think it makes a huge difference here, but does fluster him for a moment. And then, yeah, trying to go for the hero play with the flash through for Shui does not result in a victory and immediately resets GamerLegion.
Yeah, fair play to OneWin for just walking up through B like that. It's a big risk, making no noise, using no nades. But because they went so silently, they're actually able to catch GamerLegion off guard. That's a nice kill from Kios, but there's really nothing else to work with in this round.
Yeah, this one's going to be quick. Just throw it in the meat grinder, and there you go. It's pretty much done. Isaac just sitting back behind the smokes in the middle of the site. 13 rounds, call it done for OneWin. But 3 rounds away now, and really you say 3 rounds for OneWin to pick up, but it's more, the interesting point is how many rounds do GamerLegion have left where they're going to be competitive, because you take a look at the money, this is probably one of the most important, or last buys they can get through, right? So this is do or die for GamerLegion coming into this.
Acor should have the AWP. That's going to be, I think, a difference maker here, and I want to see them try and enable him. He's not going to have much around it, but he has teammates to support with plenty of flashes, plenty of util. He has to be the one to shine here.
We've seen him wanting to fight ramp previously with a rifle as well, peeking at range. So having the AWP is going to be so much better if he wants to go for those fights. He's actually going to play towards mid early, by the looks of things. OneWin. Grouped up outside B early. GamerLegion are contesting ramp with their riflers. Not a massive amount of info, but they're going to feel as though there's not that much pressure here. As OneWin haven't heavily hit this ramp area. Oh, where's Emma going here? He's looking like he's watching the gap briefly. He wants to hang around, but he's going to be a little isolated here.
Acor's patience in mid actually might reward him. They're about to walk on through. He's been sitting here for a full 40 seconds. Surely, at least 1 kill absolutely guaranteed. Oh. No! Oh, the wide swing from Nickelback.
He's so quick.
He knew exactly what was going on.
Yeah, he did not want to get caught by the AWP. Good crossover, just Ferrari piece him.
Sometimes I feel like Nickelback can dodge bullets.
Yeah, it feels like it sometimes.
I feel like he should have been taken down a couple of times.
Unfortunately, Forrester can't. So he has just got wall banged. Immo will be happy about claiming that first kill, and I like the boost idea. Get a lot of info from as well. No one's pushing right now.
Time could be an issue here. 30 seconds for OneWin. You don't have many nades left. They haven't really done enough to bring these players away from this B site.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's still 2 players strong inside of the site. And it's Isaac and Acor. Good combo here. Leg shot. That's unfortunate. Luckily, Isaac is able to follow up. Acor took damage and burned away to Nickelback's molly. And now Isaac under pressure gets a lot more damage dished out. It's about the rotations though. 5 seconds, no time left. Bombs on the ground. Boomic is trying his best. And unfortunately here, not enough time for OneWin to get towards the site. They leave it really late, and you need to be perfect upon those entries, and they just weren't. They delayed them, and the time ran out.
That leg shot could have been their undoing as well. Not finding that kill and then immediately falling to the flames as he's trying to back on off. The player on site's completely under pressure. The rotations come through a little bit late, but yeah, time, the biggest enemy of them here. And Imma, a good opening kill. And this time around, yeah, OneWin. They've been showing some really nice, clean hits with plenty of time left on the clock. They try and play the time this time after losing that opening kill, and it just backfires.
Shui's getting excited. Heard yesterday Thomas briefly celebrate after one of his rounds.
Oh, that was probably one of the best clips ever given to Counter-Strike. I love that.
It's so good.
He's playing Counter-Strike, and he's also a comedian at the same time. It's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. It's just so British as well. He's just like, oh.
Did you see the clip from the LAN where they celebrated a bit too early, getting some trash talk out as he's defusing, accidentally gets off the defuse?
Yeah, I remember
that's
that.
a classic.
That's a classic round now.
See those occasionally.
That'll go down in history.
Wow, that round looked a little sketchy from OneWin. I think Imma getting that kill on the player lurking on ramp was huge. Got them a lot of info on the GamerLegion side. Let's see if OneWin up the pace at all. Forrester moving in early, trying to contest. Acor trading nades straight back. Bit of damage goes both ways.
Nickelback has been a fiend when it comes to grabbing opening kills for his team here. And Molotov on towards Imma. Smokes it out to stay there comfortably. And this will activate Acor, but the scope sound, they have to be aware of it. They're not turning. Wow. A quick call on Forrester. Somehow he gets out of dodge as well. And Acor goes back. He has the balls to peek again. That is ridiculous. Imma chimes in, and Acor comes away with massive openings here. OneWin are in a really difficult spot. Travis will try his best to claim anything back, and at least they have a full minute left in the 2 versus 3.
But the movement got himself, showing us how it's done, jumping around, avoiding bullets, finding kills, keeping GamerLegion in this one. But we've seen OneWin come back from these disadvantaged positions time and time again. A 2v3 this time. They're going back towards mid, where Kios is holding it with the AK, jiggling it ever so slightly. All he needs to do is get the information and stay alive. Spots out the shadow. Perfect. Now he can fall on back, has a flashbang as well. Acor can rotate over, and he has the perfect line with the AWP. They flash on through. He spots one crossing. Looking for the second. Drops the bomb.
Nice.
A huge kill. Boomage now has to do it all. Gets a nice kill on the Kios. Bomb collected. Still Imma on the site. Not accounted for. Isaac, sorry. And he's going to swing on out with that MP9.
I was surprised you didn't expect Isaac to still be on that B site. Normally you should know he's the B anchor, but wasn't ready for him. Was really a loss before that point, though.
Wild,
this is just, how does he get away with that? Jumping back and then even gets a second kill as Deco tries to trade.
That's a great round from Acor. Just really good shots, great movement on display, as you pointed out, Lucy. And yeah, frustrating. Absolutely frustrating right here for OneWin. And that lead is slowly, but well, not even slowly anymore, very quickly slipping away from them. GamerLegion on 12 rounds, 1 round away from tying this up. OneWin still with a bye.
You gotta wonder how much that scoping in from Acor to go for that peak was a bit of a bait to set up his teammate to actually swing out on ramp as well. There might be some small micro detail there. Because he certainly avoided all those players that tried to take him down.
Yeah, the interesting part was they didn't even turn to look at the AWPer though, so
yeah,
that was kind of wild.
Ooh, pace change from OneWin.
Yeah, smoke goes down towards the top of the stairway, coming in towards B. Isaac. Ooh, he's been good, but not this time. Travis overruns him, blinded as Nickelback follows up, and OneWin have created so much space in this B site. Shui will do his best, but they're the walking wounded right now. GamerLegion down a member. And this is looking very good for OneWin. Maybe the boost will claim a kill back, but even from that, that should have been a kill. It should have been guaranteed locked in, but Travis reacts in time. And it's not looking very good for this retake attempt. Acor sure has picked off one more. They got to get this kill close on towards Travis at least. Shui, that smoke is going to keep him at bay for now. Fades away. They have to move quite swiftly in. And now that they've all got back to strong post plans, it feels impossible for GamerLegion to pick this one up. They've got some smoke, sure. But it looks way too good right now. They're going to have to call it off.
When both your B defenders, neither of them gets a kill, I mean, that's a disaster. You needed at least one there. And honestly, good effort to try and almost make that doable. Acor and Shui getting work done. If they'd found that kill with the boost, I think that retake is 100% on, but it falls flat.
They should have, because Travis wasn't even looking at them, right? It's just a little bit of a fumble. But this entry, massive work. Travis, obviously, the unconfirmed kill due to being blind. And the Nickelback, how good has he been so far?
Winning a lot of fights he maybe shouldn't be. And I think that's a fantastic pace change from OneWin. You could even kind of feel it. Sometimes when you're casting the game, you yourself aren't really expecting a fast play because they've set the pace a little slower. And then suddenly they group up early, they go for the quicker push, and just the fantastic flashes get them into the round in the first place. Get them up to 14, and GamerLegion have some weaknesses in their buy. They've got to dig deep here because they cannot afford to lose this round.
If they lose this one, it's basically over. They have to force into the last round. This can be MP9s, Deagles, maybe a scout out. It's not what you want to be working with. And Travis is putting pace back on over to B, has shown that this site is vulnerable. And he wants to keep presence there. Everyone moving back there, in fact. That space he gained early, he's keen.
the thing is, it's the weak weapons towards B. So even if you've got 2 players here with a crossfire, we saw a similar setup previously with MP9s that just went terribly for GamerLegion.
Acorn needs to get here fast. He's very deep mid at the moment. His rotation's going to be pretty slow.
Yeah, and they don't get early info on B either.
Zach stays behind the wood. He's got himself the MP9 at the ready. Delivers death to 1 quickly. And it is just 1. Good trade again from Nickelback. Forrester chimes in, and Kios, he is the player that needs to pop off here. The 5-7, but he gets caught. Deco sees him just as he starts to move away from the cover of the boxes.
Bomb going back. 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a super clean round here from OneWin, but they managed to find the gap, and they are going over. They've now got everybody retreating back, but Shui's on the hunt.
Acorn might get to A in time here.
Boomage is the key player in mid. He's going to flank through elevator and will be behind Acorn very soon, but he's going slow about it. The bomb still goes down. Acorn maybe has a chance to find a frag here. Peering on out. Nickelback behind the side. Deco deals to Shui, and now it's just Acorn left. And that flank will come through eventually. Playing with him at the moment. Gets a nice kill on the Nickelback. Seems cognizant of something coming on behind, but has to go for the reload. No kit, no utility. Too many players to find. They're avoiding him, and there's the flank from Boomage to get 1 win onto map point.
Yeah, good round recovery again. The mid-rounds seem pretty cool for 1 win at times. You know, Deco finding that flank on Shui. Shui activated that flank almost immediately. He realized they were leaving. He thinks, maybe I can get behind Deco quickly, get back to this A-ramp. You mentioned A-Core being able to rotate back. There was definitely a window of opportunity there to win the round for GamerLegion. But Deco, it's a nice one here, and Shui has no shot.
Yeah, and it was so important that that bomb goes down so quickly. If Acorn's there a couple of seconds
if he has
sooner,
nade as well,
maybe he could deny.
Nickelback's on low HP.
He'd have tried a wallbang, I think, if he was there in time.
Yeah, so he would have denied the plant.
Potentially, especially with the planter being so low. But now this is the scenario we said GamerLegion couldn't afford to get into. You never practice for these sorts of rounds, but you got to pull through with the pistols, with an MP9. Do they have any tricks up their sleeve to make this round work?
Has to be magic. Acorn making a lot of noise. Forrester definitely aware of his presence there. Gonna flush him out with the Molotov. Actually takes a bit of his own. Now the ground being taken, walking out with the AK. Couple of CTs here,
Lovely.
and yeah, Emma has the angle.
Well, that's a good start, Lucy. I mean, if you've got the weaker guns, get the opening kill, and now the charge into B from OneWin. The pack mentality. Travis once again opens up on Kios. Isaac trying to be pesky, getting inside of the smoke. He could butcher a few into the crowns here with the MP9, and he goes just 1. Nickelback once again, so good at getting these trades in, and it's looking good into the site. A-Core comes back over. They've actually managed to turn this into a 1 versus 2, Hawka. Maybe A-Core could do something about this. Oh, movement guard misses it, but it gets up eventually. Around the side of the smoke. It's a good angle. It's a great move. And it's a brilliant way to turn it into a 1 versus 1. Deco at the generator, peeks on out, gives his life up, and A-Core keeps them alive.
Damn, A-Core coming through for the team. That was not expected. GamerLegion find a way. I don't even think it came off of anything specific. It's just Emma causing a bit of chaos in and around that smoke. Figured he had to take a risk. It puts them into a somewhat winnable position, and somehow A-Core pulls through and finds 2 1v1s.
That smoke that the teased through ended up giving A-Core this fantastic one-way, and he'd spotted the shadow of Deco earlier, so he knew he was around the generators, just had to find the fight, and Deco gives it to him. So a fantastic clutch coming on through, keeping GamerLegion alive.
Wow, and now where does this game go?
Possibly overtime.
I mean, one would have bought, even though they could have saved for the last round to get a proper buy. They've got some weaknesses, and Deco's not ready for the peek up top. The orb dropped immediately.
Well, that's a big player to lose right from the get-go in such an important round here. 1 win. The change in pace started to work for them earlier on. This is now a very slow start. You lose that first play, you're forced into this 4 versus 5, and you just have to take your time. Never feels good with the lack of utility as well here.
I feel like OneWin might want this decision to buy back. they would love to take this back right now because you want the full buy for round 30. Surely you don't want this.
Look at this. 2 smokes is all they have left right now. 1 minute left. Down a player. Barely any map control right now. And there's one of the smokes gone.
Trying to one-way. Oh, and they're not ready for Acor.
Well, GamerLegion almost looking sure to lock in 14.
Back to Old Faithful B.
Yeah, back to B.
Honestly, it's where they've been finding the
Back
space.
to the X. There we go.
Need to make their way through. Falling off isn't going to help. And
It hasn't worked out. The X denied them. 30 seconds. And right now, I wouldn't mind saving the AWP because there's no way you're getting anywhere with this
That's
round.
what's happening.
They have to just call it off. Their chance will have to come in the next round. And GamerLegion, well, Acor is really starting to step up over the last few with some massive impact. He's up there with 24 kills, Ill on 25. And it would be a smart decision just to remove everything from their hands.
Oh, maybe not going to hunt. Okay.
I mean, they've barely got any money.
They've got no money themselves, right?
Yeah, you can afford to lose 1 or 2.
Well, they sent one in. One in for the hunt. Acor is actually upgrading to the AK-47. And he'll take that over into the next round. So they just lose 1 player there on the GamerLegion side, but I think they'll be extremely happy about that result heading to 14 rounds.
Yeah, one winner going to have to do it themselves with what will be a subpar buy.
We talk about OneWin being the team that sort of grinds it on back and comes through at the tail end, but it's GamerLegion that are doing it here in the most unlikely of fashions.
It's good to see them be able to do this as well, though. A young IGL, a team that don't get to play at a lot of big events. The fact that they have the tenacity to come back into this, it's solid. But timeout's being used up. Last one there for Hooch to have his say to get 1 win. Off of 1 win, up to 2.
Yeah, this is just a one-on-one matchup, but it feels pretty intense. I feel like the pressure has got to both teams at different points in this one.
I think they know how difficult it becomes if you go 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
Same story on the A stream as well, which has gone to OT. Chance of that here too.
Deco has got that AWP, which was saved. Do we see another fast-paced B play from OneWin? They have found success with this previously.
Ooh, that is hefty.
Nade.
Yeah, massive. Now Deco looks to try and crack open the last round of regulation. They're sending him into B. They're putting all of their eggs in his basket right now.
Also heard the scope.
They're moving forward. Travis has been so good at getting openings on this B side. This time, the kill will not be unavailable, and the rotation's coming back as well. They're strengthening in this B hole. The utility's going down. It's chaos in the smokes. Travis gets the double, burns away eventually. But a 4 versus 3. Over a minute left, and OneWin still can't cancel. They can go back, they can go elsewhere, but they only have 1 smoke left, so you almost feel like you have to go towards this side of the map right now.
Akor's here with so much utility as well. He's got a smoke, he's got the flames. Shui's getting the information coming on through. Boomage might spot him in a second, but Shui's crossed over to the pillar. There's no way to flush him out, and he swings out, taking down Boomage, putting it into the 3-on-3.
OneWin have found the space initially, but didn't really move with it. And now they're kind of slowed down completely to a halt. And still, you have to use the time left, but there's not a lot of utility. When you go back to ramp, you're going to have to deal with Imma in a really difficult position. It's tough to flush him out of this one.
Nickelback's got a Tech 9, gets run boosted across. Imma
That's
did
the
not
jump.
spot
That's to get
this.
over the jump spots, to spot through the tarps. Here they come through. Imma gets only 1. Deco is able to reply, and now they sprint. 19 seconds left. Acor has positioned himself perfectly to deal with this. Smoke onto the site. He can watch. The bomb is down. 10 seconds. Deco can't do anything about it. GamerLegion pull it all the way back to overtime.
Wow. OneWin not able to bring it through there at the end. They try and come back to A. It did feel like they maybe got a little hesitant. It did feel like they may have had the opportunity sooner, but it's so hard to reset back to this A bomb site.
If you move off of these 2 Travis kills, you can do something about it.
Yeah,
But
I mean, how many more CTs are going to be on B at that point?
They just sat there on the stairs. There was no one. They sent him in alone, and he does way more than I thought he was about to do.
And maybe if you have more nades, you can consider going back.
But you can't.
There's so many angles to clear, no nades to clear them. And now they've got to do it in overtime.
Look how quickly we're into OT. There's no break as well. You just have to continue this. So this makes it more difficult for OneWin, who just used their last timeout as well.
We saw the frustration on Boomage's face then after losing that round 2. That's going to be sitting over you.
That round kind of sucked for them, to be honest.
And now look at this change up in mid. You got Aiko again aggressive, but then you got Shui up on high, and oh, okay, he's flashed on off. Good flames are actually going to keep him in the open, and the trade is immediate. That was the key piece there.
You so rarely see that boost on CT's side, but that's when you want to use it, when you do have a player with you at mid. Even trade early.
Well, Forrester was finding a lot of impact. He's got a little bit quiet over the last few rounds here, but maybe he can start to activate again. It's Imma towards short that's been so good. Ooh. And the money buy goes around the corner, and Imma is able to remove Forrester without an issue, without really a fight.
Imma's been really solid around that sort of area. And this time I love that he just gets away.
Forrester should be aware.
Doubling up on this angle.
Yeah, it's wild how easy these fights are right now. One by one. Now, Travis, you coming in? There we go. Yeah. Conveyor belt of death.
This is not the one win that we saw at the half switch. This is a one win that's just been grinded down by GamerLegion, who are always the team that pulls out the rabbit from the hat.
I honestly like that Deco's just surviving here for a bit, just because it gives you a bit of time to reset if you're one win. Because they look deflated right now.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can tell. Body language looks real awful right now for them.
I wouldn't mind Nickelback calling something fast again. I feel like you need to have a call that the whole team can just get behind, something to commit to.
Sure.
Because that looked so hesitant with all the different players just walking in one by one.
It definitely would be better than what we just seen, but also a quick round. If you just get shut down, it's even more demoralizing, right?
It is risky.
Yeah, it looks real low energy right now. GamerLegion take the lead. Lots of rounds still to play for, though. And Forrester down again to Imma on the ramp. He's just down alone. And it's an easy fight in middle, and it's all falling apart here for one win. If it stays like this is going to be a quick end to overtime.
Poor Deco, man. What's he had to do in overtime? Nothing.
Everyone's dead immediately.
Yeah, man.
That was a throwaway round.
Akor finally finds his success in mid. He's been struggling to get those openers. This time he gets two, so
wasn't mid very difficult for him, was it?
Not at all.
Man,
this one,
so
very difficult.
Awful. I feel so bad for Deco. He's clearing sandbags with an AWP, walking into
he doesn't
the
have the
side.
He's going through the motions. You know he's not really going to be able to pull anything off here. There we go. Spots one victim. Gets towards short.
Yeah, don't even give him the fight. No need to.
Just doing what he can, but it feels... I wouldn't say the words give up, but it feels like
I really like that he's still trying. Like, he's basically trying to wait for a mistake.
Yeah.
But it's just not coming here.
I mean, one win as a whole in this round. It felt like they just feel out of it at the moment. It's you would love a timeout, and unfortunately, they don't have any left. But this is really disappointing to see towards the overtime. I'm sure they'll be frustrated about how this is going, in particular Forrester, who's been pretty good so far. And this overtime, it's been a bit of a disaster. We'll see what the call is. Maybe they do go to that quicker play, Hawka. Maybe out of desperation, if anything else.
I mean, this round was just a default spread, and they all just kind of get picked apart. So, yeah, they are sticking together a little more at the start of this one. Maybe just seeing if they can work ramp control together.
And Travis was the opener on that B site during regulation. Akor's over here with the AWP this time around. He's looking for this kill, and he's found it. Akor, he's here to play. Decided to really find a lot of impact these last 4 or 5 rounds, and it's kept GamerLegion in it ever since that clutch that kept them in the game. Akor has been the one driving them through in this overtime.
Yeah, and towards the start of the second half, he didn't get the AWP for a while. So it's nice that now he's getting it in overtime. He's showing us what he can do. Imma also having a really solid performance, and now one win will group towards A.
Gonna go back up on top. He's down to 16 HP, and he gets naded as well. It just goes from bad to worse for him. Forrester at least rattles one, but there's just 2 players left here for one win. Boomich and Deco trying to recover this 2v4. Bomb not in their possession. Deco has so much to do with this AWP. He has to make it sing a beautiful song. They're not giving any chances. GamerLegion have been very disciplined in this overtime. Haven't been giving any of these 4v2s away. Oh, Boomich, good play forward with that flash from Deco. At least pulls 1 kill back. But 30 seconds here, Lucy.
Yeah, don't want them to start giving it away now. A few times they're able to find these rounds, and, well, Deco with the AWP, the man to be able to make it happen.
It's just the way they're set up right now on the CT side is very solid. They're now realizing, okay, limited time. Let's start to drop back. They're going to have to go for the bomb. We'll just play back. We'll throw a utility on the site. And Deco's getting aggressive. Oh, the no-scope! Is there anything more from Deco? The plant is being put through surely soon. Boomich looking to stick it. Planting the bomb, gets it down, and now has a 1 versus 2 in his hands. And if Boomich pulls this off, there might be a little bit of life, but unfortunately, that miracle path, it's a small little hole to get through, and they just couldn't find their way through it.
I'll tell you what, it was something beautiful, though. I love that from Deco. You know, you're in this 2v3. They know exactly where you are. You've got to get the bomb down. They can just hound you, get on forward, get in their faces, catch them off guard. Lovely attempt, but unfortunately, just the 1 kill found from it.
I was just convinced Deco would be trying to plant the bomb there so that the AK can cover him. But he says, you know what, I'm going to go with the AWP, do this, and try and do something with the molly. Didn't realize they could push him so quickly, though. And you see what it means to GamerLegion. I think they realize...
You can see what it means to Acor compared to Shu. That was hilarious, the polar opposite reaction.
Bit of a contrast.
Yeah, well, here we go, 18-15. GamerLegion, 1 round away from securing their 2nd win here at the RMR. And it has been tough. 1 win put up a great fight in regulation. Overtime has been a different story.
And now I'm thinking about that fantastic T-side start that GamerLegion put up. This feels like it's their game to lose. Imma peering on over, trying to use this one way. Not going to spot anything out just yet. Forrester here with Deco on the AWP. Repositioning as well. GamerLegion, they've got plenty to work with, so they're just keeping it very default, spreading across, looking for the opening. Forrester trying to find one with that spam, but just does a little bit of damage onto Imma.
GamerLegion realizes their best chance to secure it. Just do it now. Don't let 1 win get going on the CT side. They take their time in the default spread as we go under 1 minute left. Isaac looks to skirmish, but it is looking like this A play starting to come through already. Forrester will deploy the defensive smoke. Climbs up on headshot. There are 3 players close by here for the CT side, and Forrester's kicked it off well.
Yeah, peeks into the players, throwing the utility. Really nice way to do it.
Oh, it goes again.
He does it again.
Oh, the exact same move. And the exact same result gets a kill. Boomich from the elevator. This is looking very good for 1 win suddenly.
Wow.
It's too easy for them, in fact. Kill after kill. No fights from the GamerLegion side. And I think they'll be pretty happy with that one, Lucy.
Yeah, I mean, you go for this default setup where you've got presence across the map, but then you just disappear. You don't show anything over towards B. You all group up and you just walk into a stack. 1win just had the read the entire time. They knew exactly what was going on in that round. Forrester just finds the timing again and again to peek up as GamerLegion is setting up for the execute, and that one just felt free.
I love what we're seeing from Forrester on that A site, though. He's so good at isolating fights. There's a shadow spotted early, but have they got the awareness that Boomich is in this angle? Molly comes back towards him. Isaac able to trade, but Travis also in position. Oh Isaac does such a good job at getting both of those kills.
Yeah, those 2 kills could be the moment that turns this for GamerLegion into a victory. Nickelback will look to defend the B side. There's no acceleration, there's no commitment yet from GamerLegion anywhere. They've got a lot of time. You don't want to just hurt forward in towards this B side and regret it, so just calculating what they've got. Have to pick up that bomb on the way back.
I don't even think that flash Isaac threw would have blinded the opponent, but it just makes them look away, just makes them uncomfortable.
It is a tough fight as well, that headshot angle. They are going to be grouping up. Nickelback is the only one on the site. And in fact, he's feeling a little bit nervous about it. Regrouping now with Forrester, getting him some utility to use. Nope, actually doesn't want that.
Through the flashback, he got the smoke instead.
Okay, yeah, can't be being indecisive. That flash could come over and set Nickelback up, and it has to be a play like that. Smoke now onto default to slow things down. Flashes through, actually forces Nickelback back. That smoke goes a little bit awry, so Nickelback's got space to work with here. Trying to just play behind the smoke. Flashes on over. He's hiding on through it. The swing on through. But Isaac and Kios find both. And it has to be Deco.
Yeah, Deco coming in with really what looks like an impossible task, unfortunately, for him. GamerLegion, led by big performances from Imma and Acor, who look to have confirmed themselves their 2nd win here with the RMR. For 1 win, a slow start, good resurgence. But in the end, not enough when it comes to overtime. GamerLegion figure it out in the end and do secure themselves that 2nd victory. The 1-1 matchup goes their way. 2-1 now in the RMR and 1 best of 3 away from the major. It's not going to be easy, but they put themselves in a position to do it again.
Yeah, this was a scrap. It was a little sloppy at times, but these are the sorts of games you have to grind through to win. These are the sorts of games that can make the difference between qualifying or not. And it's GamerLegion who have the minerals this time round.
You know, I think it's a really good sign for GamerLegion. 1win have shown that they can come back against some of the best teams here. We saw it against Fnatic where they almost closed that one out. This time around, GamerLegion, they show that they've got the guts, that when it gets down to those tough moments, they have the individuals that can step up. They have the strategies as well to come through. And, you know, when you've got a caller like Shui who's so young and so new to the scene, to be able to be calling against a team that's Broomage, it's Nickelback, and it's Hooch, and you're managing to find ways to outcall them. That's fantastic.
I mean, just look at this body language right here. It's just devastation,
it's crushing.
really. And you have to say as well, it did look from watching the cams that there seems to be a little bit of sickness on at least some of the players. They don't look, it looks like they have headaches or something right now that isn't too right with them. And definitely a crushing defeat for 1-win as they realize how difficult the road to the major is now that they have gone into the 1-2 bracket.
Yeah, and it just shows how competitive we've got this section of the RMR being. The other game also went to overtime over on the other stream. So it really comes down to just these small moments, these tight margins. And if you can come through at the right time, you can definitely have a big difference. And I think we've got to give credit to Acor for stepping up in overtime and Imma just consistent throughout.
You look at 1-win as well, there's no one really at the bottom of the board right now. Everyone's kind of chiming in, everybody had their moments. In the end, it just wasn't put together enough in that overtime or the late round of the game to close it.
Yeah, you can see Forrester a little bit of ahead, and that was mostly during regulation where he was having a huge amount of impact, but it kind of felt like he wasn't able to find that over into overtime. Same with Travis as well, right? Multiple times was opening up the B side of the map. We didn't really see that as it got to the sort of the tail end of the map.
And when we did see a round where he opens it up, there's no follow-up, there's no support coming in from his team. So he gets those 2 entries and no one's going through. It just seemed a little disjointed from 1-win in this game.
Yeah, once they got into overtime, you could kind of see the cohesion almost was lost. It almost looked like they briefly just lost their heads. They didn't know what they were able to do. They were kind of just spreading out, going for fights everywhere, all at the same time, losing all of them. It's a shame because both teams were going so back and forth throughout, but it was just at that one moment. The one moment where you don't want to have it all fall apart is where it falls apart for them.
Well, it falls apart for 1-win, but it came together for GamerLegion, and a big part of that was Acor. Here he is with his thoughts on the matchup.
Well, congratulations. It was a hard-fought victory. How you feeling after that one?
Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely a hard match. They played a bit different than what we saw from the preparation, and we tried to adapt to it, and I think it worked out in the end, even though it got a bit close, way too close.
Yeah, I suppose towards the end of that, it was the 3 rounds in a row on that CT side that took you guys to overtime. Was there that thought of your mind, that niggling thought, thinking, oh God, are we not going to be able to do this? Or was you guys confident once you got that momentum going again?
Honestly, I felt like we kind of lost hope a bit in the end, and then I think I pulled off a 1v2 in the end on B side, 12-15, and then kind of got the hope back in the team, and then we made it to overtime, and we kept the composure after the overtime and took the win.
You're now 2-1. Who do you want to face tomorrow?
Honestly, I have no idea who we can or who we cannot face. So no clue. I think we won against good teams before, even like the Malta, so we can do it. I guess whoever we play is gonna do our best and see what happens.
Sounds good. Best of luck for tomorrow. Thank you.
I feel you, Acor. It can be difficult to figure it all out. We've the book haul system isn't the easiest to follow, but it definitely gets you some good results. We can take a look at those results and see how things are panning out. We've got multiple streams as well running, so it's good to take a look at what we've got so far. So 1-win, take on GamerLegion, and GamerLegion move through. We just witnessed that one. We've got Falcons versus MOUZ coming up, and we've also got Sprout Viperio a little bit later on with Fnatic Bay. But I'm focusing in on that MOUZ Falcons game. We've got that one coming up. Quick thoughts. We are going to go to that real soon, but
yeah, it's
just
our first best of one, last best of one, sorry. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting match between 2 really good teams.
Yeah, looking forward to that, Hawker. Well, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, it's Falcons taking on MOUZ.
Our first time, Royal Arena. playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map. And
Easy.
somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Welcome back. It is time for MOUZ versus Falcons, and this has been a pretty slow start to the tournament from MOUZ. I think they'd be pretty disappointed with their opening game, and usually a Falcon probably hunts a mouse, I would say. So what are we thinking here, Lucy?
Looks like your professional analysis on how it's gonna pan on out. But you know, look, MOUZ obviously weren't expecting to falter to bait early, but that's kind of the beauty of the RMRs. But against Falcons, surely they should be coming prepared.
I just want to give a quick shout out to JDC, man. Support player in and out of the server. He pulled the chair up for the boys, lets them out.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
I love his nice jacket as well. It's very stylish, and he's got the style going on with the jersey too.
I believe it's JDC's birthday today.
Happy birthday to him and Devil Walk. There we go. That's awesome. Lots of birthdays. But here's Falcons arriving to the venue, and we've got Kenny S back at a CSGO LAN. It's great to see Kenny S. It would be a real shame not to have a player of that caliber and that superstardom not at the last major, especially if it's in Paris, right?
Yeah, I think we're looking to Falcons and we're looking to Vitality as the two French orgs, but obviously the full French roster here for Falcons. Everybody wants them to make it through. You know, the storyline demands that we want to see Kenny S, one of the greatest to ever touch CSGO, to play in the final CSGO major.
And MBK as well, can't forget about him. Body returning, good to see Body. His level's been kind of insane, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even there, I feel like when he steps out of the van, I can see the confidence exuding from him after his performances so far. Looking very good. And this Falcons team in general, I mean, they did have a very tight win against Sprout. And we've seen Sprout be a little shaky themselves. Then they had a tough game against NAVI. You kind of expect that to go against them. But I think this is the first true test for them, and it's a tough test.
The number that concerns me on the screen here is that number below Kenny's.
Yeah.
I think it really jumps out.
We got to take off the nostalgic glasses, right? And look at what's actually happening on the server, unfortunately.
When it's your AWPer, you do need to be at least finding like some consistent impact. That is not a nice number. I mean, Body on the other side has been doing really well, but you need the AWP to be firing off.
Let's talk about the teams they had to play, though, right? They had to play NAVI, and they are looking very scary. Falcons, I thought their first game was pretty good. Playing NAVI, though, that's tough for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, even the game against Sprout, it's like a close win. It felt like a chaotic game to me, and Sprout themselves don't look great. Yeah, but it's also the opening game, and honestly, I think in general in those opening games, it really is about just getting the win. We saw a couple of chaotic games, even for some of the top teams, so they got that win. Up against MOUZ, though, I feel a bit bad, because I feel like this is probably the toughest draw they could have got.
Yeah, right, NAVI and then MOUZ, like that is really unfortunate for
They're really
Falcons.
giving the Frenchmen the hardest path home, aren't they?
They gotta earn it.
They really do got to earn it.
Right?
There's going to be no argument if they make it that they deserve it. But here's MOUZ. Exertion. I love this guy. I think he's just been so good recently. It's crazy. Even when they're losing, he's still fragging out.
I love how happy Dexter is. Everyone else is like, yeah, I've got to be all serious. Dexter's got the biggest smile on his face.
Well, Frozen has become the experienced player on this team. The young veteran. The young veteran, you might say. Well, we have him on the sidelines talking about this matchup. Well, we will hear from him at some point, I am sure, but I imagine he has good, confident things to say about his team. Now we're going to take a look and hear what he has to say.
Frozen, thank you very much for joining me. Coming in towards today's game, for starting with Falcons, give me your thoughts coming in towards this game.
I think it's going to be a banger match. I mean, we're playing against MBK, right, our ex-teammate, so I'm just looking forward to it.
And talk me through how yesterday went for you guys. Of course, you know, you're one of the biggest names here, right? So everybody's looking towards you guys to have amazing performances. But what are your thoughts off the back of yesterday?
I mean, obviously could have been better, right? We ended up 1-1. Thank God we ended up on a good note. First match against B8. I knew coming to the match, these guys are like no joke, you know. I was expecting some good stuff from them, and I mean, yeah, they're no joke, you know. They can play some good Counter-Strike. I mean, they are 2-0 now, maybe 3-0 soon. So, yeah, I mean, they took a map of us. It's a BO1, so it is what it is, kind of way. And yeah, I just said, like, we ended up on a good note, and that's the most important.
And coming in towards the Falcons game, what has your preparation been like for these guys? Of course, you know MBK very well, but all the players you know very well as well. What do you guys did kind of last night and this morning to prepare for the game?
Kind of same what we did yesterday, you know, like individual preparation, going over game plan, the stuff we want to do, what is Vito going to be looking like, and yeah, just, you know, keeping it, no, not basic, but, you know, just as usual, basically.
Final question, of course, you know, last major went really well for you guys. What does it feel like? Do you get any pressure coming towards the RMR now, judging off the back of Rio going so well? Do you feel any pressure?
I think, I mean, there is pressure, but I don't think it's because we did good at the last major. I think when you play RMR, every team has this extra pressure, you know, you want to make it to the major, and I think the pressure at RMR is just much bigger than the actual major always. So, yeah.
Fair enough, man. Well, thank you very much, and good luck into the game.
Thank you so much.
Interesting to hear his thoughts on that in terms of the pressure of qualifying through the RMR. I think a lot of teams follow that sentiment. It's not the tournament you want to miss out on, especially being the last CSGO major. We see the map down below with the Vito. It's going to be Vertigo coming in for these tides.
It's a little bit surprising. I mean, both teams in their BO1s played Ancient twice already. And more importantly, MOUZ were banning Vertigo in both of their previous BO1s. I feel like they're almost trying to throw a curveball in here, weirdly.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I mean, I guess that with the ban from Ancient coming through, MOUZ want to push it somewhere else, but, you know, they would have much preferred Mirage, a map that they've picked into quite a lot in the past. Vertigo, they've only played it twice this year in officials. That's actually not too bad for Falcons to be able to net that one coming through.
They did play it against Cloud9 and played them fairly close, though, and we know how good Cloud9 can be on that map. So maybe it is a hidden, sneaky, strong map for MOUZ, and we'll get to see shortly.
Yeah, we will. And for Falcons coming into this game, I think this is a true litmus test to see where they're at, because sure, they played now probably one of the weakest teams in the RMR of Sprout. They got the victory. They looked pretty weak versus NAVI. Now we're coming against, I would say, a team in between those two sides, right? So we'll see where Falcons are at in terms of competition versus a team like MOUZ who are looking to make sure they go 2-1 here. It was good to hear from Frozen, actually, what he thought of the bait loss. And it has been proven that, you know, Bay are very good on Ancient. They got a lot of upsets in the best of ones, the last RMR. Now they've done it again here at this one. So it's good to see they're just kind of sweeping that one under the rug and staying confident as they move through.
I really like hearing from Frozen. I think we've seen him...
He's so mature for his age.
Exactly.
Like, in terms of just how he presents points, he's just very articulate and very mature.
And I think we've watched him grow, basically, in CS, because he came in so young. He is still a pretty young player, but he's had to become more of a veteran kind of voice. He has to give that sort of energy to the team, and you can see in that interview, he exudes confidence.
Young veterans represent, Lucy, that's right. And it is Mr. Frozen coming through as the most experienced player on his team. But what have you made of Exertion? I think he's been standout.
He's been super exciting, right? As soon as he came into the squad, I think there was no question that it was the right move for them. Just adds that X factor to the team, and particularly on the T sides, which is what MOUZ excel at. Their aggression, the way that they handle the mid-round calling on the T side has made them one of the most competitive teams in the space, and a team that gets upsets against, you know, the very best teams at times when you wouldn't expect it.
And it's cool to see Dexter. You know, he used to have a fake child, and now he has real ones, and that's cool. That's really cool to see. He's a real dad now of 4 MOUZ players.
Yeah, he's a very level-headed person, you can tell when you talk to him. And I feel like emotion-wise, Frozen might be more of the emotional sort of leader of the team, hyping people up, but Dexter always brings that bit of stability. You know, I feel like you're always safe with Dexter. I always feel safe when I'm looking at him.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right? Because you went from Carrigan, who was the IGL of this team before, which is a very different calling or different style of leadership, I would say, to what Dexter brings. But I would say that even though it's a team of youngsters, it feels like they're very mature youngsters, right? You know, I think coming through the MOUZ NXT project, you know, I think they had a lot of experience playing at a high level with a good structure, and that's translated really well into their success in Tier 1.
Yeah, and obviously bringing Cyclone in as the coach is probably a big part of that. You keep the comfort for a lot of these academy players. They've got a coach that they've worked with. I'm sure that works wonders for you.
I think Cyclone went to the team as the coach with the MOUZ roster he was originally given, and he went, damn, my academy team was actually kind of better than this, so I'm just going to bring those guys up into the team. And what a great move it has been. He's slowly added one piece by piece. And for the Falcons side, it looks like they are getting ready for this matchup. Falcons, a lot more pressure on their shoulders, I'm sure, to qualify for the major in their home country. And for MOUZ, getting through a team like Falcons should be the intended and likely result for this game. Vertigo is our match, and I'm ready to get into this one, Lucy.
Yeah, super excited. One of these teams will be sitting 2-1, our last best of 1 here on the B stream. One of these teams looking to get themselves a step closer to the major. MOUZ, definitely the favorites coming into it, but Falcons, we all want to see it happen.
Absolutely, but I think this matchup could be tough. I really feel as though Falcons, they're at their best when there's a bit of chaos injected in there. They seem to be able to stay pretty calm in those scenarios. MOUZ are so good at just playing fundamental, basic Counter-Strike, keeping it simple. I feel like that might be too much for Falcons here.
We saw them crack against NAVI, who, again, were playing a very structured style of Counter-Strike, right? So we'll see what Falcons can deliver as we jump into Vertigo.
Jumping straight on into it. We'll see if MOUZ can get off to that good start. A lot of utility here for Falcons. Body's got a full set. There's a couple more nades in the back pockets of the other players as well.
That's an insane amount of utility, like
it's
an
crazy.
Absurd amount. I mean, it just reeks of an A execute, right?
Yeah, you could execute and you've still got nades for the post plant, which definitely isn't something to complain about.
Well, the two
this is
armored
so
players.
passive from MOUZ. They're basically giving up the site.
It's actually going to work to their favor, right? Because all this utility is going to be dispersed, and MOUZ are happy for the execute to come on through.
Lack of kit could be scary for MOUZ as this round goes on. They are sneaking in, but their smokes are coming a little later. It's actually a deep smoke and molly. This is really nice for Falcons. They're going to get a lot of control here.
Yeah, I love this. You've got MBK up on close. Flash. He wants to take the fight. The flash through, but Frozen. He manages to find one. Torching with another. Kenny S getting up close with the Glock. Gets one back. A bit of damage on the fallback, but they are playing a player down. Still one more flash on Dexter to set up a peek, and Python just taking one. Body with another. JDC does get something back, and now he has to find 2 more, and he finds the first. Oh, JDC, what a shot!
JDC is so good in pistol rounds. I see this guy popping off in pistols all the time. And I love to see it because you don't always get him in the best spots in general, but in pistols, it's a bit more balanced. He gets to show us what he's capable of. Huge round there for MOUZ initially, because it did not look good for them, but this flash didn't quite blind all these players. And even though JDC was down in a tough spot, look at that, he had 2 bullets left.
Yeah, no wonder Frozen's high. That was insane. What a play from JDC. But I love the round from Falcons, like just the way they went about it. The taking the space slowly, got the full execute coming on through, and then that advanced positioning.
Ooh, force buy for Falcons straight towards B. They've got rifles here. They've even got an AK for Kenny. Oh, but they've lost a player early. Frozen swinging with confidence. That's good info. That's a great flash. Exertion, not able to get much, though. And it's actually pretty good for Falcons here on the trades.
Yeah, MBK was ahead of it, and so it just does not work out, unfortunately. Now it's a 3-on-3, and this one favors Falcons with that utility, getting space onto the site. Dexter has managed to come on over. Dropping that forward smoke does slow things down for a moment. In fact, he wants to get ahead of this. Has the support of the rifle behind him, and he swings on out, gets that first fight. The trade is immediate, but there's Frozen swinging on through. Has to now be Python in the 1v2.
Nade at the ready. Doesn't do anything to help him. Sneaking in, but Frozen takes him down, and so MOUZ hold on to their strong start.
Got a little scary there for a moment. The force buy back from the tiers. I mean, obviously they killed 4 out of 5 players, got the bomb plant, and were able to actually do quite a lot of work there.
Exertion, not able to get much though.
Get to hear it back. There we go.
That's me, baby.
Yeah, MBK was ahead of it.
Thanks.
Thanks for the recap.
No worries. I feel like we've got to say nice stuff to MOUZ though. Put under a bit of pressure early in this one. Even in these rounds where they're losing the sights, they're able to stay on top. Oh, double nade onto Dexter. Not bad. You don't mind the idea, but you really don't have much behind it.
Yeah, that was the whole idea.
Ooh.
So they've thrown that one out.
There you go. There's the gap.
Almost works against him as he gets peppered on back through, but it is just the gloves. Torchy with the M4 can now do some work. Frozen chiming in as well. And they are having no issues here.
Wow. Good start for MOUZ, but I think for Falcons, there's definitely a lot of positives they can take away. I mean, it looks like they're definitely prepared for Vertigo based on what we've seen early. Would be interesting to hear if that was the map they were expecting in this best of one. But definitely looks like they've got a lot up their sleeve based on what we've seen early on this T side. And Kenny goes straight in with the AWP. MOUZ don't have that same luxury.
It's interesting, we have this conversation a lot about the AWP on Vertigo. We saw what ACOG could do with that earlier, just on both sides of the server. Kenny...
Saw what Kios could do as well.
Yeah, exactly,
in one of the rounds.
Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. Kenny, we mentioned the pre-game, he's been a little quiet for them so far. He needs to start getting loud.
Very important that he can come through with impact. Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
Wow.
How does that nade do damage to every single player? Crazy. They are going to try and contest for ramp here, though. And Frozen's nade also comes in. That is some massive nade damage for MOUZ.
I haven't seen anyone yet, but Body does. Frozen goes down. Now he starts to accelerate, taking space, spots out Dexter on the site, under pressure now. So many rifles trained in on his position. MBK finds it, the flash on through, sets up Torchy for the swing. And look how low HP Masuda is. There's nothing to deny, nothing comes on through, it's too late. He is going to be tickled down, Exertion able to find him. Good damage on the Python as well. 3-on-3, MBK though. Actually, it's Python's Flames to get it done.
Flash ready for JDC. They'll try and move in. Still a smoke available for MOUZ. And there's a T-side smoke up, so that could actually cause a bit of chaos as it drops towards the bomb. Torchy on the site itself, his teammates falling, and Python emerging around the side ends up getting a solid 3K on the round.
Yeah, that's a great response from Falcons. After they took all that initial chip damage, right? The HE coming on through, hitting literally everybody. The second one actually taking down a player. Masuda is limping into that round, but Body just charges on in, gets that opener, and they don't pause. They push through. Dexter was just there with the MP9, and he just gets pinned in, can't do anything.
And I think Frozen was just completely clueless as to the fact they could be up towards ramp. It looked like he was going into position to jump peek sandbags, and he just got his head ripped off. And I think that's kind of what allowed Falcons to have that pace towards the site. MOUZ not quite ready for that fast play towards A on this occasion. And now Torchy does have that AWP. Dexter only an MP9. Oh, it's 99 damage.
Ah, that kind of sucks.
You wish you had the rifle there.
And even the HE at the through, in case this Python was falling back, doesn't connect. Maybe just bounce it off the wall. I mean, it only had to be in at the tiniest of radius to do the damage. Torch, oh, what a flick! Completely caught off guard. I don't even know if he even saw body there. That was pure instinct. And he's just about able to get away. He's dodging everything. He has to go back in because of the flames, but he's still alive, still fighting, and he finds another. Kenny S flashed on in, but Torji hits every shot.
It's crazy that Torji's even alive, let alone that he's got 2 kills from that position. Oh, finally he falls, but he had a chance for another. Python looking pretty sharp. Now they're going to move into the site with the flash, but Dexter locks it down. Oh, that kill back from MBK opens the door slightly.
Everyone's here though, the rotation coming on over. They have to fight through 3 players, and Python with just 1 HP. It has to be MBK. Dexter, he's gotten into the corner here as well. MBK seems aware of it.
Was the body in the way?
Didn't clear it. And, oh, Dexter actually goes down, but the trade's immediate. Python now with a single point of health has to find 2 players to get this round. Walking on through, and JDC swings from elevator.
So I think Falcons are getting pretty decent starts to rounds. They're getting into positions that are making MOUZ a little uncomfortable.
Do the damage. Oh, what a still fighting, and he finds another. Kenny.
Yeah, it is nice, Frozen. I agree. You know what? I love that Frozen, before the game, basically did our job for us and said he thinks it's going to be a banger matchup. Like, I don't even need to hype up the game. The players are doing it for me. And so far, it's been delivering.
Yeah, could you imagine if you actually got like a player from each team on the desk beforehand just to talk about how they feel about each other and, you know, discuss their thoughts on the matchup? That'd be interesting.
Frozen's like, it's going to be a banger matchup. And Kenny's like, nah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the weigh-ins in like boxing, right?
Yeah.
Should do that in CS.
We don't have much bad blood in CS.
Need to make
Everyone's
some.
quite wholesome. Yeah, we can make some. We can stir the pot a little bit.
We already kicked Dinko out.
Exactly. What you've got to do is whenever anyone says anything to the opponents, you just say, you going to take that? You're really just going to take that?
Egg them on.
That's what you got to try.
Well, Falcons, they have to take a bit of a rough one here because there's still a couple of hero AKs here for MBK and Masuta. Interesting purchase, actually, but MBK will have money into the next, so it's not the worst situation. That loss burn is starting to come on through. Boost up for one of these rifles. Another hefty HE brings Kenny on low. MBK has to get something done with this boost, but it's a very common boost, so surely accounted for. And look at this rotation, 3 CTs here.
They're really relying on flashes here, surely. Oh, and JDC's got the spam down. Masuta's boost allows the fast pace, and he somehow gets away with another headshot. Dexter has to deliver. Torji's now alongside him, but Python shuts him down, and Torji goes wide, but Python delivering absolutely everything.
Absolutely gobbles them up. Unbelievable. How have they managed that? There was 2 hero rifles that were brought in. JDC gets that opener, but somehow, I mean, he's caught reloading. Masuta gets that second kill, right? That's already unbelievable. But the triple from Python is absolutely deadly.
So good from Python. He's looking so sharp. Great to see. And every round has been pretty competitive so far. And that means that MOUZ don't have money. They've got Deegs. They can do deadly things with these Deegs, though. I've seen pretty much every MOUZ player have a pop-off round with a Deeg recently.
On this map, too.
Honestly, yeah.
Keep an eye on Dexter. Oh, look at this push. Look at this information they've just gained. Nobody is here. A fast flank can come through immediately. You're not going to be ready for it at this moment.
It's the FAMAS that gets to go first. Python. Oh, he's actually focused. And there's not even a trade from Dexter. Molly goes in. Dexter goes through. Python is looking so good at the start of Vertigo.
Comes the flash to enable one of those Desert Eagles. Everyone is here at the moment, and they are starting to fall one by one. Torji gets one with the Desert Eagle. Now, 2 of these players are very low that body shots would do the trick. Might even just want to hold on to the armor, though. Get the AWP out next, so any chance of a miracle ace, unfortunately, not going to be witnessed. But yeah, you're right. Python, really fantastic. You can see why they brought him into the squad, why they've kept him as part of this French team, which is full of legends, full of players that have played at the top level. Python coming on through as kind of a younger talent, developing under the wings of these fantastic Falcons players. And we're seeing why they've kept him in here.
Yeah, fantastic to see him starting so strong. I think Torji might try and wrap round the bottom of ramp. There were some guns dropped here. I think it might be a FAMAS close by. So not ideal, but maybe something. Your money is terrible, so you'll take that, I think. Falcons, though, going to be able to build up a good bit of money. I was about to say, I don't know if Python survives. Not quite. He really tried to get as far back as he could from the bomb.
Should have gone for the last-minute drop-off so that you get the
oh, that's terrifying.
little extra distance.
I love we get the player crosshairs in the replay. Python's rocking a yellow number.
You always want to go colors that are quite bold, that stand out across the background.
Wow, Falcons working their way into this matchup. I like the mid-aggression, see if Torji can try and take initiative. Teammate draws the attention away, so Torji is set up for one, but MBK just spams him through the wall.
Yep, that is some very thin plasterboard. MBK takes away the one bit of serious weaponry, although these pistols are doing a bit of work, but only for a moment. Frozen's got the deagle. MBK on 1 HP. These Falcons players getting away with murder at the moment.
Definitely a lot of eyes on Frozen whenever MOUZ are playing. I think some of the changes they made, especially when BMAS was taken out of the roster, has helped him really get all the roles he would want. There are some maps where he will play pretty damn aggressive, especially on Inferno, for example, towards Banana. And then there's some maps where you will see him lurking a lot. So he's really got a lot of freedom on this team to be the main man.
Yeah, I think having Exertion alongside him, right, is a big part of that, because he's a player that's not afraid to, like, make the space that, okay, hold up. That's some big kills, and unfortunately goes down. Can't save any of those weapons, but good damage.
I don't know if Falcons get that AWP back, you know. The AWP was dropped initially. They might have to rebuy that, depending on how close the players were. But yeah, definitely Exertion being an aggressive piece of the puzzle for MOUZ has helped Frozen have a few more spots where he's lurking. Kenny still has that AWP. Might have had to rebuy it, not sure, but the money's still okay. And now we'll see if MOUZ can get back on track here. No AWP for them, but rifles across the board in this one.
Kenny peering on through. Flash over the top for Dexter to swing on out. Doesn't spot anything just yet. Playing with fire up behind the smoke. MBK definitely interested in finding him. The smoke redeployed is going to slow down this advancement in mid. Exertion eats that flash right on up, but no actual commitment off it.
Both teams happy to fall back there. Meantime at ramp, oh, the timing for Body's so good, and Frozen's in so much trouble. Oh, Body playing with him, waiting for the peek from MBK round the side. It's an instant trade, and Torji will arrive. Still has some utility and a frag. That's the bomb dropped. This has to be a commitment from Falcons now.
Massive kill. Kenny now has to get activated. Moving to the power position, sandbags, and oh, doesn't spot the player going on up. Forced on down, and he's the one that gets up on high. Python getting in with the bomb. There is a sentry here that can be thrown out. It's actually dispersed through. Oh, look at where the bomb's gone. JDC finds another, and MBK has to fight his way through, but he gets overwhelmed by MOUZ.
Yeah, really nice from MOUZ. I think Torji's kill was the key in that round. If he loses that fight, the round is instantly over, but he brings it back to even numbers. This was Body getting good timing. MBK trading, you think it's fine, but that kill brings it back to even numbers, drops the bomb. Just makes it so awkward for Falcons.
That kill that smoke from JDC is, first of all, criminal, but then the bomb flies up over on top of the boxes. That would have been irretrievable, even if Kenny and MBK had stayed alive. First time out for MOUZ off the back of that win. Knowing now at a critical juncture to start to make some space away from Falcons, who have been edging their way back into this one. On the other stream, Hawker, we've got a bit of an interesting game going on. Into the Breach, 10-3 versus VP.
Okay, then. I'm almost burnt by day one with Into the Breach and Viperio, so I'm really holding my breath on that one.
Especially against VP, right?
Yeah, you never know against VP, but definitely good to see how competitive these teams have been. Even the lower ranked teams really putting everyone through their paces. Ooh, JDC playing a dangerous game, and Dexter apparently was playing a more dangerous game because he's gone down first.
Body's been doing so well over at Ramp. Feels like he's always good for a kill. More often than not, it has been Dexter or Frozen that goes down there. And that just gives you so much more freedom to move on the T side if you can find that opener. Kenny with the tag on the JDC as he fell back as well. Means that he has to play passive, and well, Masuda deals with him. And deals with Exertion as well. He's a one-man wrecking machine. Just opens up the B bomb site. And might as well just won the round right there. Body confirming it with the kill into Frozen. Torji, nothing he can do here.
It's been an interesting map so far because MOUZ have got a few rounds on the board. They obviously got a pretty nice start. But it really feels like Falcons have a lot of positives going their way right now with the way some of their players are performing. Body starting to join the party. Python had a really strong start, but Masuda also getting involved with some important entries towards that B bomb site. This might start to stress MOUZ out ever so slightly.
I think they've got plenty of experience in the roster to be able to hold on in these sort of positions. And, you know, one thing worth noting about MOUZ, and that was a deadly kill, but, I mean, Masuda, that is sharp. But yeah, I mean, one thing to note about MOUZ is I think one of their biggest strengths is, as a team, is their T-side calling, particularly in the mid-rounds. So I'm not sure what a reasonable number is here for them on the CT side, but obviously the more the merrier. This one looking very unlikely. You've got Torji with that saved AK that really has to be enabled here by those flashbangs.
Yeah, I really like MOUZ's T side. I feel like it's pretty simple a lot of the time, but they'll do just enough to throw misdirection in there. And I think those simple sort of rounds are oftentimes most effective if you just execute them really well. Here is that play towards A. Torji in position. That's a nice headshot. Again, it's the bomb first, which does force you into the commitment, into the stack. I mean, they at least have some utility, so smokes could go up in theory to help gain access to the bomb site. And that headshot is nice, getting the AK out of there.
That was the kill to find. Can be picked up by Frozen, but no armor behind it means that he is sent to the grave without too much effort. And Falcons now taking the lead. 6-5 here on Vertigo on the T side. It was a nice start from Torji. Found the one kill he needed to kind of put things into a bit of chaos, but there just wasn't anything around that AK to work with, unfortunately.
Sadly not this time. And so Falcons into the lead. Lost the pistol, went 3-0 down, but the gun rounds have looked very solid for them. See if they can keep it up. Haven't really had to say Kenny's name too often so far. The riflers have really been shining through for Falcons, and Body again picks up yet another opener.
Big frag to find on the Frozen, and Dexter's low as well, so ramp is completely open. Exertion might get an opportunity to do some damage in mid. We saw him get flashed before. This time around, just playing with the utility. Falls on back. Actually going to be setting up Dexter with that low HP to take a look in, and he's going to get the information at the very least. So they can now reinforce A, because JDC has gotten so deep on the stairs.
I love that angle. So annoying to clear when he's behind the stairs like that. But it is some excellent information for MOUZ. Exertion playing behind sandbags. Ooh, he's been spotted, but the flash comes back. That's something that MOUZ oftentimes have effective, is those flashes on ramp, and the lurk from Masuda completely caught off guard by that position from JDC. Python might start to realize there's a gap in mid, but how much can you really do with that? 35 seconds. They can't wait for the flank. They go for the fight. No nades to do it. MBK going dry, hits the first headshot. Oh, what a transfer from MBK. And now Dexter is so low on health. Where does the bomb go here? Because Python is still so far away, but I think he might just plant for CT.
Yeah, it's the right read, right play. Smoking towards short. No one can swing out from there to deny this, and MBK actually faking it, playing with a bit of the clock here. Has to go for the commitment, but no swing from Dexter just yet. Both players can be coming from the same position over towards ramp. Python has the flank secured. The one-way even deployed to make this even more difficult. No kit on either player.
It's going to make this tough. Oh, look at MBK go. A one-man wrecking machine, and finally he falls, but Python there to refrag immediately. Falcons find the way into that round. They are playing lights out right now. Pretty much every rifler has had a round where they've had big impact. We were saying yesterday, MBK had a pretty damn good performance in their map win. He's not even needed to do too much here, but when he needs to, he's there for you.
And that one actually, you know, in the mid-round kind of looked a little scary for Falcons. You know, we've been seeing them once they find these openers capitalizing immediately. That time around, they slowed down. They were taking space all over the map. And they start to get picked apart one by one. MOUZ found the information in towards mid. JDC gets the lurking kill onto Masuta. Then you go, Kenny S falls down to Exertion at Sandbag. Suddenly it's a 2-on-4, but MBK, I mean, you can't account for shots like that.
I do think MOUZ will want that round back. The way that Torji goes for that second peek, just not really well timed. Yes, it was a fantastic shot from MBK, but at the same time, you can't be giving away that opportunity so easily for him to isolate those fights. Pistols again for MOUZ. This has been a really dry run for MOUZ. 6 out of the last 7 rounds have gone to Falcons.
And it's the important ones, right? It's the gun rounds. That's what they've been struggling here. After a good start, Exertion is going to get 1 for 3 here. Chances of 2 always very low.
Oh no, his body snuck in.
This boost is about to be completely unraveled, although they actually dismantle it as body swings on through, and he's spotted, so small crisis averted. However, there's another one over on the B side as JDC is playing around smokes, utility absolutely barraging him. Body eventually did find that kill over towards A.
And maybe that's all they needed to call to come back here. Especially because they have kept enough pressure on this B site for MOUZ to be interested in MBK. He did a lot of damage there, but no kill. So AK recovered. I don't know if MOUZ will go for this round. But a couple of AKs.
Yeah,
you take that.
Just hold them. It's pretty nice. Frozen doesn't have a lot of money in this JDC, so you hold on these rifles, you've got the full kit of utility, you're feeling a lot more comfortable going into the next, but honestly, I mean, this is a comfortable start from Falcons. They're about to win out the half already, 8-5, and Body's on the hunt. Why not? With the way he's been playing, he can find these rifles. It'll feel all the more sweeter. And this was not what I was expecting to see from MOUZ out the gate.
Yeah, I do think this is a cause for concern, honestly. That's a nice nade. Right on point. And the AK dropped on the floor. Torji seems like he might be safe. Honestly, the Falcons players has been the most impressive thing for me. I feel like so often for this Falcons team, you might get 1 or 2 players showing up to a good level. But honestly, it really has been every rifler. And then Kenny's just sitting there saying, okay, my riflers are winning the rounds. I don't need to do anything.
And I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's fair to go, right? It's just not a big AWPing map, and he's not been needed, but it's where the post plants come in. That's where he kind of be the key player, right? In finding the openers off spawns like this, or towards ramp, or in the post plants. In these mid rounds, that's when the riflers are shining, and they're just doing their job perfectly.
Yeah, when you're AWPing T-side Vertigo, you kind of have to have the fights come to you to go for the openers. The double stack, so good for MOUZ. And I don't know if Python wants to peek this. He's scared, but they try and fall back. Can't deny, but JDC has to be careful. Masuta instantly into the B bomb site. Hasn't got much backup, but he might not need it. Second headshot delivered. Finally, Exertion brings it back. And after all the chaos settles, it's a 3-on-3.
Oh, what's going on the A side, though? Body has walked all the way through. He's going to find Frozen back turned. This kill is free, and now chaos is going to be caused for MOUZ. Exertion on B. Torshi is unaccounted for. Where are they going to split onto? Looks like Exertion's one under pressure. He goes down. And now Torshi, he's been here on A the whole time. They're about to be coming around to fight here. Body ready for the fight. What a round from Body, and what a half from Falcons.
A quick head shake there from Dexter. I don't think he can quite believe how this has gone so wrong for them. 5 in a row for Falcons. MBK top fragging. But Body's had impact. Python's had impact. Masuta doesn't have as many kills, but you're seeing the impact he's having when he's getting them. Those entries onto B from Masuta have been brilliant. I'd say he's won them 3 rounds just off those B entries alone. Falcons on fire, and MOUZ is by not good into the last round of the half.
MBK on his revenge arc, looking for it against his former teammates, but JDC takes him down. Masuta with the immediate trade, and he doesn't get the chance to connect his AWP. Exertion going to be grouping up with his teammates. They've just been completely thrown into the mix here. 3 of them in mid. Rather than reinforcing this B site that Masuta has found his home in, and the rest of Falcons are grouping up behind him.
Good space taken back by MOUZ with that flash. Exertion gets to a strong angle. They're not volleying this right now, and so he peeks into them. Smoke plopped down, 2 players on the site. This looks much better for MOUZ.
Yeah, look at that double molly coming over. A bit of chaos caused by Exertion. And Frozen in the back lines has found the timing, gets Kenny S. Now he can fall on back, even the flames coming on through. Body has no HP. Python about to maybe dodge this grenade, just about avoids it. But it has to be Python here. Body, all he can really do is wait and see if a kill comes to him. Python's the enabler.
They really want to get something off a boost, maybe. Popping down this smoke. Oh, it drops. That's not what they wanted. And now they've just given away the push.
That's the worst case scenario. Time ticking on down. 2 players here to defend. Exertion's one of them. Been brilliant so far. That flash comes on over. And oh my God, Body's hit the shot. Exertion falls, and it's got to be Frozen. 10 seconds left. Comes on through. Spots out the first. Has to get past the AWP of Body, who's locked in on the angle. Python is just playing around default, and Frozen looking desperately for the fight. Can't find it. Python finds him, and it's a 10-5 half for Falcons.
Well, we weren't sure what to expect from Falcons into this one, but their form is looking fantastic up against MOUZ. MOUZ hanging in there, but right now it feels like Falcons are in full control, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, essentially 9 rounds in a row. There was one that broke that streak along the way, but this has just been a one-way traffic, essentially, for Falcons outside of those first 3 rounds that MOUZ got off to. So now they have another chance on the T side, which we have praised MOUZ for. It feels like another pistol, good start is needed. And again, plenty of utility on this T side.
Plenty
in fact, on both.
CT side as well. 3 nades. You wonder whether they'll use those to try and deny a plant at some point, or maybe even to flush out a position like sandbags if they need to retake. MOUZ desperately needing this second half pistol. The first one was so close. JDC was able to clutch it. Ooh. Nice nade onto Dexter. They used the nades early instead.
A lot of damage done. Smokes come on through, and oh, there comes the HEs from the T's. Strike down body. Bomb is planted as well. There is a kit on MPK to work with, but all those HEs have been deployed. Just the smokes now. The first one comes on through. A second can follow up, but MOUZ is standing strong. They want to fight this. They've got the man advantage, and they want to press it. Looking for these fights. A flash on over blinds everybody on the CT side. Exertion chiming in. JDC gets one as well, and follows up with a follow-up kill. Oh, 3 for JDC. The pistol god continues.
He's so good in the pistols, man. Great to see from JDC. Shining through when MOUZ need him. And I do like the setup that MOUZ had there, because Falcons had a couple of smokes to attempt this retake, but Frozen was actually just sat on the bomb with his knife out briefly, because he figures, okay, listen, if they get on the bomb at any point, it's going to be hard to spam through with the Glocks, so let's just have a player here ready to see if it's a fake or not. Oh, how did that bounce back, that smoke from Dexter? That's crazy.
Defying the laws of physics here.
I'm happy it happens in this round and not a gun round that's important. Dexter just nades himself. His nades are going all wrong.
Oh, dear.
Oh, mate.
Needs to
get out of there.
Get out the protractor and work out some of those angles, because those ones weren't it. A little obtuse.
Ramp is cursed in this round, MOUZ have decided. The B side looks much better for them, although Falcon's able to rotate over in time. Don't know if it's going to matter, though.
Snappy from Exertion. Nice follow-up as well. This was the force buy from Falcons. I know it hasn't looked like it, but they had armor here. They had upgraded pistols. They had a bit of utility. And almost all of it is now gone.
You just wonder whether we get a completely different MOUZ in this second half. Got to remember, they did start the first half strong as well. But that looked very convincing. Much, much cleaner from Exertion. And if he's having impact, he can definitely get some key opening kills for them. Strangely enough, MOUZ are actually doing fantastically on opening kills. Falcons only have 4 opening frags, and yet they've been able to win 10 rounds.
That
the trades have been solid.
Yeah.
It's really been impressive.
I love the massive grin on Dexter's face down on the bottom as well. When you see all on the HUD, it just looks really, really wholesome when you see it popping out there amongst all the chaos.
Yeah, he's the only one that's smiling. Everyone else looks so serious.
Oh, it's so cheery.
Dexter's sitting there like, why so serious, guys?
I thought JDC would be the big grinner. He's normally the hype man for the squad.
Not much for Falcons in this one. Not a bad flash. Exertion will be under pressure. He should be okay. Oh, he's going to run out of ammo, but the Glock will do the trick.
Yep. No head armor, no heads. Dexter gets one with the MAC-10, and this round will be done in a matter of moments. Finds MBK as well, so a couple of kills with the SMG, and well, suddenly that 10-5 half very far in the distance, as we're now just 2 rounds separating these teams. Falcons had to concede an extra couple there because of the force buy going awry, but now they have everything out that they need.
Big moment here for Falcons. If they were to lose this round, MOUZ are right back in it, and all that hard work might be for nothing. Kenny, with that AWP on the CT side, would be nice for him to step up now. Look at that player crossing, though. Kenny, I don't know if he spotted him there.
I feel like maybe they were semi-aware of it. Oh, Python just drops on down. Kenny gets the headshot onto the follow-up. And that is a deadly duo on B striking. Dexter trying to get something back, but he's felled by Body. Torchi's shot goes awry. Not finding anything into this round are MOUZ. Torchi and Frozen now have to work out how they put this together.
The Falcons get all those kills while having that player just falling down awkwardly. Python even able to get away with his life.
You think that was intentional?
Yeah, I don't know. But it worked out. Now, do we see a molly or nade into quad? Because Python is low. Has assistance here. I feel like MOUZ might want to go quietly. Oh, no, okay. The molly looks good.
It's free kill every day of the week. Oh, no, Python actually manages to get ahead.
Wow. I mean, that's so nice for Falcons. Surely now they have this. Okay, there's
Finally.
the molly. Second time of asking.
It's a cool one, Wayne.
Rotators arrived here for Falcons, though. So I doubt MOUZ have got anything going. Body's even got them locked in from the flank. And we were saying this is a very important round for Falcons. Momentum shifting slightly against them. And honestly, MOUZ really won't have an excuse here. They won both pistols. Their gun rounds have just been not good enough. They've been dominated in the rifle rounds here.
Yeah, it's both halves where they've gotten the pistol, they've gotten the second round against the Force, and then they get the round easily against the full eco. So it's just been the perfect start you could want for on any CSGO team, and just not able to capitalize on it. The gun round's not working out. Okay, that was intentional from Python. Very nice.
He made it. Had Kenny peeking alongside him.
You need right side first?
I do think MOUZ are looking a little stressed now. And I guess we maybe go back to the veto conversation because you haven't tested Vertigo that much in officials. In a BO1 here, they decide it's the time to do it. But it is a risk trying to flex your map pool like that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they removed both Overpass and Nuke. I would have maybe liked them to float one of those through. Now, I know that Falcons is a team that's definitely proficient on both of those maps, but MOUZ used to play Nuke all the time. I mean, that was their first pick for the longest period. They've definitely got what it takes there, whereas Vertigo has been a little bit of uncharted territory for them at times.
Clearly seems like a map they want in their pool as a middle-of-the-road map for them. Not going that way right now. Big round here. Falcons happy to have a couple of players moving together in towards ramp. Looks like they do want to hang around in this position. And MOUZ haven't put a massive amount of presence here. Not sure if that's a missed smoke or not for Falcons. But either way, MBK is going to get down into position. Little gap to work with. Have to be careful though. He's laser focused on this angle. Exertion able to trade him, but Body gets two right back.
MBK just causing chaos with that one way, and even though he goes down, all the kills come through for Falcons. Body doubling up. Python finds the lurker as well, so once again, it's Frozen and Torchi. They have to fight their way through. Onto the A site now, a double up in towards short. That smoke actually giving them so much room to work with. Frozen just running on through it, straight into Body's hands. Bomb goes flying forward. Nice flick from Torchi. Kenny S with the AWP strikes true. And Falcons, again, the gun rounds looking good.
They just look dominant right now, in all honesty. And we haven't even had many rounds where it feels like the MOUZ players have stepped up individually and been able to carry the team. Exertion able to get the entry, but JDC caught on that flanking position. And so many players went down so soon that there wasn't that much oomph to that approach towards the A-bomb site. MOUZ are about to be put under pressure. Remember, this is a 1-1 matchup. If you go down to 2 losses, you are suddenly on the verge of being eliminated from the RMR. For a team like MOUZ, they were a lot of people's locks to get through this stage.
Especially in this group, right? It felt like it was a little bit more open, and MOUZ definitely stood out amongst a lot of these teams. Python swinging on through, nice open up set up by the flashbang. Frozen goes down. Exertion unable to trade back immediately, but he is looking for this fight, using this one way to his advantage. Python's not giving up anything yet, standing back on through. Body even rotating over. They are very responsive on this CT side.
A-Ramp at least in control of MOUZ. And they have just enough utility for an execute here. They wouldn't mind a bomb plant in this sort of round, just to give you that extra bit of money to try and make sure you get a buy in the next. Still compete for the round win here though, because MBK goes into the open, a little awkward for him in that engagement. Well, there's the kill onto the bomb, and it all goes horribly wrong for MOUZ. Nothing doing at the end. That looked like a bomb plant and maybe a competitive round for MOUZ, but just playing a little too in the open.
Yeah, that one was brutal. That was one where just like it just didn't work out for them. A few unlucky moments. I mean, the bomb plant, yeah, that's just a bit of a misplay, right? Sticking on out, goes on down, but then Body just gets a kill through the smoke as well. It just felt like nothing went right for MOUZ then. And that was one of the rounds where they got into what looked like a good position. But yeah, just unable to even get the bomb down. All falls apart. Now Falcons in touching distance. Just the pistols here coming on out for them. One falling. Kennyos gets away with 2 HP. Okay, JDC has spotted a bit of a gap here. Walks on through. Oh, but the Tech 9 betrays him. MBK looking solid with a double. Dexter and Frozen. What have you got to show us? At the moment, it's not been great for MOUZ, and Body can smell the blood in the water coming on through from behind. Frozen, the spam does connect onto MBK. Body announces his presence, so now that flank not quite as deadly, but it still completely locks them in. Dexter trying to get up on close, maybe catch him off guard, but Body's not getting caught by anybody right now. Frozen, desperation as Python removes him. And Falcons are on to 14.
And the reason MOUZ can't afford the buy there is the lack of bomb plant. Maybe if you get that bomb down, you have enough to scrape a buy together. Instead, it's pistols. And it's honestly the MOUZ players starting to look shaky individually. I think up until this point, they were still doing an okay job at getting kills. Still doing an okay job on an individual basis. But it really has quickly turned against them. Final timeout taken by MOUZ. And they really need to just get at least a couple of rounds here on the board, because you don't know what happens if you pressure Falcons here. I don't think Falcons have felt pressured in these gun rounds at all. This is almost a scoreline that is a little kind to MOUZ. In the gun rounds, they have been dominated. They've been smacked around here.
Yeah, often you talk about like a dominant scoreline one way, you know, being misleading. You know, the other team actually showed a lot in those rounds, but this is the opposite way, where 6 of these rounds were essentially just off the back of pistol wins, right? So it's not been pretty for MOUZ here. Scary scenes. It's one of the favorites. Looks to fall into the 1-2 bracket. Python looking to maybe help send them there. Getting aggressive over towards B stairs. Oh, caught on the movement. JDC does find that opener and Exertion. He can smell Masuda, takes him down as well. Finally, MOUZ with a good start to a round.
Boost for Body cancelled. Surely this is the moment for MOUZ. Shot from Kenny, baited out. He would have loved that pick back to try and keep it competitive. But Falcons have to take a risk, and this risk is taken towards A. This could get interesting as they go aggressive. There's a chance they try and have a player wrap around and cause chaos at the right time. No one looking at MBK. He decides to receive back briefly, but JDC unable to trade. Finally, Frozen delivers, but do they expect another round on short? They might not. Another trade from Body into the 1v1. Body has been brilliant this game. 25 kills on board. Flash in. Exertion still sitting. Desperately wants this fight. Body knows Exertion's coming this side, and he nails it. Falcons keep going, and MOUZ just cannot win any rounds right now.
That's it. I mean, you just lost a 5v3, picked apart, indecisive, completely run over by Falcons and BK. Look at this double. Should never have been in a position to do that. And when it's body versus exertion, yes, exertion might be the star rifler for MOUZ at the moment, but body is out of this world currently.
Ooh, let's cancel that. No run boost here.
That's desperation, it reeks of it.
Yeah, I mean, this buy isn't even perfect. Nothing has gone right for MOUZ here today. Can they get anything going on their T side? I mean, fair play to Falcons. The fact that they make the plays there in the 3v5, they take the calculated risk, but no one able to trade MBK. And as soon as he gets the 2 kills, you realize the round is very much on the cards.
And Falcons continuing to be proactive. All this space into mid. Body is going to be in the back lines once again. In fact, oh, it's an awkward fight. Somehow wins that one out again against exertion. Barely takes a scrap either. MOUZ are forced into this A play. Dexter with the Mac 10 can take point. Kenny's here. Orp in short. Falls off with the utility. Drops the smoke getting on forward. We might be able to see a highlight here from Kenny. Strikes first on the JDC. Playing around this smoke, looking for more. Knows that they're close on by. Oh, the timing eludes him. Cannot connect that flick. Dexter finds one back. Masuta now taking the place of Kenny. And Dexter's found another. Frozen, removing Masuta. The body now on that flank, finally activating, and time is a huge issue.
Yeah, getting this bomb down is going to be an issue right now. With that flank coming in slowly but surely. Dexter spotted out, and that is it. Falcons take a dominant win over MOUZ. In the gun rounds especially, they were fantastic today. Body ends on 27 kills, but honestly, all the riflers played their part, and that is a massive win for Falcons.
The fairy tale continues for the French roster now. 2-1 here at the Paris Major RMRs. Potential now to make their way through to that major. Commiserations to MOUZ, but it just felt like they were never in that, Hawker.
Yeah, MOUZ looking a little shell-shocked after the game, has to be said. Fist bumps going down at the end there, but Falcons, I really was not sure what to expect from this team. Just talent-wise, I wasn't sure if they had enough to match up against a team like MOUZ. They clearly have the talent, and when they all show up, they look damn good.
Yeah, we can see it here. It's been Body and it's been MBK who have been really consistent for them in every match that we've seen so far, but you got to give a lot of credit to Python as well. So many rounds there where he was finding a massive amount of impact on that T side. And when you've got such a strong rifle core, yes, there is the question of Kenny S. Being a little bit absent, their lowest rated player at the moment, wasn't needed here. Might be needed in the future. That's the only big concern for them currently, but I mean, that was a really convincing win against MOUZ in a matchup that they were not the favorite.
No, they were pretty big underdogs in this one, and even in their win against Sprout, it looked pretty chaotic. It looked pretty messy. This looked clean. This looked so clean from Falcons, and I guess we do have to turn the attention briefly to MOUZ. I mean, listen, you're going down into a 1 and 2 bracket. We've seen how scary all these matchups have been. We've already seen upsets. That is actually a terrifying position to be in.
Yeah, after some of the teams that we've seen sent down there, I mean, I'm looking at teams like OneWin, right, who have been able to grind against really strong teams like Fnatic, and, you know, that's kind of really scary if you're MOUZ. If you're struggling against a team like Falcons, this is where these teams can suddenly upset you and you're out of the major.
Absolutely. Really concerning for MOUZ. I mean, they're going to have to pull through. I'm sure they can do it, but man, it is a terrifying place to be down in that 1 and 2 bracket. You can see our schedule, a close opening game, not so close in that one. And now we get to move on to the best of 3s later. Sprout versus Viperio, Bait versus Fnatic. Some good matchups to round out the day.
Yeah, our first elimination game here on the B stream, and then our first progression game. One of Bait and Fnatic is going to be a legend at the major, which is a crazy position to be in. But I mean, Bait have shown they took down MOUZ in the opener, and they've really proven that they deserve to be contending here up with the best. But for Sprout and Viperio, that's going to be the match, right? Your major dreams on the line.
I think that could be a real mess of a match, and I'm all here for it. Sometimes you just want messy CS. I'm not going to complain if that's what we get in that one. Bait Fnatic, very interesting, because Bait have come in and surprised people. We even heard Frozen say ahead he knew that they could play well, but I think a lot of fans maybe weren't really aware of this team, and suddenly they found themselves against Fnatic.
Yeah, and that's definitely a matchup that they could win, right? We've seen the way Fnatic have been playing. We saw them almost lose that comeback against one win. So that'll be an exciting one, but for now we'll go to a very short break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into Sprout versus Viperio.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruits.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Buck, everybody saw that. No. Yes, the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh, no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
We are having some crazy results here at the RMRs today. We've just had some ridiculous results at the Breaches BVP. MOUZ getting absolutely destroyed by Falcons. What is happening, Lucy? What is happening?
I don't know. I mean, the game versus Falcons versus MOUZ is very one-sided. That one with Into the Breach, I mean, that looked like a very close affair, but it's rare to see VP sort of fall at the end.
Yeah, well, I guess it has to continue. Sprout have to go down to Viperio. It's just how it is. And I'm feeling like it's upset city today. I think we're going to get some upsets.
Sorry, Sprout. It's nothing personal. It's just upset day today. Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, listen, that 1 and 2 bracket is actually terrifying now. So, I mean, one of these teams is going to make it through there, but you're going to be scared whatever happens because some of the teams down there are teams that absolutely should be making it through this RMR.
Yeah, and I mean, Sprout coming into this, obviously bringing Azza into the team. He's been out of the game for a little while. I mean, he even spoke publicly yesterday about how he's a little bit behind the meta, needs some time to catch up, and some of his teammates have kind of been joking about that. But it has just been an overall underperformance from this team.
Yeah, look, I think it's a team that just needs time, right? It's gone through so many different changes. We had Zyphon coming in and out as well before Azure even came into the mix. He has to now get adjusted with a whole new team when he hasn't called for a while. You know, it just takes time, and I think maybe the RMRs are a little bit too soon for them to be showing up.
Yeah, it's been wild to see Sprout kind of be so inconsistent, changing the roster so much, be so shaky across the board. We got a chance to sit with Launex and see how he's feeling coming in with all these changes.
Darius.
Lau, thank you for joining us. It's not been the best of starts so far. How are you feeling coming into this best of 3?
Well, I think we're more prepared, and especially mentally, because I think after the first game against Falcons, we kind of had like, I know we kind of just went downhill because we were not expecting this result. Especially after we lost into the beach, we had like a rough talk, you know, like our coach and our analysts were like, guys, you need to wake up. Like, you cannot let this happen because we had a rough year. So it's like, this is kind of the most important tournament of this whole year. So yeah, I think we kind of need to wake up.
Are you now semi-used to what UKCS can present you? Are you going to be ready for Viperio now?
I mean, of course, we'll be ready for Viperio. I mean, I think the main issue we lost against Intro Beach, we kind of went with the mentality that we are better than them, and they punished us completely. We got destroyed by them, so like props to them. But yeah, now we are, I think we got humbled, so I think that's a good sign.
We had some fighting words from Gizmi earlier. Any fighting words for Viperio coming into this one?
I don't want to say anything because karma might hit me from the left side, so I will not say anything.
Fair enough. Humble. Thank you very much for joining us.
No, good to hear from Linus. I mean, they do really need to wake up. I mean, this has been an issue for Sprout throughout the year. I think, unfortunately, with Refresh kind of trying the IGL role and not doing so well, you kind of wasted a few months. You went to a big event, you went to Katowice with Refresh, and then you've kind of cut him out of the team. You've got to rebuild again. So they just haven't really got going this year.
I don't like what I heard about them just feeling like they were the better team coming into that matchup. I don't think you can do that at the RMRs where anyone can upset. We've seen it time and time again. That scares me for Sprout.
Now, what do you think about that?
I feel like that's why they need Azure in the team. I feel like he's got to say to these young players, listen, we need to take this seriously. Every game you have to take seriously at this point. I'm glad that they have Azure as that experienced player in there, but I think it's going to take him a bit of time to catch up, and maybe it is a little too soon for Sprout.
Well, they're going up against Viperio, who are very happy to be at this competition and so close to taking Fnatic down in that opening game in a double overtime fashion, or triple nearly. And so this is a team that definitely have had some shaky results in some of the individual. I think MMS has been struggling here in the RMR. You can see that by his stats, but everyone else is generally playing pretty well.
And you got to highlight Giraffe, right? I mean, the number speaks for him there. That's across both maps, but that opening match against Fnatic on Vertigo was fantastic from Giraffe. I think he was one of the highest rated, if not the highest rated player at the RMRs after round 1.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy hitting that 40 bomb, but we heard Cody saying during that interview that Gizmi had some fighting words. I'm actually really excited to hear what he had to say, so why don't we take a check-in with Gizmi ahead of this game.
Joining us. It's not been the best of starts so far. How are you feeling coming into this BO3 though?
Yeah, we're feeling good, man. Ready to win the game. We've done our prep. I'd say Sprout aren't looking as good as they used to, so we're definitely going to try capitalize on that and like fuck them up, man.
So you've seen one UK do it yesterday in the form of Into the Breach. Do you think that you're going to be able to put up a similar performance as we saw from Cypher yesterday? You dropping a 2.2 HLTV rating today?
Oh, we'll have to see, man. I'm juiced up, so I'm ready to go. Like the maps probably favor them, but like we're on it, man. We're gonna 2-0, 2-1.
I'm putting you on the spot. Fighting words for Sprout coming into this.
They can fucking have it, man.
Thanks, man. But
incredible tact, really. Just I wish he did every interview we've ever done.
You know, you got to love UKCS. I think it always delivers, and this RMR has been a good example of this. And yeah, that was
We're
just
known for the professionalism, that's for
wonderful
sure.
interview.
They're juiced up, Arca. What do you think?
I don't know what to say. I mean, listen, they are on a 15-match losing streak, so maybe at this point they're just saying, you know what, let's just pretend we're really confident and just go for it. Yeah, I think they are confident though, honestly.
Yeah.
I believe that they think they've got a great chance there.
Yeah, I love how they're just like, yeah, Sprout looking kind of bad right now, you know, and we're gonna do what we're going to do to them.
Do what you're going to do to them. Well, we'll see if they are able to do what they want to do to them.
I will say that one of the weaknesses I've seen from Viperio so far is MMS as the anchor role. He's been really punished and really heavily focused on, so he's been having a bit of a rough tournament. Here we go. It's a best of 3, though, Hawker. Where are we taking this one?
Well, you can see Viperio happy about the Vertigo that they played against Fnatic earlier in the tournament. Played them in double overtime, so they go for it. Sprout on Ancient. That's the map they played against Falcons, which looked pretty dicey. And then we get Anubis in as the decider.
First of all, it's my 3 favorite maps, so shout out to the Veto for coming through here. But I think Viperio are unfortunate in this particular matchup because the permabound from Sprout is their best map. So they would have loved to go up against any other team with a different perma so that they could show us their nuke, which is honestly their best map and would have been a huge showing here. Vertigo is still good. We obviously saw it against Fnatic, but nuke would have been amazing for them.
Yeah, Vertigo is a good map for the side of Viperio, and I think it's also a weakness for Sprout. So I feel like this is actually looking pretty solid for Viperio. If they get the ball rolling on it with the first map win, you know, they can build on that momentum, that confidence going into the second map, and potentially they might 2-0 it like they were saying there. There is a possibility, but coming into how you feel about this matchup overall, Hawkins, Sprout have looked pretty rough. I am going to say that this is wide open for a Viperio win. If it was a couple months ago, I would have completely said no, but I think this version of Sprout looks really weak at the moment, and Viperio, this is their best chance to get a win in this RMR.
Yeah, for sure. I think Sprout definitely have a couple of very good players on their team, but the coordination has not looked great so far. I would actually say Viperio could end up having the edge in that aspect, which is kind of weird to say because they themselves have been through a lot of roster changes. But honestly, against Fnatic, I thought they looked pretty on the same page in a lot of those rounds. So I absolutely think the door's open for them here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think one of the craziest things about this Viperio team is what they've been able to achieve with absolutely no resources, no backing, no salary. They've had to commit the similar amount of hours as all of the other teams you've got here and really get nothing out of it while working other jobs or studying on the side. So it's been pretty difficult for Viperio to get to this point. A win versus Sprout in the RMR and eliminating them from contention for the major would be a massive result. And they're going to be heading out middle on Vertigo. Azur's going to be playing out towards the elevators, watching in mid straight away. Here comes the utility. Telltale Signs, they're going to smoke him off. He'll throw a flash through it and try and push through on the back of him as they come over the top. It's a quick entry from Artist. MMS falls to Azur, but they are not slowing down. They're committing in towards this site. Lounge gets caught, gets taken out by Extinct, and 3 players still up for Sprout.
They want to clear out mid here. They're aware there might be a player lurking, but Gizmy doesn't decide to take the fight to them. He drops back. Now they're not going to be aware that player's flanking through mid, so Sprout might be in trouble here.
Extinct plays towards Generator, Gizmy in mid. That mid lurk I thought was surely going to take 1 kill, but Draft and Artist, the 2 that are getting picks, and Gizmy finally activates Fun Construction, and Viperio have the pistol.
Nice start for them. Really going in with some pace, which I think is a good way for them to start this off. You know you can make Sprout uncomfortable based on how the games have gone for Sprout so far. Just able to swarm this B site so quickly. I love the composure from Gizmy as well. Realizes he might get cleared out at mid. We had a lot of loud let's goes and then 1 quiet one mixed in there.
Yeah, they've got to manage their energy here though, Viperio. They can't get too far ahead of themselves and blow the gasket. We've seen already in that Fnatic game, they already won the game essentially. They had the game. I think Fnatic even were open about the fact that they probably should have lost that. And Viperio got a little bit too far ahead of themselves and made too many mistakes. So make sure they stay focused for this one is the key.
I mean, especially in a BO3, right? You can't just dump all your energy into the first map, into your pick. And maybe that will be a difference here for Viperio. You've got to adjust accordingly when you're into the best of 3 series.
But perhaps that loss yesterday for Sprout has humbled them to the point where they understand, okay, there's a different level of focus needed for this kind of game now. And I do agree with Lucy, you don't really like to hear that at the RMR, but sometimes you got to learn the hard way.
I've just realized I think I've got all my picks wrong today so far.
Well done, Hawker.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
That is impressive.
I think that's more impressive than getting like half of them, right?
True. Consistency.
Exactly.
Consistency has come through. And VP will be a little shocked at the result today themselves. But they've just walked into B here, Viperio. No one's there. The stack over towards A has not worked, and they realize that.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Sprout. Take a risk in this round, but the upside of this is you take the gamble stack in this round. You get to carry through the pistols into the next. So So you can see why they would make this decision. I mean, I know some of the Sprout names aren't the biggest names in Counter-Strike, but when you watch these players, they are really impressive individually.
I'd say Stare
people were talking about Stare going to Astralis, man. People were saying they should pick him up.
Yeah, often Stare can be the best rifler on the server. You know, he's just really, really talented. I think of recent months, maybe. I think it's hard to be in a team where it's so inconsistent and it's changing all the time, especially having the in-game leader be kind of changing. You don't really feel like you're building on anything, and the communication in this team, it's no secret, is not great. Yeah, it's not as good as they want it to be. Obviously, being from lots of different countries, English not being their first language, being able to communicate rapidly is almost impossible. And a lot of young players too. I think, as I was saying, you know, it's a young team, and there's a lot of work you need to do when it's a team this young. There's a lot of work you need to put in, and a new way of approaching things. And it's a bit rough sometimes for a player like Stare to figure out how to maximize his own potential in that environment. But here we go, a couple of Deagles, a Zeus out here for Laux. That'd be kind of cool if we got something with this.
Would be nice. Can't wait for the Zeus in CS2.
Yeah, the Inspect. Cool. You like that? You're going to buy a Zeus skin?
I mean, also when you get the kill with it, you see the little electrocution on the
oh, yeah,
enemy
true.
body.
The animation, yeah, that is very cool. It's cool that you can inspect it now as well.
Yeah, it's weird that it was the one, like, I guess it sort of counted as like utility almost, because like, you can't expect flashbangs, obviously. But I think it makes sense to inspect it.
Good kill from Zello. Extinct is going to draw that back very quickly. We now hit 1 minute on the clock. A few flashes sent up into the B-bomb site. I'll clear out quad, make sure no one is there. Now onto the site they go. Smokes up towards the right side of the generator. MMS planting the bomb, committed towards that. And looking very clean for Viperio. There's been no issues in terms of dealing with these pistols. You know, often a team coming in as an inexperienced roster, if you're playing on land, you can make a few mistakes that lead to some slip-ups in these early rounds, but they've won the pistol, they've converted it. They've got themselves the most amount of rounds possible before the gun rounds come through. So 3-0 start for Viperio. It's ideal.
Yeah, trying his best.
No, not a lot of damage even being done here for Sprout. Just one kill.
Yeah, gives me even getting the Mach 10 kill at the end there. So Viperio off to a nice start. So the other players on Sprout to watch for, I think the two Romanian players. Laux also has really good aim, but I do feel like sometimes his decision-making can be a little uncomfortable.
Okay, yeah.
Sometimes goes for a lot of fights. I think he's the sort of player that when you have really good aim, I can't be mad when he goes for fights because he wins some that he shouldn't. But you want to get into those favorable positions. That's a great nade. Gives me down to 44 health, but they're going straight into this B-bomb site.
Oh, big entry from Gizmi. Just charging forward. Doesn't matter if he's hit by utility. Now they go. The good call to go as they group up and attack. Zyphone gets a double on the hold. That might be the difference maker. They keep Sprout in this round. A 3 versus 3. They don't commit to the plan. In fact, they fake it to try and draw Azure into the fight. And that's exactly what will happen. Draft hits the headshot. Zello misses the shot. And Artist brings him down. Stare now having to do everything in the 1 versus 3. He's collected the life of 1, but 2 more. They line up. And he gets just 1 of them. MMS, who has been so quiet, wins the important 1v1.
Yeah, really important that he comes through with that because you had to win that round. When you get into that position, you can't afford to lose those sorts of rounds, and you would feel that if you lost it. So really good to see Viperio coming through and just about able to scrape that one over the line. And I think their approach here has been perfect to start this map. They're disrespecting Sprout in a way where they're saying, look, you've been struggling. We're going to test you early with fast plays. We're going to see if you can handle this. And that really does put the pressure on Sprout because, like you were saying, Viperio kind of know they aren't expected to make it through. They aren't expected to do much at this RMR. Sprout are a team who probably would have had expectations to be competing for that sort of spot. So why not just put the pressure on them early, run at them, make it uncomfortable.
Oh, frustration there for Laux.
Yeah, he went for that peek from the site. Just didn't realize they were already far up, already established on the angle.
Now, 4-0 lead here for Viperio. Not an issue to be seen just yet. And that's something they have been very good in this competition. I think other teams have even suggested they believe that they're good at grouping up. And there's some teams that really struggle. I think one were actually doing this pretty poorly today. Was when you have that entry player ahead of the pack, the rest of the pack not following in quickly enough. But that previous round was a good example of doing it well. Gizmi just charging through, got himself a kill at CT. They're immediately behind them with this mid control, so nice clean entries from Viperio. It's going to be a 5-0 lead, unless something crazy happens here with the Deegs in mid.
Haven't really seen anything.
Yeah,
from
there's no sign to even slightly believe that, is there?
Zyphon's definitely got some spicy aim. Not that spicy this time, though. So Viperio 5-0 up. That was obviously cool seeing, you see Artist's name, you can see the similarities to Furia's art.
Yes.
I remember watching a UK LAN where Art was actually in the Twitch chat, watching along, watching Artist play.
That was pretty funny.
Which is cool, yeah.
I think he modeled a lot of his playstyle off of him too, because he is the IGL and he is very aggressive at times. But he's more of a...
He's reigned it in now.
Yeah, he's more of a... It used to be crazy, but now he's more of like solo lurk kind of player. He really enjoys just calling from that style. Draft, though. Let's see what he's able to pull off as he goes outside of the B stairs. A bit of a gap to play with. If he goes through this, it's going to be really difficult to come out of this one alive. Especially with Zyphon here on the stairway. MMS has been picked out, so Viperio down a player. Gives me able to trade, but this is the fight. This is the one that matters, and Draft will lose to Zyphon.
Good headshot from Zyphon, but he isn't going to be able to get out completely unscathed. Extinct makes sure that he's trapped in the stairs, and look at this A-bomb site. Viperio able to just walk their way in. Sprout going to have to react to this, but I don't know if they can deny this bomb plant, and this boost is such a cool idea.
Yeah, get Artist up on top, clears out headshot. Oh, great angle to look down into the elevator as well. He spots the legs, he'll smoke it out instead. Stair doesn't feel like he wants to go through that. Would have been a decision that would have cost him his life, very likely. At the 3 versus 3, just waiting for your teammates to start to rotate over. You realize you're going to have to play this one on retake. 2 smokes available. 1 kit on the back of Stair, and Azir is starting this flank around the backside. Slips on up.
Oh, man.
Extinct's not looking the right way.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's a perfect timing. Azir sees the player at the sandbags, too. He knows Artist is pinned in behind the cover, and Gizmi's gone down, leaving Artist in a 1 versus 3, and Azir makes it happen. Great flank, and just the lack of awareness there from Viperio to watch for that flank on the backside.
It definitely feels like the strength for Viperio is when they are grouped up, taking the site together. But when you get into some of these post plants and some of these, you know, more drawn out scenarios, they can sometimes get caught off guard by their opponents. Nice work from Azir on that flank. Keeps his cool, doesn't overextend after getting the first kill. Just make sure to keep that player locked in at sandbags. Finally, Sprout have something to celebrate. It's not much, but you've got to start somewhere.
On the board, finally, for our Sprout. Extinct looking to be quick out middle. Oh, seen him find some success here against Fnatic, and this time it works on Zyphon. I don't think Zyphon was ready for the sheer speed that was coming at him in mid. And this is a quick round for Viperio. Now they start to barrel into B. Laux coming back over, spots out Gizmi, takes him out, and has a chance for a second, but Draft will actually win that fight. Azir holds him off. Gets the trade through at a 3 versus 3, and still 1 minute and 20 seconds left. MMS is making his play through this A site, and it's worked out for him. Zello caught on the rotate back.
Sprout still sticking around here.
This is so aggressive from Viperio. They've pushed every area of the map so quickly, but Stair comes back in on the retake and just sweeps them up. That's too easy. And that's been a big problem for Viperio, is when they're in these post-plant talk, it looks sloppy.
I mean, even that smoke they put up towards the site was not really that helpful in allowing them to fall back to better positions. You really want to be able to receive back towards ramp, back towards short there. Maybe just snap back to reality there for Viperio. Definitely doing well at putting pressure across the map, but this time maybe a little too spread thin, as you were saying. Still got into a good position, but you see how Stair's just able to isolate all these fights. There's no cover, really, for the Viperio players, which is why those duels can just come in 1 by 1. Still plenty of cash for Viperio, though, thanks to these bomb plants they've been getting. Looks like they want to fight for this ramp control. Zello here with the AWP. Not any longer, though. MMS with an easy entry and a double. This has got to be a great start for Viperio.
MMS is, he's definitely started the day stronger than he did yesterday. It's got to feel good for him as well, individually. He's gone away and looked at what he can do better for the next day, and he's come out swinging here. 3 players up for Sprout, but very difficult to pull this one off. They're all on the same side of the map. And they're just waiting out the smokes here, Viperio. They don't want to go in unless they got Extinct making the mid play. And he will activate from middle. Artist takes out Zyphon, and they know exactly where the last player, Stera, is. So the bomb's going to go down. Stera's already out of that, taking this AK-47. And we'll get another exit there onto MMS as he retreats into the B stairs. But 6-2 for Viperio. And Stera's running right into Artist. They've made this play back towards spawn, and they're on the hunt, and they're so close. Stera is not getting this gun into the next, but Artist misses the shot. How does he miss that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh, he faked the jump up. Doesn't matter, though. Giraffes got it instead. Those are the sorts of rounds I really dislike seeing from Sprout. You can't afford to have many, if any, rounds like this. Or goes sandbags early, just gets picked off, and then Azza's standing in a position where he's kind of out in the open, not really with any assistance because his teammate's gone down. It's literally just MMS running up ramp, getting given 2 fights and winning them. And it's a little too easy there.
It definitely is. And this is, again, for elimination. If you are just tuning in, this is for elimination in the RMR. If you lose this game, you are not going to the major. For both of these teams, I'm sure they feel like it is unlikely they will make it there anyway, but just being here at the RMR, you want to at least get as deep as you possibly can, at least fight for that chance. And here in the 0-2 game, it's Sprout versus Viperio. The other one is OG versus Saw, currently live. Saw are 5 rounds to 0 up versus OG. And the 0-2 games here at the RMRs.
Ooh, I assume Azza has dropped that AWP for Zello, considering he's got $50 left. Zello has a fair bit of cash, so might be able to return the favor. We'll see. What can this AWP do then? Flash being prepared, but the molly makes it awkward for Zello. Oh, missed shot. He goes down. This is so rapid from Viperio. They keep grouping up early because it keeps working. This A-site hold has not been effective whatsoever for Sprout. I mean, this round's a low buy, but even the fact that the AWP just gets dealt with so comfortably.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate the AWP doesn't do much, a big investment to get nothing out of it, but Viperio 7-2. Sprout trying to remain positive. They haven't really had too many gun rounds yet, so once they get the ball rolling in that economy, hopefully they can make something of this half. But right now, Viperio definitely looking like the more comfortable team. It doesn't feel like there's been a lot of resistance wherever they've gone, right? They've had a lot of just team hits coming through in the gun rounds, and they've been pretty effective at just breaking through that initial defense, and these rounds haven't had a single problem. I only Sprout have caused an issue with the low buys. It's interesting, 2 of the lowest rated players at this tournament are Azza and MMS, but down there with them is Stera. And that, what a drop-off that's been, because he has got a lot of positivity around him, I think, for the last while, and in this tournament so far has been very quiet indeed.
Yeah, it can be hard to show it when you have a change of leadership, maybe changing the positions you get put in. This time, Gizmy goes out mid and gets handled by Zyphon. So more of a spread this time from Viperio. Oh, reload. I mean, MMS catching Stare out completely. Had no idea that MMS was so far up.
There's boost.
Now Azza tries to make a move, but you're right. The boost could be dangerous.
He got on the blind side.
Spotted him, though.
He got on the blind side, and Azza nearly takes a double. Extinct with a great reaction to turn back and take Azza down. He's done very well there to get 2 out of that. Thought Azza might have got the double up. Now with 45 seconds left, where do Viperio want to go with this? It's plant on the A site, of course, and no one's near them, so it's easy to just close out that bomb plant, and Zyphon and Langston no one near them.
I'm a little surprised how often Sprout are getting caught off guard. Another round where MMS gets a nice entry towards ramp. Looked like Sprout thought they cleared that out, but once he gets the kill, Sprout realize it's all gone so wrong for them.
Yeah, it's been way too easy for Viperio in this game so far. You know, I thought it would be a little closely contested, but right now this T side is going swimmingly. 8 rounds for Viperio. Not an issue coming their way. Let's say it's iPhone and Laux. You can just tell from the, you know, we're no body language experts, but I feel like we can get a decent read on Counter-Strike players' emotions right now. Definitely looks still pretty calm. It doesn't look full tilt right now on the Sprout side, but eventually it will probably sink into that. We know they're quite an emotional team. The communication, at best of times, is difficult. When you're losing, you're feeling down and out. That's when the communication sinks even further.
It almost looks a little dejected.
Yeah, they
on the
look
Sprout
very
side.
dejected. Yeah, that's the word.
More than angry.
Yeah, that's the one.
Which is a bit
hopeless, in fact, you know?
Yeah, it's a bit scary. Again, Viperio grouped up to B. This is what Laux is capable of, though. Bursting for 2 nice kills towards this B side of the map. And he might move in for even more.
Yeah, nice double from Laux. He's going to hold towards this position too. A smoke goes up. It's actually the T's throwing that one out because the Artist wants to walk with it and try and edge forward. Laux is close. Here's them, and another kill from Laux. Solo holding this B side very well. 3 kills, and finally his work is done. But it has just left MMS and Draft in a 2 versus 4. And recovering this round for Viperio will be very difficult. Maybe a boost is the way to go.
They do, in theory, have a nade, but I don't think it's going to get tossed into quad right now. And there's just no reason for Sprout to peek this. Zello's got information over at A.
Oh!
That's a crazy shot from Giraffe, though.
Yeah, are they going to check for Zyphon towards quad? They have to be meticulous when clearing this site, and they are not thinking about it. He hasn't revealed his position. Now he'll strike. He is low, so MMS could bring him down pretty quickly here and then transition his focus, and that's the nade going in. That'll kill him. That'll remove him, and just 2 players left. Oh, had a chance there if he had brought Stair down. He'd give him the 1v1 opportunity. But Stair will win it. And again, great round from Laux. That's the job done.
Yeah, that's what he's capable of. He can be a very hit-and-miss player, but when he's on, he will win you rounds like this. Crazy reaction time. Remember, this is slow-mo. Very impressive to get those kills early. Giraffe himself has obviously had an impressive performance. He's actually got the highest impact rating at the event right now. And Cypher is second. The 2 UK boys killing it. Killing the game.
Gives me up and short. Molotov goes out. Just making sure no one's standing in that close smoke. And Viperio aren't meeting any resistance on the ramp. They're getting a lot of passive play because they've stacked A, and now they go aggressive right in MMS. He gets a double Draft, gets 1, and it's all shut down. They stack A, they decide to push, and they just walk in dry. They get absolutely shredded, and it's a quick round for Viperio.
We're not even seeing them get hyped anymore. It's almost just expected for Viperio because they've been finding so much success.
Look at this. Like, Barry's just staring to the sky. He's looking for at least some help, divine intervention perhaps, because this is just going so badly right now for Sprout.
Okay, they're still getting hyped. They are still getting hyped.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it, but the body language it's just been so bad. Oh, Stinct has been stabbed.
61. Minus 61 on the knife, the team knife, out of spawn. It's a quick mid play, a full charge. Mob mentality as they head through middle. Gizmi's down. Azur also falls. So 1 for 1 on either side. But if you're Viperio, I feel a little worried about walking into a stack of pistols like this.
Ooh, especially with the flash in, but nice recovery from Giraffe. Extinct alongside him. Taking the stab in the back and still having impact. It's been Extinct who's been leading the way for Viperio as well.
Yeah, he's been good in mid. Been very good. I feel like
he's 15 kills now.
I feel like yesterday there was some key moments in that Fnatic game where he maybe messed up in mid. So it's good he's looking much better today in this position. And MMS as well, you got to hand it to him. He's playing much better. I'm sure he had a nightmare of a day yesterday. You know, just dealing with the pressures of the public and obviously your own underperformances getting to your own head. But he's managed to show some strength and come back and look very good today. I'm sure I'll be feeling a lot better now. 10-3 though. Viperio have reached double figures on their T side of Vertigo. 2 rounds left in this half to play. Sprout with a bye here. Really is their last chance to make something of this half. If they get 5, that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, that's really not good enough here for Sprout. Would love to see Zello start to have some impact with that orb.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
You asked, you received.
What else should I ask for?
Well, you have a power now, so I wonder, maybe you've used up the only one you've got available, or maybe it works in threes like most things.
Should I ask for some friends?
All right, I'll be your friend.
Oh my god, this is great!
All right, you got one more, I guess. Save it, use it wisely.
I'll use this one.
Artist has an invisible AWP from that POV.
Yeah.
He gets boosted up. Bit of a stack here. Oh, they missed the run boot. He still commits to it. That's a bit unfortunate. That's going to be frustrating. Zello picks him away. Gizmi now getting involved in a fight. Stair gets ripped apart. They're going to continue to fight forward. 47 seconds left. And Viperio still down 2 members here. And the utility's going to help them out with that. They'll draw the numbers somewhat closer to even odds. Zyphon is barely standing. 1 health on Zyphon right now. They get Gizmi up on the boost. He's using the smokes as some cover, and he dives over the top. Great kill on Zyphon, and a second as well on Lounx. It's just Azza left, trying to win this one out, but he's not able to do it. And Viperio pull off a ridiculous recovery.
Viperio occasionally have some nice little tricks like that. I love how inventive they get. It's a big risk to boost up, but look at the reward it can get you. I thought the impact from Zello was going to be enough here, but the utility gets them back in. And the boost is just so unexpected. You never expect someone to hit you from behind like that.
It's on top.
It's on top, guys. They had no idea. And it really feels like at any moment, Viperio can just bring these rounds back. Explosive plays across the board.
It's been really impressive from Viperio, and for Sprout, those are the kind of rounds I feel are more frustrating when you have every advantage and you still aren't able to convert it. Lounx gets aggressive towards the bottom of the B stairs here. MP9 at the ready. Maybe this close play is going to work out for him. Oh, even then, they cross over, even blinded. Lounx can't handle it. Gizmi's AK just shreds through him. And just over a minute left. Viperio once again hold the opening. Zyphon making noise on the wood. That's information, and Gizmi hears it, but he's tucked away, so they didn't get any information from that play over the top. That peek to B is giving them false info, and they're deciding to gamble and rotate towards A. Now they're coming back. It's just Zyphon with a FAMAS. That's the commitment in from Viperio. They should trade him, no problem. And that's exactly what Draft does. Adza's come over towards the generator. Just a single kill for him right now. But the Aussie might get a little bit more as he swings into the open. Draft denies him access. MMS will protect him, and the plan can start to come through, but they cancel because they know Stair is close by, and it will be a 12-3 half from Viperio over Sprout. We have to take a break, and I think Sprout desperately need it.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
A strong first half showing from Viperio as they lead 12-3 over Sprout. There were some fighting words in that pregame interview from Viperio. Well, it looks like they're living up to it right now. It has been nothing but domination. Unfortunately, Sprout haven't really shown up to this game. There's nothing really to get excited about. You can't even say that they don't deserve to be in this position because they absolutely do from that first half showing. They look dejected. They don't look like they're in this game right now at all. And at least it's a best of 3. So there will be another map to fall back on, but it feels like right now Vertigo is safely in the hands of Viperio.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Giraffe joint top of the board alongside Extinct.
Artist looking down ramp. There's plenty of players alongside of him just peering down. Stairs already got to the close right corner from Dras POV. There is about to be a real battle, a bloodbath on this ramp. Stair picks off the first. Extinct replies, but a lovely double kill from Cello. That wraps up the ramp fight. And it's just MMS and Gizmi left here as Sprout look good in this pistol round.
Actually might bring the bomb back to B here. So MMS will have to have an incredible hold to give them a chance, especially if he commits to the site, which is exactly what he will do. Nade might give the game away. Ooh, that's something. Flash comes in to help him. Spots the second man. It's clean from MMS. And the second player is in position. Not in time, though, as are able to flush him out. So Sprout win the all-important pistol.
Yeah, good shots there from Cello. That's really important. Stair opens it up with a great one up towards the top of the ramp. It looked like it was about to be even trading. Maybe ramp control would be given over to Sprout, but at least a couple of CTs would survive. But Cello hits some great shots here. MMS starts to think maybe he's pulled it back a bit. Lovely shots here. Just too much to handle in the end. Cello with a fantastic pistol. Helped out by Azur to close it. That's the first step on a very long road back into this. Fourth round picked up for Sprout. They're coming back. There is a force spy going up against them, but they've already got this ramp control and one player in short. But Extinct was doing this a lot versus Fnatic yesterday. Getting in this ramp smoke, getting in behind him, and the Deagle, oh, it's got a double. Extinct takes down 2 players and finally gets removed.
Oh man, the USP out for Artist after landing the tag initially. And it's the 2 Romanians who have to pull it back for Sprouts. Deep smoke in. Are they ready for the player close by? They're not. Gizmi hits the headshot, and Louts has it all to do. They're swinging him. They're swinging together, and Viperio bounce right back.
Well, that is ridiculous. A force by win coming in for Viperio and Sprout. You win the pistol. It's a must. When you're down 12-3 at a half, you have to convert that pistol. Going into the gun round, you have to win the first gun round as well. There's just everything needs to go right. You can't afford to lose to this. Extinct gets in the ramp smoke. He's doing this a lot versus Fnatic yesterday. He gets away with it again, and that's got to feel good if you're Viperio, because now you're pushing yourself forward to 13 rounds, and you're looking at Sprout, who have barely any cash. They've invested into this, and it's nothing. There's barely anything to play with here. So if you win this round, they're going to have extra nothing next round. We're going to be looking at 15 rounds most likely coming in here for Viperio.
Sweet, sweet nothing for Sprout. Oh, no.
It's not that sweet.
Yeah, no.
It's disgusting.
You think it's sweet.
Blue mold. It's just out of date by a week. Oh, this is... I was expecting at least more of a fight for Sprout, but Vertigo just doesn't seem to be the map for them at the moment.
Yeah, that's the only solace for them, right? It is a best of 3. It is Viperio's map pick, but it is still a terrible start. There's no sugarcoating that. There have been a few moments where we're seeing the Sprout individuals step up, but there is also moments where no one can seem to get a kill. This is a bit of a risk from Extinct, adventuring out into uncertain territory. And they're leaving this A site now, so Extinct really has to get a good spray down here on the hold.
Oh, well, he's peeked out. He's got himself 2, nearly a 3rd kill, but Azur will eventually bring him down. And it is a good enough job done from the sandbag, so Artist can pick up the rest. Zyphon forcibly removed. Gizmi close to the edge of the smoke. Great kill on Azur, just there left. Khalil fighting, but he gets triple peak. Good team play there from Viperio to remove him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the confidence now that allows them to make those plays, right? I think in a few occasions against Fnatic, you would see them start to hesitate, But it seems like Viperio are at their best when they just all push as a unit. They all instantly commit. No fear, no hesitation, and no chance for Sprout in this round. You're 14-4 down, and you have to eco. Probably one of the worst feelings in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, definitely up there. I think Sprout's feeling a whole cocktail of negative emotions at the moment. But you gotta stay positive and think about that next map in the series as a bounce back moment. Otherwise, you're looking at elimination here on the RMR. No chance to make it to the major. The last CSGO major as well.
I gotta say, for Sprout, I'm thinking more about the mental side of the game for both teams now. And I hope that Sprout realize, listen, Viperio are on a massive losing streak. Like, yes, they're winning this map, but you have to make sure you hang in there.
Yeah, we want to
Maybe
get something going, right?
them.
Well, nice shot from Stern. Maybe that is something to get going here for the side of Sprout. They've slipped through onto the B side. They put the bomb down. Throw that rifle on over. Maybe something can happen in this round. Even though they have got Glocks to majority players, they've still got that M4. Let's see how much they can get done here as Viperio attempt the retake into the B site. Extinct's looking for the first victim as Drafted ends up with it. Extinct only gets one, and Lounge on the double on the rifle. Okay, that picked up weapon might become too much of a problem. Finally, the fire comes in, but the shots keep coming for Sprout, and they do win off the back of barely any investment.
I mean, that's a crazy pop-off from Laux. The fact he's in the molly towards the end there and still gets a final kill is crazy.
It's wild, right? Look at this. Under so much pressure.
It's this last one.
Molly comes in.
Was that a kill?
I don't think so.
I was about to say, that would be wild.
But he did very well just in picking up that rifle from quad. And I have to say, it is a bit of an issue on the setup initially with the way they're playing in that round. There's no information being picked up on B. When MMS goes down, you give them the site. There's rotate super slow in. So just a mistake done from the side of Viperio in terms of how they're holding the round, but Sprout capitalizing. Maybe something a little bit more can come from this. Like you just said in that round specifically, you don't want to go into the second map after losing like 16-4, right? You want to build something. You want to have some momentum. Sure, maybe the most likely outcome is you lose this map. But you go into that second map at least with a little string of rounds, feel what it's like to win a few rounds, and get warmed up a bit into this series. You don't want to go in and just get absolutely shut out. An investment through for Viperio. It's not great, it's not pretty at all, but maybe something can happen here for Artist on the initial ramp fight. Ster is looking for it, and he'll fall. Opening kill there for Viperio.
Wow, a big damage onto Zello as he spams through the smoke. I'm a little surprised we see that risk taken by Sprout just solo through the smoke. It is a big risk to take. Doesn't pay off for Ster this time. And now Viperio seem intrigued on ramp. Oh, no, actually, they're going to drop back here. Playing for info.
Just over 1 minute left. The Molotov goes and clears out the back of the sandbags. No one forced out of it, so I don't feel comfortable about walking on by. In the meantime, Zyphon, he's looking to find the gap in mid. He might thread the needle. Starting to come through Lax. Oh, what a flick up. Second is snappy onto the head of Draft, and a third. Lovely stuff from Lax. He has been the highlight for Sprout on this map. They're few and far between, but he has delivered some moments. And now Artist left in a 1 versus 3. He'll be sprinting down the ramp, but how much can he really hope to get out of this one? Laux has just done them dirty.
Yeah, you can see the raw mechanics definitely on display from Laux. There's potential there. There's a player there. Just needs some polish. You can't polish a turd, but you can polish a Laux.
Yeah, that's good. I wonder where you were going with that.
Yeah, you know.
Save that one, but this is lovely. Just an immediate flick up, then a snap down, clean headshot, and then just stays ready for the third at sandbags. Lovely work from Laux, and that's a round one by him, essentially. Sprout have another. Maybe they're going to start the build on this because they've broken down the money here for Viperio to nothing. They're on USPs and a P2000 because Artist loves that for some reason. And here they are, a ramp stack. Pesky pistols, here it is. shooting gallery though, perhaps for Stairs. He can get some eco frags, but they knife him. Extinct just runs through the smoke with his knife out, shanks him up, upgrades the gun. Now Draft has an AK-47, but it's not going to stay in his hands for long. Good bit of money picked up though for Extinct. He's up to $5,800. That's massive. But still, good round for Sprout to clean it up in the end, but definitely that's the highlight of that one. Look at this. Just flying through the smoke.
Yeah, I love just the pure confidence, man. Little chuckle.
That's wholesome. He's very happy about that.
Man's enjoying himself.
Oh, he's just like a little evil laugh. He's giving him the knife. I love Extinct. Comes over from Artist, looks down the ramp, doesn't connect though this time.
Extinct sat here.
It's MMS though. He's found Laux, and that's a problem, Alex, because Laux has been the only player winning rounds for Sprout. And he's gone right away.
I mean, especially considering that's the fight over towards B. Yeah, we saw previously MMS struggle as that B anchor, but for him to take some initiative, get the opening against Laux, taking the fight to him, that's a great sign for Viperio, and they're not happy with the man advantage. They want to go for a bit more aggression
Well,
here.
they got it. MMS this time again. What a great game he's having in comparison to his performances yesterday. 15 kills, 11 deaths. They got the double stack in short too, and Sprout are down to 3 players. It's going to be tough. They need someone to step up and make a huge play. I think with this Extinct move, it's just this double setup at short. It's just going to be impossible to flush out for Azure alone. Surely gets traded after one. Now just very good player, but with 40 seconds left and 4 players to collect, all on his lonesome, it does start to reach the realms of impossibility. He'll smoke out the right side of the site, and he'll immediately die at the hands of Artist. Map point for Viperio.
Yeah, they get there. MMS coming through with the early kills. Nice to see Extinct having a great map for himself as well. Up to 23 kills. You can see he was feeling it with the knife earlier. Just pure confidence on display from the Viperio side. Should be able to get back into the action shortly.
Well, looking very good for Viperio now to close this one out. Sprout will take their final few moments. But Laux has received a lot of damage already as we just jump right back into the action. Zello picks off Draft. MMS continues to just be a menace towards the B-Stars. Artist gets involved. And finally, Stair will start to activate towards A. He is solo, though. The 2 other players to Sprout are in mid. Boosting Zyphon up on the top boxes. The CTs realize they must go and figure out what is happening towards A. And that does leave that weakness where that lit mid player can activate and get in behind. But there's still a lot of time left as the bomb starts to shift.
Still a minute left on the clock. And does Artist decide to move in? Can spot the player with the bomb. Actually, the bomb's going up the other side instead. So that will allow safe passage. Stair's so patient in this position. Surely he gets to activate, but his teammate's gone down in the meantime. That bomb finally committed to. That allows Stair to get into position.
Yeah, good execution from Stair. Gizmi knows exactly where he is, though. He's trapped. Good flash to help Stair, but he still can't get the kill. And now suddenly it's just Zello looking to keep his team alive here on Vertigo. Otherwise, Viperio have map number 1. And Zello goes for the peek. A nice quick shot. Seconds close, but not going to be close enough. Smoke onto the bomb. That creates so much pressure. And MMS, the player is the lowest rated of the whole event, comes in swinging in this map. What a recovery today. Viperio will take a map, their first map of the RMRs. 16-7 over Sprout. 1 map away from securing this best of 3. Sprout have to bounce back.
Big win coming in for Viperio here, but still more action.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got 1 from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil, so I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Viperio win their first map of the best of 3. Elimination on the line, but they are one map away from staying alive. Sprout dejected. Really disappointing first map for them, I am sure, on Vertigo, but it is a weakness of theirs and it's a strength of Viperio. Vertigo did not really happen in the minds of Sprout. It can't have happened. As we move on to the second map, they just have to forget about it, play the rest of this series, because that was very disappointing, Holger.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Viperio, listen, there was a world in which they come to the RMRs, they don't get a single map win, they don't get to show what they're capable of.
I think that's probably what they were expecting.
Honestly, yeah, and they've been able to show up, they've been able to take a dominant map win. You can see they're very, very happy about it. And honestly, for Sprout, we were saying they were looking a little dejected. We got the high fives, we got the flash coming out from the Viperio boys.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to do wonders for their confidence, right? A 16-7 win. You talk a lot of smack in the interview before, and honestly, they probably are just doing that to try and get in their opponent's head, try and build some confidence in themselves. But when you actually pull it off, that feels amazing, I'm sure. So 16-7, Viperio dominates Sprout. And you can take a look at the scoreboard here. It's Extinct who leads the white, 24-15. It was actually quieter yesterday. I think he looked a little uncomfortable at times, a little shaky, a little nervous in that first game. And that's to be expected. This is the first time these guys have ever played in an environment like this. These guys aren't salary Counter-Strike players. They literally just play for the passion. They live a normal life alongside this, and they qualified through the RMR qualifiers and got to this point. And they, of course, need a while to warm up, but I think the fact that they played Fnatic so closely is giving them a lot of confidence coming into day 2, and this will only help further that.
Absolutely, and it's kind of the opposite for Sprout. I feel like you can see these players' confidence almost like slip away from them as the map goes on. I mean, yeah, there's a few moments there where you can get excited about some of the individuals, and hopefully it should change onto their map pick, which will be coming up. But there is just a really sour mood there, it looks like, around the camp. And that honestly has to change very quickly because you've got to think to yourself, listen, we're at the RMR for the last CSGO major. Come on, lads, let's just try and get it together.
And I think that that's also a true fact when you think about the fact that the interview that they had, Lounge was saying they underestimated their opponent. They thought they were going to come in way better than them, and then they got humbled. Well, it's happening again. I think you do have somewhat of a, I don't know if the word's ego, but you have like a confidence that you're a little bit better. You're a salary professional player. You go to these events, you should just beat them. You should just beat these teams that you haven't heard of, these players you haven't played with or against. And so you come into this game, you get slapped around by them. It must be a very strange feeling for these young players that haven't experienced that yet.
Right, yeah, you got to get used to the fact that you have to be ready for every single matchup. I'm sure they're at that point now, but has it come too late? They've got to hope not, because there are still chances in this series. We did already see Sprout on Ancient, so hopefully, you know, they play Falcons pretty close, and Falcons themselves are looking pretty damn good at this tournament. So you've got to think that there's the opportunity there for them to come back into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're looking into that second map. Why don't we focus a little bit more on map number 2? You mentioned Sprout's performances. They did play Falcons pretty close. There are 2 teams that want to play the map as well, so that's a very good sign. I don't know how deep Viperio's map pool goes. When you think about a team that preparing for this event, literally qualified for the event with a different roster than they're playing with right now, they consistently have to remove players and play with different people throughout the other competitions. I would say it's pretty difficult to build a deep map pool when it's that kind of environment. So you're looking at Vertigo. It's always been a pretty staple map in their map pool. I don't know how deep we go in the Viperio map pool. I think Ancient is going to be a pretty good map for Sprout. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them come back and win this one pretty convincingly, actually. I think they're going to get into the series.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here. I will say that the Sprout Falcons, the Sprout Falcons game was pretty like chaotic, is the way I'd describe it.
Yeah.
So in theory, if we get a similar sort of play style or a similar sort of game here, that's probably the best chance for Viperio. But even then, who knows?
Yeah, well, the Unicorn odds have started to favor Viperio coming into this. I think from a 16-7 first map victory, you're almost feeling like you can understand that. And I think we're all on that train right now. Viperio definitely looking like a team that could take this series, but I feel like it's going to have to be in 3. I feel like this is Sprout. They're a good enough team. They've got really solid individuals. I mean, we've seen moments from Lounge throughout that one. Zello had rounds where he just won on his own. The only rounds they won on Vertigo wasn't based on how they actually played as a unit. It was based on a triple kill here and there from individuals. So that is what I've been really experiencing coming into this. And so I'm hoping more of the team play comes into Ancient alongside those individual moments.
They also just like weren't prepared for a lot of fights early on that map,
Sure,
right?
yeah.
And that shouldn't happen at all on Ancient. You should absolutely have everything nailed down. You shouldn't allow any players to sort of slip through the cracks as easily, especially just with the way the map's laid out. I think it's harder for that to happen unless you get into a scenario where mid-control goes against you. Then you can have that sort of thing happen. But on the whole, I feel like it should be a much more structured map for them, and maybe that's what they need, because it's not as easy, I don't think, for Viperio to just run those fast plays as a unit over and over again. They should get locked out by early nades, and that's something I think that could be very valuable for Sprout here.
Well, we can see Viperio taking to their seats, getting their headsets ready. That means we're moments away from the game, but before that, we must take a break. When we come back, Viperio taking on Sprout on map number 2.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some recruit.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. Oi, no. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? Hello! It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing. But I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
dupreeh, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Welcome back to the EU RMR. Viperio have just taken map number 1 versus Sprout of Vertigo. That's Viperio's map pick under their belt. Now we head to Ancient, and this is definitely a more comfortable map for the side of Sprout. But also, it's one of the worst maps, rather, for Viperio. They played it 12 times in the last 3 months, and they have a 2-10 record.
Yeah, I think the key thing with Viperio is don't worry about what they did before. They're here, they're playing the RMRs, and, you know, it seems like they've brought out some sort of magic to do it with. And I've been really impressed. I walked past Artis on the way here and heard him over saying to his teammate, that felt pretty good. So, you know, I think they're feeling really on a high here after a pretty dominant victory in opening map.
I think there's just two different mentalities in the camps right now, right? We're looking at this team. Viperio are super happy to be here. Their expectations are non-existent, so anything they do is a huge win. For Sprout, their expectations are much higher as a salaried team, and I think they're experiencing some firsts in terms of being disappointed, being beaten by these UK teams, having their egos hurt a little bit, because we heard Lounx in the pregame interview saying, you know, thought they were going to be better than these UK teams, and they ended up getting surprised and destroyed. So they've definitely got to deal with something in terms of a leadership crisis. Az has just come in. There's not much he can really expect to do right off the get-go. It's going to take a lot of work to figure out how to get Sprout working. But we do know, at least, they have a lot of great individual players, and we've seen a lot of the rounds they won on Vertigo. They didn't win too many of them, but pretty much every single one of them was won by an individual getting like a triple kill or Viperio messing up in the post plants.
Yeah, that's going to be the difference here. Will the individuals be enough on the side of Sprout? We're finding out as we're going to be jumping into Vertigo momentarily. And, you know, it would be a great shame for Sprout if they went out off the back of losing to both the UK teams.
Yeah, that would be a real shame for them. And I think they would love to at least stay alive for a little bit longer and maybe get an RMR run going. But right now, they have their chance. They do have that opportunity here in this elimination best of 3. Map number 1, Viperio's Ancient up for grabs for either of these sides. Sprout starting the T side. A quick CT smoke thrown out by Zello, and it is Sprout charging towards this A site. All those steps are going to be heard from Donut as Artis will start to call for his rotation to come back.
Yeah, he can't do anything here, though, especially with that smoke blooming. He has to wait for the rotation to come on through, and, well, the T's are not going to be taking any patience here, just charging on through. Giraffe gets one stare with a follow-up, and it's kept things actually even with Gizmy finding one more. He's getting up close with the dual Berettas. Stare takes him down, so now it's all on to Artis. The IGL getting up close and personal. Makes the dualies sing, and it's a double for Artis. A masterwork in the pistol.
Yeah, that is brilliant from Artis. You can see the immediate relief of just winning that round. He couldn't believe it, and that's just very disappointing for Sprout. You can see they're dejected about losing the pistol, of course. It looks so good for them. The attack in, they get so much ground. I think this commitment through Palace was through Temple rather, it was kind of wild. All the way through CT, they get in this really awkward 1v1 fight with Artist in the site, and he's able to pull it off with a dual Berettas.
They actually took down all of the 4 rotating players. It was Artist that hadn't even budged.
He was
the one
the
that
donut
actually
player,
closes
yeah.
it. Yeah.
That's a weird thing to happen. Don't see that happen often.
So, all right, there's a few things we don't see that happen often. One's the Extinct Nova on Ancient. Not a map you often see the Nova on.
Yes.
And I've heard that Viperio's CT sides are a little wild, a little wacky on Ancient. So this is kind of maybe a taste of that.
Well, I am enjoying seeing the Nova. You don't see that often at all. No matter where we are in the world, the Nova is not a feature. But we do see Extinct picking it up in a pretty good position for it. This boost, you can definitely nail a few headshots, a few quick kills of it in the close quarters combat. I thought he's about to let it loose there, but none of them running into the musket, so they're running away.
The good thing is if you get 1 kill with it, it basically pays for itself. So,
That's true.
you know,
That's
it's
true. It's worth it.
It's okay.
Getting that 1 kill can be a little more difficult.
That's the tricky part, yeah.
Yeah, that is the difficult
Against
part.
Glocks, though, honestly, it's kind of like a mini AWP at times. I feel like the range on the Nova is absurd.
A mini op if you want. Yeah, okay. I can see the range, yeah, because it's kind of a tight spread, right? It's
Yeah.
not like a wide spread like the Mag 7 at times, so yeah, I can see that. But 35 seconds, and I like how Viperio is sitting back. They're using the util here. They're gonna let them into the site and just make it difficult to plant with the util, and they should make a lot of money with the MP9s here. So the Velociraptors let go. The dual MP9s just rattling away quickly. They didn't deny the bomb plant, so that's a win actually in my eyes for Sprout. That's kind of the best thing that could have happened for them in this scenario. And they don't get a single kill, but they get a bomb plant. So some extra cash for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fine outcome. It doesn't matter they don't find anyone there. And in fact, that kind of makes it a little tricky now for Viperio because they're going to have that Nova. They're going to have those MP9s up against the AKs.
Do you want to keep the Nova is the question.
Yeah,
here.
probably not, right? Maybe you just could drop one of these MP9s and one of them upgrades to a rifle. And I also like the little knife attempt at the end from Zello with the smoke on down. Why not? Nothing to lose. Didn't get it, but still gets an AWP.
Yeah, well, this is the first real test for Sprout, is the fact that they've now got a gun round on their map pick. They got the AWP out for Zello because of that bomb plan. They got some extra cash, lots of utility. And the map is T-sided now, so they're getting a T-sided start.
Ooh, that gap. Did Extinct get spotted there? It feels like Zyphon hasn't really budged. Maybe he's expecting the cross back. Felt like for sure he should have seen it. And Zello, well, he's found MMS. Getting a little aggressive out A main.
That's way too aggressive.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of like top teams. Sure, they'll have that aggressive main player. I think Navi were doing this a lot, where they have the aggressive main player, but they would push up to the corner of main. They wouldn't go too far. Pushing that far early is into a possible default is just a little bit suicidal.
I do like the re-aggress from Artis here, as long as he doesn't overextend.
Oh, he's going.
And he's okay. Actually,
this risk could pay off because there's no way they're thinking about another A play. And Extinct has way overperformed in middle. He should have gone down immediately, but he gets a double. And now Artist, there's no way they read this. There's no way they're ready for him to come out. He's got the bomb. Nice quick shot on the back play from Stair. Looks into the elbow, snaps Artist in half, and now can try to recover this round with 49 seconds left.
Yes, it's now looking a little bit better after something started to fall apart thanks to Artist and Extinct. Stair was spotted and Artist felt like he could take that fight, but deleted immediately. Giraffe is on the side. Oh, he's not ready for it. Thinking it's a donut play. Spotted now, smoke deployed. They have got his number. Oh, playing around it though, trying to be a little bit chaotic here. Rotation on its way from Gizmi and Donut. He's just playing the time, but the spam comes on through.
He's done very well to draw the time down though, and that means Gizmi can deny the bomb plan and so close to removing Stair, but a great recovery for Sprout. He hit some blinder shots. That particular one down into his elbow to remove Artist was huge. If he doesn't get that, you know, the round's done. And I like how they're playing this weird style Viperio. You can see Sprout are not going to be ready for that second main play. Who does that, you know? So this is the style they have to play with. A little bit disruptive on the CT side. But a good round from Sprout nonetheless. That's their gun round underway.
Yeah, it's crazy that Extinct gets the double as well from the cubby there. Like, that's a position that shouldn't be getting that double, especially when he's being fleshed out by the Molotov. So that's really good signs early. And, oh, okay, this time around, he's not getting anything. Zyphon definitely spots him and deals with him.
It went from 0 to 0 real quick there. Massive overperformance last round and immediately knocked out of the follow-up. But that has created a huge opening in middle for Sprout to play with, and we know how important mid control is for the T's. Once you get up into this red room, you can just rotate between each site. Splits become so much more potent. They have a lot of options available to them and a lot of time.
How long does this 3-player lean on B last for you? They're going to go start to get a bit of information down ramp. They're going to find it completely clear. MMS this time around didn't push out. He's tucked on in with the FAMAS.
I think because they've seen so many aggressive pushes, they're just going to be ready for this. This is going to be a hard clear, surely. No way. They looked like they were going to clear it. At least they trade 1 for 1.
I feel like that's a sign of some of these issues Sprout is having with communication, right? Because one of the players was ready for it, but the other just wasn't. Completely turns around, back turned. Nevertheless, the trade is good, and the bomb will go down for Viperio. They're already assembling for the save.
Yeah, they have to. There's no one near this. They've got no money left. They lost a player immediately in mid with no kill. MMS needed 2 kills, maybe even more, really, to make that round doable. And with a FAMAS pushed up in A main, it's usually a one and done from there. So just unfortunate for him and for Sprout. Good job tying up the scoreline 2-2. They can start to build on this now. They haven't really been in this series yet, so this is really, I would assume the conversation as it would have had with the guys with Barry during the break was, okay guys, sure, we know our vertigo kind of sucks right now, and they're very good on it, but let's just focus when it comes into the second map. This is where we take this series. This is where we recover.
Yeah, this is where the best of threes really allow the teams with the experience to flex, right? And that's why they're here for the elimination and the progression maps, just to make sure that, you know, it's not going to be an upset coming through. If Viperio win this, then, you know, they've earned it.
This is where it is tough when you see a team like Viperio who have been on such a big loss streak. And the fact that they've had to change the roster so much because they just don't have salaries, so they, you know, they have other commitments in life. So you look at the map poll, Ancient is clearly the heavy weakness. You know, 16% win rate, 2-10 record. It's just not very good for them. So you have a team like Sprout who will happily pick that in the best of 3 here against them. There's a couple of maps Viperio will be competitive on, and others I feel like they will struggle. And Sprout have got to realize that. They've got the opening here against Gizmi.
What a buy here. 2 players that didn't save anything over. Got a USP and a Zeus.
Yeah.
And then you've got an AWP and an M4.
Quite the contrast. Zyphon once again just gets this mid-control, but he's actually got caught. What's happening here, Lucy? That's an upgraded weapon.
That's a spam through the smoke to drop Zyphon. Giraffe doesn't have to worry anymore. He can now focus on this hit that's coming through. Everyone's here for the CTs. The second rifle comes on over, but can't connect.
Oh,
the lack of armor really coming to hurt him.
Yeah, the aim punch just kicked in massively there. Extinct will be kicking himself, but save call likely. But we'll see if they might hang around just for a little bit. If they get smoke spam kill, they might consider going in, but with their lack of utility and lack of kit and lack of money, they might just want to save this AWP. But they're still hanging around. Giraffe has got a kill. Now switches to the AK. The longer they stand here, the flank's coming in. Instead realizes that they haven't started saving, so I'm just going to push up mid, get in behind them, and Viperio lose every one of their weapons.
Yeah, that's the issue when you kind of got 1 foot in the door and 1 foot out. When the door slams, your leg comes off, right? And that's exactly what happened there. They don't get anything over. If they just backed out immediately, they don't get caught on that flank. They probably hold on to the AWP and maybe an extra rifle. And that's an unfortunate way for it to open for them. But this kill's ridiculous. He's just clicking. He has no idea that someone's there.
Yeah, that's just very unlucky for the player on the other side of the smoke. When you're on the receiving end of that, not much you can do. And yeah, you're right in terms of like they're half in, half out. They didn't know if they want to save. They're hanging around for some exits. But at this level, if you're going to hang around for exit kills, you are going to be pushed. They're going to seize that opportunity to take those guns out of your hands. They buy up anyway, but they're lacking utility here on the CT side.
Stairs spotting out the gap. Does see the cross, but Gizmi's actually gone unaccounted for. But as it turns around at the right time to find him, Giraffe falls as well, and Zyphon in mid has a fantastic read. Extinct had no chance there. MMS might have stepped up in that last map, but he's got nothing he can do here.
This could be a very rough CT half for Viperio. I think you get away with playing chaotically in the first few rounds, but once you let Sprout start to settle into this, and you don't really have a way of holding mid. We see how many times we see the good teams, like NAVI yesterday on Ancient, how many different looks do they have of holding mid, or taking middle, or just how to rotate properly so they don't leave a gap in mid. There just isn't going to be that same level of preparation for a team like Viperio, so they're going to have a lot of issues in mid. This area is just going to be abused by Sprout. They're down to just pistols. Sprout going to go up 5-2. And this will be a nice way to mentally reset for Sprout as well. You know, you're probably going to end this half with quite a meaty scoreline. And that's going to be just great for the mental. Stair spots one in mid. Easy kill on Extinct.
They need the mental boost too, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
no wins, no map wins.
Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Viperio have more map wins. Like, that's crazy.
Sprout looking to continue strong here in their pick of Ancient. Obviously, Anubis the decider. I think that'll be a brawl if we go there.
That'll be very interesting. That'll be very interesting indeed. That's. I'm actually hoping we go there.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Anubis yet.
It's been a rarity here. A lot of teams like play it, but they don't play it. You know.
Yeah, they
it's
don't
just
want to
there.
risk. They don't want to risk it here on the RMRs. For the most important tournament for a lot of these sides, but. Stair comes out, another kill for him. Oh, okay. Zeus killed. The AK gets a kill too, and he's still alive. Finally, Azure hunts him down into the cave and gets himself a second, so recovers in the chaos. But Artist is a agent of chaos. He goes right through the Zeus into the upgraded AK-47. And Draft will fall to Zello. So on fire, 5 in a row for Sprout. At least a little bit of entertainment sprinkled in there by Artist.
Oh, that's beautiful. Jumping through the smoke with the Zeus, zaps him, picks up the AK, turns around and gets another. Love the slow motion. That's amazing. All right, well, that's a small mental victory.
It is a small, it's a little comedic relief needed in the round, I guess. You know, when things are getting a little too serious.
I think they're a team that probably does rely on a lot of, vibe-based Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Extinct just got that knife kill in the previous map, and it just cut to the player reaction. He's just giggling to himself. He's very happy he's got a knife kill. I think they're just soaking up every moment being here. Timeout taken. Let Biscu have his say. Viperio have brought quite a large team with them to this event. I think it was 9 people in their entourage. Some analysts have come along with them too. Zerfer, might know him from casting. 5-2 scoreline. They're gonna need a lot of help here, and they beat the Molotov. Extinct's under pressure. It's quick. It's very quick from Sprout. They're right through. MMS gets a double. That's huge. That's a lot more than I thought he was going to get. And Gizmi helps out too. So they've slowed this down. In fact, Sprout are in a worse position.
Yeah, not expecting the 3 players to be here, thinking they could just find the space, and Artist is taking some of his own. Zello now in the 1v3. Gets past one, but removed by Giraffe. Viperio immediately striking back.
Yeah, it's massive. The speed from Sprout. I thought the call would be kind of cool. They have a change in pace like that. I'm sure that was the idea behind it. Was Viperio, they won't be able to handle the space. They actually get before the Molotov here too, so I thought they were about to get absolutely destroyed. But MMS able to recuperate, composes himself, gets a double, and yeah, 3 players being in that same position, just unexpected.
Yeah, 2-1-2, working out for Viperio that round. And they're doing it again. So it is an interesting CD setup. A lot of times you'll see a 3B lean early just to be able to sort of take the initial control if there is pace. But Viperio happy to repeat things here. And in fact, one of the players went all the way through to B, so A, sorry. So 3 players there, which has left mid open. And Sprout have shown that they are happy to just push through here consistently.
Yeah, he's all the way through CT spawn.
This is a massive throwback to Mirage on the 100 Thieves days.
This has to be what I was saying earlier. The fact that these leave mid open, there's too many gaps here and no one's watching for it. It's easy for Azza. He's gonna love this. He can call a perfect round around this. Let's just collapse on them, guys. I'm through CT, and right behind them, execute. Order 66.
Indeed, and well, only Jedi standing is Artist and Giraffe. I love it. Yeah, back in the day.
They're away into hiding. They're away into hiding.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they're being hunted by the Empire. Step.
The Counter-Strike Star Wars story, everyone's favorite.
Yeah. But yeah, back in the 100 Thieves Renegades day, every single time, Mirage, but particularly before the bench change, Azza, he would be up in window, like every round.
Yeah, the Renegades 100 Thieves window boost. Love those days. Whoop. Artist not able to save. They hunt him down. The hunt was there, successful.
That's what you want to see.
And that's the problem. They've got to address middle. And I don't know how they're going to do it so quickly, but they've just got to figure it out.
It's
as
interesting
much as they can.
Go for this 3-player heavy commitment onto A after you've already successfully held around that way. Like, are you really expecting to do it again? Yeah.
It's outthinking themselves, really playing themselves perhaps, but yeah, just adjusting to watch that mid control, because I think The most likely outcome of that previous round, you know, you try a pace change in towards A, doesn't work. You get absolute wrecked. So what is the most likely thing Sprout are going to do? It's going to go back to what was working more often, which was the mid control. So it's kind of strange to me that they don't have anybody even thinking about mid once you hear no presence towards A at all. So yeah, they definitely got to address that. Mid control is going to be a big issue here and already proving to be. I'm sure they'll try it again here on the Sprout side of things.
Well, if it's working, why wouldn't you? See what the response from Viperio is. Obviously made it a lot more difficult to contend now with the spawns pushback. Tees can beat you there. Need all that utility to make it work.
Yeah, MMS has had to go to an MP9 as well. And he's often an Anchor player on his own, and he is on the A site right now. So that's not the weapon you really want for that job. So he's going to play back at default. Probably going to have to play really defensive around the box. In the meantime, Zyphon, oh, too easy. That's the AWP gone. Extinct peeks out, gets the trade. That's an important kill to find, and that AWP can be picked up.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate setup there. Extinct is actually kind of holding for that, but he's tucked in a little bit too close. Should be on a bit more of an off angle, but Zyphon close to the edge, not accounted for. They throw the execute smokes in towards B, which is getting them scrambling, but Extinct's found another. And he's still a massive threat here into mid. Stair wants to deal with him, and Extinct, oh, he couldn't quite connect. Good damage, but not a kill found. MMS rotating with the AWP that he's picked up. Cannot connect with the shot.
This guy's a really low sensitivity, so AWPing is going to be very tough when picked up here for MMS. Misses the shot in mid. Draft gets caught by Laux, and we're looking at a 3 versus 2. Sprout start to barrel back into B. The rotate's coming through. MMS scoped in. Oh, sees one. That's an easy shot to hit. Zello thought he was covered off, and MMS just peeks into the open and offers up his life immediately. Now Gizmi has to win the 1 versus 2 clutch, and Stair just moves forward, cuts through him like a hot knife through butter. No issues there for Stair.
Yeah, good recovery from Stair there into the round, finding the kills necessary to keep them afloat there. It looked like Extinct was going to unravel everything in mid, finding both of those kills. But Stair, a safe pair of hands. Their top fragger at the moment, one of their highest performing players just generally. Been a lot of talk about him, actually.
He usually is, right? But he's down there in the bottom 3 rated players in this entire event. And that, to me, is
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because he is very, very talented. And often, when you speak about Sprout, even if they're going up against a favorite, he can sometimes be the most mechanically gifted player on the server. So it is a little sad to see him play so poorly yesterday. And I'm sure he's looking to try and recover that today. And has been a lot better so far, even in the map they lost. Oh, Deagle's out here for Viperio. Just 157 for Draft. Good kill from Stair. Zyphon doubles up, and no issues against the pistols. Clean as you like, Lucy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. MMS misses the opportunity on Zyphon as he comes on by. He actually has some armor behind this Deagle, but, well, he can't go anywhere. Zello has him locked in. But maybe he can walk under the scope. Has to be the flick down now from Zello. And he connects. Very nice.
He does, he does. I'm interested, actually. There's been a lot of talk about sensitivities and players here, so I'm going to go and have a look and compare, you know, Zello Sense as an AWPer versus someone like MMS who has ridiculously low sensitivity, and talk a little bit about that, because when you get to this level, those little details really matter. And so we'll take a look at Zello. His sensitivity is 400 DPI and a 2 sensitivity. That's pretty normal. That's a pretty common sensitivity.
It's actually a little low on the AWPing end.
It's low on the AWPing end, but that's like a normal rifling sensitivity.
Yes.
Now I'll find MMS. This might be a little wild. Where's the M on the Danish keyboard? That's crazy.
Well, while you find that, they are executing onto the A side at the moment, but there's actually nobody home for the Viperio squad.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, although that smoke blooms a little late, and that allows Extinct to find a kill. MMS, as you mentioned, his name is sitting behind the smoke as it goes down to 4 HP. MMS just swings on through, finds one. Can't quite get the follow-up, but Gizmi, he's dropped the bomb. Zello somehow finds one through the smoke, but Stair was on a late lurk. He's going to be arriving to the party after everybody's already left.
Yeah, good job done from Extinct getting that multi-kill. Now the bomb in a difficult position. Stair, certainly a player capable of recovering that and the round, but Artis is going to make it impossible by coming in on the flank, catching the low HP player. And if it was passed on, so he could switch to the sidearm and take him out. So good work coming through. And for MMS, that sensitivity is 1.5, 400 DPI. So when you're playing an Anchor player, you're gonna be pretty tough when you're like turning away from flashes. You're gonna be in a really tough spot in terms of having to deal with multiple opponents coming in. But if you're dealing with these kind of angles, which we're seeing him, just one aim, if they're coming through a main, the adjustments are really accurate, and that's why he's being pretty solid today. I think he's been getting a lot of those fights.
1.51 to be specific.
Yeah, 1.51.
What a weird sensitivity to choose that you've just got that extra 0.1 in there.
I wonder how he's come to that, but that is really interesting.
Maybe you just like slide it. You know, like a lot of people, it's like what they had is like when they were young, and you just don't change it.
Yeah, that's probably it. You've just come up with a random number, and you're like, oh, it works.
To be honest, that's what I did.
The 0.01, it matters so much. I just picked scream sensitivity.
That's the smart way of doing it.
Yeah, I just looked it up. I was like, Scream hits the most headshots. I want to hit the most headshots. I'm going with Scream Sense. And I hit less headshots, obviously.
Well, can't all be dinking the heads.
8-4 for Sprout on the T side. Definitely enjoying the second map a lot more. Already gone beyond the rounds they were able to find on that first map of play in this best of 3. If you are just tuning in and wondering the stakes of this match, it is elimination here in the RMR. Go out here, you are 0-3. Viperio lead on map 1. Ancient 4 rounds of CT side so far. Would like a few more. Maybe MMS's swing in the middle with Extinct could go a long way with helping that. They've got 2 kills. They've lost 1 single player. And now Sprout look to try and trigger the attack into the B side.
Artist has spotted everything here, but oh, he's caught out as he's trying to retreat. The Molotov behind him. Gizmi trying to come and support. There is a slight gap in this smoke, but oh, he's just walking on through. Giraffe was looking down to avoid a flash, but not even needed. Gets a kill delivered on a platter, and Gizmi tantalizingly close, but can't quite spot it through the smoke. Zello's found one onto Giraffe. How's he managed that then? Gizmi unaccounted for so far, but actually stairs crossed. Zello now is in an uncomfortable position if he wants to go for the plant.
He's really trying to figure out where that ramp play is coming from. He doesn't want to plant just yet. He's trying to slip away. How has he hit that? Oh, what a flick. Gizmi should have locked that in, but Zello reacts faster. And that might be the punishment, because now they might just go away. Because they realize that Extinct is probably rotating over this side of the map. If they can slip their way to this A-bomb site, Extinct is nowhere near to hear these steps, so you'll just have to wait for the plant.
Extinct's the mid player, and you haven't seen him in CT. He must have come all the way back through lane, and that's exactly what Sprout have read. Bomb goes down, and Extinct can't do anything. I mean, he's got no kit, but he is considering giving this a look in, making his way over. No, thinks better of it. There's an AWP to be recovered here at the very least, but what a round from Sprout to put that one back together, and it was some great kills there coming through from Zello that really enabled it.
Zello should have died immediately upon that peek from Gizmi from Cave. That really looked good for Viperio. I like the initial mid play from them. They have a couple of layers to challenge mid, and they come out on top of those fights. And then the B play looks good as well. But Sprout, when you've got a player like Zello, you can sometimes have one of those pop-off rounds. You've seen that over in Vertigo. And this is what we're talking about with Sprout, when they have that ability to win off of an individual, just making a big play. A couple of rounds will always go their way because of that. And this is a nice shot out to Draft, and then the most ridiculous one has to be this. Look at this. Ramp all the way to Cave. That is some flick.
Oh, Gizmi's got to be really upset about that one. Felt like he had him dead to rights. The fan mass betraying him like it does many. That's 9 on the board now for Sprout. Double digits looking likely. I mean, look at this buy. It's that AWP saved over everyone else. Save Extinct, who has an MP9 holding pistols. And okay, Extinct wants to get back into the fray. Passes past the player. Artist has found one. Somehow Zyphon has found another. And they're all starting to fall now. Look for a moment like Viperio might have a moment of brilliance. But it's being scuppered. Zyphon's about to find Artist. Oh my God, we see the flicks today, don't we?
We really are seeing some quick combat AWPing. Artist gets them into a competitive position, but still Sprout stand ahead. So far ahead, in fact, that it doesn't feel doable. So Artist is going to just save on the other side of the map, most likely. But MMS is still hanging around. He's hanging around indeed. And he's got himself a kill on Laux. Now it's a 2 versus 2, but Artist is just so far away. MMS is just looking to inflict some damage on the way out, but they've got so much cash that you'd rather just have the AK here.
Yeah, what are you trying to achieve if you're MMS here? Like, there's no advantage to even killing everyone. This is this is UKCS.
Yeah, well, that happened. that was interesting. Why is he running with his knife out? Some questions don't need answers. And yeah, I think he's even wondering, like,
look of a man that had no idea what he was doing.
Why did I do that? why did I do that? Solo, he just thinks it's fine. Oh, what is happening here? There's a guy with his knife out. It's a horror movie. Yeah, well, I guess you can only laugh at that, I guess.
Well, he would have much preferred an AK into this round, I'll tell you that much. Instead, it's the M4. I mean, it's not the worst case. Still has everything he needs, but...
It was the worst case of that round.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Well, last round of the half. Zyphon is going to edge his way on mid. He's been very good at just getting this mid control quite a few times. But he's going to back up into Extinct. And he gets caught. So Zyphon is down and out. Eliminated. And now the rest of his attack is towards B. Lounge just rips apart Trap. They smoke off Gizmi, but before that smoke even pops, Lounge hits the headshot. And now we're down to the 4 versus 3. Viperio having to make a retake. They have to go for this last round of this first half. And this B site did not hold water.
They have to try and fight their way through here, but look at this setup. Stair has the angle. 2 players are low HP, so certainly is doable for Viperio. Flames come on over, but they don't connect. Lance can still now hang out, and X6 found one though, catching a player as he runs through. But trade immediate, Zello strikes with the AWP. All now onto Artis, taken down through the smoke, and that is going to be an 11-4 half going the way of Sprout.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
it went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launder show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step 1. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry, no look. What? Buck, everybody saw that. No. Yes, the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what, I'm not sure. Oh, no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number 1 now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant. Roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Well, Viperio struggle in the first half after a first map win. Ancient certainly looks more uncomfortable for them, but Sprout, it's a great recovery. It's a fantastic showing in that first half. Zello in particular had the most stand-up moments, I would say, Lucy.
Yeah, and I feel like Zelo's a player that many have questioned on this roster. You know, coming in to replace Slacks, who obviously had a bit of an up and down performance over the years, but have been part of that roster for some time. And Zelo, well, he came in, has been a bit up and down, but so is the rest of Sprout, to be fair.
Oh, that's true. It is, I think, with the amount of leadership changes they've gone through over the last few months, it is only very likely to have those issues. Now we are 11-4. Viperio would love a pistol round to kick things off here, and they're going to be heading their way towards this A side. There's no one here right now for Sprout. They've stacked out that B bomb site with everyone. So MOUZ is the closest. He'll come from red, but they've already smoke walled up.
What?
And what? Oh, that should not have happened like that, but it has. Azur just taps him through the smoke, and there's not much you can do about that if you're Viperio. You just kind of have to accept it. Put the bomb down and hope you can win this 3 versus 4. Fantastic start to the rounds here for Sprout. They're already on the retake. All the kills coming in. The Jewel Berettas, Mince meeting them up, and it's just Draft left alone. Back it, man. The defuse is already happening. They come off it now to swing them together, and that's exactly what will confirm the round win. Sprout have 12.
Yeah, that one's just a bit rough for Viperio, right? You just lose a player through the smoke just to a random shot, and I actually kind of liked what they were doing there. That smoke execute's quite fun, right? Because one of the key things on the defense on the A side is using the default boxes, particularly in pistol rounds with the USP, right? You can just take these headshot fights, but when you just negate that by putting the wall smokes, which isn't an actual execute you see too much, but quite doable on a pistol round because you can't really spam through it, unless you're Azur, of course. I really liked the idea there, but yeah, just got scuppered at the opening hurdle.
Yeah, Azur's definitely just gonna laugh at that one. That's damn okay. Well, first shot through, headshot, of course. And Viperio, they're gonna buy right away because they got the bomb plant. Means they can get a really good force buy. So 2 Galils, an AK-47, Deagle Tech 9, and a decent amount of utility. It looks like just an A execute coming in. They'll smoke out Donut. And just try and play in towards this site together, and they're very good at playing as a unit. What a shot. Oh, Artist right through the temple in both ways, but Zelo lines up 3. The FAMAS very clean to take down 3 of the Viperio side, and Azur comes through, fills the gap that was left open by Zyphon. And there's no issues. They don't even really get towards the site there, unfortunately.
Yeah, that one also really hurts because you found such a great opening kill. I mean, it looked like Zyphon was just ready just to spray them down as they came out. The wide, long angle with the A1S, such a difficult position to clear. The Galil comes out ahead there. And then Extinct with the FAMAS gets a triple. Absolutely insane play. Draft's just hoping for someone to maybe come and get curious, but it feels like an unlikely outcome for him. So Sprout about to get their 13th, looking like a completely different team here on Ancient. Although, okay, Giraffe has found Azur, brought down to half, spots out another player on the jump. A lot to work with here, and he's just taking damage, peppered constantly. And easy enough for the M4A4 to take him down.
Yeah, Zelo's smiling, and we didn't see that at all over on map number 1. So you got to be happy about this. They have that grid opening, straight on to Zyphon. Zelo plugs the hole with no issues. So Sprout a few rounds away from closing out map number 2. Anubis as map number 3, as you pointed out, Lucy. That's going to be exciting. And we have got another series going on right now as well. Saul versus OG currently live. That is also a 0-2 elimination game from the RMRs. Currently Saul 1 map down after losing their map pick Vertigo versus OG 16-11. OG's victory on map 1 led by Nico. Flames in behind.
I will say the exciting thing about Anubis is it is Viperio's, you know, the second best map in recent history in terms of their performance on it. That's at a solid 43% win rate. So I think that's going to be an absolute brawl.
Yeah, you'll definitely see a better look for Viperio on that map. This one, obviously the worst in their map pool. You're going to have issues having a deep map pool when you have no salaries and no investments and can't commit as much time to it. So 13-4, likely to be 14 in just a few seconds here. Cello with a double kill. Nearly comes away with more than that. The elbow push not working for Viperio. They're just held back. Looking at the lack of options for them, it is a little unfortunate, but maybe they can turn their attentions to A. If they could overrun Zyphon here, maybe they can get a bomb plant, but that will also have the issue of Zelo starting to backtrack here, so he's going to have a fast rotation, and Zyphon, he won't be overwhelmed. In fact, he'll hold down for 3.
Yeah, good stuff. Even with the ding coming through, able to stand strong, find them all, clean them up with the M4A4s, easy as you like it. And, well, not been the most inspiring T-side so far from Viperio. This is really going to be the last opportunity we see from them.
I think this is their T-side.
This round is the T-side.
Yeah, this is pretty much the T-side for Viperio. They haven't had the gun rounds, right? So this is the first T-side showing we have for them. And if they lose this, it's done. So it essentially is all in this one round.
Well, let's see it then. What have they got to show us? Mid-control early, looking like the play, and this wrap from lane could be seriously dangerous, but MMS is holding. Takes down one, traded out immediately, but there's Giraffe. That mid-presence allowing an immediate comeback, but Zyphon dodging the flash, can't quite adjust. An Artist, he takes him down and takes a lot of control with it.
Okay, that's much better from Viperio. Some speed through red and Cello. Oh, Draft, don't you do it. Just, yep, well, forget we've seen that. At least he got the kill. At least he got the kill. If he had died to that, I would have faced him, but as they're trying his best to make it expensive, and he's doing exactly that. And this is how quickly a round could turn the other way. Extinct him off the plant and nearly died.
Yeah. You know what? It's never comfortable watching.
No, because if Draft goes to the knife, gets killed on the Zello swing, Azur just got a double kill, right? Imagine a world where Cello and Azur both alive, and it's a 2v2 or 2v1 situation. This is why. This is where the details can come in. They laugh it off now, but it could have been a crying situation. But there we go. They win the important round, Lucy.
Yeah, look. You said that was their T-side, and, well, we saw some interesting stuff.
We saw everything we need to see, I think.
Yeah. That sums it up very nicely. Let's see what they can do now. Good flashbang. Gives me looking for the frag. It's able to find it. No, it's just what? Mid-air. The scroll wheel
got away with that?
Somehow makes it work, and now Zeller has to get on out.
What am I watching? What is that? The jumping finally lands the shot after a wild spray. But it's worked out for Viperio. They've got 3 kills to open up round 20. Make it 4 as Gizmi just shuts down Laux. And the money's gone for Sprouse. So Viperio has some space to stretch their legs now.
Zello's not holding on to this. They are already in position to hunt. His exit is locked on in. Unless he can find this one kill onto Giraffe, then he can actually escape. And oh, nice no-scope. Everyone's going to be hounding him, even swapping to the AK just to help with that exit.
Well, that's the ult blown out.
Oh my god.
Well, it might make it difficult to get to it, but good round out from Viperio. Really good entries. And they keep it clean. So they've broken down the money for Sprout. So it should be another round at least collected here for Viperio. They can make something of this. I think Hawker was bringing up on map number 1 saying, sure, you might get shut out, but you would love to at least have a little bit of momentum at some point going into the next map, right? Because you don't want to be in a position where you just get absolutely shut out and you feel a little cold, you feel like you can't really compete. Whereas if you get a few rounds here and there, you're going to feel much better going into the next map.
7 feels like it should be pretty doable here, although I'm a little worried now. That spray not encouraging me. Extinct is very low. Stairs found one with that recovered AK, and they're running on through, but Azza goes on down. And now it should be easy enough for them to recover.
Yeah, AK for Stair here. And he's might just think about grabbing that for the next round. In the Blast TV poll came up there. And the question was, have you completed your Counter-Strike goal? Have you done it today, Lucy?
Oh, I haven't. Have you?
Me neither. Me neither. I haven't done it, but maybe I'll have to do it.
We should do it now.
Let's do it. Well, we could probably do it right now, actually, yeah. So I always suck at these.
What's the website, Dinko, if everyone wants to play at home?
Blast TV Counter-Strike goal.
That's pretty easy. Blast.tv/counter-strickle.
Strickle. Yep. You can guess today's CS player. Lucy's going to try it right now. You guys can do it at home. You can also go over to Blast TV and compete in those, or interact rather with those polls. Not everything's a competition in life, even though that is the most fun. And we're certainly seeing more of a competition on Ancient now as Viperio starts to rack up a few extra rounds. So far, Lucy has gone for 3 players, and it has not gone well yet. The weapon, the AK-47. That's all we've got correct so far.
At home.
Yeah, there you go. That's all you're getting. That's all we're doing, and that's all you're getting as a hint. They use the AK-47. Really narrows it down. Well, pack of T's now making their way out mid. Viperio have been pretty good at getting this mid control, particularly Gizmi at the front of the attack, but this time walking dry into Donut. Zello has placed his AWP perfectly to pluck away that first player. And Viperio will just leave the rest of them inside of the Donut. But you can't stay here forever.
They're not even actually holding Donut actively either. They've put everyone in towards mid, hoping that the smoke acts a bit like a wall and turns Viperio around, which at the moment it's just caused them to pause. This little HE doing some chip damage.
I don't feel too comfortable about Viperio's positioning in this moment.
This is odd, isn't it? No lurk player to find space elsewhere.
You're in your head, you're losing all of the control right now. They could have pushed B, they could be in cave right now.
They're in a line though.
But they are so passive, it's kind of crazy. They could be anywhere on the T's as well. Neither of the teams have information right now.
Going in dark.
Eventually, it has to be Sprout to get that info, so they're going back over to B to see what's up. And that does leave somewhat of a weakness here towards A. 35 seconds, here comes the utility. Az is out towards CT. He's got Zyphon and Temple to help him out. They'll throw some utility their own down. Here comes the rotation. It's got here very quickly. Are they barreling back? They've got the kills in A, but they're going back through middle because Extinct got through the red room and he went back through middle, cuts off Stair, and now he can hold the rotation as the bomb goes towards B.
How have they managed this then? Extinct single-handedly bringing Viperio into this round. They were suffocated into mid, had no space at all. But Extinct faces into mid and finds both.
That's a great mid-round call. That is a really tough round to find your way out of, and they figure out the path. So instead of committing through A and feeling pressure because you have no control elsewhere, you feel like you almost are forced into the site you've just got the kills at. But the call to go back, let Extinct try and make that play through Red Room. He does a great job at taking out Stair, then cuts off the rotations from A, and they can just send that bomb back into the B site to close it. Really good work from Viperio when they were given so little to play with.
Yeah, especially because as soon as they start to throw the execute on towards the A bomb site, Asa drops that smoke right in their faces, even gets the kill onto
They're hunting as well. At least they get Zyphon with the AWP. Looks to save. But yeah, that at least they have an AWP here for Sprout, but it's still pretty rough at the moment.
All right, well, yeah, this T side starting to get some legs on it. Some good examples of the mid-rounding here after they got a little bit lost in it after the initial engagement in mid. But the recovery, that's the key thing here. A 4v5 turned into a round win and a reset for Sprout.
Well, mid-control has been so important for Viperio over these last few rounds, but held back at Donut right now. They're not charging through. They're respecting the utility. Sprout don't have a whole lot of info right now. They're smoked out at red, but it looks like they want to try and take middle again. Perhaps just jump spot, see what's going on. They brought the AWP over here too. They want to challenge mid somewhat. The boost was a smart idea. Just neither of the sides landing the shot.
I love this because the entire point of this round by Viperio is avoid the AWP, and well, actually the AWP comes to them. MMS, patient, waiting, delivered the kill, and subsequently should be the round. The AWP picked up now in the corner, and okay, Azar tries to make it work. Stair has found 2 kills with that recovered AWP. This one is still cooking, and Artist is in danger. Stair, though, not finding any kills. Gizmi locks off Zyphon. Now all they need to do is avoid Stair. They know exactly where he is. And now they've got him pinned on him. Gizmi has one side, Artist the other.
Oh, he's down to 3 health. Artist is close. He knows he's done the damage. He knows he's got him locked in, and he will close it out. They're starting to pull the comeback here. Viperio starting to get this T side going. We know Ancient has shifted now to favor the T's. Sprout looking to have their say. Let Barry back on the mic. Timeout needed. I feel like Viperio are making them sweat now.
Not quite the dominant first half here. Viperio showing, I mean, you know, Ancient has moved towards more of a T side, right? And Viperio proving it here. Feels like Sprout are running out of answers. It's really just Zello finding a few good moments, and that's been it.
Well, Zello can't be the only player doing anything right now. Needs to be much more of a system here on the CT side for Sprout to close this out. At least they only need 2 more rounds. Viperio, obviously, the full comeback, if you want to win in regulation, they have to be flawless here. They can't afford to drop a single round. Azur, he's challenging mid this time a little bit more aggressively, close towards elbow. Oh, Viperio look to fight him. They're held behind the utility, and this will actually allow Azur to get on up. He sees the boost, but he can't do anything about it. He does some damage to both players on the boost, but doesn't take any of them away. Azur falls, and the aggressive mid play, the risk doesn't pay off.
Another opener here for Viperio. Artis coming on through with the AWP. Zello going to do the same in mid. Trying to take back the ground lost by Azur. Is currently being held. Stink is nearby. Zello peeks on through, finds him as the flames come on through. Now he's repositioning towards lane. That bomb still has to cross as well. He could unravel everything. T's are split, but doesn't matter. Gizmi finds him.
Stare holding the cross, just couldn't connect enough onto MMS, but the nade will certainly do enough. Stare steps in as well, and Sprout got 2 kills back. And those 2 kills put them a player ahead in the final 40 seconds. The bomb still making its way to the site, yet to go down. So they'll tap it and try and force some spams, some fights, some peeks. And eventually, they will get close, and they are so close. Stare goes around the corner with Zyphon, and they execute them for 15 rounds.
That one's brutal for Viperio. They found the opening kill. They even caught Zello on that rotation coming on over, and it felt like they had all the pieces there, but the rest of the CT defense stood strong on the B site. That nade kill coming through, and then a good ending to close it out. Get to see that one again. Utility just great there. Stare catching the player, pushing the smoke. Utility just a little bit better for Sprout.
Yeah, and Azur very happy with how things have gone here for Sprout on this map. I'm sure they'll feel like a pressure off their shoulders to collect their first map win. Will it be done in this round? Viperio look to resist, and Gizmi, he just hits the headshot straight away up towards Stare on the platform, and now Zello, it's a close angle, and he's often very good at hitting those quick, close shots. He'll drop back into Donut, and they do not follow up. They do not want to chase that AWPer into the site.
Yeah, good follow-up frag after losing the opening again, and now they're re-aggressing as they're getting on close. Has the support, so they can watch both of these angles. He's to be definitely aware of something here. Sprout have shown they like to re-aggress into mid. We saw it last round with Zello. This time Zyphon and Azur are here. A good flashbang, and immediately Azur swings around. That support is there, but might not even be needed. Zyphon doubles up, and now Azur can swing on out, dropping the bomb. Giraffe, the only one remaining, has to now find 3. Azur has his number, spots him out. Giraffe knows it.
And Giraffe, 1v3. He's been good in this tournament, but this map has been a struggle for Viperio. Sprout finally get a map win here at the RMR in Copenhagen. Will they be able to close it and stay alive? We'll have to find out on map number 3.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Welcome back to the EU RMR. We're joining us just after the second map of Sprout versus Viperio. We're now split down the middle, 1 map each. Viperio took map number 1 of Vertigo, and Sprout just coming out on top of Ancient. It was a victory led by Ster and Zello with 2 big individual performances. I'm sure they'll be feeling a lot less stress now they've actually got a map under their belt, Lucy, at the competition.
Yeah, it took them a minute to get warmed into things, but they did find it here. And, well, you know, it was actually a little bit more hard fought in the end than it seemed to be. I got to give props to Viperio because that looked like it was going to be a washout, a dominant half coming in from Sprout on their T side, and then even winning out on the pistol and the follow-up round. But somehow Viperio were finding the rounds on the gun rounds.
Yeah, Viperio definitely had a few moments throughout Ancient. I think with a little bit more work, they could be a very good Ancient team. But you could see they just looked uncomfortable, especially on a few individuals, such as MMS again. He was much better on Vertigo, but on this map, he really struggled in those anchor positions. On A in particular, Draft had his worst performance yet. You know, he didn't really look comfortable at all. Extinct actually looked pretty damn good, I have to say, on this map. So maybe it's a personal favorite of his. But we're moving on to Anubis next, and that is going to be a map where I feel like Viperio are going to be a lot more comfortable. We're going to get a very closely contested match heading in map number 3.
Yeah, it's one of their more played maps. I think it's a map they definitely feel a lot more comfortable on. They're pretty happy that the Veto came here. We've seen how good their Vertigo is. Nuke, another map we know is strong for them, and I'd say Anubis is in that top 3, right? So I think the Veto isn't actually that bad for them. And what we saw on Ancient isn't a true reflection of what we're going to see here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm expecting a step up from those individuals again. MMS was having a good day in that first game, and so the drop off, you just got to reset coming into the third. I think it'll be a very similar story in terms of the team talk they're having during this break that Sprout had after map 1. It's like, okay, this is a very weak map of ours. They are very comfortable. We just got to focus up into the next one, call this one done. It essentially becomes a best of 1 now, right? Just one map. You're either going home after this or you stay for another day of Counter-Strike. That's essentially what this is. Elimination, do or die, everything on the line.
Yeah, I wouldn't be saying that if I was the coach, you know, just because best of 1s haven't gone great for either of these teams so far. But, you know, for Viperio, I'm actually looking to that Irish duo, right? Artist and Extinct both had pretty good performances on Ancient, and I feel like they're also going to be key players here on Anubis. I feel like the AWP has a lot of presence here on both sides of the server, and the Artist has been, even before coming into this event, one of their best players. Obviously, Giraffe has been stepping up, but Artist has kind of been the one to be watching, so I'm looking at him to really lead his team to victory here.
Yeah, and we looked at the other side of things. For Sprout, Zello has had a great game. Even on Vertigo, he had his moments where he was getting multi-kills and winning some rounds for them, and on Ancient, he looked very good. And it is tough sometimes to find that level of impact on a map like Ancient, so the fact he was still up there was great. And Stair, that has got to be the talking point, really, the finding of the form again today rather than yesterday's dismal performance. In fact, he's able to come through today and play much better. If that's consistent as we head into this final map, Sprout become very scary again, because Stair is the player to look out for me on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of conversations about Stair in terms of like the young Danish rifling talent, and I know a lot of teams have had their eyes on him as well, right? Just because he is one of the best prospects in that space. And I guess I'm looking to his Danish counterpart on the team, Zyphon, as well, who was pretty quiet even on their victory there on Ancient. He's a player that, you know, we've seen some pretty high highs from him back on the Copenhagen Flames roster, but it feels like over the last 6 months or so, been very inconsistent. I mean, not even in the serve, but also just within the lineup as well, in and out of it. And his form is kind of all over the place. So another player that I think needs to be stepping up here.
Yeah, definitely. And Zyphon is, yeah, he really has had a tough time. I think he just finishes this series so far. If it was to end now, would finish with a 0.86 rating, below that of Azo, who definitely had some moments there himself on that previous map, didn't he?
Yeah, I think we always used to have the conversation back in the days. He is a bit of a fragging IGL. I kind of look at him akin to Dexter in that way. So, no surprising to see him having some impact here, but has to get warm back into things.
Certainly has to get warm to get back into things, and that's exactly what we will do after this break. It's Sprout versus Viperio fighting for a survival.
Welcome back. It's time for the final map. Fighting for survival, we've got Viperio versus Sprout. We've also got Hawker joining us again. You enjoyed your break? You watching that one from the sidelines?
Yeah, man. It would help if I had the mic
Yeah,
on.
there we go.
Man.
There we go.
You know,
he forgets how to do it after one map.
Exactly one map. It's all out my brain. No, I enjoyed it. I was kind of low-key hoping for the comeback. Didn't really get it, but hey, that means we get Anubis, and I'm definitely excited for that.
I'm very excited for Anubis, Lucy. It's always fun to go there.
Yeah, it feels like it's our first Anubis here at the RMRs, right? I feel like I've not seen it yet.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I haven't seen it personally.
A lot of Ancient.
There's been a lot of Counter-Strike, but I don't think I've seen it at any point. So I'm very excited to see this one come through. And I'm sure Viperio will be feeling a lot happier that we're now heading to Anubis instead of having to play Ancient, their statistically worst map. So we're heading into Anubis. I'm expecting a pretty close game from both of these teams. I think what we've seen is just 2 blowouts on each other's map picks, and it should all add up for a normal best of 3 here. Everything is going to be on the line, so pressure at its highest for teams like Sprout and Viperio. This could be their last map. For one of them, it is their last map here at the RMRs.
Here we go, underway into it. Double dualies for Viperio. Ready to take some close quarters combat, and it's Extinct who's tested early.
Oh, he is tested, and he does not pass that test at all. Zyphon comes in. Azo, just mauling them.
Well, this round's over before it starts. Giraffe's just giving it a look in, but, well, all his teammates have fallen. A 1v5 presents itself. He's being hunted as well. How's the read on this? So, I was going to say should get that one for free, but I guess not.
No, nothing goes their way, not a thing. And that is a good start to this for Sprout. They'll be feeling good about having the pistol under their belt.
Definitely feeling good about that one. No, I was just looking up the map stats. We've also not had a nuke so far at the RMR, which is crazy.
That is crazy,
You know what?
isn't
I
it?
feel like both those maps kind of check out for me just because they are a bit more, I guess, one-sided in terms of like the TCT kind of balance. And you kind of want something that's got a good middle ground, right?
Yeah, there's also like, the top teams will just wreck you on those maps too.
Yeah.
Especially on nuke.
Well, good from Zello. He burns away Gizmy.
This is the Force Spy as well from Viperio.
Yeah, they've not really had the best start to that Force Spy attempt. See what Viperio's Anubis looks like against a team of Sprout's level. Draft gets close to the A main smoke. A couple of players up towards Ruggs. They're going to silently drop. It's Laux getting close towards him. Draft using utility. They know he's close now with that underhanded smoke. He'll just hide behind it. In the meantime, they've moved through middle as a pack here. Sprout, they look to try and crunch on Draft, who is alone. He's got no help here. The best thing that he can do here is just try and get inside of the smoke phase it, grab a 5-7 kill. He's being wrapped. He's under so much pressure. It's a sandwich. He's calling for teammates to come and help. And in the end, he will fall alongside Extinct and Artis. MMS at least gets 1 kill in the Force Spy, but it's a 2-0 start for Sprout.
Looked like they might have got a bit more out of that on the Viperio side there once they got that flank going. Drafted by a lot of time, but not meant to be on this occasion. So it should be a clean and comfortable start for Sprout.
You got to wonder about these CT side forces on a map like Anubis in particular, just because the rotations are actually really tricky on this map. So, you know, even if you do find a couple of kills, the T side can normally just capitalize on the weapon advantage, and you have to retake them with a 5-7 and like maybe a flashbang. So doesn't work out for them. No chance to even really attempt a retake, and now they have just the pistols default and a Zeus for Extinct. So maybe some excitement can come through from that.
Well, literally, as you said it, Lucy, the kill does come through. Laux just gets removed. Azur will find Draft, at least in reply, to keep the numbers even here as Azur. Definitely not going to have too many issues against USP. So Galil handles the spray. Another Zeus attempt. That was down close as well. Artis got one a little bit earlier on. So we've had 2 Zeus kills from my memory for Viperio in this series.
No knives, though, despite some
There was a knife.
attempts. Oh, sorry, yes. No, we did have the one on the first map.
Yeah, there was. Extinct got that one. So Viperio just going full at it with the Zeus and knife attempts and coming away with quite a bit of success. But a 3-0 start for Sprout. They'll feel very good about this. Nice, comfortable beginning to Anubis.
There it is.
I love it.
It's such a good sound, isn't it?
Give me your best Zeus impression, Alex. That's pretty
that
good.
was pretty good.
That's
yeah.
pretty good.
Nice.
Go on, Lucy, what do you got?
No.
Just no. Wow. Who was that?
That's mine.
Okay.
That was actually Nafaz.
I thought that was Lucy for a
Yeah, I
second.
thought your dulcet tones would prevent such a high-pitched
No,
thrill, but
I can get it up there.
I guess not.
Well then. Gun round back for Viperio. No Zeus's this time.
No Zeus.
Oh, Zeus. Sorry, of course.
Yeah, it's like geese and Zeus, man. It's pretty obvious.
Do you prefer the geese or the Zeus?
Geese.
Multiple mice, a moose.
Whoa.
Famis.
Whoa.
Famis.
Oh god, this is getting out of hand.
All right, Extinct. He's in dark, and he's got himself a chance here because he's... Oh, the Molotov ticked towards him, and he commits to a fight. There's nothing really else he could have done there, and unfortunately for him, couldn't control the garden hose and ends up going down to Azza. Stair fights towards a connector. Doesn't get a kill from it, but Sprout still maintained that advantage, and that dark fight eventually does come through, and Laux will win it. So not the start of Viperio we're hoping for when it comes to this rifle round.
It's just such a pivotal position there. And if Extinct is going to go for aggressive plays like that, it's maybe a little concerning. You need to control that area of the map as the CTs, or at least just play back from the site. But that commitment is dangerous when the molly comes your way. And now Laux, well, he was ready. Oh, turns back, not in time though. So maybe Giraffe can keep this competitive.
The issue is, what do Viperio do here? What's their read? They know it's not B, so they have to reinforce, sorry, not A, so they have to reinforce the B bomb site. There's this player in mid that's going to be such a pain. Good smoke, so will slow things down, making it a bit harder for them to fight into this site. Zello trying to find this opener, but Gizmi sitting behind him as Zyphon just runs on through, domes him. MMS's spray does not connect, and Stair is through the smoke.
Yeah, Stair is having a great time in this series now. Second map was brilliant from him. He even had a lot of moments on Vertigo where they weren't getting a lot done. If he has started to find some form, that is a very bad sign for Viperio. Some news they were not hoping to read. Giraffe at least connects on Azzo on the way out the door, but it's 4-0. As Sprout just continue to move forward here. There's a world in which Viperio don't get involved early on here, and it starts to become a momentum-based win for Sprout. So they've got to make sure they compete at some... I thought there were seagulls in here. That audio design's pretty good.
I was literally turning around.
Same. Oh my god.
That's immersive right there. I was like, seagulls are attacking again. No, it's all good. It's all good.
I don't trust seagulls either. Let me tell you.
You don't trust them?
No, man.
They are getting bigger and bigger.
The British seagulls are massive.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
We don't have them as big in Australia.
It's because we're eating chips.
It's true. Yeah, I was going to say...
French fries, if you don't know.
Of course, of course. I've never had them steal my food, but you see the videos of it happening.
I've seen the, like, I've heard about them, like, picking up
Seagull
small
would have
dogs.
messed with you, Hawker. They know better.
Picking up dogs?
Yeah, I've heard a story of a small dog being taken by a seagull.
I read that, actually.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Oh, man.
If you're a small dog, avoid seagulls.
Any small dogs watching?
Or small human. They might, at a certain point, they probably will get big enough to do that, so be careful. Timeout taken for Viperio. They need this, because this has been a very rough start, and it would be a real disappointing way to go out of the tournament if you just get absolutely slapped on the final map. Tech issue as well to follow up. So just a moment before we return. Coach is still having their say. I'm assuming the timeout will be running out shortly.
Yeah, so very important for Viperio that Extinct can figure out his position. If he wants to commit to fights like that, it's just such a big risk. I'm not sure I like it. Going through the flames, you know that the T's are going to put mollies into that position. You see it so often, the nades exchanged by the T's and CTs down below.
Yeah, and if he is having struggles there, you need to find a solution elsewhere, whether that's aggression out through A main, whether that's in towards mid, fighting through window, or even taking the fight outside of B. There are different ways that you can force the aggression on the CT side while the T's are occupied with dark.
On the M4A1S for Giraffe. That's got to be the weapon that gets something done here. The rest of his teammates gather in full force on A. And they're coming towards A quite heavily here on Sprout too. This is going to be a bloodbath. Hopefully an even amount of blood and not just one side. Extinct gets 2 on the 5-7. It's a 2-for-2 right off the get-go. Viperio, I think, will take that as they back away.
I like they set it up with a couple of nades initially. Help soften up those players, make it easier for the pistols.
Zyphon seems to have to read the possible mid-push here as they walk right into Stair. A man in form who just takes both of the remaining players down. It's just Giraffe left towards A connector, the player with the rifle, who has seen the least amount of action in this round.
And just in general.
Had a life game yesterday, as some would call it. Had a very quiet map in the previous. Maybe he can have one of these big clutches here. Let's see, 1 minute left.
All comes down to whether he finds the right timing here. But the issue is the B side has been completely cleared out, and so The T's have poked and prodded. They're actually just hunting. The Bomber's just chilling out by itself while the remaining pieces go to explore and find where he is. But with that push all the way through mid, and now the A site found empty, Giraffe's going to arrive at B, and well, the bomb will be planted on the other side.
That's a shame for Giraffe, because as you said, they did have a player clearing out the B site completely. But Sprout still just send it over to A.
Good call from Azza there as well to figure that out, just damage control. 5-0 lead, already growing for Sprout. I like the idea. I think the A main push actually works quite well. And it was actually the best case scenario for that as well, because when they were pushing main, there's a gathering of players just outside. They were smart to just cancel as well, come back, reaggress somewhere else. Just unfortunate that the Stare is ready for it, and it's 4-0 now. But good start from Azza in particular as an individual. 8-1. He was being the second lowest rated player at this event. And so him finding a good start is going to go a long way for Sprout.
Definitely will. And it's, you know, the new map in the pool. So it's not like Azza has experience on this map. He's played it 3 times in total. But Sprout been doing pretty decently on it as of late.
I mean, it's just a very Counter-Strike map, right? Like, I feel like it's not a map like Ancient that I think takes a lot to adjust to in terms of like the meta of how it's played. I think Anubis is relatively straightforward, so it's been picked up by a lot of teams very quickly because of that. So I feel like for Azza, it's not a great deal of catching up he has to do.
Yeah, plus there isn't like months of nades being updated that, you know, that he's not learned, so it's fine.
It's actually true, because I remember when Nitro came back to the game, I was thinking he would struggle on the newer maps, but he actually said he preferred them, because part of the reason why he left for a bit was because he wanted something fresh. He wanted something new to really dig his teeth into. Whereas you might just go back to your old tricks on the old maps. Sometimes the new tricks will catch you out. This is the gun round for Viperio, though. Artist playing with this orb towards A. Might be tested soon, but that smoke's going to make life awkward for Sprout.
Not an unusual setup here. 3B and then the 2A. Oh, Artist missed the first flick. But now he can play around the pillar. They have to try and flush him out, but he's taking the fights one by one. Looking forward for more, and there's the bomb dropped, and oh, not quite the third. But here's Gizmy, gets one back, and he is spraying them on down. Azza found 2, but it's all under Stare now.
Yeah, Stare comes back. Damage has been done on towards Gizmy, but the other 2 players on 100 health. A very difficult position to get that bomb back from. Especially now with utility landing on it. And everyone arriving to cover off the bomb. There's 3 players. When he goes around that corner, he's going to see a pyramid he did not come to see in Egypt, and he will fall.
Ouch. That is a shutdown. I can't believe Artist goes just into the open there. I don't think that's a high percentage play at all. But it works out okay because obviously he has the rifle support behind him. So once he runs in like this, it's his teammate who comes in with a couple of kills.
You're right, that is not a high percentage play. You know, 9 times out of 10, you're going to die.
Yeah.
To be fair, I feel like that pillar and then the obelisk on the B side are like the 2 AWP highlight positions, right?
Where you
can get a lot happening.
Because it feels like very similar to Inferno's new box, where we see how many AWP clips from that position, right? It's just like a little bit of cover, in and out, in and out. You can selectively pick which side you want to shoot from too, so you can go in left and right. So it's really a prime position where it looks super flashy and you can get a couple of clips from there. And Artist obviously has done exactly that. There's his first 2 kills of this map so far.
Always good. Yeah, I remember I was watching a ZywOo demo on Anubis and I saw him go to that spot a lot. And that's when I first realized, okay, yeah, this is probably a good position to be in for an AWPer.
Yeah, ZywOo doesn't really select positions that are poor for AWPers, does he?
Ouch.
Oh, that's rough. Gizmy gets spammed down through the mid-smoke. Immediately, Viperio handed a deficit.
This time, smoke up for Extinct, so won't have as big of an issue in this position. See if his teammates use their nades on this position also. Meanwhile, mid is a problem. No adjustment. No chance in this round for Viperio. That's 2 picks through the smoke, and the A site is completely open.
That's one of the big issues with this map and the way you want to play it on CT. Any of these little off angles you can hold are always very exposed. Like, there's not really things to tuck around outside of that A main if you're holding the left side. And in mid, it's the same situation. If you're not playing back behind kind of that corner box, you're pretty much always exposed to some sort of spam. And a team like Sprout, they are going to be relatively experienced and know where those spots are.
For Viperio, this is going to be rough because Lounge is coming in behind them, just cut off all the saved weapons too. Oh, they're not going to have much to write home about. Ooh, went for the double. Does get Artist, knows exactly where Extinct is. He's going to try and fight his way out of the pits here, but they're coming in from so many different angles. Eventually, one of them would find him. That's Cello that is given that chance. Just the MMS. At least he slips away with an AK. No one's coming to Dark anytime soon apart from Siphon, but the timing, just about works out for him. So timeout taken that for Viperio. We've seen that pop up. Not having the best of starts here. They don't want to throw away this chance.
Yeah, the series started so strong for them, but Vertigo was a long time ago at this point.
Yeah, 2 smoke spam kills as well. It just feels like that round is just frustrating. You don't feel like you actually you didn't play that round, essentially.
That one's rough. Using their timeout immediately after as well, just to give them a bit more time to decide how they want to approach the next. Dinko, are you old enough to be familiar with MMS messages?
Yeah, multimedia servers, I don't know, something like that. Okay. Right? So,
sounds about right.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
That's how you send pictures.
Old emoticons as well, right?
Yeah.
Little animated smiley faces on Microsoft Messenger or something like that.
Those are the words.
One of the relics.
Good old MSN.
I used it for a while.
Really?
Yeah. I used to call my friends on MMS.
All right, no need to flex.
Yeah. Little friend, like.
Your little friends. Not stature, but age. And, well, okay, Extinct. 1 kill stolen back. And Artist with the AWP has found another. This one's starting to fall apart. There was not much brought into this Viperio.
Sprout might have to push the panic button here in this round. Can they escape?
Siphon. Oh, Draf is going to love that. Siphon offers himself up alone. And the 5-7 is so strong, it brings him down. And now we're looking at 2 players here for Sprout. This could be a great response, but Ster makes the play around the backside. Draf has fallen victim to it. Oh, no, MMS. Oh, he turns. And as soon as he does, Zello executes him with the AWP. That would have been a ridiculous turnaround to a kill. And Ster has now creeped into the B side. They're playing together on this one. Artist is in a pretty uncomfortable spot at Dark with the AWP. It's not like he can find a huge amount of impact, and even less so now with that smoke going in. But if I know Artist, he's a player that likes to go through that smoke, and he has found the timing. He has found the gap, but Ster watches it, and Cello will stay alive, and they have pulled this one back. It is just Extinct. Ster and Zello pulling off a masterclass here. Bomb is going to go down on the other side because they've got the exact read where Extinct is coming from, and Ster has a perfect round to pull that one back.
Damn, you see the mood there. So much better for Sprout now. Has it getting hyped for his teammate in this one. Such a good start for Viperio, but
2v5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous that Ster is able to just walk around the whole map. You see he had the right read on every player.
There's some really nice stuff there, like Ster, when he eventually actually comes through mid and he's kind of in that temple and he's gonna flank onto the bomb site there, he doesn't actually extend out. It's being held by Artist this entire time. He just makes his presence known but doesn't push out, waits for Zello to take the space and then capitalizes using these small advantages.
I like this Sprout have called a timeout here because they're trying to get in their head. You know, you've just thrown a 5 versus 2 and they're just letting you stew in that. Oh, that is gonna be so frustrating.
Also good to see Azza get really excited about that, right? Big smile on his face.
Yeah, absolutely. Normally pretty level-headed. Nice to see him get hyped for the team. They deserve it after that round. Such an impressive turnaround from them. Viperio need to turn around this half right now. 7-1 down. Smoke out early, CT aggression. This is such a big commitment though. You still feel vulnerable, but the T's, well, they weren't ready, but they still get a kill from it. And now MMS has to get out of there.
Yeah, that's going to feel rough for Extinct. Should have locked at least one in there on the cross. Siphon given so much time to react. Gotta be happy with the 1-for-1, actually. Gizmi. Oh, here's the nade being pulled. In and out. That's the danger man out. This is second death start.
Flash on through for Azza. Rotation has come on through. 2 players here, and they are going to be hitting onto this bomb site. Giraffe sitting on top of this smoke at the moment. It's going to fade before these Ts find their way through. Even another being deployed here. Smoke for the execute. That one's going to go through to heaven if Azza does decide to pull the trigger. Seem a little bit wary about a flank just because of the time that's passed here, and they do have that man disadvantage, but nothing's coming at the moment.
Here the utility goes flying in towards this A site. Gizmi wants to get in front of those smokes to help Draft. You don't want to leave him here on his own. The flashes are so good. He hides away, but Gizmi and Draft peek out together, and it's a cleanup. Well done for Viperio. That's their second on the board.
Solid hold there. Making sure to just survive for long enough. The Sprout players start to come out into the open, and that's when you can take those fair fights. So something to work with for Viperio.
And I really like the change-up, right, going for the aggression. As saying before, there are a few different aggressive avenues you can take on the CT side, and after seeing them struggling with that dark fight earlier, it's good to see them finding other solutions to find these opening engagements.
It's very all-in when you go for that commitment. A lot of nades used as well. Here's Artist. Oh,
no! That was served up on a silver platter, but Ster gives him a gold one. Oh, Artist just goes again. A second shot as he gets away behind the smoke screen. This is chaos as Gizmi is thriving in it. Cello gets caught in the retreat back. And Zyphon trying to filter through, but Sprout have lost 3 players immediately upon this heavy B play. A good call for Artist to go and take that spawn peek, and it's worked out really well for Viperio.
Yeah, the classic bait and switch there. Missed your first shot, but then hit the other 2. Very difficult shots, but it's enough to completely quell this attack. Well, Boost, the Boost not even coordinated. They've repositioned. Nobody's going to be giving up anything here.
Just making a lot of noise, really.
Yep, jumping up and down. Screaming out to Viperio to come kill me. That wish going to be granted soon for sure. Flash through, smoke in the face again. Another attempt at the boost. Maybe this time it'll work out.
Ooh. This is like the Battle of Thermopylae if the forces numbers were reversed. 300 attacking, an army of infinite soldiers here through the gates of B, and Laux is going to walk in and get destroyed. Draft will assist. A great round coming through from the side of Viperio. Artist in particular. I thought he was about to get absolutely wrecked after missing that first kill.
Yeah, thriving in the chaos. Just a little too quick on the trigger.
I think Star probably thinks the ult falls back from that.
Fucking go, come on.
Yeah, you see the ult. Play that position occasionally.
Chill.
I think that's what Azza has to bring to the team, man.
Come on, guys, get on my wavelength.
You know, I love the almost any Aussie I meet, the vibe is just very chill, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
There's something about like always being near a beach, you know, chills you out.
That's why I'm not chill. Lived in the UK too long.
Yeah.
Not enough beaches.
We've toxic to you, so to speak.
Also, I guess every Aussie that I know that doesn't live in Australia, every time they go back and come back, they just seem a lot more happy.
It's so true.
It's like they go back to the life source. They return to wherever they live in the world.
The waters of life.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, Ster, he's pushed through middle. Artist, again, playing in and around these smokes, and that is going to cost him. He couldn't see anything. And Ster could see his lovely head peering right below the smoke. That's frustrating for Artist. He thought he had a cool little one-way he could use that. He just thought he was being cheeky playing with the smoke, but ends up getting punished for it. And now they're leaning towards this B split. It's going to be 3 outside B main, 2 through dark, and there is not really a setup here to deal with it.
No. Maybe some counter utility. I think Extinct is rotating into position. MMS has something, but it's not going to be ideal to try and slow down this aggression, especially once the smokes come in. How do you use the mollies here? You probably can't.
think with that kill, it's all over. Just save the other weapons. Gizmy's coming over. Sure, just take that. Run away with it. You ain't getting back into this round. You've seen too many times where Viperio in these rounds, well, they should just save. They kind of go half in, half out. They lose their weapons. They don't have anything to play with. But they're going to stick around a little bit. They have some extra cash, but there's nothing to gain from doing this, really. Apart from maybe doing some damage on your opponents, I guess. You want to try and break down that Sprout economy. But the likelihood of getting away with a massive amount of damage is not there. You want to save an AK, realistically.
Yeah, a bit of a lack of discipline.
I think in the post plants, too, they sometimes lack that. So that's something they could definitely work on. But Gizmy's not going to get his... Oh, my goodness. Okay. How is he turning around for that? Okay. Spoke too soon.
I don't know how Laux didn't land a shot on him there.
Yeah.
Fair play. Gets away with it.
At least one. One save, Lucy. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, though, is it? And this is quite funny in a way because, you know, we've mentioned a few times, like, the smokes and all the rest of the utility for Azza, that comment, right? And, you know, maybe an artist's head of things thinking, oh, maybe this is just one of those smokes that's just a little bit off. I've been given a bit of space here, but Stare, everything is intentional. I feel like if you ever see a smoke that looks a little funky in a pro game, that's been thrown with a purpose.
A lot of the time. That is true. Just to catch you trying to use that gap. Well, timeout taken for Viperio, letting their coach Biscu have a say yet again. Starting to run out of chances here to make a dent in the EU RMR.
Elimination on the line in this one. Comes down to this map. Viperio, they've put together just a couple of rounds on this CT side. It is a map where it can be very difficult to get those CT rounds. Definitely something to keep in mind. Seen some incredible comebacks on this. Vitality against FaZe. Managed to pull it back massively on their T side.
That's one for the history books, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Boy. Hello. Stare just comes through mid. Is he ready for MMS? Oh, he is. He's going to swing, but MMS is quick on the trigger. Puts a couple of bullets in the brain of Stairs. Cello falls foul to the artist Op, who gets himself 2 in this round. Azza and Laux, a difficult task ahead of them to pull off this 2 versus 4. And the bomb safely in the possession of the CTs right now. Azza coming through dark timing for Extinct to look away. Has allowed Azza to come on up, but Extinct looks back, catches out Azza. Just Laux left in mid.
Got to remember that 2v5 they pulled off earlier. Never be counting them out of this.
1v4 for Laux.
Well,
here we go.
Certainly
He's found
possible.
the first.
Has the idea, but they're all now grouped up in mid. That bomb out in the open, and well, swings on through. MMS in front of the gate. Closes it in his face.
Good little off angle. Just be straight out in the open. Make it as hard as possible for you to get pre-aimed and just dealt with immediately. Even if you don't win the fight, it's going to take a bit of time to adjust that cross-set.
Nice.
Get in the console, maybe. Change something.
Sensitivity change your crosshair. Change that as well. Yep. Change the left-hand model. There we go. Feeling much better now.
Doesn't look like Zello's got a weapon in this round. Maybe we'll have to pick up one of his teammates. It is a force for Sprout. This could actually work out for Viperio right here. They probably only need a few more CT rounds to have a pretty good half. Giraffe lines him up early, but does get traded.
Zypher now has an M4.
Are they ready for the AWP?
Well, that's lovely. Wow. Staro's push mid pretty much every round. Gizmy waiting for him and finds him on the lurk through the smoke this time. Staro gets a taste of his own medicine, and it is very bitter.
The worst part is Zello just has that pistol and can't even pick up a rifle here, right? Like, they're all irretrievable. So he still has to stick with this despite so many players falling in this round.
Yeah, pretty smart to realize that he couldn't just walk towards A. Artist
just keeps getting aggressive, yeah.
Maybe now he'll get the gun though. Oh, no, maybe not. Oh, no.
Well, Zello gets caught. He had all that utility and didn't throw any of it. That's a bit sad. Gizmy confirms another round for Viperio. And like you said, you know, picking up rounds here on the CT side, considering it was a very slow start, they've made a half out of this, and you don't really need a whole lot on the CT side. 5 or 6 is perfect, really, if you want to have a competitive T side going into the second half.
And I mean, 6 looks likely, right?
Yeah.
It's the full eco from Sprout here.
Yeah, this is a good half in the end. They might even get 7 rounds at this half. Considering the start from Sprout, that's kind of wild. They have used a lot of timeouts as well, so a team like Viperio, if this gets close towards the end of the game... Oh, no. That's not the start.
Did you need to do that?
Nope. Nope is the answer right there. I'll answer for him.
Oh, Extinct is going to be isolated now. I mean, he should clean up. Okay.
He will clean up. He will. There we go.
That'll do.
That's 3, and that should confirm it. But Cello has the M4. See how much more he can get done here. Did make it a little more bloodthirsty.
Surely spotted.
MMS charges around the corner. 6 rounds confirmed for Viperio. Now time to see if they can get a 7th. Sprout would love to push forward to 9.
Yeah, definitely important for Sprout here to close out the half with something. I'd really like that. Nice! Definitely can see Viperio start to believe as this half goes on here. Final round of the half. Sprout will have themselves AKs back on deck.
No AWP though for Zello, who was such a impactful player on the prior maps. This time around, been a bit more muted. It's really been Stair that's been the man, and in mid has been where he's been making the magic happen. Looking to do the same thing this round, taking the space, flash on through. Gizmy is here. Saw him getting that kill through the smoke last round. He's going to be under pressure, and the only one defending because of this 3B lean.
Stero has got that mid control. He has so often sought out. No challenge coming his way. And the B split is really being set up now as we head under 1 minute. 3 outside of B main, 2 through dark. This is a play that Sprout tried to run a couple of times. Has been met with mixed success. And Draft plays close towards jail. It's a first kill for him down towards dark. Azir will start to make his way in. After picking up 1, it's just 1 from Extinct. Blow for blow. And Sprout starting to commit to the plant. Azir's got himself a really good position here. Gizmy's come through the temple. It's just 1 for him. Viperio gets 6 rounds at the half, but it's Sprout that lead the way by 3. The final half of Anubis coming up. fighting for survival. Sprout versus Viperio. 9-6 half here on Anubis, the last map of this best of 3. Sprouts are really strong, in particular Azza had a great performance in the first 2 rounds. Stare was dominating, but Viperio, they used a lot of timeouts, but they dug deep to find a competitive CT half, Lucy.
Yeah, it was a 5-0 start, and then as the rounds got on, Viperio started to find their way back into it, getting a bit more confidence. That initial punishing coming through to Dark, they were finding solutions, finding ways to adapt. And it's given them a relatively decent scoreline here. Definitely enough to work with on the T side.
See if it is going to come through for them in the pistol. Unicorn odds still in favor of Sprout. Definitely a decent enough half for them. Smoke coming in early. Extinct moving in instantly with the Tech 9.
Yeah, Tech 9 running in right into Azza's face, though, as he just hits the headshot. Siphon on the double, and Stare chimes in. It's another quick pistol here for Sprout. Viperio just getting shredded. And Artis will get one out the door, but that's a very clean, quick pistol from Sprout.
I feel like that's got to throw a lot of question marks into your head if you're taking mid and there's just no contact at all. Not even through the glass sort of connector there on the right-hand side. If you're not finding any contact there, that's going to be alarm bells, right? There has to be a stack in play, and they walk straight into it.
Timing of the flash seems slightly off. And I also really don't love the Tech 9 running in first there, because he's set up as the raid boss. That kind of means you can't jump around the corner, try and offset the crosshair. It makes it so easy. If you're just running at headshot height, you're going to get domed by those USPs at this level. And that's exactly what we saw here. And we got that T-side CZ again from Artist. I mean, listen, the man's crazy, so we'll allow it.
I don't love this force buy, I'll be honest with you. No bomb plant, they barely found a kill, and now they're running straight into these MP9s. The flames come down, and Azza jumps up, burns one, takes another down. Zelo does fall. Lux is on this flank. Ooh, Giraffe tucked on through, actually finds that kill with the P250. He's keeping it surprisingly competitive here. Azza's gonna throw down smoke. The issue is that bomb is out in the open, and now it's just Giraffe left in a 1v3. Smoke giving him something to work with here, but they're locked in on his angle.
Yeah, this force buy hasn't gone well. This force buy has been met with a stopping power, but Draft gets a lineup nearly a third. Oh, that could have been something special. The force buy nearly happens for them, just as I say it had gone wrong. Draft nearly gets 3, but it's a round, unfortunately, that we'll have to forget. And one that has come so close, but yet so far in the end.
Bloody hell. I like how Lax goes fishing, finds a Giraffe. Not what he was expecting. But man, this lineup. Oh, it was the perfect lineup.
Oh my god, man. Holy shit.
That's exactly what we were expecting. That's our reaction, but we couldn't say it that way. That was wild. Oh, it's so close, but yet so far.
So close, man. That could have changed things entirely.
Oh, that would have changed the entire outlook in the next few rounds for sure, but now we're at a point where they've just got Glocks and the EU P250. They come through Dark, see what they can find. Laux looking to stop them. Good utility usage, that's going to make it impossible to get through. 12 rounds now for Sprout. 4 rounds away from securing survival for at least another matchup here. Eliminating Viperio.
Yeah, they were on it with the incendiaries in both of those rounds. Just get the first kill. Run and gun of the SMG so you can get back to safety. A lot of pressure on Viperio now for this gun round. You really just cannot afford to lose this one. I think you can see both teams understanding the importance of this upcoming round. Sprout take a timeout ahead of it. Do they keep those bonus weapons on the Sprout side? That is a question. I think they probably will.
Yeah, it's just a single MP9 I think that they've held over, so no reason not to. There's plenty of like really close range angles here on both sides of the map. In fact, even in mid, it's actually a map that the MP9 can do a lot of work on. Put it on your Dark player. Those fights are pretty nice for them. Double the scoreline now. This one has to be a Viperio round. Otherwise, they might be our first team eliminated here.
What's their go-to when they need a round the most? Ooh, that's a nice nade onto Step. Mid control looking pretty solid now for Viperio.
Hazard's about to have a couple players coming his way. Oh, he starts to pre-fire with a shadow and maybe a little bit too preemptive.
It's a bait almost. Look at the stack on this side still.
Yep, he's gone down, so they feel a little bit more comfortable, but they're going to split this A side, so hopefully the split for Viperio can prove potent, but Stera is ready for that. He is tasked with holding the A connector, and the flash goes in, it blinds them, but MMS doubles up. Zello turns, and the FAMAS looks good in the hands of this guy. What a turn back, gets the double kill, and he is happy about that. So is Azza, fired up her Sprout.
What an insane call from Azza to stack the site there. That is insane. 4 players are there. You've had mid contact, and it's just like the pistol round, right? You just don't expect so many bodies here. You know, kudos to MMS for finding that double, making it look almost doable, but Zello unaccounted for the whole time.
Was that a team flash that blinded him coming in through the connector?
Oh, I didn't see.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That's rough, because 2 of them were blind upon entry, and that just makes it pretty easy for the Sprout players to take them down.
Well, they still get a force buy back, and they're trying to go for a similar play towards mid, trying to get back control. Viperio desperate for this. Oh,
nice shot.
Great shot from Extinct.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage in that, though, so Azza will easily take him out on the follow-up. He goes forward. Azza's not stopping. He's got himself 3. He's feeling it now. Welcome back, Azza. 20 kills. Giraffe trying his best to pull it back, but it's just not working. On fire. Sprout put 5 up in a row.
Azza top of the leaderboard. Warms every Australian's heart right now. Sprout on fire. 2 rounds away from eliminating Viperio. And these hits through to mid, this always seems to be a strong hold here, both in mid and on the side itself.
You know what the sad thing is? I feel like Viperio on Anubis, some of the best, or rather on Inchin, some of their best rounds were the slow controlled ones where they actually had a mid round. Right now it feels a little desperate where they're just trying to group up immediately and just attack one choke point. And a lot of the time they're losing 2 players in that. There's not a lot of mid round options available to them. Maybe taking it a little bit slower and actually trusting in their ability to play in the mid round is probably a better idea here, but they're starting to run out of chances to do that. This really feels like the last one to get it going.
Yeah, they're not getting those proper full buys any longer either.
So it's hard to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little disappointing. Cello and Laux, the Romanians, coming out with the first 2 kills. Extinct has had a good day today. Hit some nice shots this time. Oh, stopped by the AWP.
So
that's the bomb as well, rolling to the feet of Zyphon. He will just hold it inside of Dark. Zello now can focus on B-Min instead. Viperio are not getting anywhere near this site. 15. Elimination point now for Viperio. This could be their last round here with the RMRs.
Looking a little flustered, both in and out of the server. Dejected. Artist not looking confident. We saw a missed smoke in that last round as well. They were going for the sat smokes on towards the A-bomb site. One of them just landed in the canal. Speaking of nothing, last time out and last stand for this squad.
Yeah, and to think about this team as well, to give them some props. They come in as an unsalaried team, a team that can't commit fully to this game and make it their profession, and the amount of roster changes they've got to make as well. It's just hard to build a map pool. It's hard to be a force where you can come to an RMR fully prepared with multiple maps you can go to. Once you get to the best of 3, your weaknesses are really exposed. Strong showing on Vertigo. That's the ceiling we see they can get to. When it comes onto a map they're not so well versed on, you get to see what happens when you go up against a team like Sprout.
Yeah, it can happen to you.
Gonna try again to be somewhat quick in middle. Extinct runs forward, burning, taking a lot of damage. He's inside, and Ster has stopped him from going any further.
Man, they're so committed to mid. They really want this control. But Ster has been starting to step up. Azza arriving on the rotate, and this might be it.
Giraffe and Artist, the only remaining hope for this squad. Elimination looming. Have to put together the 2v5. Artist swaps to the Galil, gets one, but falls. Giraffe, we saw him put up a monumental performance in their opener against Fnatic. But now, all being closed. 4 players for him to find. Flames thrown at his face, peeked on through, he falls, Sprout stay in it, and Viperio are eliminated from the RMRs.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Viperio, but Sprout will be
breathing a huge sigh of relief. They stay alive here. They are a team you expect to get through. A team like Viperio, they would have expected to be into the breach, and now they stay alive. Their chances to make the major still there. Still very, very difficult road ahead of them, but at least they are alive for at least another matchup. And for Viperio, they can hold their heads high. They won a map here. They've made history qualifying. This is the furthest an Irish team's got in terms of having a coach, 2 players, represent the UK scene as well at the RMR. It's a huge feat to qualify for this event, and clearly a lot more work needed for them, but I'm sure it's been a great experience they'll take away with them.
Yeah, just ran out of steam a bit at the end here, but first map was very well played by them. I think they deserve the credit for that. Definitely saw a couple of the players stand out and have their moments. I mean, Giraffe, obviously, that map against Fnatic. The man knifed Crims at one point. I'm sure they had a great time, and they definitely showed that they can be competitive against this level of competition, which is honestly a win in my books for these guys.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of positives here, and I think they can take away a lot to learn. For Sprout, it's definitely the first step of building up again, you know, because right now they are a team that have gone some sort of identity crisis as well. It's a really tough project to try and mix together. International teams aren't easy to make work, so you've got to figure that out. You've got to figure out how do you deal all of these different cultures, how do you deal with Azure coming in as a new leader, has been out of the game for a while, but also has to learn how to work with a team that doesn't speak English as their first language. A lot of issues you've got to try and get through, and hopefully this is the first step in that, Lucy.
Yeah, I think it's the first step, right? We've just seen them pick up their first 2 map wins, right? With elimination on the line. They had to reverse sweep here against Viperio after dropping Vertigo, but they've shown they have what it takes. And yes, it is going to take time, but we're starting to see the reasons that Az has been brought in here, some of that leadership and also the fragging. Really impressed by him on Anubis.
And what have you made of Sprout so far in that game?
I'm just glad they got a couple of convincing map wins there, because I almost feel like they needed it when we were watching them earlier. They were having a lot of stressful situations. This felt cleaner. This felt more comfortable. I think they definitely have the raw talent on a lot of these players, but I feel like raw is the word, because they don't even have another really experienced player alongside Azza, which is going to be hard for him to manage. I think it's going to take some time to get it all figured out, but definitely signs of life.
Well, the player with the most raw talent, I would say, is Ster, and he's on the sidelines talking about this matchup after their win.
Ster, thank you very much for joining me, brother. First win for you guys. You finally got that win under your belt. How's it feel now to have one?
It feels amazing. Like, just not to go 0-3, it's nice. It's a nice feeling.
And of course, I mean, you were made to work for it. Viperio pushed you to all 3 maps. What does it feel kind of going towards Anubis? Were you a little bit nervous?
No, like, we were actually expecting them to pick Anubis, so like we were very ready for it. So there was no nerves, and we knew how to play against them, so it was okay. Like, after Vertigo, we were like, it's okay, we got our maps, we wanted anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Of course, now you boys, you know, you picked your first win. You 1-2. Your back's all still against the wall, but the nerves are kind of gone now. What's the thoughts now going in towards the next couple of days?
I mean, we just focus on our opponents, of course, and I mean, BO3 is actually better for us, I would say, even though we could be underdogs in some matches, right? I think like our first maps is always like a little shaky, and I think we just need to get that off, and then we can win against everyone.
Final question. Big sigh of relief now to the first one under your belt?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's so nice to actually win and not like get this pressure off with 0-3, right? We were expecting to like, it would be hard to qualify, of course. We were expecting to do decent here, right? And with the start, it was a little rough, but now we're a little relieved.
Hey, we love to hear it, man. Well, thank you very much, and well done again.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
I'm sure it's great to feel the feeling of victory and know what you were looking to chase. It is going to be a very difficult road to come back to a competitive position here for Sprout. I don't know if they're in the form to qualify for the major in this current edition, but just getting as many officials under their belt as possible is the goal. But that's it for Viperio versus Sprout. It's not done, though. We've got plenty more action to take a look at throughout the day. We'll take a look at the schedule and see what we've got left. We've got Bait versus Fnatic. That is the opposite. That's a 2-0 game, Lucy.
Yeah, one of these teams is going to be qualifying for the major, and Bait is actually, I feel like, a fairly confident pick in that matchup, which is the crazy thing to be sitting here saying Bait could qualify as legends. But honestly, with the way Fnatic is playing, I can really see it happening.
Quick thoughts on that one?
Yeah, honestly, Bait, I don't know. It just feels like they're the CIS team that are going to do it at this RMR. There's always one. For some reason, I just have a feeling they're going to make it work.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but that is it for this matchup. That's coming up in just a little bit. Make sure you stick around for the action at the EU RMR.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
no way this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launders show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. Yes, let's go! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. It is our final game of the day. It's a best of 3. Winner makes their way to the Legends stage there in Paris. And I don't think many people would have expected Bait to be here. They're going to be taking on Fnatic. This one is going to be an absolute corker.
It's gonna be sick. I mean, Lucy was just saying it when we were on the sideline. Just like, yeah, Bait could be Legends. It's like, my God, what?
I know.
Bait is Legends. That's actually crazy to think about. But God, this team has looked so good. Yeah. So good on LAN. Yeah, I mean, they're 2-0. They haven't been 100% clean games, but I mean, the 2 ancient games in a row and they've won. We take those, right?
No, exactly that. We'll take a look at kind of at the schedule of today and the results that we've got today as well. GamerLegion, of course, took down Woman. It was a monstrous comeback there, I've got to say. Yes. It's our final game of the day here on the B stream. It's a best of 3 off the back of also a pretty decent little series we've just seen here as well. We have a small break before we head into it, but we see them getting ready to get into this game. Of course, Fnatic joining us too as well. Fnatic coming towards this game, the heavy favorites. Let's not beat around the bush. However, the same storyline we brought in towards Virtus.pro taking on Bait, and we know how that one ended.
I mean, same storyline we brought into a lot of games in Virtus.pro today. Let's be honest, I don't think many of us thought that Into the Breach. Actually, no, I had full confidence the boys were going to do it, but Into the Breach, of course, they were able to best them as well. Yeah, this has certainly ended up being quite an interesting day, and now we're going into this point of teams are finally going to be, well, they can put their feet up after this one. At least one of them are going to be able to. I mean, Bait coming into this on a 7-game win streak. Yes. Right? This is looking very dominant. I mean, if we forgive the blip of, you know, forfeiting a game in advance, I mean, upon a technicality or a 2-game win streak, but you know, I won't cross wires. Yeah, this is not the first time these two guys have gone up against each other at an RMR. It didn't go too well for Fnatic last time, but there was only BO once.
Yeah, I covered that last game. Yeah, last time out, it was in Rio. It was on Ancient. It was a 69. It was a corker of a game, I gotta say. Bait from the get-go. Just played solo. Take a look through the Fnatic lineup and look at the ratings across the board. Fashion on 1.3, 1.24 for Mezzi, the IGL, the Star, and Nicholas the Orphan on 1.21. But everybody above a 1 rating is absolutely monstrous. I mean, Fnatic are coming into this game in red-hot form. Despite the games being slightly tough, everyone's stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, everyone's doing fantastically, and well, we got to speak to Crims earlier on.
Of course.
Crims, brother, thank you very much for joining me. You're currently 2-0. You're coming against Bait. How's it feel?
Really good. A bit shaky, I would say, on the T sides, but like we haven't played perfectly at home or this year, I would say. Like before the play break, we haven't really found our groove again. So I'm a bit shaky, but I still like trust in the team. So yeah.
And coming into a side like Bait, I don't think many people expected Bait to be 2-0. I don't know if you guys even kind of had that preparation in your minds. What's the thoughts coming against them? I mean, how are you going to try and take them down?
I mean, last RMR we lost against them, and I would say that game we lost more towards ourselves than against them. But actually, we've been like looking into them. They actually play really good Counter-Strike. No one can take that away from them. And like, I wouldn't say it's like biggest upset that I win against like Mousesports, Virtus.pro. Maybe that's a big upset. I wouldn't say big upset that they're winning against Mousesports. I think they play really good Counter-Strike. Like you can't underestimate any team. Like every player can shoot, and I think they do really good tactical wise. And they got feelings when to throw in some rounds.
And for you guys as well, yesterday you got 2 wins, but like you mentioned, a little bit shaky at times. From last night, this morning, what is kind of the thought process been in the camp just to make sure that things are a little bit more clean cut today?
I think most important is just come mentally prepared, right? Obviously, you have to have a good vibe, accept the mistakes if you do, and like move on. Don't think about the previous rounds. Just keep on going and like keep believing and have fun at least. Like it's all work and stuff, but you have to have fun as well.
And finally, I know you're a very experienced man, right? But do you ever feel the pressure? You're 2-0. People have a kind of a target on your back. Do you feel any kind of pressure being in this stage?
Nah. I would maybe have a bit of pressure if we were been playing more consistent, I would say, and be the better teams more often. But I think it's fine. Just whatever outcome, I still believe that we're gonna make it through the majors. So, yeah.
Well, man, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck in tours today.
Thank you.
It's always good to hear from Crims, right? He's just such an experienced head, right? He's someone who's been around for such a long time, but I think it's absolutely spot on. When you look towards the Bait side, you can't underestimate them. These guys are actually been playing some really solid Counter-Strike. We got to see them yesterday against Virtus.pro. They started really well. Right, I think it was 9-1 at one point, right? These guys were on fire, and then they're able to close that game out. I mean, they've been playing some cracking Counter-Strike and against MOUZ too. But the important thing, we look towards the veto. You see it on your screens right now. We're starting things off with Vertigo, the pick of Fnatic. Then we're going on towards Nuke, my favorite map, picked by Bait, and if we need it, Ancient will be our decider. It's a spicy map pool.
Are we going to get a single series this entire event that doesn't include Ancient in some fashion? This is crazy. Everyone is loving this map, and it seems fitting that realistically, a best of 3 at the end of the day, if you go to the 3rd map, it's just best of 1. Just go a little bit nuts. You've gone 1-1, keep pushing. You're going to be seeing Bait on your screen right now. I mean, Captain Kirk, he's been a name to be looking out for. Wrinkle as well. I mean, this is a guy who you've liked for a while, right?
Yeah, I mean, Wrinkle is a seriously talented AWP. I think he's only like 18 years of age. He's so young. He's so talented. I think at the same time when Wonderful was starting to make his rise, when he's coming through Trasco and Hellraisers, Wrinkle was doing really good work with Bait and previous iterations of kind of Ukrainian rosters. He's such a talented guy, and thankfully, we had the opportunity to have a little interview with him. Check it out.
Wrinkle, brother, thank you very much for joining me. First of all, how does it feel to be 2-0 right now? No one really expected you boys to do it, but you continue to play so well. How does it feel?
It feels great, like no one expected, and I think we also. But here it is, 2-0, yeah, and we are ready to play versus Fnatic, BO3.
And of course, last RMR, you played against Fnatic on Ancient, you beat them, it was a big upset. Now you're playing against them again in now a best of 3. What's your thoughts coming towards this game specifically?
I think we have no pressure now, like we beat them already, and I think, just we'll do our best and that's it.
And for you boys, what was your preparation like coming towards the RMR? Did it include a boot camp and that sort of thing?
Yeah, we had a short boot camp, 1 week, so we were practicing our communication, like our maps, our sides, like also T-side. So yeah. I think that's it, and also we have a huge motivation to play now, and also we are like good friends in life, and we are every time hyping each other, like saying you're a goat, no, you're a goat, like that's it, yeah.
And of course, I mean, final questions, when you're looking towards the Fnatic game, if you are to take them, you go 3-0, you qualify to the major in a Legend spot, what would it mean to you guys to qualify towards the final CSGO major in the Legend spot?
I think for me it means everything. Like it was a dream from my childhood. So yeah, and also here is a chance to qualify to the Legend spot, and it's also like incredible. So yeah, we'll try.
Well, man, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Childhood dreams potentially being made after this solo best of 3, Neo. I mean, this is all to play for at this point. No one really wants to continue playing, let's be honest. Everyone loves Counter-Strike, but if you can have the opportunity to, well, put your feet up for the next few days and go into Legends 3-0, the first team to do it as well, I mean, that's got to feel amazing.
Right? It's one of those things that it just really takes the pressure off. It's absolutely huge. But ladies and gents, you've heard from us, you've heard from the players. Let's get this game underway. It's Fnatic taking on Bait here. Winner of this series makes their way towards the Legend stage of Paris, and we're on the way on Vertigo.
It's pistol round, and Bait, open us up with a nice little tap there from Amster. He's about to take down Fasher, close and personal now with Owner, tapping down with the Julies. Not going to be able to find too much though, just a little bit of damage here and there. Wrinkle going to be able to make this one a little more competitive in the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, now this one gets a little bit spicy. Grim taking a little bit of damage. What's the protocol? You got 1 minute 15. You know, 2 versus 3. Fnatic, the onus is on them to try and make this one work in their favor. But it's easier than done, and they've rotated back over towards A.
Here comes Alex, goes for the taps, does get Gush, needs to try and find these long sight lines, does find Crims, up close now is Mezzy. 2 low HP players, Glock in hand, possible to be able to find them, but is just whiffing those shots. Moving in the Glock usually works out, but that mid to long range, not its forte.
Yeah, for Bait, that's a really good start as well. Very, very simplistic Counter-Strike being played. They're fundamental Counter-Strike, all things considered, but it works really well. This is one of the beautiful things about Bait. They are such a good team when it comes towards just the raw mechanics. Captain Kirker's individual, brilliant player. We saw his stats coming towards the game. Wrinkle as well. When he gets the AWP, this guy is unbelievable. But the important thing now is for Bait, they've just solidified their economy. Right now, we're looking at Fnatic. They're forcing to once again another kind of lowish buy. And these MP9s should just farm cash.
I was about to say, they've got 3 MP9s. Oh, they really like just chucking lead down range. And Hamster, look at this. If he's able to find a couple of kills here, this is going to be massive for the CT side economy. But Mezzy says, get that gun out my face. Taps him down, and now they're going to be going for the swing over towards this B bomb site. We do see the rotate coming on through, though. Is that Alex going to be holding? Yes, it is. M4 in hand. It's the A4. The extra ammo goes for the spam. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Looking for the third. Has to swipe up to the USPS. There's a lot of damage done, and it does weaken them up for those MP9s.
Yeah, Owner, the IGL coming in to try and reclaim a little bit of space here. In for the flank as well. Captain Kirker drops the bomb, drops Crims. And now it's all starting to fall to pieces despite what Fnatic brought in, which was pretty minimalistic. They've made this competitive, but I think it might be yours, she wrote. It's all down to one man, Nikoros, a P250 and 31 points of HP. And it's safe to say this one should be in the bin momentarily. And it will be. Owner will see him off. Not a bad round. All things considered, it got a little bit dicey, but they see it off. They confirm the round, and now Bay have a 2-0 start.
Yeah, nice from them. Didn't get as many kills in the MP9s as they would have liked. I mean, they lost a little bit. I hope they recovered that M4 from Alex. I'm pretty confident they would have. They had enough time, but it's yeah. I mean, even if they didn't, right? They've got money for days off the back of that one. Something we didn't mention in the pre-game. Both of these teams love this map. Obviously, they're both on win streaks here. We've got a 5-win streak for Bait and a 4-win streak for Fnatic. I mean, one of these teams is going to be able to continue it. The other one, wipe that slate clean.
Yeah, and the only difference as well is Fnatic, the caliber of opponents they're playing against
so much
in
better,
comparisons to Bait, just a step above. And this is the thing, it's all well and good Bait having a win streak coming towards this map, but when you look at the types of opponents they're playing against, the experience that
teams, right? Like,
the experience they're gaining from those sort of games aren't really going to add all too much towards it. So they are still, for the most part, pretty fresh-faced, pretty raw coming in towards this game. Fnatic, this is one of those games, in a similar fashion to the ITB Virtus.pro game earlier, the pressure is on Fnatic. They are expected to win. Everyone expects them to go 3-0. And if they don't, that's when things get a little bit dicey. But coming in towards this, Bait don't really have that same sort of pressure. They weren't even expected to be in this position.
I mean, no. If you look purely on HTV ratings, you've got a team which is only just inside of the top 50. They're 42nd rated right now. Fnatic, of course, they're just on the cusp of that top 10. They want to continue their runs from being in the last major and actually having an all-right performance, let's be honest. It wasn't dreadful. They got to playoffs, went 5th to 8th, kind of in that out in that first round in quarterfinals, knocked out by the winners of VP. And they're looking to continue the performance once again. They are looking for this setup over towards this B bomb site. But Apeks is going to be the first face they see with the MP9s. And Amster on the off angle, holding, spraying, looking for some more damage. But they're making it very difficult for Fnatic to be able to gain any ground here. Crims inside of mid picks up one, but it's Roy and Crims in a 2 versus 4. Lads, you got 10 seconds on the clock. Time to go to the toilets and save.
Yeah, and this is a really rough round to lose as well for Fnatic. It was, you know, a saving towards round number 2 to full buy-in towards that 3rd round. And the fact that they've now fallen flat here really does make a massive difference. Bait are starting to build up such a solid repertoire coming in towards this game. And this is really, really good start for them on a map in which, as you mentioned, both of these two teams like for them to very early doors set the tone, set the precedent. I don't know, man. There's a lot to like.
Yeah, this was pretty damn clean over on that B bomb site.
And with MP9s as well, you got to remember that the buy was middling, right, for Bait, and the fact that they've come out on top of AK is pretty commendable.
That's why we're seeing this timeout now, right? It's the fact that Fnatic are brought up fully into that last round, and now we're just seeing them be like, guys, that was MP9s, that was off angles from M4s. We can't be losing to this.
No. I think for Fnatic, there's a big conversation to be had. I mean, Mezzi had to come in towards the conversation there. They would have brought Cater in as well, and just going to rally the troops. On T-side Vertigo, it can be a little bit of a cruel mistress. It can be tough to really get that ball rolling.
Here it is.
Early doors need something, and they'll make it. Information gain, a little bit of damage gain too.
Bait read that so well. They recognized what situation was happening. They didn't see anything they didn't see too much. They saw the flashes come over and they're like, okay, this is the only team that's explicitly doing this sprint boost now. Let's fall back. Let's not get caught off guard. We've all seen the recent clip of him swinging around, getting that 2K, and it's like, oh, okay, maybe we don't want to be losing players that way. Roy is going to be the first point of contact down on ramp for A. This is the first time they're swinging there, but it's going to be Wrinkle and Kirka who pick up the pieces as the approach continues. Oh, the spam through the smoke does a little bit of damage there as well.
I'm starting to get flashbacks over towards Rio for the RMR there, where Bait took down Fnatic, because right now, in a similar vein to that Ancient game, they're playing really solid, fundamental Counter-Strike right now. Either way, Fnatic, the onus, once again, as we've mentioned, time and time again, it's on them to make the difference. They're on the T side, they set the tempo, they set the pace of the game, and Nikodor needs to make a difference. Looking above the smoke, he's not going to spot out too much.
Road to Rio 2022, and, well, the RMR as well from the Open qualifiers and directly in the RMR from last year. Fnatic versus Bait, Nuke, Ancient were the two maps in those BO1s. Vertigo's this unknown quantity between the two teams. We know they both like it, but later on, we have the experience now from Nuke and from Ancient in previous years. Just need to make sure we're not seeing the same thing. This is a pistol round. There's not really too much that Crims can do. If he can get a bomb plant, he's ecstatic with this one. He's actually going to try and play the round to see if he can win it. And he lines up two, taking down Alex and Ona. Now, I take it all back. This is very much winnable. Needs to find that crisp, clean one-tap on to Amster, but doesn't know where he is right now. He's holding for mid. He's rotating round. Oh, is he going to get him in the back? I think it is. The timing's not going to work out in Crims' favour. He's not going to look. Oh, wait, hold up. He's rotated back round. He's not going down the sidelines. Crims might actually be able to find this one. They're not looking at each other. He needs to rotate round. Look, there's no diffuse kit as well.
It's ships in the night. They've walked past each other. Time is ticking. Bait. How is this falling by the wayside? Crims about to move quite clutch and he'll do it. Crims, what is that round to win? 1 versus 4 and he pulls it off. They line up and Bait have lost a sitter.
4K? How has he managed that, man? The 2 kills that he got inside of Elevator were nuts. Let's see. We're probably going to see it in the replay here. But Mezzi finds that opener there on Wrinkle, and that opens up the opportunity for the round. There's no way in hell Crims should be getting that one. Why are they swinging that together? They're behind each other. And Crims, I mean, it's not even a crisp tap. It was a bit of a spam, but purely because Amsterdam didn't have any form of kit, and I don't think there was one on the team.
That's a huge round to win. That has just completely changed the tone towards this game. Roy going to find the opener. Quick trade coming through from Captain Kirka. Just to level the playing field. It is chaotic in the server right now, but Bait are coming out on top of the numbers.
Frags left, right, center, top, bottom. Everywhere you look, there is something going on right now. It is going to slow down slightly here as Fnatic try and get a little bit more of a foothold over towards this A bomb site. It's 4 versus 3 situation, but if I'm honest, that doesn't even matter. You got Crims in the server after that last round. Picked up a 4K. He's only had 2 kills prior to that, now up to 6. Let's see what he can do here, but Nikodos is going to be that first point of contact. Quite a lot of util here for the T side as well. Juxtapose against Bait, who have 1 molly. This wrap could be huge.
It all goes a little bit quiet. It all comes down to Bait in terms of that rotation. This is going to get a little bit dicey. Spam coming through. Captain Kirk, a little bit of damage. The bomb will go down. Post-bomb being set up. Crimson with a fadeaway shot towards Alex as well. Brings the numbers back level. Fnatic now in a post-bomb in a 3 versus 3.
I mean, better odds than the last round, right? And they're able to win it there. Crim's close. Oh, that's a little bit laboured, but manages to find the kill eventually. Nikodos with the taps all the way from sandbags. He's going to be safe for now, though. Doesn't look like... Yeah, the CTs don't really have a way into this round. Once again, no kit. Don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser. It's simple.
And I'm still safe. Of course. I don't think he's got anything better to do with this one. No kit, as you mentioned. No time on the clock, and it's going to be Fnatic up to their second, and it just shows that Crim's clutch about how this has changed the mental over towards Fnatic, how they're now in a completely different position. Look where he's currently standing. 9-2 with 159 ADR is absolutely bonkers with 5 rounds played. But this is really, individually, he's made such a difference to the mentality that Fnatic are bringing in towards this game. You could see they were nervy. They were a little bit on edge. I mean, they called a timeout 3 rounds in, 4 rounds in. I mean, it just shows that this is not the Fnatic we know and love, but one play can completely flip the script.
The start of round 4 comes at 2 kills. It's up to 9 now within the space of 2. This is actually crazy from him. He's playing a little bit of a clinic these last couple of rounds. Let's see what else is going to be on display here. Alex has the Zeus on his belt if he needs it. I've just seen it whipped out. I don't think I've seen a Zeus kill as of yet. We've seen a couple of knife kills.
True.
Which,
Giraffe from Viperio.
My man.
Rest in peace, Viperio. And they're all gone. We have to say goodbye to them. But,
may they rest in peace.
Hey, he had a good game, though, on this map, in fact. He pulled off the ace, as we know, and the knife kill, too. So, you know, Bait hoping to kind of hone in a little bit of the underdog about themselves.
To kind of touch on that, actually, we saw very similar situations here where it's now individual players who are going to, for Fnatic, who are allowing these rounds to be won. Crims, for instance, is that standout player, but if he doesn't have a big round, which we haven't seen from him yet, then what happens? I mean, sure, in this situation, we've got this save them 4, we've got nothing else surrounding it, you've got the USPSs, literally no commitment, so it's almost certain that Fnatic are going to be able to find this one if Counter-Strike was played on paper. I mean, if it was played on paper, it would be pretty boring, but... Oh, this is certainly an interesting walk up here from Nikodos and from Roy. That was not what he liked.
Oh, Messi is very scrappy. Nicholas find 2, looking to make it 3, and he'll find it as well. Wrinkle drops. It's Alex all alone. These pistols have been put by the wayside pretty damn comfortably in a 1 versus 4 now. All that Alex can hope for is potentially a dropped weapon, but I think even that's a big ask.
Yeah, it is. He's just over on the B-bomb site like, guys, why is no one on the radio? What's going on? Hello?
And the big thing as well, we're looking towards Fnatic, and this is really good to see, because at times we've seen the flip side of this. It's for Fnatic right now, their main man, or I guess one of their main men, they've been looking towards in terms of fragging department, Fasha, that's his first kill, right? Yeah. You know, he's only just got his first kill. He's been struggling to really have the impact, but it doesn't matter, because others can take that present. You know, Crims can come in, delivering a dominant display so far, which is really good. Mezzi as well, rifling's been pretty damn good, but pretty damn good with the Deagle as well. And this is the thing, for Fnatic, what we want to be seeing in this side, what should cement and regiment them as a tier 1 side, is if one person doesn't show up, somebody else can plug the gap, and right now that's the case.
You're exactly right, but it also now begs the question, if Fasha's not showing up right now, and they're winning rifle rounds, when Fasha starts showing up, this game might even go more towards Fnatic than it already is. Roy, lovely opener there to be able to take down Kirka, which I learned means jacket.
Yeah,
Captain Jacket. Captain Jacket. I need to find out the backstory of that one at some point. Roy going to be able to find a second in the form of Wrinkle, and this A-bomb site is borderline falling away from them. We're going to have Ono re-rotate back round from mid, but, I mean, what's he got? A smoke, a flash? It's not looking great.
No, not at all. I mean, right now in a 3 versus 5, Fnatic, all they need to do, really, just pump the brakes. Just wait to see what the util's looking like over towards Bait. They're trying to, as best they can, bait it out. And speaking of, Bait, Oda will take a lot of damage. That's a brutal spray coming through. Roy, And that lineup tuned in, tailed in. He'll find the kill on towards the IGL as well. Nikolos, cracking shot. Doesn't have the AWP, but it makes the AK look like it's natural.
Me and Anders were talking about this in the B&E game earlier, where their kind of strategy, Bad News Eagles, is very much, oh cool, we're going to push one single site, we get a couple of frags, and then we're going to continue pushing that site. We're seeing that juxtaposed here as well with Fnatic, who have just gone, we found quite a lot of frags over towards this A bomb site. We're going B now, by the way, we're off.
Well, I think it's safe to say this one's done. Yeah, I mean, what can you do, really? It's a 1 versus 4. I think it's actually, there's a big precedent here that Alex has to say. That M4 has to stay in play. Even the bit of utility, a bit of armor too. Just make sure that there's no need to reinvest in any way just because they just don't have any money. Bait right now, they started so strong and it's fallen away. Fnatic, the run of form has been pretty immaculate. It's going to be 4 rounds on the drop for them. They're really starting to build up a lot of that momentum, a lot of wind in their sails. I mean, it's a lot to like. I mean, Fnatic as well, with them starting slow, you naturally get a little bit worried thinking, oh God, this is one of those Fnatic games, right, where they don't really show up to play in the way we'd expect. Thankfully, we're seeing what we would hope to see coming towards this game from them, which really tough. And I think for Bait now, with that kind of, as you mentioned, like kind of the script being flipped, we now need to look in towards this one and start saying, right, we're looking at owner the IGL, we're looking at the big hitters, like Captain Kirk, and maybe not Wrinkle, he's only 18 years of age, he doesn't really have the experience. We're looking at Bait, how are they going to now turn this in their favor? How are they going to make this work for them? Because it's not an easy situation to be in. You're now on a sort of a level playing field with Fnatic, a side who are statistically, on paper, in the server, in the eye test, seen as better than you. How are you going to do something different to take this map?
But this is something we've been seeing across the entire land so far. We're 2 days in, and well, we've been seeing from the first map and on the second map, sorry, in the first day and the second day, these tier 2 teams, air quotes, tier 2, tier 1, these are the teams that are able to kind of surprise these tier 1 teams, being kind of this closed circuit and say, hey, you aren't used to playing against our style. I mean, sure, they had that kind of tier 1 kind of success, like the push up to there. They played against these teams before, so it's a little bit more of a known quantity than some of the more unknown ones like ITB and Viperio.
For sure.
But yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting one. This round is not looking...
It's a bit of a throwaway, let's be honest.
It's a throwaway. It's a bit of a force for no real reason.
For Bait to make this work to be so difficult, thankfully they've got lost bonus builds up, but trying to find anything here, it kind of feels impossible. It is also, just touching on your point, it's kind of sad that we don't see more of this. More tier to 1.5, tier 2 teams, you know, coming out and competing against these sort of sides more regularly because they're so talented.
No, you're completely right. I would love to see a few more events which have these kind of like open qualifier situations. Let's pause on that for a couple moments. As Owner now just gone for this wrap, being able to take down Fasher, and it's Rinku who picks up another AK. Kind of use it as a bit of a bait, but Mezzi is going to be able to clean this up a bit unless we see something insane from the Jacket Man himself, Captain Kirka. It is just going to fall to the wayside. It's going to be Roy who finds that one. But yeah, no, back to your point. I mean, I would love to see more open qualifier events, like events that don't have like teams that are just instant qualifications. Like if we had a completely open event, I mean, you would see, I'm sure,
a couple of surprises.
The names that you would expect would be there, but they'd have to prove themselves to get to that point, prove that not only are they good at the tier 1 level, but they're good against all the other guys. You and your mates who are random in a 5-stack who've got some really cheesy strat. Do you think you're going to be able to take down Fnatic? Sure, go for it, give it a shot. I would love to see more games like that. Oh, they were ready for that one, though. Try the sprint boost. Amsa says, get out of here.
It's such a risk going for that run boost as well, because you fall flat, you not only lose the man advantage, but you just lose so much control, and Captain Kirka going to add to it. Nikolos falling. Really important kill coming through, and now we're starting to see Bait lock themselves into finally a bit of a secure round on the CT side. It's been 5 in a row for Fnatic, and now they're being kept at bay.
It's a lot of a commitment to go for that boost as well, right? Because surely there have been times where it goes wrong. They've got to practice it day in, day out to make sure it's 100% consistent. I don't think I've seen a fouled one from them as of yet. That boost was sick. Nice little tap there from Crims, had the angle being held. But yeah, I mean, all in all, teams know you're going to be doing it against them, so it does force them to hold that close position. But then if we think of the mind games that could work into, oh, you know someone's going to be holding that angle already? Then here's your util for you. I'm going to push you up close instead of going for the sprint boost.
Yeah, exactly that. And now, of course, into a very slow 3 versus 4. I mean, we're looking at towards, again, Fnatic. How are we going to try and make this one work? They're trying to somewhat group up, looking towards that B site, but the rotation's being called. Captain Kirk back over towards mid, into a fight momentarily. What's looking like it's going to be with Crims, but time is of the essence. Time is ticking, and that clock is looking pretty damn unfriendly right about now.
Here comes your util. Committed over to that walk towards that B site. The molly comes down next to Ebox, but so does the CT utility as well. Basher up close, looking for a little bit more here. Try to find 2, finds 2, looking for the third. He swings onto the corner, but it is going to be Kirk could shut down that round as he finds Mezzi in the back lines as well.
We've been singing the praises of Crims, and of course he's having a monster performance, but so's Captain Kirk. This
Absolutely.
guy, as expected, really stepping up to the plate. I mean, he's so talented. I think for those of you who are maybe new here or new to Bait, do not sleep on Captain Kirk and Wrinkle. These two, in terms of firepower, they can match Fnatic. I know that sounds outlandish and it sounds sort of like a very audacious claim, but it's not. It absolutely isn't. These two can step up to the plate, and we're seeing exactly why. Very good round coming through from Bait, but not only a very good round, a very necessary round. There was 5 in a row coming through from Fnatic. Things were still looking, you know, or starting to look a little bit rough over towards Bait, and now they forced him in towards an early timeout. Again, the second one used already, and you can see where Fnatic, they're just so scared of giving any momentum over towards Bait.
I love the respect that Fnatic are giving Bait here. The fact that we are halfway through the first half at this point, and now they've taken their second time out. It's like, okay, we don't want to allow you to be able to gain this momentum, and we appreciate that if you gain it, it's going to be pretty hard for us to be able to do anything off the back of it. So take a breather. Talk to the team, work up what the strat is, because we've seen teams fail at those little kind of mindset moments, which just, kind of crumbles and compounds the entire round on itself. Roy, opening kill there as Kirk gets a little bit overzealous for the first time in the game.
Yeah, really nice opening kill, and a very important opening kill as well for Fnatic. Once again, off the back of finding the man advantage, they can just pump the brakes. They don't need to do anything too audacious here. Just wait, slow things down, chill out. At the moment, things are looking pretty damn good for them. And they know they're kind of just waiting for Bait to make a mistake. They know in kind of this position, with so much time left on the clock, the onus is on Bait to try and reclaim space and reclaim information. And what you can see what they're doing now, they can get punished for this.
This is the second time we've seen them do this, where they go for this big long wrap all the way down B, and then try and, and Crims is expecting it as well. He's on the back lines. There's one. Didn't play Trigger Discipline, but he doesn't need to. He's bound to, but he doesn't expect the third. The bomb is now going to be going down. Do see this push here from Wrinkle, who, yes, they already know that he's kind of in that position, but Fasher's not been able to clear him. I don't think they know Fasher's here either. He goes, oh, hello, Orpa. Goodbye, Orpa. Amsa now in a 1 versus 3. This is just going to be another save. All play for exits. We see him kind of in CT, and you know what? He's not even risking it. He's looking at the team economy. He's like, there is some weird round that we can put together coming into round number 11. They're probably not. But if they really wanted to go for a force here, they could crunch the numbers and kind of drop stuff over and still have that M4 in the bank as well.
Yeah, exactly. It would be weird and wonderful. I think realistically, it's just saving that M4, right? As best he can. After time, he's trying to stay alive, and he'll get 2 on the way out. So Amster, actually, fairly respectful on the way out, but let's be honest, it still isn't exactly the best situation. Fnatic still implementing, securing, locking in their lead. That's all that matters. And it comes down to Crims here, right? While he doesn't play Trigger Discipline, the fact that he gets away with 2 kills, it's enough. He knows he's coming in rotation. And yes, he dies, but the cannon for the death for information is so important. It's been a funny ragdoll there. Wrinkle does a somersault. I give that a 10 out of 10 in gymnastics. Might win a gold at the Olympics. We'll have to wait and see. 6-4 to Fnatic. And already a spam coming through. Nikos full blind through a smoke. Headshot on towards Wrinkle. He's getting all the icons in the score. As Fnatic will find the opening kill.
Yeah, they do. And look, they do actually fully commit into this round. I'm quite surprised they did it. I thought, yeah, there's a weird and wonderful world in which they do it, as you put it. But Amster finding those 2 final kills and being able to save that M4 as well, it does open up that opportunity. A little bit of extra money, he spreads the love, but it is not going to be enough. There's still 5 versus 3. It's a Famous, it's 2 M4s, take this through to the next round, and now they're going to have 2 rounds in a row, which aren't as fortuitous as they would have liked, because now Wrinkle, Kirka, what are they going to do?
Yeah, no, exactly that. I think once again, it's one of those early save calls. It sort of is the meta right now, unfortunately. It just is exactly kind of how CS is meant to be played on a very weird and kind of fundamental way. I mean, obviously, you know, Jane Time and Virtus.pro really brought this into popularity, but economically, it makes complete sense. What's the point of giving this a go?
It does make sense. I don't like it, Nia.
No, yeah, of course, no.
Let me see people click heads.
From a viewer perspective, it's ass. But from from an economic perspective, it makes complete sense. You can understand it, right? And of course, we just, you know, we earn our ways, right? As we fill the time until we get towards the next round. But what matters most, I think, when you're looking towards Fnatic, is them really starting to once again secure themselves into what is a pretty healthy lead. Captain Kirk, the only one over in the double-digit mark in terms of kills. Look at the usual damage. Hamster. Hello, Sunshine. 125. What matters most is the kill discrepancy across the board for Fnatic. Pretty even though, of course, Crimson playing amazingly, everybody kind of playing their part.
Same can't be said for Bait right now. You've got Wrinkle, you've got Owner, down on 3 kills apiece, and it'd be nice to see them kind of step up a little bit more into these rounds. Kirka has been kind of his main entry man, trying to find every single frag on both sites. He wants to go B some rounds, he wants to go A some rounds. Instead, just post stuff up and let some other people find some frags. Amster is going to be able to get another one over towards B. He's holding this pretty damn well round after round. It always seems to be Fasher that he's finding. Alex there with the backup to be able to shut down Mezzi as well. They haven't revealed the bomb as of yet. Kirka, all the way over on A, while all of this is going on B, finds himself another kill. Although he was tagged, now he's down to 11. He's still alive.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't revealed the bomb, but is it going to make a difference? 2 versus 5. I mean, I guess you can say 2 versus 4.5. Captain Kirk on 11 points of HP. He's going to be the first one most likely to be tested here.
Tiptoeing.
But for Nikodos, does he clear his angle? It's a little bit of an off angle, a little bit of a one and done. Crims walks straight to danger. Captain Kirk, easy kill for Internet is second, and this one should be Orchiro. It's just a question of can they make it flawless. Nikodos back turn, and Captain Kirk, a bullet to the skull. And it will be Bait back on, kind of into their winning ways. They're just making sure that even though Fnatic, still for the most part, are in control, let's not beat around the bush, the wind is in their sails, they're just keeping within arm's reach.
Yeah, it's been so many rounds in a row now that they've been able to string together that their econ is just amazing. You've got every single player with the exception of Roy in the 7K mark, and he's on 6.6. So he's sitting pretty, he can still buy himself a nice little car. Yeah, it's all good, don't worry about it. It's not pocket lint as of yet. That's coming up if these next couple of rounds don't go in their favor. Kirka might just go for another swing here. Took a lot of util damage at the beginning of that last round, but still able to find himself 3 kills at the end of the day, so that's pretty decent. Wrinkle going to be able to swing out, taking down Roy. That's it, basically. The round's kind of slowed down since then. There's a lot of spamming, but no one can see anyone. This is just guessing.
Yeah, what's the protocol? Once again, spamming through smoke's not always the easiest. Owner will be tested. The flash, actually, not actually that good. It does catch Owner a little bit from Alex, but it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Still keeping the numbers in favor right now over towards Bait, and that's all that matters. Aug's a little bit quiet, though. It still is a little bit of an Aug situation with Fnatic. It still is winnable if there's an overextension from Bait.
Yeah, I mean, overextension. Kirka's lucky to get away with his life there. A little bit of a wide swing. Smoke's going to go down. It doesn't land where he wants to. That looked like a little bit of a weird bounce off the bottom of the crane. But either way, Fnatic got to take their leave, rotate themselves over towards this B bomb site. Are they expecting Amster to be this off? But no, they aren't. Mezzi does get punished for it, bringing it down to that 4 versus 2. Can Fasher find this kill? I mean, surely that information's been given over. They do manage to find it with 32 seconds remaining on the clock, and Alex holding this off angle once again. M4 in hand. Oh, I mean, Nika does. It's going to be a tall order for him to be able to find both of these kills. Certainly, when have we seen him do situations like this before? Kirka's already low. Can he find the final kill? 1 bullet in the chamber, and that's all he needs, man.
Wow, Nikodos, that's something special. What a shot. 1 bullet, 1 kill, and it goes straight into the cranium. That is brilliant. That's heartbreaking over towards Bay. That was their round to lose, and they've done exactly that. They've lost it. How have they let that one slip? And not only that, they've locked Fnatic into a lead at the very least at the turn of the half.
6 bullets when he takes that next fight. 5 down to 1 goes, hey, you know what? Get out my server. Taps him out of it. Nikodos, what a clutch that was.
That's a statement of a shot as well. What a round. What a shot that is. That is something brilliant. Either way, how will Bait respond? Not well, in fact, as Nikodos continues his reign of terror. 2 kills in a row for him before he traded out to the hands of Owner, but things are still looking all the more dicey.
Yeah, being dropped down to 17 HP is not great when it comes down to the trading side of things. MOUZ is going to be able to take down Amster, and now you've got two players combined HP of 76, or even less now once the molly begins tapping down onto Alex. Roy, trying to go for the tap, got to go for the swing, finds the higher HP of the two players, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It was a 4v2. They knew the damage was done. It's going to be a 9th for Fnatic here in round 14.
Yeah, I mean, again, unfortunately, what can they do? Owner has to try and save this as best he can, and that's going to be difficult. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. No man's land, two players make his way, and Fasher will see him off. It's a pretty comfortable round, all things considered, over towards that of Fnatic. And of course, over in the other stream, OG have just taken down Saw in a third map. That was 2-1 overall there in terms of maps. A pretty close game. I gotta say, they were really made to work for it. That 60-11 in towards Inferno looked like it was a pretty spicy affair. But either way, this one equally as spicy. 9-5. Fnatic not only guaranteeing a lead on their map pick, but so far it's looking like they might go in towards the half, potentially at double digits, final round of the half.
It's always a nice way to be, a place to be, isn't it? Owning onto that double digits, the first one there, the 1-0 on the scoreboard. It's like, oh, yes, please, give me those ones. Roy, this spam has been so good for him and Nikodos round after round, and he actually swaps out to the Glock, does a lot of damage, but Nikodos is there to pick up the pieces. Kirker, just on the edge of that smoke, it begins to fade, finds Nikodos, finds Crims. Can he find another one in the form of Roy? Oh, I don't know how the hell that Molotov spread it up the top there, but I'm not going to question it. Nate goes in. Anyone close? No, there's not. Round slows down.
Yeah, now, of course, into that 3 versus 4, and things get a little bit uncomfortable right now. So I say, Captain Kirk will fall to the hands of a HG grenade. Head spotted and Fasher 1 bullet. Will now bring the numbers in favor of Fnatic, the man advantage in their hand. And how are they going to turn this in their favor for bait? Things are getting dicey, and they're walking into danger. So I say the danger is Alex.
That's absolutely fine. The fact he was on 20 HP, like, they have baited bait with that. They forced the two people to push on up towards him, and now they gain the information. By the way, there's 2 guys over towards the A bomb site. Your B site's clear. Chuck your mollies down. Be ready for this push. But now the bomb's been planted, and once again, no kits.
It's going to be tough. Seriously difficult, man. I mean, for Owner and Alex, how are they going to turn this in their favor? I'm hoping there's one drop somewhere near the site, but I really don't think that's the case. Time is ticking. It's the last round as well. If they don't have kits in the last round, both of them have the money to buy a kit, which is annoying to see, but
upsetting.
Either way, smoking towards the bomb, looking to try and force him towards the fight, and as he finds one low HP on towards the last. Owner will respond on his own. IGL versus IGL, Owner comes out on top.
No time on the clock.
Down to Fasher, no time as you mentioned. 10-5, ladies and gentlemen, at the half. Fnatic with the lead. Let's see if they continue it after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, in the halftime break, our wonderful producer, Martin, enlightened us to a fact that myself and Cody added some research to. Crims has been part of Fnatic for 8.5 years, 3,120 days. That means it's 74,880 hours, or 269,568,000 seconds as being part of Fnatic. That is absolutely incredible. And I think if I'm right in saying he is one of the few players who's been at the vast majority of kind of every major.
My brain hurts thinking about those numbers, Neil. I'm gonna be completely real with you. We looked that up in the break and it was like, oh, that says 296 million. Yeah, fair enough.
Like, you know what? I reckon Manasseh's still got more hours than him.
Yeah. You know what? I don't know if we're going to be able to get that stat, but it would be really interesting to find out who does have more hours played at this point. Mezzi, going to shut down that Molotov over on this B site. He's moving to the second half. He's looking for a couple of heads to find. Finds one in the form of Apeks. It's actually going to be Crims, the man of the hour, who we are talking about finding Wrinkle as well. And now we're down to this 3 versus 3 and this big rap from Captain Kirk on the back lines. Is he going to be able to find Crims here, or is Crims ready and waiting for it? Well, that's what almost 80,000 hours in the game will tell you. Bomb now going to be planted over on this A bomb site. The retake is going to be needed here from Fnatic, and well, utility. Let me just zero.
Yeah, limited to say the least. Amster parked up though in a post-plant situation. This could be possible. The numbers don't favour them.
Oh,
he gets overwhelmed like a deer in headlights. Just doesn't know where to look. Tap onto the bomb, but a tap from Owner to find Fasher looking for more. Can he make it a second? He's running tail between his legs, and Mezzi will see him off. It's Fnatic who continue their dominant performance here on Vertigo, as they're going to push themselves up to 11 rounds on the board. The important thing is though, I think pistol rounds, they're all well and good, but the second round of a half is always more important. And especially off the back of a bomb plant, but the CT side winning, it means that the buys for both sides are going to be pretty mirrored. We're going to see a pretty decent investment from both sides. The T side bomb plant gives them cash to work with, but Fnatic winning the round, of course, gives them as well money to work with. So we should see basically a force buy coming through from both, which should be very interesting.
We definitely have been seeing these second and third rounds being like much more influential than the pistols. I mean, yes, pistol round is still great. It sets you off with a lot of econ and gives you the opportunity, but with the meta kind of defined at the moment, we see this buy from Bait. This is what we've been seeing. If you get the bomb plant, you get a few kills. Everyone just force yourself into this one. You've got your rifles across the board. Sure, it's only Galil's, but Kirko says, nah, I've got the money for the AK.
The big thing that worries me about this buy, though, for Bait is they've prioritized firepower over utility, and I don't think that is always the protocol. Sometimes you look towards like sort of an IGL, maybe the lesser fragger, like an Owner, for example, just to pick up more utility, and maybe even go towards like a Mac 10. And I think with this buy, they could really struggle because they could get overwhelmed when it comes towards retakes, but they themselves are doing the overwhelming. Royal 4.
Yeah, I suppose if you just rush 4 people into a single location, that is, doesn't matter what guns you got. Just fire the bullets and some of them are hit. No one's going to clear Fasher here. He picks up one. Crims good for one of his own as well. Off angle being held. It's actually Crims taking this fight, forcing the angle there from Mezzi. Now at a 2 versus 2 with Amster already pretty low. Wonder how many bullets are left in that M4. It can't be many off the back of the spam. They have spotted him out. Wrinkle now with the Galil in hand, looking to take him out of this one. But on the back lines, Nikodos trying to go for this rotation inside of mid. Needs to be cautious about this one. Does have a nade available. It's not going to connect. Oh, he's actually not going to throw it. I was about to say it's not going to connect on the low HP player, but maybe it will if it ricochets. I'll be behind the box. Oh, I mean, I'm not a professional when it comes down to working out explosive radiuses, but I don't think a small wooden wall would usually protect you from a grenade.
Well, actually, grenades, I mean, how they get you is shrapnel,
it's
right?
Fragmentation.
Yeah, so it's... I mean,
are you trying to tell me the fragmentation won't pierce a small wooden wall?
I'm just saying, you never know. You never know. You've not seen the movies when they flip a table and they sit behind it against like...
shot and there's nothing that does.
Like a 50 cal machine gun, but it's all right because they flipped a kitchen table. It's the same philosophy.
It's like that scene in Hancock where he just picks up the car and they're just firing a 50 cal on him and it's just like, oh, this does nothing apparently. It's like, that's not how guns work, bro.
That's how nades work, man. That is how nades work. Timeout called by Fnatic. Fnatic, I would say pressure, but not really pressure for them. It's once again, it's just sort of making sure that essentially Bait don't get into this game. It's just making sure that they don't have this sort of, I guess, a spur momentum, especially considering what we've seen already from them, because we saw Bait do this against Virtus.pro. They started really well, then things went super flat. The mid game was pretty horrible. Second half start for them was awful, and Virtus.pro were doing a really good job of getting back in towards this game, and then Bait really found this second win. And for Fnatic, it's just limiting the fact that they don't ever get to a second win.
One of the big linchpinning moments in that game against Virtus.pro was the fact that Wrinkle dropped a big kills.
Yes.
25 to 18 he went in that one. Owner did very similar as well, 23 to 17, and that went the distance. That went all 30 rounds.
Yeah.
Look at the kills right now. Wrinkle's on 6, Owner's on 7. Those two big fraggers in that all-important VP game simply aren't on the server right now. Although Owner is going to be able to find this kill onto Fasha. Another backup here from Captain Kirker. It does just leave Crims in this awkward position, solo defending on A. A lot of U2 coming round. They've learned from their previous mistakes. Yes, they're going to be able to win the rounds, but hello, Crims does not care what you do. You can buy utility, you can buy AKs, but he's got a Deagle, and so does Mezzy finding Wrinkle, bringing this now down to a 3 versus 3.
Oh no, and this is already expensive. This is already problematic. They're making something of this when they really shouldn't be. Crims, a couple more shots being taken. Right now, it all comes down to Alex on this flank. That is going to be the big one. He's bought himself enough time. They're just baiting attention over towards the site as Alex is rotating him, but Nico's going to find another kill. Hang on, this is starting to get messy, and Alex shows his cards.
He does indeed, and I was about to say it falls to the wayside, but Mezzy's going to be able to find one more kill. No kit, so the round is over and done with, I believe, but damn, that's expensive for Bait. They don't actually begin building that economy that they would like seeing after committing this hard into this round. Sure, you win the second, you reset the CT side economy, but now the exact same thing's been happen to you. You're now on the sidelines with having to buy up all your weapons again with the exception of one. And you might have to forego a piece of utility. We see that Wrinkle's only got 3.5k coming into this round, and we've got the exact same thing for Amster as well on 3.6. They're going to have to use all of that straight up.
Yeah, I mean, it does actually beg the question of how the Bait want to play this. It's looking like they're going to go nice and aggressive coming through. Fnatic looking towards mid, and no one's there to meet them. A lot of information being gained though, and you can sort of see Alex. He's heard a lot of these down teams. He's rotated back over just to try and limit them getting down and wrapping in behind.
He's like, guys, I've just heard like 5 people stomping around in mid. Like, I'm gonna tuck myself away in here and not try and take this fight. Bomb is gonna get planted over towards the A bomb site now as Owner is gonna be punching into digits. Up close now for Captain Kirker. Finds 2. Wrinkle there to be able to help out. Everyone's just swinging left, right, and center, spamming bullets. Owner finds one more, and Crims from the sidelines picks up a consolation frag. Oh, 2 consolation frags. Okay. A third is not on the cards.
Yeah, you know, again, it's one of those rounds. It's a throwaway. It's a cannon fodder round. We're not expecting all too much. Get a couple of kills. We'll take the positives. But all things considered, I think it's a lot to like for Fnatic. They are starting to build a decent repertoire. However, they just have this little thing about them where they're a thorn in your side. And Fnatic need to make sure that when they have a full buy themselves, they need to be dominant. A statement needs to be made from the get-go. And here it is. Full buy coming through. We're going to see, of course, M4s across the board. Not enough money for Nikodos to work with in terms of an AWP.
I don't think he needs one.
Yeah, exactly. And also as well, Vertigo is statistically, or not even statistically, just generally seen as one of the worst maps for AWPers. A lot of AWPers do not even like picking up the AWP on towards this map.
Crims inside of mid. Putting up the numbers. Taking out Amster to be able to shut down that aggression straight away. Mezzy, the B site anchor, is going to get some backup from, well, a strong majority of his team, actually. 4 people rotating over, and they've called this fantastically because Crims is now going to be holding a close slight line. Mezzy is going to get taken down, but the swing there from Crims is going to be able to drop the bomb. Gives up that information as well. They haven't spotted out Alex yet, who's just hiding away inside of that smoke. Another smoke is going to go down, and oh, just as it plumes, Roy's going to get taken down after he finds a kill onto Wrinkle. In this 1 versus 3, I mean, Alex is a pretty good name to have, but gap in that smoke, he's going to fall to the wayside.
Yeah, and once again, really good job in terms of, again, just sort of keeping things in their favor. I mean, this is one of the big things. We look over towards Bait. They've got a few gimmicks up their sleeve. They've got a few ways in which they can make this uncomfortable, but Fnatic is to make sure that they, on those sort of conclusive buys against what is, in a technicality, a bonus buy over towards Bait, just make sure they see it off pretty comfortably, and they're doing exactly that. Little gap in the smoke, and Crims will expose it. And well, Fnatic starts to look pretty damn good.
He's a still boy.
Mannequin challenge by Mezzi there in the server. So second
trend.
pause called for Bait here, as it's just a little bit of a time for them to have a breather. Owner the IGL just to try and rally the troops once again. It's not an easy position for Bait to be in. You know, we've got them being 4 rounds behind Fnatic, but for Fnatic being 4 rounds away from taking their map pick, and this is where things do get a little bit uncomfortable. Bait are going to have to then go in towards their map pick, being a map down, the pressure on their shoulders, they're kind of, you know, really trying to force their way towards out of Ancient, but it's easier said than done. Nuke is going to become a bit of a bloodbath, all things considered, and the way Fnatic are playing right now, while it's scrappy and chaotic, and it's definitely, you know, round for round, it still stays in favor of Fnatic, and that's all that matters. They're just keeping such a big breathing room.
That second map of Nuke, you're correct in saying it, is Bait's map pick, but Fnatic are no slouches on that map either. They're a big fan of it. So the fact that they've kind of gone into this with, cool, we got our Vertigo pick. Cool, we got our Nuke pick. The map pool for these two teams is actually very, very similar. Both teams coming into this one, as we mentioned earlier, with a winning streak on Vertigo, but of course Fnatic playing against a better opposition. Bait doing it in ESEA Advanced. But I mean, it's still a nice stat. They're doing well on this map. Can they continue doing it against the big teams, though?
It does show as well that, especially between, I guess, kind of the tier 2 and tier 1.5 teams, that the gap isn't exactly as big as a lot of people would assume. I think for Fnatic, you definitely obviously can make the arguments with them being tier 1, but they're not consistently tier 1. They do have a lot of hiccups, a lot of performances where they would expect better at events, Pro League being the kind of one where we maybe could have seen a little bit more out of them. Either way, nice shot, Wrinkle with the lead fascia. It's an absolute cork, I've got to say. There's the opening kill. They're flooding through towards construction, trying to overwhelm that on Crims. Making 2, makes it 3. Crims take a bow, Sunshine. It's a beautiful couple of shots.
He can do no wrong in this map, it seems. He's top fragging, not only for his team, but on the server as well. And he's looking to make it another 4K underneath his belt in this round. He's opened up that opportunity for Fnatic to be able to win this one. He goes for it. He does indeed find it. It's not going to be the ace. Roy does snatch it away as, oh, well, he falls to the wayside. It is what it is, but it's going to be another round there for Fnatic, and they're stepping closer and closer, Neo, to get this map underneath their belt and then go on.
Freddie, you beautiful man. It's a lovely little transfer there over towards Connector. I mean, it really makes things look so nice towards construction. And all things that, once again, Fnatic, really cool, calm, collected Counter-Strike. What matters most, and I think what the case is here, we're not really seeing any strats be too overzealous. We're not seeing anything from both sides that are too audacious. It's just fundamental Counter-Strike played to such a high level by Fnatic.
The shock on his face is like, oh, okay, Crims is there, who just spammed me down. That's not ideal. While that was amazing from Crims, does not take anything away from it. There's three people there. You need to be punishing that. Like, they were so slow on their reaction, and you just can't have that when you're going up against a team like Fnatic and you're going into a map where Crims, God, he's feeling himself this game, right?
Yeah. No, he's looking pretty damn good. I'll give him that one right now.
It's almost like he's played on this team for 8.5 years.
3
numbers again.
Start going through it all again. But no, exactly that. 5-round gap that's built up by Fnatic. It's just such good breathing room. And to make matters worse over towards Bait, they're down in towards a low buy. They're ecoing in towards round number 23, but even still, not a good position to be in at all. Swinging towards mid. Messy for Bait as Mezzi and Fasha clean things up. Owner gets us off 1. It's nothing more than a consolation kill. And bit by bit, they're getting closer and closer to seeing off their map pick of Vertigo in what I have to say has been, for the most part, a pretty immaculate fashion.
We don't see the I buy pistols, I'm going to crouch walk inside of mid enough in pro scene.
A little crab walk.
Give me Julie crab walking, strat roulette strats on the server. I mean, it works in random MM games. Why won't it work in pro play now?
Yeah,
that works, right?
It works in my silver thunder. Yeah, exactly.
Silver, wow, you're really putting me down in the trenches, huh? That's crazy. That's insane.
Another timeout used by Bait. You can pretty damn well understand why. Right now, with Fnatic 2 rounds away, this next buy, it is do or dying towards Vertigo.
Oh, this is the game.
It is going to be the one that decides it. If Bait are able to find it, they can start to build up a little bit of repertoire themselves, but the money over towards Fnatic is pretty comfortable, so they would buy in, no problems asked. However, on the other side, Bait, if this one does not find success, it is game set. We've seen wrinkling towards the AWP, a good host of utility. I think you might be right. I think it might be the first time we've seen an AWP picked up, which is incredible to say, but economy's been all over the place, and Fnatic don't like bringing one out in towards Vertigo. So, this might, in fact, be the first time we've seen an AWP picked up in towards his map so far. Can Wrinkle make the difference with it?
If there's any man on the server to be able to do so, it would be him. Keys to find these openers, though. Nikodos, that is a little bit aggro, my friend, and how have you not been punished? He gets two. The pick up there from Captain Kirko to be able to trade it back, but inside of mid, Crims has just been a menace. He's so aggressive in these angles. He swings into mid, he crouches out, and sometimes he's like, you know what? I'm going to go basically inside of your mid. I'm going to spam you down when you go and try and go for the swing. There is no way in hell, by the way, that Nikodos should be allowed to be able to get those two kills. There's explicitly a gap in the smoke for that reason, so the AWP can be able to find the kill. Look at this one here. He spots the angle, sprays him down. He's like, oh, I kind of see your leg. Yeah, I'll spam you down and deal with it as well. Roy going to be able to trade it out. And then Crims just so good here.
Yeah, it's a grave mistake from Bait there. I mean, they know what utility they're coming against, but I think it's safe to say that there's definitely a till start to play in, and Clutter Comms, speak of Clutter Comms, Roy will make it two. Nikodos for one more. Roy adding a third to his tally. Amster is the last man standing in what is going to be a very, very difficult 1 versus 5. And it's going to be absolutely safe to say there is no chance here for him to make this work. It would require something masterful. And Nikodos on an AWP see it off. That is going to be Fnatic taking their map pick in a dominant fashion, 16-8. And they're heading towards Nuke with just some renewed confidence.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. Fnatic, it was a little bit rocky to begin with, right? They lost, they won the first couple of rounds, and then from there, Bait were able to start bringing it back in, but then it kind of just slipped once more. Fnatic were all good. Let's take it to a short break, and then when we're back, we'll talk about the map even more.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Safe to say for Fnatic, that was pretty damn comfortable. And not only for Fnatic, for one man individually. We spoke about him at the halfway time. It was Crims, 28 kills to his name. He had a dominant performance. And we take a little look through kind of the leaderboard at the end of it. I mean, what a performance across the board from Fnatic, but individually, Crims, just monstrous.
You'll take 130 in ADR any day of the week, wouldn't you, I suppose? That was a really nice performance from him. And it's not like it was just anchor frags as well. Everyone kept pushing him. He was finding these opening picks inside of mid. His mid presence in his last like 5 to 6 rounds was insane. They had no hope in getting anything done there.
Yeah, and you know, credit over the other side. Captain Kirk had 21 kills despite only getting 8 rounds. It's pretty damn impressive. But unfortunately, no one really showed up to support him. He looked towards Crims though. He didn't need support. Some of the kills he was pulling off were monstrous, but it wasn't even the case of that he was getting, you know, incredible kills here or there. It was consistent multi-frags.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's definitely the most important part. We're seeing one of the main ones here, right? And yeah, we talked about it. They definitely probably should have traded him in that situation, but it doesn't matter, right? If you're able to have that kind of mentality to say, well, you should be trading me, but you're not, I'm just going to capitalize on your mistake, then do it. I mean, the man with millions of seconds in this team.
269 million.
Let's not go through the damn numbers again. But I mean, it's experience, right? It's experience. I wonder if it's even more experience than the entire B8 team combined, thinking about it.
There's definitely a world. When you look at these young guys, I think they've got an average age of about 20, right? And he's been playing, he's honestly probably been playing CSGO professionally longer than they've been playing CSGO as a whole. That's how incredible it is. And the fact that he's still at such a high level is absolutely miraculous. But I mean, Crims just continues to impress. He continues to be such a dominant factor in the server. And this is one of those reasons why Fnatic are so reliable, because you have individuals like him who are reliable. When some of the big hitters, like for example Fasha, either like to beat a man while he's down, but he didn't have the greatest start to the game.
Oh, not at all.
It did not matter because Crims was there to step up. And Messi as well. If Messi's a slow performance, Crims can then fill those gaps. They play a pretty similar sort of positions where they're playing it as part of the pack, as we like to say. Crims did a really solid job when he was called upon in terms of multi-frags, really stepping up towards the play. And now we're heading towards Bait's pick. It's Nuke coming up next, but Fnatic love this map too.
This is the thing, right? We touched upon it inside of that map, but this is a map which both teams are pretty happy on. They both got a 70% win rate, and also if we put it in the context of who Fnatic have been playing against, that surely that gives them even more of a benefit going into this one. The fact that they're playing against this constant tier 1 opposition. You got Bait playing in advanced and other like tier 2. I mean, advanced might even be lower than tier 2 if we're honest. It's not boding very well. However, the history between these two teams as well, when they have gone up against each other, sure, they've been best of ones, that being Ancient and Nuke. This is the first time that Fnatic have actually beaten Bait.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty crazy. Best of ones are so random, right? I think we know that they really can cause upsets, but in best of threes, from the get-go, not even just the game itself, the veto, that's when you get to see Fnatic really implement their kind of the mental, the mindset. We're going towards Vertigo map, which we know Fnatic are very good on at a tier 1 level. Then we're going towards Nuke, which Bait love Nuke. They're a very competent Nuke side. However, because of the depth of the map pool over towards Fnatic, wherever this went, they would have been able to find success coming through. And even though Ancient's the decider, which historically, from the previous RMR, they beat Fnatic on, that's a best of 1. In a best of 3 series, when you're longing out these games, you've got to look into towards your mental fortitude, your resilience as well, in terms of not getting tilted, not getting fatigued as well in a long series and a long day. There's a lot to be brought in towards this one.
You mentioning the tilt.
Yeah,
definitely came into play towards Bait towards the end of that game. I mean,
young guys too, right?
They are young, and again, it kind of comes down to the experience. I just want to keep calling out Crims because this entire roster is experience. Mezzi's been around the block for a while, so he's faster. Nikados is probably one of the more new ones. Roy's
28, 29.
Who?
Roy, 28, 29.
Is he?
Yeah.
No, he's looking good.
He's looking good. He's got beautiful eyes, we've got to say.
You said this in the green room, and it's just like,
it's like looking towards a blue opal gem. Oh my gosh, they're so blue.
What a beautiful boy. And he puts up numbers on the server as well, right? So, I mean, what could you name anything better? Beautiful. Your eyes are pretty nice as well, actually. I'm looking deeply into them. Damn, you're making me swoon, getting me all sweaty under the server.
It's too kind.
We talked about the fact that both teams liked Vertigo.
Yes.
The Bait win streak on this map has now come to an end.
Yeah,
and it has now been replaced by Fnatic's. It was a 5-win streak for Bait. It's now a 5-win streak for Fnatic. I don't think teams want to be testing any team that has a UK player on it on Vertigo. Stop picking the damn map. You play it against Viperio, they're going to win. You play it against Into the Breach, they're going to win. You play it against Fnatic, they're going to win. It's as simple as that. The unicorn odds at the bottom of your screen, as you can see, they are now heavily favouring Fnatic, even more than they were earlier.
Yes, yeah.
Bait, I mean, it's understandable, right? It's 100% understandable.
And even though the nuke is the pick of Bait, I just think the odds are so stacked against them. Even pushing towards map 3, I think that in itself is going to be pretty miraculous. It would require something monumental to come through from Bait for them to push it through. And I think in particular, there's one thing we're looking at, in my eyes anyway, for Bait to push this towards Ancient, Wrinkle has to step up. Nuke is a map which is the AWP's prowess. The long range of the site, towards outside, over towards ramp if you want to play there as well. We have to see Wrinkle come alive. Captain Kirk is doing his job. He has been immaculate. We now need to see Wrinkle step up as well.
Wrinkle bought the AWP once in that entire game, and he got demolished. He did not fire a bullet. He was holding this singular angle that you need to be holding. There was a big gap. There's a smoke on the left, smoke on the right. There's a small little gap for it's almost like there's a small gap there for a CT to crouch through. For you to be able to hold a line of sight. Oh, you're holding a line of sight? Nikodos says, get out on my server, you are dead. Taps him out of it and then finds another kill as well. I mean, he needs to be punished. And we saw this throughout the entire game. They weren't punishing these aggressive situations, these angles that are being held. And there's people there to be able to back you up to do that. And it's something we've been seeing a little bit consistently, that across the games, I'm sure the everyone's a best of ones, but across games, you're relying on your teammates, and sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get things underway in towards Nuke. But before we do, we're going to throw those on to a very brief break. Sit tight, get a drink, something to eat, get rested. We'll see you soon.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colsera. But is Colsera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
Welcome back. We are about to get underway in towards our second map. If Fnatic win this, they lock themselves in towards the Legend stage, go 3-0 at the RMR, and the first team, in fact, to make it towards the Paris Major through the RMR.
It is. It's nuts. I mean, that's a nice little star they can put next to it, isn't it? It's just like, not only did we make it to the Legend stage, we're the first team to make it to the Legend stage, I'll have you know. The other game is going on right now, that being NAVI versus FaZe. Still in map 1, that being Inferno. And, well, NAVI are putting on a bit of a clinic so far, 7-1.
Yeah, pretty damn good score over there, it seems. But of course, you know, we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out.
Our attention's here.
Exactly. Exactly. It was a world in which there's a comeback and whatnot. We'll keep, you know, periodically, briefly checking in on that one. It's a pretty good game here there over in the A stream. A pretty good game here on the B stream too, of course. As we mentioned, winner of this series in the same vein as NAVI versus Fnatic locks themselves in towards a Legend stage there at the Paris Major. And already one map under their belt, Fnatic pretty much on the road to right now. They're heading towards Nuke. It's a very good map for them. And you look at some of the previous games that they've played and previous wins they've had under their belt. G2, Eternal Fire, IHC, Eternal Fire again, in fact. And, you know, there's a very decent repertoire Fnatic have built up.
Yeah, they like the map. I mean, it's as simple as that at the end of the day, right? I'm quite curious to see what games B8 have won on this map, juxtaposed against that, because it's
not as great.
It's certainly not going to be as great. Okay, let's have a quick look. Prodigies, and it's all advanced games, dude.
Yeah,
it's all advanced. They beat LDLC and Tricked on it in the open quals, which is quite cool. Some names that we actually know there, but then they're losing out to teams like Monty and Spirit Academy and Iron Branch. I mean, it doesn't bode particularly well coming into this one, considering, well, they picked it into their opponents. But realistically, what else would have they picked? Because Anubis?
Yeah, this is the thing. And this is where you look towards these slightly less, well, I say less teams, slightly like kind of, you know, younger, fresher teams that limited map pool, limited experience on certain maps as well, will always come back to haunt them and bite them a little bit. And this is a classic case. I think Nuke was essentially a must pick coming through. If they hadn't have picked in towards Nuke and floated Ancient, they could have been in a really rough predicament where they kind of had picked in towards Ancient, other maps get floated, and Nuke gets banned out in the second wave. It could have been really rough, but let's get underway in towards Nuke. It could potentially be our final map here of the series. If Fnatic are able to take it, they lock themselves in towards the Legend stage.
Potentially final map of the series, potentially final map of the day for us as well on the B stream. This is going to be wrapping us up. And let's see if we're going to get an early night or not, Neo. There's a lot of UCL being committed. Shot on through the skylight, and it's Crims, the first point of contact, but he's not going to be able to find anything as they just barrel down towards this B bomb site. Fasher behind enemy lines, but not going to be able to find anything. Wrinkle takes him down, and, well, Samster finds one of his own as well. Wrinkle, he's doing a lot of work here. Bomb goes down, over on B. Round's over and done with. This was a convincing round for Bait.
In a matter of moments, Bait are really quite convincing on their pistols. I think you've got to give them a lot of credit. This is really a decent round. Nick and will find himself one, and he found a second. He's looking for a consolation, and it will only be the one consolation. He's Crims all alone, the MVP of our previous map, but he would need some sort of a miraculous performance in towards this round to make anything of it. He hasn't got time either way. So it's just a case of kind of get a couple of kills. He's looking in. He has made it at least expensive for one. Looking for more. We'll find it. There's a second on towards Captain Kirker. Looking for the third.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so Crims, Freddy. He's having a pretty decent run out here. He won't die to the bomb either way. And it's going to be Bait finding their first round. But Crims makes it expensive.
Yeah, very expensive. And, well, he gains a lot of money from it as well. Finding those taps, left, right, and center with the USPS are just going to build up that economic buffer already for the CT side, which is a little bit difficult to be able to gain on most maps, but on a heavy CT side map like this, excuse me, sir?
That's such an early timeout. I mean, you can already see as well, immediately catering towards the conversation. You can see how they have sensed something up here. Caters must have spotted something because it's him doing the talking, and you can start to see how things are already very early doors, getting somewhat on the, not the worrying side, but just they want to make sure that nothing slips through the cracks here. In a weird way, I like the idea for a call there. If Cater spotted something and he very immediately needs to call for a timeout, it seems very early. It seems maybe overly cautious, but I like over caution.
With all the respect to Fnatic, is it just him saying, don't underestimate these guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
cool your heads.
Yeah, because that was completely free, right? They got onto that B-bomb site with, what, it was only Crims holding that. And you're already seeing an adjustment here now as well. You're going to be having 2 people over towards ramp. You've got one person over towards heaven, and this force buy round off the back of the scout, and then, bloody hell, the FAMUS onto Crims as well. He can do tons of damage with this one, but he's going to be going up against a lot of fully automatics. 5 to be exact, 3 Galils, 2 AKs.
Oh, either way, it's a forced investment coming through for Fnatic, but it's definitely a very tough one to convert. Double stack coming through into his down secret. And Bait, they're going to be tested. Swing around the corner. Could be a death sentence. Crims, 1, 2. Can't quite convert the third, but he does a hell of a lot of damage. Over towards Wrinkle, down at 20 points. It's back to a 3 versus 3, but it's very doable for these pistols.
That's exactly what you need, right? You got Deagle surrounding a scout. Usually it's a scout dropping them like sub 50 HP, and then the Deagle shots come through and do
Tag
it.
and bag.
If you're going to be able to do it with a FAMUS instead, then why not? And this long sight line from Nikolas has not been cleared as of yet.
No.
Watch this cross. They have no idea he's here. They're going to hold it. He gets the tag onto Amson. Sure, he doesn't get the kill. He doesn't need to get the kill. That's what his teammates are there for. He does the tagging. They do the bagging, as you said.
Yeah, and now because of the Eagles, right? It's 1 body shot onto Wrinkle and Amster. The only thing is his sight's open apart from FaZe gets spotted out by Alex, and he swings out a heart and he'll find that kill. That's the A side cracked open, and a Molotov coming down gives them a safe plant.
This round is actually all on Alex at this point, right? I'm surprised they haven't chucked an AK over to him just so he can have the higher rate of fire weapon and, well, the more firepower behind it as well. Instead, it does look like they are going to call the save here, Fnatic. I don't think they're too confident in how much damage they've actually done, but it does give them the opportunity. Hey, by the way, there's two Galils down here. Let's grab some upgrades. They're completely free, all off the back of Crims doing, well, almost 300 damage off the back for FAMUS, right?
Yeah, I mean, retaking that A site, especially when Util's down, it feels pretty much nigh on impossible. I think recently as well, we saw it at Pro League where Rare Atom retook on towards the A site in a kind of a 4 versus 4, and it was the most bonkers retake we've seen in such a long time because it's just so out there. You so rarely see it ever happen. You can immediately see Fnatic's mentality change where they're like, okay, well, there's no way we're getting back in towards this site. Let's go and find a couple of upgrades and essentially resetting towards the next round. However, the buy-in towards the next round, once again, is going to be slightly rough. They might even be tempted to force around the Galils, but I think it's super risky.
Yeah, it definitely hurts the economy if they do that. There was one world in which that worked out really well. FaZe had a HE, so if he was able to just Kobe it from main and then grab the 2 tagged players of it, I mean, then that retake is done and dusted. I don't even think they get the bomb part at that point, but we do not live in the universe where that was the case. They haven't, in fact, force bought up around the rifles. What they have done is dropped the deagles from Nikolas and Mezzi over to Roy and Crims, just so they have a little bit more firepower in the round. I like this.
I like this boost as well. You know, you don't often see it all too much because you have to be so cautious over towards that silo player. Nikolas, he could cause a problem, and he will. He's spot 1. Captain Coco fall, and so will Wrinkle. Hang on. Galils are causing problems towards outside. 2 casualties already.
Yeah, not what they wanted. Definitely what Fnatic wanted. That boost worked wonders for them, and Nikolas might even be able to get himself an upgraded rifle here if he can keep on sneaking through. I think that is, yeah, that's an AK on the ground. Go on, upgrade yourself, King. Chuck that over to a teammate. We do now see this potential execute coming out on this A bomb site. There's quite a lot of util to play with here. On the swing is Alex, not going to be able to find the kill onto Nikolas. He repositions himself, still outside. And yeah, they need to be using some of this util quick. They are running slowly out of time. Deagles from range, but the swing there from Mezzi opens up some more opportunities. And now it's just Owner in a 1 versus 2. Galil and Deagle versus the AK. A couple of flashes available for Owner, but he's not good enough to be able to find that kill.
Well, now, of course, I guess you got to say there's a lot to like. It hasn't started so well. I mean, it's a gimmicky boost, a really gimmicky boost coming through. That's definitely one taken towards your MM games, I've got to be said. But it works wonders. Really nice opening shot, and he doubled it down on top of that as well. It's really well played from Nikolas.
One of those boosts, only do once.
Yeah, it's completely a one and done. There's no way they can go for that again, but it's once again, we saw this at the start of our first map. Yes. When you flip the script like that, Fnatic are able to continue to make things run in their favor. They go fast out towards A. Mac 10's flying in, they'll catch 1 off guard. FaZe, full blinder, no clue, and neither did Mezzi as he drops to the hands of Alex with a double kill to his name. M4 trying to reclaim space. It is chaotic, but thankfully Roy able to make something of it.
The Mac 10's doing so much work here, and Roy's going to be able to pick up the pieces outside as well. I was about to say, this round is probably going to be a little bit slower. Nikolas finally gets himself an AWP, and they just go, no, we are going to hold W out onto the A-bomb site and just get in your face. And they've done done quite a lot of economic damage here. Kirker's found one, Alex found two. If they can find Roy as well outside and kind of rip that 4K out of his clutches, considering he's low HP, then that'd be great. But Kirker doesn't want to give up on this round as yet. There's plenty of time to be able to potentially relocate himself, and that's what we're going to be seeing. I mean, he needs to be very, very quiet if he wants to sneak up into heaven and find that backstab onto Nikodos, and that's what he's going to be looking for. Is Nikodos even expecting this one? I don't think he is.
No, this is going to be really important because Roy is so low on HP. He's playing Drake at this point. I don't know if I like this because he's let him escape and he walks into all danger. Low HP towards Roy and it falls to his death. Captain Kirker. All you can do is laugh because if you don't laugh, you'll cry. He falls to his death, but he should have just confirmed the kill towards Nikodos. He could have really put the pressure over towards Roy, but let's be honest, on what is a low force buy, that's actually pretty impressive coming through from FaZe.
It all came off the back of the flash from Wrinkle. Yes. Completely blinding those two players on the bomb site. And then, I mean, also, Roy securing that round. He was inside of main, didn't get hit by the flash because he was secured by the roofing. And then he's just like, oh, there's 3 people on my bot. Get out of it, leave. Like, this is my round. You can't be doing this with your eco rifles and your SMGs. Picks up the 3 kills and, well, in the end, finds the 4th as well. Crims trying to be aggro here. There's a gap in that smoke, and I wonder if he saw the cross, but doesn't spot Alex up close. And he finds that 1D to open up the B-bomb site.
Well, already 4 versus 4. A lot of space for Alex to work with as well. Wrapping through in towards Secret, just trying to make sure that our rotation doesn't find any success. But Fasher, other ideas, 1 and a second as well alongside it, doubling down. It's brilliant as Roy will be on clean up duty, leaving Wrinkle all alone. A 1 versus 4, a deagle in hand, no util, no armor, no chance. Bomb needs to be scooped up, and I think even that is a tall order.
Yeah, I don't even think he gets out. He goes for the swing and he just gets, what, 2 taps? What, 1 tapped actually. He's no head armor. Time to get taken out of the round, my friend. Swings. Well, we got a shot off. Just wasn't as clean as you would have liked.
Well, we take a breather off the back of what was a pretty chaotic low buy round. We are going to see money being brought in now for bait. This is what matters most. We're going to see something to work with. But honestly, they need a really strong response. I mean, Fnatic are starting to build up a very decent little repertoire here. That's kind of, what, 3 rounds in a row on the CT side. And if they win this one, they can kind of lock themselves into a 5-round buffer early doors just because they'll break the economy of Bay. It's a super important position for them to be in. I think for Bay, this already starts to feel in kind of dire straits where they're not getting any sort of control on the T side.
Winning the first 2 rounds and losing the next 3. Neo, I'm getting flashbacks.
It's a classic. It is an absolute classic. Spam coming through. Bit of util as well should keep them at bay. Flash playing up close and personal with such a risky angle. Just getting 1 kill here is a big ask.
Waiting here for Ona. This setup. Probably going to be waiting for the 125 mark. And yep, here comes the util coming on through on that exact timing. Fashion now up close. Spams down 2. Waits for the 3rd as well. And wow, even though he's got 10 less bullets than the A4 counterpart, he's still able to do the job to find those 3 kills. Ooh. The taps there from Roy, really clean, along with Wrinkle, taking him down for the trade. Now in this 1 versus 2. And honestly, a 4K is on here for Wrinkle. He was quiet in that first map. He needs to go large and loud into this one as well. The smoke seems to be dissipating, but he doesn't need to wait for it. He's got the crosshair placement perfect onto Nikodos. He's going to be able to get it. No, he's not. The shot comes in and Wrinkle, oh, the young star, he's so upset with himself.
You can see frustrations, and you can understand why. He did such a solid job of isolating the fight there. But Nikodos and the AWP will see off that final kill. Interesting fact, ladies and gents, as well. Nikodos, with his 1 AWP kill that he got on Vertigo, was the most AWP kills in Vertigo. Just shows how little the AWP was used in towards that map from both sides. But
they've matched it now already.
Better, exactly. Fasher, really, really good start to the round. 3 kills. He should have been traded immediately, but I think once again, Cluttered Comms really paying the price over towards Bait. So, Bait back to a low buy, and this is why we were saying it's a very good opportunity for Fnatic to take a 5-round buffer just because, or 5 rounds on the board, may I say a 3-round buffer, just because of the low buy coming through. They just get massacred over towards the A side. Mezzy for 3, Fasher for 1, and Wrinkle, unfortunately, once again, he's all alone.
Yeah, last man standing, and this doesn't feel great. I mean, it's pistols, right? You've got to have the fortitude in your mind to be able to realise, look, was there really a chance here? It is weird, though. This is the one map that I've seen from a T-side perspective, which those miracle rounds with Deagles and the pistol buy-ups seem to happen a lot more. And I don't know the reasons behind it. I'm sure there's some big brain analytics that we can do to work out, oh, this is why this happens on this map and not other maps as much. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen here. Wrinkle might get a consolation, but I do think he is just, well, he's playing on borrowed time at this current moment.
Yeah, statistically, there we go, big word.
We got the word there. It's all good.
Statistically speaking, it is the most CT-sided map in the pool, right? And trying to get a solid repertoire onto your T-side, it's just so difficult. It's such a cool mistress just because you never can do anything. Oh, poor Wrinkle. Poor Wrinkle. Span down at the end there. Little cheeky grin from Mezzy as well. He knows what he's just done. But
span from heaven. Span through like 2 walls from a site as well. They had no real clue. It was just like, oh, I guess it's we're hearing ticks. Cool, he's
poor kid. Pause to be called, and I think actually you can completely understand why over towards Bait now. They're at a 3-round deficit. Fnatic are up to 5 rounds, which is huge already. Early doors, 7 plays, have 5 rounds on the board already. Just shows they're doing everything right over towards that CT side. While things started well, a pistol, a force buy, it's all well and good, but it does not matter if you can't find consistency on the gun round. And on the gun round so far, I haven't really seen all too much Fnatic break a sweat. People are stepping up with multi-frags, like Mezzy there, and they're making it just look so easy. It's an absolute clinic of a performance so far from the CT side. And of course, as you can see with the little logo, they are on fire.
They are indeed. And now we're going to be seeing a full buy round. Molotovs available as well. The T side are looking to set their opponents on fire in a literal sense. Here in round number 8, it's Roy who does get punished for pushing this angle once again. A little bit too predictable, it would seem, off the back of what we've been seeing for the past 3, maybe 4 rounds.
They've been very good at getting outside control, I've got to say, for Fnatic, and now finally, Bait are punishing them. And this now begs the question of how do Fnatic respond, right? They've got them man disadvantage, they've not really got a good idea about what Bait are trying to set up, and it really forces them to go and collect information, and you can kind of see the posturing here. Mezzy knows he needs to go and try and individually make a difference, find some information. What are they setting up to do?
Mezzy looking to be aggro. I mean, he's just looking to be a nuisance at this point. I don't know if there's anything deeper than it. It's like, hey guys, I'm on their roof. Oh, a little bit of audio cues though. I wonder if they've heard that. They have with the lurking player back in T-spawn. Wrinkle is going to be able to find that kill on Mezzy. Nikodos with the AWP, looking for 1. Ooh, splits the difference between the 3 of them though. Might go for the swing again. Well, that's 3 Molotovs. Jesus, wet man. Calm down. I know you want him dead, but save some for the rest of us. They have now fully rotated over towards this A-bomb site, though, and this is really nice. Fasher read the situation well, drops down onto the site, going to be able to take down 1, looking for some more, finds a 2nd, needs to go for the 3rd as well. He's so good getting 3 Ks with that M4. And now Nikodos has got to find 2. It's going to be a very tall order, but there's money in the bank and no real reason for him to not go for this one.
At least play exits here, right? AWP in play. I mean, the only thing I can see from his side is just not handing over the AWP, but it will not make a difference. Ring will find the kill, and he'll scoop up the AWP as well for him to use the big green in towards the next round. Bait, a necessity of a round in towards their 4 buys. You've already spoken about how this side have been unable to really compete so far, and now this is where they've made a statement. We actually are here to play on the 4 buy rounds, and not here to be walked over on new. Just because it's a map in which you also like as well, we're going to show why we've picked into it.
Fasher's consistently finding 3Ks with the A1.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. I mean, his like usage of the smaller capacity mag is just perfect. He's able to find the shots that matter instead of wasting a few in the wayside. So really nice. I suppose bullet economy if we really want to deep it that much. Here comes the util. Execute onto this A-bomb site. Fasher, instead of playing on the lower angles, he is on the upper extremities, but it's going to be Nikodos who finds the opening pick here. Looks for a 2nd, on the hunt for the 3rd as well. Is he going to get killed by his own AWP though, as we see this sightline being held by Wrinkle. He has to hide behind the box. They know he's there. Amsa's relocated over towards the corner, seeing and waiting for him to be able to swing on out, and it is going to be Amsa who finds that kill.
Important. At the very least, front of the trade, but Nikodos, honestly, potentially might have done enough. Right now, numbers in their favor. And for Fnatic, they can just rotate over. They know they've got time to work with. The onus on Bait to make a difference here. How are they going to try and scrape their way on towards that B site? And Roy ready and waiting. Window is broken. This is the thing that could be not even broken, in fact.
Not.
So it's okay. He knows he can play sound cues.
Sneaky
this
boy.
makes a difference. Double doors closed. Windows aren't broken. So everything's going to require a sound cue or a bullet to the head. And Amster very lucky to remain unscathed.
Yeah, that was an AK round over and done with for him. Going to go for the additional spam as well. Not going to be able to find it. The flash. I mean, I think they opened the door for half a second there, then close it straight away. The swing here from Fasher. He doesn't need to be on the A-bomb site to be able to get kills. He can do it on B as well. Get your gun out, man. I know you're out of ammo, but swap to your pistol. It's faster than reloading. And it's going to be a 6th round on the board now for Fnatic. They make that retake look like they were playing retakes.
Yeah, it's just so easy. So well played. I mean, for Fnatic, Fasha, again, having a little bit of a masterclass in terms of the couple of kills he picked up. The impact Fasha's starting to have early in towards Nuke, it's immaculate. But then the main thing we're seeing here, and this is going to be the consistent narrative and story point that we're going to build up, is just keeping that breathing room. Never allow Bait to get comfortable. They're a side that when they get comfortable, they're actually pretty concerning. We saw it against Virtus.pro, and even against MOUZ as well. When this Bait side get into their zone, when they start to really get locked in, tunnel vision in towards what their goal is at the end of this, they're very, very hard to chip away. But that's now 6 out of the last 7 rounds going the way of Fnatic. They're in control of this game. When we zoom out in a more macro sense, Bait are struggling.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There is the minor thing to keep in the back of mind. It is still quite CC-sided.
Yes.
We've had this conversation before on broadcast. You like 6 rounds on a T side, is it?
Yeah, golden number of 6. That's all I'd say. If you can get 6 rounds in a T side, I think you still require a pistol round, but I think it at least gives you some stability. It's just, there's no real maths behind it. It's just on a more eye test point of view. Owner said smoke, and he'll find the kill. Roy, he had an idea, had an inkling, but it wasn't quite enough.
It's usually aggressive holding that Roy's doing, instead much more passive, and this time it hasn't worked out in his favor. Crims, smoke going to go down to be able to block out his sight line inside a locker, and he, spider sense is tingling. He's like, hold up, that must mean they're going to try and wrap around on me and take me down. Instead, it is just going to be this dive down to B, but there is an AWP ready and waiting for them. Nikidos wasn't good for the shot. Last time he tried this, Smoke's going to go down. He didn't hit anyone with it, so he's unsure, and yeah, it seemed like he panicked there. Couldn't work out if he wanted to go for a no-scope or just go for the scope and hit the shot. Instead, did nothing and got taken out of the round. 5 versus 3, and yep, there comes Crims with the Spidey sense, finding that kill. Alex, what is he doing back there? The rest of the team's already on the site. He manages to pick up Fasha. But Mezzy there for the trade, and he's just going to continue running, see if the engine's running on that T van, and get the hell out of here with those weapons.
Keep the AK, right? I mean, there really isn't anything else they can do. They can't even go scoop up the AWP. I think we're looking over towards Nikidos as well. I think he's struggling to have impact over towards the stairs in double door. It's a very, very difficult shot to hit. And once again, we like to use the term one and done, because if you find one kill, you are going to get overwhelmed. It's so difficult to make that angle work. I think for Nikidos, maybe even just continue to play a little bit more passively, whether it's over towards top ramp and kind of just sticking around in that position. He might have a little bit more impact in limiting how much room they can get over towards that site. Nikidos is going to be the ones that we're going to keep an eye on. I mean, he has to try and combat that wrinkle, which in itself is very difficult.
You're reading my mind. I was about to say the exact same thing. I would love to see Roy rotate down towards that B site like we saw in those that previous round, where he was just had that kind of mental fortitude not to break any windows, just get down there nice and safe and just kind of sneak it there, and then his outside presence be replaced by the AWP or Nikidos. I mean, yes, it's basic. Chuck the AWP outside on Nuke. That's what everyone does, but they do it for a reason. It works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind AWPs over towards ramp. I think they can have a lot
hit the shots.
Yeah, exactly. I just think playing over towards stairs can be so risky just because you really can get overwhelmed. But right now, I think of Fnatic, they're understanding that Bait are actually starting to have a sniff in towards his T side. It's looking pretty decent in terms of now responses over towards their full buys. At a 4th round, added towards them. We look at the scoreboard overall as well. Wrinkle having that performance that we were hoping of him. And unfortunately, it's the likes of kind of more the Captain Kirks of the world who's only on 3 kills, or even Owner. I mean, he's the IGL, so we're not really looking towards him in the fragging department. But still, we need to just a little bit more from Bait. It's all well and good having 1 or 2 players popping off, but you can't be a top-heavy team.
You're right in saying that Owner, it's not his job to be able to find those kills. His job's there to do the calling, but we've seen him perform so well in some of these previous best of ones yesterday. So we kind of come to expect it from him, and he's been a little bit quiet here. A lot of frags, a lot of everything kind of going on over on A. Early on into this round, were indeed able to find those 2 kills on Fnatic, and now they've got that mental fortitude to say, you know what? If they're stacking up a lot of people on A, they're probably going to replace them.
Exactly.
Let's hot tail it over towards the B-bomb site, get a little bit outside control, but it is going to be Roy back in his sneaky little position just outside of main. Ooh, he's actually going over towards blue.
Yeah,
see what he can find. All the timing. I don't think he spotted anyone. And now he has that rotate in from Mezzy as well. This could be a big collapse if he can find anything. But Owner says, you know what, I am going to start fragging. Spam there from Mezzy. Uncharacteristic miss. And now it's just on Crims. He's inside of Trophy.
Yeah, and again, he might save it. I just really don't see a world in which they can make this work. A lot of info being heard Sound cues being made by Bait, and you see Crim's locked in. He's expecting someone to swing out a single door. He's not being given any opportunities just yet, but in the exits, potentially, we might be able to see something come through. I mean, even still for Crims, he has no real information about how secure outside is. Swinging through. And we see enough by Alex. Good round from Bait. Very, very decisive. Taking yet another T-side, a 5th on the board for them. Really important. Starting to build up a really good little CV over towards that T-side. We already said 6 rounds on the T-side. It feels pretty damn good. And if Bait are able to get over towards that, I feel a bit more confident.
We're seeing this kind of death by 1,000 cuts approach from Bait here on Fnatic's economy. They have only won the last 2 rounds, but out of the last 4, they've won 3 of them. So Fnatic have been forced to just continue buying in. They've not really been able to save many people on those bomb explosion rounds. Yeah. It's only like 1, maybe 2 at a push sometimes. So now they're completely out of money. And so they have to try strats like this. A 5-man stack outside. And it's only good for 2 kills. You know what?
Okay.
We take those. If they're not really in recoverable positions because Alex is going to be holding, but he's getting dinked down through multiple walls. 1 damage from a USPS shot. That's got to, what, you feel like a light tickle in his head or something? Yeah, he's not going to be too upset with that one. AK going to be recovered both for Roy and Fasher. And as a matter of fact, they might just nade this to force them back and then save. Fasher was even thinking about going for it for a second. He was like, you know what, actually, get off my bomb site.
It looked like they were tempted, definitely, but I think now it's play X's once again. I think for Crim's stick around. Crim's got nothing wrong essentially with making this expensive. Keeping them locked in here means the bomb radius should alone do the job. If Roy has a little poke over towards that T-side spawn, he should be okay, but 2 AKs being saved there. It's actually really not all that bad coming through for the Fnatic side. It's going to be BA up towards their 6th round. And while we do have a little bit of breather, we can let you know that over on the A stream, NAVI versus FaZe, it's 14-6 in favor of NAVI on Inferno. That is a dominant display over there. It's looking like FaZe are really starting to struggle, but they have just picked up their 6th round.
It's 12-3 at the half.
It's crazy.
It was, it's not even like Navi have had some good rounds in these last couple. It's just been 1 or 2 here and there, and then FaZe are looking to start to come back into it. But what was quite interesting about this play is that while Crims, of course, didn't have anything, so he just wanted to go for it. Yeah. We still saw Roy inside of Mate, and I have a feeling that the call was, by the way, if I get a pick, we're sending this one. We're just going for it. And I would have loved to see that. But, of course, not going to be the case. Instead, the 2 saved AKs allow the buy up here from Fnatic into round number 13, allowing this one to stay competitive. And speaking about competitive, it's 6-6 at this point. That elusive round has been found.
Oh, spotting the shoulder. Nikodos. He just wants to pull away. I think that's the right call. He was so exposed there. Just get out of dodge, reset, allow Roy to help you and support you from main, and they don't have to be too overzealous. Mezzi tucked in towards that heart. It's going to be Roy for the first. What he's spoken about what he can do, but Owner trades him out, doubling down from that drop from main. Will Wrinkle clear out the hot player? Yes, he will. God. It's an absolute clinic on towards the A side. Wonderful stuff leaving Crims all alone.
Crims has 1v4 before. It's not going to happen, but he has done it before. That is a true statement. No, the econ is in tatters right now. You got Fasher on 2.2k, you got Nikodos and Mezzi with Zilch. Roy and Crims, they're not looking too hot either. Yeah. So saving this M4, saving the armor, saving the flash, the fuse kit as well. So important on these CT sides. And now what we're going to be seeing is Bait, while yes, have certainly not looked like in the driver's seat for a strong majority of this half, these last 4 rounds, it's been all them.
It has. It really has. I mean, this is really not all too shabby, I gotta say. For now, Crims will keep hold of the M4. No problems lost. No one going out to hunt him as well. And Bait, with 4 remaining alive, pick up a pretty decent round, locking themselves in towards, for the first time in a very long time, a lead. 7-6. This is really good from Bait. They've already hit my golden number of 6 and some. And this T side is actually pretty damn spectacular. I gotta say, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Fnatic in a really tough predicament. We're looking in towards round number 14, the penultimate round of the half. It's Roy and Crims with a buy. It's a few pistols in support. They're prioritizing money in towards the final round, as you'd expect, aside from Roy, who has got, of course, a somewhat foolish investment here.
Roy does not care.
get a couple of outside picks, and he's happy. It feels like Roy's been super influential in some of these rounds, but you look at the kill feed, and he's actually only grabbed himself 7 kills in total, which is actually matching some of his teammates. It's kind of Fasher and Crims who are doing a little bit more of the heavy lifting. Messi's looking for some digs out here onto Owner. He isn't going to be able to find it. It's a little bit labor. It does drop down to 15 HP in the process, but Crims, hello, backing up his teammates, allows them to be able to potentially recover this AK, but with no smokes. Oh, no, sorry, I take that back. Fasher's got 1. Crims gets tapped down. Wrinkle looking to ensure that no more AKs fall into the hands of the CTs, but now we're in a 3 versus 2.
Worrying. Concerning, I think, for Bait. If this round is going to fall by the wayside, he's boosted up. You've already spoken about this angle. We spoke about it yesterday, talking about how it's a very classic one and done. And in this high-pressure situation, they surely don't even expect him at all. They surely won't clear him. Doesn't matter. Mez's going to drop the bomb. 1 versus 3, and Ams is going to hightail it. He's got 40 seconds to work with, and he has to go and get that bomb. This round, I think, is done.
I think you're completely right. Ams has not had the best performance this game either, right? He's only grabbed himself 5 kills, make it 6. Does have 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb kind of dropped in no man's land as it jumped over the top. And Mezzi, sorry, Fasher going to get taken down. It's going to be Nikodos on the back lines. There is a world in which Amster secures this one. And yes, he was not the most likely man to do it. But finding those 2 kills of the rifle players as well is incredibly important. Bomb now going to get planted with only 10 seconds remaining on the clock. And Nikodos, he is hot-tailing it down to this B-bomb site. It needs to be a crisp, clean 1D for him to be able to find it. Opens the door, and it was laboured. But Amster comes out on top with a clutch. What a round for him to be able to win.
Yeah.
It was dangerous.
And you can hear the Bait Sports laugh as well. Absolutely loving that one. They have gone ballistic here in the studio. What a round to win as well. Just when things were looking dire, it's a 1 versus 3 converted from the depths. And Amster has pulled off something monstrous. Celebrations all around, but you're looking over towards the long faces of Fnatic, and they are not feeling good at all. That's Bait guaranteeing a lead at the turn of the half on the T side of Nuke, and it's not often you get to say that.
No, not at all. Fnatic, where has that initial aggression gone? It's fallen to the wayside for sure. Owner does take a little bit of damage in the opener of this round, but it's nothing to really be too concerned about because it does just slow down. You can spam that wall? Sure, I'll believe you.
Very little damage, but it gives sound cues, right? And that's the big thing, right?
Important, yes.
Because we've seen, actually, Fnatic play that angle quite consistently. Both Fasher and Mezzi have actually got away with quite a lot in towards that corner. So you get the sound cue, and that's all you're really looking for. You only deal kind of, 10, 20 damage or whatnot. It's not going to get a kill, but information, arguably more important. Nade's coming through for Crims as well. He's done a very solid job of locking out Ramp when he's been called upon. The only problem is he's not often called upon over towards Ramp. He's playing this rotate position, which is so difficult to be consistently impactful. And speaking of impact, Nikodos, what a shot towards Captain Kirker, looking for a second, Wrinkle quick for the trade.
Yeah, he needed to get punished there. I mean, you can't get away with that kill and then be completely dry swinging off that to be able to try and cross over to main. The audio cues were there. However, now we're jumping down to this B-bomb site, and it's Crims from Ramp who's able to take down Apeks, just to be able to delay the plant for a couple of moments. It's not really that much to talk about. We've only 35 seconds on the clock anyway, so they have plenty of time to be able to do it. They have an inkling that Wrinkle's on the backlines here. They do indeed find it. Now in this 3 versus 2 retake situation, they don't have much utility to play with. Fasher with the single flashbang, and then you've got Amster and Owner with a lot to play with. 2 smokes, a nade, 2 flashes respectively. Let's see what Amster can do from this angle. Takes down Crims, looks for a little bit more, but it's all on Amster again. Taken down 2, brings it down to the 1v1. The time is running dry. Mezzi taps it once, waits for the swing, but apparently pros do fake as Owner closes out not only the round, but the half as well. A 9-6 lead on the T side of Nuke. Bait are looking to take us to a 3rd map. Let's see if they're going to be able to continue this momentum on the CT side after this short break.
Well, the start of that first half, it looked like Fnatic were going to run away with it. It was 6-2, and then what happened? Absolutely nothing. We saw Bait come back, start swinging everything at them, and it enabled them to get 9 rounds on a T side.
It was a capitulation, I think it's safe to say. I mean, the best way I can put it, Cody, is that Fnatic got vibe checked in the server pretty damn hard. And, you know, things were looking so good. There's one point where Fnatic won 6 out of the last 7 rounds off the back of the full buys, and then everything fell by the wayside. Now, Bait coming into the second half on a 6-round winning streak, and they're able to convert a pistol, which they're very good at.
Yep.
They locked themselves towards 10 rounds, and honestly, it kind of feels like the map will just come in tow.
Can they get a 7th round in a row here? That is the real question. Wrinkle holding outside, waiting for these. Yeah, that's he is getting a little bit closer. Fnatic still the favourites from our partners over at Unicorn. A lot of fighting going on outside, but not much damage being done. Wrinkle is going to fall off the angle, waiting for a little bit of backup, but that backup not yet to come. Oh, hello, didn't see this one. They swing on through from ramp and they say, nice execute, get out of here. Roy gets taken down, Fasher finds one, but that is basically it. Nikodos is the only person outside, and well, what's he going to be able to do with a P250? Probably not much.
Yeah, Bay are seriously good at these pistol rounds. They've got such a good read. It's so obvious that they're so well prepared. It's brilliant. Really, really well played. And once again, look how they've set themselves up for success now. This is leading Bay in a position where, I mean, being honest, you have to start looking at them being heavy favourites to take this map. They're up towards double digits mark. They've really started to take it to Fnatic, and they're outplaying them. And I think a lot of credit has to go over towards Owner. He is calling a masterclass right now. That is such a risky play to go for that wrap through ramp, but it works perfectly. He has completely outplayed Fnatic, and he's so well prepared for it.
Caught Fnatic off guard, caught us off guard. I mean, it was like, yeah, let's try something. Let's see if we can punish them a little bit, and they do exactly that. Captain Kirker goes for an outside swing, which is not going to bear any fruit. Instead, he falls back. The taps here from Wrinkle. How is he not getting punished by this? Just click the heads, man. It is going to be Nikodos who finds himself 2 kills outside, but they are consolation frags. Might be able to do a little bit more work with this FAMUS, but without any armor, the aim punch too high, and that is a lot of string of rounds from Bait now.
Yeah, it just required a little bit too much, to be perfectly honest. But for Bait, I'm loving what I'm seeing. This is now, I want to say, what, 8 rounds in a row?
8 rounds in a row, 2 away from making it 10.
It's just crazy what we're seeing from Bait. On fire, you know, there are 8 rounds in a row, and they're really taking it to Fnatic. This pick of Nuke as well, me, Ballsy. You, everybody was talking about how this is a risk. It's innately a risk just because Fnatic like this map and are good on this map. Statistically, they've proven it, both in towards, you know, Blast and ESL Pro League. They've shown that this map is very good for them.
High level.
Have come out and they've taken a statement here. And
that's a nice
trade. Round number 18 as well, going 1 apiece as well. Roy falling, same for Captain Kirker. 2 important kills, but 2 riflers on both sides are underperforming.
Yeah, not what we would expect from them. Kirker played that big entry position on Vertigo and, well, basically allowed them to be able to grab those 8 rounds that they did. Of course, remember, it was a 16-8, was very much in Fnatic's possession for a strong majority of that first map. And it's already slipped out of their hands as we've entered the second half of map 2. 4 versus 4. Rifle advantage going to the way of Fnatic. Due to those AKs, they hear the glass smashing down on that B bomb site, and here comes the push. The Molotovs are going to force out the angles. Amsa's not going to be able to be there to be able to pick up the pieces. Here comes a nade as well, just in case someone wants to swing. But Crims, I really like this from him. Bomb goes down on B, but he's now here to be able to retaliate to anyone trying to push down Vent, but instead just finds Owner as he's clearing corners.
Well, Crims will drop a smoke off the back of it as well. Mezzi finding a kill, but quickly traded out by Wrinkle. Still, the numbers stay in favor of Fnatic. This post plant looking pretty damn good. As long as we're able to lock it in place, taps coming through both ways, but it will be Crims to delete Alex and leave Wrinkle low HP all alone, and he is going to absolutely hightail it out of there. No chance at making this one work. No kid as well means that this is going to be Fnatic up towards a 7th. Job is most definitely not done by Bait, but they're still in a pretty commanding lead. But now for Fnatic, we need to make sure that this is no longer kind of, you know, just a flash in the pan. These need to be consistent rounds on the board, and this rifle round 1 here needs to be a catalyst to success. They cannot make this just a one and done.
Well, they're going to take a timeout now. I believe this is probably almost certainly going to be coming from Bait.
Yeah.
But looking at the econ off the back of that round, of course, Wrinkle is going to be able to save that M4, but what else is there surrounding it? Not much. You can see a buy from Amster if he wants it. Owner's not got any money to play with. Captain Kirker, a very similar situation as well. So we could just see maybe, I don't even think Pistol buy-ups here. Maybe Amster buys down to be more in line with the rest of his team, currently sitting on that 3.7k mark, everyone else around 2. But one thing which was interesting to me in that last round is that they found those 2 kills outside, and then Bait kind of just gave up.
Yeah. I mean, it was a little bit of a kind of a weird one. I think potentially the communication was slightly all over the place over towards Bait in terms of how things panned it out. Yeah, they are going to go for a force play. And this is a big risk, but this is right up the alley of Bait. You know, once again, they are taking this to Fnatic, and they have the rounds to work with as well. So I don't mind this. This is not kind of a, you know, a win or lose situation. If they are to lose this round, they still will have the bye before Fnatic are able to kind of tie this game back up. So I like the risk. Why not completely reset the economy? Everyone's all over the place in terms of the bye. Why not try and make something work? Roy, that's quick. That's seriously quick. Captain Kirker spotted and dropped. And Alex very fortunate to stay alive with 4 points of HP.
The Ferrari peak countered by the Lamborghini flick, it would seem. Wrinkle now down inside a secret, able to take down one of the former Mezzi, and Owner and Amster coming up clutch when needed. Now in this 2v3 situation, Alex down on 4 HP, Owner on 73, Amster 47. They're all pretty tagged up with 2 full HP players with AKs. It's not looking great for them. They do have the positional advantage, of course, but now with the bomb being recovered, moving out of secret as well, they're thinking, can we relocate this towards the A bomb site? I think Crims is actually, yeah, he's clearing out this A site. He's like, yeah, feel free. I mean, it's completely clear here, lads.
It's just 2 different 1v1s. I mean, they're so isolated on both sides. There's no playing for a team base here. There's no playing for trades. I don't know. This is so risky. Finally, they will join up together. But as you mentioned, the cross is going to come through. Smoke drops at the perfect time as well. And Amster just completely diminished in terms of his control. That's a huge smoke coming through. It may give away their position, but it just limits everything they can do. Airburst Molotov coming forward will allow Amster at least something to work with. Can he deny the bomb? He advises against it. Bomb goes down. And now what can they do? Owner falls to the hands of Crims. Nicholas to the hands of Amster. But Crims is able to lock it out with a 2k on the way out. That's Fnatic continuing a little spur of a run here.
Crims' brain is so big for that smoke. I'm sorry, but that round does not happen if that is not smoked off, or at least some form of util was committed there. Just the mental knowledge to be able to understand, hey, by the way, you have one issue here, and it's the cross from blue. I'm just going to chuck a smoke down. Instead of saving it for the post-plant situation and kind of allowing them to execute on this bomb site, they're so confident in that. And again, once again, the experience coming out on top. Here comes your vent dive. Glad to see at least one of them coming out in pro play. They go straight down, wait for the people to push off the back of it. And as we can see, nobody home. B site completely open to the T's. And they're going to be able to get a free pump on.
Honestly, Bait might just play super kind of, you know, aggro exits here. There's really no chance that they're going to find success. You can actually see Nicholas completely hightailed. He is being absolutely chased and hunted. The sharks in the water, they smell blood. They're looking for a kill. They're going to find it. Fascia with 2. The pistols are being put on the wayside easily while the youngster and Fascia has left Amster all alone in 1 versus 5. The P250 will amount to absolutely nothing. And there's going to be a flawless arm coming through for Fnatic. You can see Nikitas bricking it as he was running away, just desperately trying to save that AK-47. And thankfully he can. The main thing in those sort of rounds for Fnatic, they're expected to win. They probably always are going to win for the most part. Just make sure it's not expensive.
Yeah, and what, they managed to do that, right? It's exactly what they needed from the round. And I mean, the vent dive just wasn't counted. They timed that perfectly. The fact that, well, I don't know if I call it perfect timing from Fnatic's half, but it was a good round to do it either way. B8 was nowhere to be found. Wrinkle, hello, headshot onto Crims from a wall. What wall was that shooting from? Captain Kirk going to be able to fire one outside as well, and this is already looking like a difficult fight for Fnatic here. Oh, this smoke wall, this wouldn't work in CS2. A single nade takes it out, but not the case right now when Mezzi's going to use that to his advantage as he swings on out to the stereotypical opening fragger of Kirker.
Yeah, so far, Bait started out in towards this round pretty damn well, and it could be continuing. Alex will find Fascia with a quick trace go in favor of Bait leaving. Nikitas all alone. AK in hand to the 1 versus 3. This just feels like a lost cause. Isolating the fight here is going to be something miraculous. But he's got an idea, he's got an inkling. Do they know where he is? The answer most definitely is yes. Tucked in towards Garage, but how is he going to make this work? Well, there's the first. One in towards main, one towards outside. 2 kills needed for Nikonod in a 1 versus 3, but he's just dancing all over the place. No idea of how to play this. So he'll cut the clock, he'll cut the noise, cut the time. With 45 seconds left to work with, he's going to cross over towards Garage, and this could be at the demise of his life. And he's somehow staying alive, but it might not be for much longer. As Wrinkle in the AWP, we'll see him off.
Quite surprised we didn't see him. He had 2 flashes on his belt there.
True.
Just like pop a flash, like right click, up close and personal, just to see, okay, maybe if it does blind someone or forces some information. Yeah, bait a shot, exactly that. If he baits the AWP shot, then at least, actually, if he baits the AWP shot, I think then he swings out from that and just tries to get that pick instead of being a little bit more passive. But he played for his outs, and well, that one did not turn up very well for him. Fnatic going to be taking the time out here, and it's not great from them, right? Because it looked like they were starting to change some of those rounds together. We've got those 3 rounds in a row on that T side. A little bit cheesy for one of them, but hey, it worked. Where does Wrinkle get this kill? Is it through the wall? Oh, he gets him on the flick. Okay, Crims is, he's like, wait, what's happened there?
It's a nice shot. It really is a nice shot. I mean, Wrinkle, we've kind of sung his praises so many times that he's been a real difference. Like, I gotta say, I mean, so far on the server, 21-11 Wrinkle currently stands, 93.7 ADR. He's been absolutely farming. That's nice. And his AWP counterpart as well. Unfortunately for Nikonod's really just not showing up to the table right now. 12-14, only 71 ADR. He's really struggling to have the same sort of impact. This is why we were highlighting Wrinkle as someone who can challenge his Fnatic side. As AWPers go, he is seriously talented.
This is something different that we've seen from Fnatic here, which we saw Bait doing earlier on their T side, but they were waiting for later in the round to execute. Instead, they just chuck all their util out straight away. Alex hasn't been cleared, but it doesn't really need to be cleared because everyone is falling so soon into the round. Crims now over by Vent. I mean, the round's over and done with, especially on 28 HP. Here's a Famous, and yeah, Crims is just looking for something to take his frustration out on. Realistically, that is not what you need straight after a timeout.
You can start to see tilt creeping in. I think it's absolutely safe to say, right now, Fnatic will look like a prime opportunity at the 2-0. They're absolutely throwing this away. But at the same time, you have to give so much credit over towards Bait. They are playing some miraculous and really cracking Counter-Strike right now. It's 2 in a row for them. And the way things are starting to pan out, things are looking very, very good. The buy over towards Fnatic is somewhat on the minimal side, heading in towards this one. So, what is the case in point? What is the turning point for Fnatic? We need to just see something miraculous.
We absolutely do. Deagles across 3 players on Fnatic, with the Glocks on Mezzy and Roy. Let's see. Let's see. Are they going to be able to find anything? They found no information outside at all. Just tapping away, and, well, Bait are just playing into this one.
It's very quiet. 1 minute 5 to work with. It's just a question of really now, what can we do with this? I mean, for Fnatic, the priority in these sort of rounds is just looking for a bomb plant. But even that is easier said than done. How are they going to make this work in their favor? With just so little to work with in terms of firepower, utility, getting out and towards ramp here, it just seems impossible.
Sneaky little play here. Coming down ramp. Amster's here to be able to try and grab a couple of frags, but actually just deals damage, and Wrinkle, uncharacteristic miss from him in this game. When he's had the AWP in hand, no, it doesn't really miss. Owner now going for the swing outside of Decon, but it's going to be Mezzy there with the trade after he finds the kill on the Fasher. Out the doors, Captain Kirko going for the spam. He takes them down, and with Alex on the back lines, the round's over and done with. You know what, Fnatic, pretty happy they were able to get that bomb planted, but now Bait are on 14.
Yeah, it's a really good round coming through, all things considered for Bait. Just making sure it's not all that expensive, making sure they can lock it in their favor. However, we have to look at this and say there's a slight silver lining for Fnatic in terms of a bomb plant, a little bit of money, potentially a little bit of confidence coming through as well, but these are some dire times. The 4th and final attack pause used by Fnatic. Things aren't looking all too good. It's still once again Crims towards the top of the scoreboard alongside Fash with 19. But overall, the performance for the UK organisation and the international roster has been pretty lackluster, pretty poor from them.
Yeah, you've taken the words out of my mouth there. It's not been Fnatic. No, let's be honest. I mean, at the beginning of this one, it looked like, okay, well, they just carried the momentum through from Vertigo and it's all done and dusted. But this T side from Bait was great, and now we're seeing an amazing CT from them as well, which kind of is what we expect on a map like Nuke. The CT side should be better, but the fact they're able to chain together so many rounds on T as well, it's just putting the pressure on Fnatic, and we haven't seen those flourishes of excellence that we know can be produced from this current T side. Let's see what Nikodos can do outside. A lot of util being committed here. Any gaps in the smoke? Oh, it's a pretty big one, actually. Leaning it over towards Garage, and here comes your next one to be able to line out the sideline.
All goes a little bit quiet. 1 minute 30. Crims will find one. Quick trade coming through from Alex as well, just to bring the numbers back level and, well, level that playing field. But there's still space created by Roy towards outside, and that's the important thing. They do have room to work with. It's more a decision of how do they make this work in their favor.
Nice to see Alex taking up that position over towards lower stairs because, I mean, we saw Nikodos try playing from this angle time and time again. Sure, it was with an AWP instead, and he just didn't find any success. We saw have minimal success from Roy, but maybe Alex is going to try and show us a bit of a masterclass. He's holding the sideline instead.
The important thing that for me is, I was about to say the rotations weren't actually too close, but Captain Kirk has timed this perfectly.
He's ready.
He's rotated over, AWP shot missing. Roy could be in a little bit of trouble because one comes to join him. He gets dinked in the making as well, trying to make it expensive. It's a messy, chaotic fight, and somehow Wrinkle will fall.
There's an AWP available. There you go. Grab that one. Alex goes for the swing, takes down one, not good for the second, and Roy, information known. 28 seconds on the clock now on a 2 versus 2. M4s versus AKs. Goes for the swing here. There's Captain Kirk. Shot does come in, tagging him up, gives up that information. Now just Owner in the 1v2. Bomb goes down, swings on out, tries to go for the pick, but Mezzi simply better. Finds the double digits. 14-10, I'm starting to believe.
Yeah, I mean, this would still require something miraculous to try and turn this back on its favor. I still feel like Bait have done enough to prove their kind of repertoire here in towards Nuke. However, there still is a lot to like from Fnatic. We've seen these moments of brilliance, these sort of diamond in the rough kind of instances where we're like, okay, there's definitely something about them. And it has forced Bait in towards, attack pause it. This is a huge thing coming through. They are making this side feel uncomfortable. They've already got a map under their belt. They're only a few rounds away from tying this game up. They could, with, one shot at economy, be right on their tails.
It's an interesting round in total, right? It was like 3v3, 2v2, 3v1. It's like, oh wait, well, hold on, wait, what's happened here?
Exactly.
Like it was so back and forth. I think we might have a bit of a tech right now because it's all kind of slowed down a bit, which weirdly enough could actually play into Fnatic's favor. Yeah, it looks like a tech issue over on Bait. Yeah, just being able to kind of chill out for a moment is actually pretty nice.
Yeah,
especially in the situation they're kind of in. Sure, they can't talk between each other, but it gives that kind of moment of clarity to be able to sit, just be like, okay, what do we need to do here?
And these guys, they're kind of so synonymous with each other in terms of their thought processes that we're looking at this and they'll understand what they have to do, right?
I thought you were going to say they can read each other's minds. They play together so much, they know what they need to do telepathically.
There's actually a world in which you can make that sort of argument, right? I mean, when you're spending kind of 8 hours a day pracking, scrimming, living, everything together, right? You do start to kind of get on the same wavelength, and Fnatic are a prime example of it. Thankfully, the tech pause has done a dust and we can get back underway in just a second. 14-10. Fnatic are up towards double digits, which is huge. The economy over towards Bait in a little bit of a dire strait as well, with it's only a FAMAS being brought in towards this next round of the hands of Alex. So a prime opportunity for Fnatic to slowly but surely start to make their way back into this. And Alex going to replicate the boost that Nikolos did early.
I'm not going to pretend. Your brain is bigger than mine. Why on earth did Alex buy into this round? His econ would have been completely in line with the rest of the team, and now he has nothing. The armor that he had is gone. Amsa's being able to pick up the defuse kit, but also now the rifle's down. So was he just looking for a couple of picks outside? But surely he can do it with the deagles.
It's looking like it's like a hero sort of buy coming through, right? And then towards the next round, worst case scenario, he can have an armor and a 5-7, which is pretty damn good up close and personal. Sometimes it can be the different pick. And Nikodos did it earlier with the Galil, right? You got to remember, he made something work go towards outside. So maybe something in terms of that sort of vein of thought process.
Saved.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is a kind of a weird and wonderful one. But I think for Alex, it's a risk. He tried to make it work, and it didn't. But if it did work, we look at him as a genius, right? It's just how the round played out. If that had worked, we'd be like, this guy's a god.
I don't like your mentality, but you're completely right. if it did work, we'd be looking at this and being like, damn, a single famous, new meta, meta setup.
it's the same thought process around gamble stacking as well, right? If it works, it's genius. I'm like, my God, what a call by the IGL.
And if it
but
doesn't
if it doesn't,
work,
you look like an idiot, right? And this is the thing. It's all kind of the scope of what happens in context, I guess. Either way, speaking of context, 25 seconds left to work with, and Fnatic kind of haven't really made a decision. The decision's looking like it's over towards B, but time is ticking.
It's ticking down. Here comes the push. Going straight out on to this B bomb site. And who's there to stop them? Absolutely nobody. I already think that this round is being called a save. They realize they committed a little bit too much into this off the back of Alex. And now Amster is, well, now just going to be saving that along with the Deagle of Wrinkle and Kirka. Kirka's got armor as well, so definitely nothing to shake your head at. But all 5 people surviving here from Fnatic. I mean, look at the econ as well. It's not great right now, but after this, with the bomb plant, with the round win as well, it's going to start building the economic buffer that Fnatic really, really need.
Ooh,
that was nice, though.
Oh,
that's definitely going to help a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a confidence boost. I don't want to put production on the spot here, but maybe at the end of the round, I'd love to take a look at the scoreboard. I want to bring up an interesting point if we get it. But either way, Fnatic up to 11. They are slowly but surely starting to climb back in towards this one. And, you know, things are starting to look maybe a little bit more positive over towards Fnatic. There's still a lot of work to be done. And with kind of bait being so close, it does make you still feel ever so slightly uncomfortable. The hero buy in towards the FAMAS got absolutely deleted, had zero impact towards that round, but at the very least, a couple of consolation kills. All you can do is shrug the shoulders, and I have to, you know, exactly agree there. One of the things I want to talk about just in terms of the scoreboard, if you look across the board, it's crazy to think we're in a 14-11 scoreboard, but it looks like Fnatic are dominating. In a weird way, it does. It's very top-heavy.
It does. It is top-heavy, right? Because we see these kind of lower fraggers in the form of bait. We've got 13 kills, 14 kills, 15 kills on Kirka, Owner, and Amster, respectively. The fact that Kirka's got one leaderboard is crazy. Thinking about crazy, there comes Wrinkle. And Nikodos is holding the angle, but he just swings it out and says, get out of here, get off Mushroom. Mushroom? No. Marshmallow. That's the one. We got there in the end. Do you call it Marshmallow or Silo?
I call it Silo personally, but I don't know that's the American version.
Marshmallow, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, I've heard people call that. But one of those things where I'd love to take a look at the end of the game, the stats between Wrinkle and Nikodos. I think Wrinkle has been all over him. He has been absolutely making Nikodos' life in towards his map a living hell. Jump spotting on the corner, Amster will spot out Roy, closing the door behind him, leaves it as a sound cue to be made if he wants to try and make it around towards B site. They know Roy's there as well, so the impact he can have is just so minimal.
Look at this rotation though. Wrinkle now going to be playing over towards ramp with the AWP just in case he can find a couple of picks. Does drop himself down though, doesn't want to go for the opener. 40 seconds on the clock. We need to see something confirmed here from Fnatic. At the current moment in time, they're just waiting around, running that clock down. Making bait think, well, actually, have we actually gone to the right place? And, well, they have. They've gambled onto the A bomb site, and here comes the execute. They've mollied out. They've smoked out. On the back side, we got Owner. We got Alex. Are they going to be able to find many kills? Alex finds one. Looks for the second. Crims is there with the trade. Now, Owner, I don't think he's been revealed as of yet. They think it was just a solo hold. They did. And Owner finds one. And Kirka, well, there you go. What else can you say? The bottom fragger coming out on top towards the end of that round, bringing that 15th round underneath Bait's belt.
Yeah, Bait up to 15. That's the important one. That's the sigh of relief as well. They have been looking for that round for a while now, just to lock them in place. Fnatic, it looked like slowly but surely they were starting to creep their way in towards that play. Wrinkle, it's a cracking shot onto Nikodos as well, but what matters most is them getting towards this position of just being one round away from pushing us towards Ancient, a map in which Bait have beat Fnatic on before in the previous RMR. Will history repeat itself? We'll have to wait and see into what potentially could be the final round. Roy towards our side, Molotov off. And already things look a little bit dicey. Swinging towards us like Captain Kirka. It's a corker of a shot, but he's instantly traded.
Fasher able to pick up a little bit of the slack outside, but still in a 4 versus 4. The damage has been done to him, and now Mezzi getting taken down by Owner as well. This is what we wanted to see on this first map, a much more competitive side from Bait. And this round's done, surely. Amster finding Nikodos, picking up Crims. It's all over. Yeah, GG well played. Nice and simple as that, really. I mean,
bless Flasher, but this is going to require probably the best clutch.
Watch this ace now that we've said it.
Yeah, literally. To make this work would be something miraculous with such low HP as well. Either way, gonna look over towards that ramp. Bait are on the cusp of pushing us towards that of Ancient. He's been spotted out, and he will fall just like that. Bait lock themselves in towards a third and final map. It's a 16-11 on their pick of Nuke. And what a performance from start to finish. So impressive.
Absolutely. Good times. What a game that was. I'm here to hang out.
Well, we'll be talking to you in a little bit in a short moment, Anders, after we come back from this short break.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it's weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up MOUZ in.
Well, what a fantastic game there from Bait. It looked like Fnatic were going to be able to continue the momentum that we saw from Vertigo, but they just said no, not today. Anders, what do you make of this one? Welcome to Des, by the way.
I think it's, thank you guys. I think it's very exciting. I'm happy for Bait that they managed to put a bit of a struggle. There was a world in which they could have been 2-0 here. I did pick Fnatic for the whole thing, but I still think the story for the RMR so far are the tier 2 teams more than anything else. So having Bait do a good job here is just exciting.
Yeah, I think you really have to look at this and really fundamentally say that Bait can actually keep up. They did it last RMR, and now they're doing it again. It wasn't a flash in the pan, it wasn't a fluke. Now we go towards Ancient, where there is history between these two sides as of the last RMR. This is going to be really spicy coming through. Take a look through the scoreboard overall. Wrinkle had a brilliant performance, 25 kills, 12 deaths, 88 ADR. Over towards Fnatic, a couple of players really stood out. Crims and Fasher, of course, Crims once again. He's been having a monstrous performance. However, across the board, they weren't able to keep up. It was very top heavy over towards Bay, but it was enough.
Yeah, which is quite weird, right? Because usually it's Kirker who's putting up a lot of the numbers, Wrinkle doing a lot of numbers as well, and it was actually, they had a better performance over on Vertigo if we're looking at pure KD. However, they still won this one and losing Vertigo. How does that work?
good sign as well that even though Wrinkle seems to be kind of the star of the show right now, and I think he was in the last game that we were covering too, the whole team seems to be there. They're not just front-loading everything on the one player and making him the superstar. It's really a whole team effort, and that's really nice. I think Alex is playing well in this game too. Captain Kirk, obviously the other name that people tend to call out for this particular lineup. But yeah, just having a broader field and not just having a couple of superstars, I think, is a healthy look for Bait at the moment. Probably means they can repeat this kind of victory again. Yeah. Whether they can on the third map's exciting, but certainly they look like a strong team.
We're going towards Ancient. I know, it's a very spicy map. We've already kind of built it up. You look towards the odds as well. They're getting much closer. When we came in towards this game, the Unicorn odds were very one-sided over towards Fnatic. They still have faith there, and I do have to agree. I think, did we all go for Fnatic? Did you go for Bait? I went for Fnatic.
Now.
You went for Fnatic.
No, I 100% went for Fnatic because I've been following every single UK team on my UK Copium. So Viperio losing earlier puts me in the bin again, but it's all good.
The thing is, history doesn't look good for Fnatic, and I think that's the really worrying thing coming in towards this game. I'm hoping, of course, Fnatic will have worked in this map. It's been a long time since then, but the same vein, Bait, whenever they get given the opportunity, they will go to Ancient every given opportunity. So this is the important thing for me, is that it's essentially Bait's comfort map.
Those two maps that they beat Fnatic on historically, Nuke and Ancient, and now they beat them on Nuke. Are they going to be able to do it on Ancient? That's the question.
I think there's a good chance. I would not rule that out. I actually agree the third map is a little bit risky for Fnatic, but you know, given the experience and the history in general of Fnatic, I mean, Crims, you saw how good he still is. They should have that in the bag. I feel like I'm not going to walk away from Fnatic, but it could be a tough game.
I think one thing that we really have to look out for in towards this game, and I think it's so prevalent on Ancient, is Orpers. Wrinkle, he's had an unbelievable performance, but Nikitas has been struggling, man. He's really struggling to have impact, and I think that's a big thing. Wrinkle, time after time, is getting the better of him, and on a map like Ancient, which is so, you know, at range, Wrinkle could run riot.
I think he's probably gonna run riot, if we're completely honest. Like, Nikitas just hasn't been hitting shots. Let's not mince our words here. He hasn't been doing what he needs to be doing throughout this entire series. Even on the first map, one AWP kill? Sure, that was Vertigo. You don't really buy it. But, like, on Nuke, that's AWP Central. Poach yourself outside. He was playing these, like, closer range contact angles, and Wrinkle was like, well, this is how you do it, by the way.
But to be honest, that's been a point of criticism for Fnatic even coming into the RMR, is Nikitas just needs to do more. When he came onto the scene with Copenhagen Flames, he was super sick and everyone was loving it, but it is lacking. There's something that's not quite connecting at the moment. Not sure what it really is. I mean, I don't think the skill necessarily just disappears. Maybe he's playing in a little bit too of a predictable way. Maybe a lot of people have figured out what his style is and they're able to counter it a little bit more efficiently. But that is going to be a problem for Fnatic, either in this upcoming map or in general in the future. They need to find a way to make Nikitas have that same confidence and that same impact in the game that he had back at this ending of, I guess, last year, the Stockholm Major, right?
Yeah, I think it's sort of a blessing in the curse, but for me, Nikitas feels like such a confidence player. He feels like one of those guys that if he really gets in his own head, he can overthink things. But when he just breaks it down into what is, you know, the fundamentals, he's such a good player. We've seen the moments of it. It's just a lack of consistency because he gets in his own head, or he starts to get unconfident, or potentially in a weird and wacky way feels the pressure of the situation. He's one win away from a legend stage, going 3-0 at the RMR. There's a world in which this kind of big thing, he kind of maybe is already kind of assuming he's there, but it's not quite.
Yeah, and that's something to take consideration as well. It's not going to feel great if Fnatic lose this one and Nikitas is like bottom of the scoreboard once again, and it's like he's going to hurt his mental. But of course, doing so well in those BO1s, getting yourself to this 2-0 standpoint, it gives you that buffer to be able to lose a game. And yeah, sure, you don't want to lose a game, but it gives you that extra opportunity. You're not one and done like we've seen with other teams here today in these first best of threes that they played. They have one more, two more for them to be able to play through to be able to still qualify for the Paris Major, which I think, in all honesty, if you make it through as a challenger instead of a legend, you're still at your damn Paris Major. They'll take that.
Now, Anza, just before we head over towards the break, I want to ask you, from what you've seen over towards Nuke, are you now a little bit worried about your pick?
I'm definitely more worried than I was before. Yeah, it's definitely shook my confidence a little bit. I think the fact that the third map is Ancient as well, that probably shakes it a little bit more. I can't walk away from Fnatic, but yeah, sure, I am a little bit more nervous. I think Bait looked like a really interesting team. They're a fun team to follow, right? And it's a great story.
Yeah, exactly that. And Cody, for yourself?
You already know my answer. UK massive.
Yeah,
I mean, it's we're sticking with Fnatic. Messi's been a little bit quiet, so hoping to see a little more from him in this final game. If he turns up, I think it's it.
Yeah, one more map is going to be that of Ancient. Just before we head there, we look, of course, once again across the board. We're missing a little bit of Captain Kirker, but Wrinkles made the step up. Where Nicholas has been quiet, Crimson made the step up. Who is going to be the star heading in towards our final map? Ancient is going to be the third and final one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw it over to the lovely Anders and Cody as I take a step away. We're going to first on to a break, and we'll see you all very soon.
So I just immediately like...
We saw some raccoon.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place. It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice. Oh, surf. No. Oh, yeah, I made it. Oh. Easy Katka. Hello? It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Oh my God, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh, no! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your try?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launder Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Well, back from the Launder Show and into the Bait versus Fnatic show. Cody here, joined by Anders. Oh, Ancient is going to be an interesting one. Bait are coming into this on a 5-map winning streak.
Yeah, that's something to be concerned about if you're on the Fnatic side, surely. But I think from our point of view, it could make for a really interesting game. I still think Fnatic have a decent shot at doing this. This should be where some of the experience of playing in high tense, high pressure situations will really come through, where they can show what they're all about. But I mean, I still think that the tier 2 teams are shining in a way that maybe we haven't seen before.
So
here
good,
through RMR. It's really sick.
It's so sick. We were saying on broadcast earlier, like me and Neo, we just want to see more events that are just like fully open, that don't have this kind of direct invites. Sure, we might miss out on some of the big names, but if they're forced to go for open quals, that can lead to some really interesting upsets as well.
It is really fun to have this kind of a playground. There is obviously an upside and a downside. A downside, like you said, it could be that some of your favorite teams that you love watching on the big stages, they just simply get knocked out before they really get there. But at the same time, we don't normally get to see these teams actually face tier 1 opposition, and for the most part, during the RMR, I would say so far, they've looked really strong, really good, and that's a lot of fun. I think that's a story that you just have to enjoy when it's here. Maybe not if you're Fnatic. You probably wish that this was a little bit easier, but it's not going to be. Wrinkle's been playing well. Captain Kirker's there. They just have a lineup that looks really, really interesting. And this upcoming map is, a place that feels like home for them.
Yeah, it was really interesting in the first map of Vertigo, the fact that we saw some really early timeouts from Fnatic, and it seemed like they were just doing it to kind of respect their opponents and ensure that they weren't getting kind of ahead of themselves, even though it was a substantially easier game than what we kind of thought it might be on that first map. And on that second map, some of it started to sneak back in. The fact that they probably weren't respecting their opponents as much as they should have been, and then once they realised they should be, that first half was basically over and done with, and it's been kind of the story of any map that any game that you and me have been casting is those early rounds are so important. They play a huge influence on the rest of the game.
Yeah, going down, 6-0, 7-0, something like that, it's a bit of a nightmare, right? You have to put that work in at some point later in the game, and that's when the opponent have a lot more money. Generally, it can be very, very hard to claw your way back into a game after such a big deficit. Maybe especially on this map, right? If you end up with a huge start on the T side, then that could be all you need. We've seen it before. Can end up a CT-sided map. This one, if you know what you're doing and you get off to a good start, you had all the money, you have the grenades to defend with. So very, very curious how this will play out. I think Bait are going to be hyper-focused and super motivated to do this. I think Fnatic probably a little bit shook behind losing that second map. So the question will be whether or not they can shake it all off and get everyone into play. They certainly have the lineup for it. They are a strong enough core here on the Fnatic side to be able to do this. But now we're going to find out if they actually can. Starting off on the T side is Bait. CT side will be Fnatic, and it's the final battleground here. The final best of 3 between these two teams.
The final one of our broadcast today over on the B stream. Roy, going to be finding an opening pick there onto Wrinkle. Nice one to find. Julies, check and find a second as well. Looking for the third, but not going to be good enough for that one. The Glock does just overwhelm him. Does he want to pick up those Julies? No, he does not. Instead, going to be these long sight lines for Mezzi and the P250 of Amster.
Oh yeah, great defense to start with. Owner has got the right idea, but Nicholas, he crouches in. He was on 12 points of health, I think, and he still managed to find the shot. That's pretty impressive. Alex now, just him, 1 versus 3. He's got the USP. If they give him a shot at it, he could bring this back. He's got over a minute to try and find these 3 shots, so a little bit careful here for Fnatic, although Fasha will take him down. Not a big deal. They don't have to be careful at all. The pistol round goes the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, really nice from Fnatic there. It looked like it was going to be a kind of heavy waterfall straight through Donut from the T side of Bait, but Roy was just kind of there to stop them. They pushed through 2 players, and then the flashes come in, and Roy is still just kind of stoic in his holding. They do manage to get the trade. The fact that they don't kill Nikodos inside of mid as well is actually really concerning. A single bullet, you don't need to be fancy with it. He was on 12 HP. I mean, just tickle him with the gun, throw it at him. It will do the same amount of damage.
Yeah, that's how it works generally. Second round here, and they're not expecting some sort of a crazy force-up. You could tell because they got the 3 MP9s, so they're pretty sure that this is going to be unarmored opponents. And
No
they're not
plant,
wrong.
right? No bomb plant.
Yeah.
Why would they force at this point? I mean, that seems to be the consistent bit. Like, you don't see the forced pistols usually, or like oh god,
Every
what was
once
that?
in a
Raid
while.
boss? Like,
every once in a while, someone picks up a Galil and throws it over to someone with an armor.
Yeah, just do it.
It's risky, but it does happen, I feel like. If you think you can, if you think you can pull it off, it's worth trying.
Go for
because, again, if you're up against 3 MP9s like this, Galil is going to be a pretty good weapon. Flashbang, Roy is smartly falling back, putting up the smoke, and that's going to deny any entry through this part of the map. Crim's pretty good job at cleaning it up, and even with the pistols out on the other side. Oh, actually, Fishal kind of losing his mind a little bit, pushing in a little bit too aggressively. Still, it's 4 kills so far with the MP9s.
Yeah, Crim's just wanted to stay involved in that one. He spammed every single bullet out of his MP9 through that smoke, found 2 kills, and he was like, no, I'm not going to fall back. I'm swapping over to my USBS. Tap, tap, tap. He does get dinked up in the process, but he is going to be safe. Owner now taken out of the round by a long-range MP9. Not something we can save too often.
There we go. Well handled. Putting down the smoke and just making sure that you're going to be super safe. Definitely important. There's no reason to give up anything too early on. Now, this next round, though, will be a little bit different. We've got the AKs coming up from the Bait side of things. AWP on Nikodos, a topic of conversation, both between the 3 of us here on the desk, but also coming into the RMR. Nikodos has not quite had the heavy impact that we'd love to see and we kind of expect, and maybe even that Fnatic need on some level. to really compete. So hopefully that could change. He needs to find himself again. Good little angle from Alex. Will take down Roy, and that opens up the entire mid portion of the map.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get donut control. It looks like they are. No one holding this angle. They do have to go through the fire and the flames, though, to be able to get out onto this A-bomb site. The early Molotov does allow for the rotation. Nikados takes quite a bit of damage, but he is still going to be okay. AWP in hand. Let's see what he can do. Up close now is Crims with the MP9. Nikados falls to the wayside before he can fire a shot. And god damn, Wrinkle controls the site. Fasher gets a couple, but MOUZ with an MP9 here. Yeah, he saw him through the edge of the smoke, right? So he is going to be chucked down, and that is a really nice round for Bait to be able to find. The first fall-by round of the final map, and they grab it themselves.
Yeah, and the fact that they spotted the MP9 at the end there, right at the edge of the smoke, is really important, because if he gets to walk through the smoke, he can close the distance and probably at least make it a one-on-one. So, yeah, nice little spot right there. Wrinkle, good eyes on him at the moment. So 2-1 is the scoreline. And even after that, Fnatic instantly back on the pistols. They'll have to wait out a round before they can really put in some effort. They do have a deagle on Nikados, but yeah, that was pretty clean, pretty well done on the T side. And again, those T rounds, they're kind of nice to pick up early in this game.
I actually love this lack of buy from Fnatic here. The fact that they actually have the money to be able to force into this one. You've got Crims on 5k, you've got Nikados on 3.4. You've got now Roy on 3k as well, but they don't need it. They're just going to respect their opponents, build up that CT side economy, which once it starts fading away, it's hard to continue building up. So it's nice mental fortitude to be able to do this. They pick up themselves up an AK after finding that kill onto Kirka as well. I mean, round is almost certainly lost, but they kind of achieved what they needed to.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it depends on how much you trust in your default on a map like this if you're on the CT side. And Fnatic are kind of signaling to us, they feel like once they have everything that they need, they could probably do all right, especially now that the AK, they can give it on over. That's pretty huge. MOUZ, you could see he's at 1,500, so giving him an AK-47 would absolutely be wonderful for the next round. But Bait will be able to tie up the scoreline and make it a 2-2 right now. That's not too bad. It's still early to say exactly what this will play out. We haven't had a real full rifle versus rifle type scenario. The voter from Blaster TV, you could tell, people are split.
Split decision.
Between who will make the Legends. By the way, that is what we're playing for. Both these teams are 2-0, which is a delightful position to be in. Bait, if they qualify straight into Legends, that would be actually kind of a miracle. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card. And if it's going to be Fnatic, I'm sure they're going to be very, very happy to get a little bit of a break. They can sit and watch the rest of the RMRs, and they can watch, obviously, the Challenger stage and all the rest of it. So you have to assume that that's going to be a wonderful position to be in.
Yeah, only 4 Legend spots to play for in RMR 8.
True.
So there is a second opportunity for Fnatic if this does not go their way, and same for Bait as well. So it's good to see these two teams.
Wow.
Still with that open opportunity. Fantastic openers inside of mid to be able to gain all that control. And Fasher, hello? Donut is his domain, it would seem, and he spams down all 3. Now MOUZ trying to be a little more aggro here, does get shut down by Captain Kirka. Now this has fallen back to a 2 versus 2, but those 3 frags that we're able to see from Fasher does drop the bomb as well. Fasher does. He's just getting bested in each situation when he has that big green in hand.
Fasher he's going to get shut down as well, but he actually had a flashbang. If they really wanted to peek the middle, I mean, they could have set it up in a different way. I've got to say, the triple kill for Fasher was one of the most casual things I've seen. He just walked in there, and they were just all stood on top of each other. It wasn't anything crazy, just a really accurate spray as they were all stacked. Look at the timing. Look, it's just walking forward. Slowly but surely, no flashbangs or anything. Pretty good setup. But this is a nice, this is what, a 2-on-3 or 3-on-3 victory at least for Bait. That's huge. And the first real buy round coming out of Fnatic as well, getting shut down. So they're in trouble.
We've seen Fasher play these kind of connector positions the entire best of 3. And even though he has the A1, he's consistently able to find these 3Ks. Each time, the lower ammo count just doesn't seem to matter. We do have upgraded pistols here. We see 2 5.7s, a CZ75, and well, most of them have fallen onto the floor with the P250 and Nikados in hand, able to do next to nothing. All 5 people going to be surviving there from our friends over at Bait.
Yeah, smart play, I think, or smart attempt at least from Fnatic. They wanted to flash their way into that fight, but Bait had already fallen back around the corner. They could not get flashed in the positions they were in. That's, I think, shows a good understanding of the danger in that situation. If you're feeling very aggressive, you know you have the rifle advantage, you go to swing against the people coming down the ramp and you get flashed, then it doesn't really matter what kind of rifle you have. You're probably going to be dead. So they dodge that danger. Fnatic taking a timeout to discuss probably what is a pretty good start here for Bait at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looked pretty strong on those opening rounds for Fnatic, but this is kind of what we've been seeing time and time again now, not only in this game, but in Counter-Strike in general. You win the first 2, you lose the next 3 or 4, it all kind of linchpins on that rifle round, and well, that usually comes into play on round number 3. 4-2 right now, the T side. Honestly, not really playing objectives here. They're just finding kills inside of mids, getting them over towards B. I think we've only seen, what, 1 bomb plant? And that was on round number 4. Let's see what they do here. Lovely executing. There's a setup here for Nikodos, and he's spamming away. Only good for 1, but the swing there from Crims. Hello, finds 2. Captain Kirker with the trade. Roy with the backup. There you go. That's more like it from Fnatic.
Some excellent counter flashes are coming out. Otherwise, I don't know. It looked like the timing was really good for Bait. They had a bomb site. They had 1 player that they had isolated onto that site. Nikodos did get a kill right as the smokes were going up, so that's a bit unfortunate. You see the smoke landing right in front here, but he had a second to get the kill on Amster beforehand. But really, you could see the assist there from Nikodos and Roy, throwing in some nades on top.
Fasher as well.
Yeah, Fasher as well. So great grenades to really stop Bait from coming through. Real shame, because otherwise, I actually think the strategy there to go hard on the A bomb site, not necessarily a bad one.
They realized that it potentially was a one and done, that situation didn't go their way due to a 1 odd point. So they're going to post it up again. 3 people currently situated over towards the A bomb site. Alex deals a little bit of damage inside of mid to Roy as he tries to get aggressive. Into enemy territory. Mezzi. Oh, nice little pickup from there. But on the other side of things, Roy is taken down by Captain Kirker.
Yeah, and Alex very low on health, so you got to be a little bit careful. Nikodos waiting for the smoke to fade. He's going to surely edge out this kill. Should be easy. Owner goes down, and no real incentive for Nikodos. He's waiting, I think, for a flashbang from a teammate. There it comes, and the follow-up swing behind it. They're going to try and use a Molotov to force him into the AWP, and Wrinkle is right there.
Works.
Good use of utility, but still look at the health that's left here. Not a lot for the Bait side.
No, helps out Crims as well, right, with the M4. I mean, single bullets onto both of them. The less powerful weapon on the side of the CTs right now. The other 2 being AKs on Fasher and Mezzi, but they're just trying to get this mid control when Wrinkle is looking for it as well. Let's see what he can find. A lot of damage, but no frag. And Crims, even though he's low, still just going for these swings. And he's been so good in this entire series.
Yeah, Crims must have one of the most consistent careers of all time. He never really has been a highlight player, but just the steady output game after game, it's so impressive that he's still going.
Did you hear the Crim stat from earlier?
No.
About how long he's been playing on Fnatic? 8.5 years.
Yeah.
It's 3,120 days. It's like actually insane how long he's been round and about on Fnatic.
How did the old LGB line up? Legendary for a minute, along with Olaf and some of the other guys back then. It was beautiful.
I feel like there was some extra words in the end of that one, but
probably
good job production for cutting away from that at the moment that they did. It's going to be round number 9, and it's going to be a full buy from both sides. Nikodos back on the AWP. AWP not to be found for Bait.
No, they're going to have to wait Dan out a little bit. Headed towards the B bomb side. 2 players on the Fnatic side, 2 in middle, and 1 over the A ramp. So, Wrinkle. If anyone makes a mistake here, he is so ready if they just waltz onto the bomb site. Nikodos set up way in the back, but they do have some nades. They should be flashing him or smoking him out of this position. So they're just going to peek him, and he still misses the shot. That's unbelievable. Mezzi trying to bring it back in a huge double headshot. But just as he looks away, Owner comes in for the flank. It is still a 3-on-3 as they run through the smoke. This is super dangerous. And Captain Kirker's on the other side. Fasher ahead of his team, and he's going to get dropped. And now that smoke, it should make it impossible. They have another smoke and a Molotov behind this. There should be absolutely no way Fnatic can even get close to retaking this, and they won't even try. They're going to be walking away. But Nikoros, I don't know where the bullet went, but that is a round he wants back.
Yeah, it looked like two people stacked up as well. I mean,
yeah.
I wonder if we can get a replay of that at the end of the round, because that is such an influential kill for him to miss. And I don't even know if I can really blame Nikoros on that one, because if it wasn't hitting the first player, surely it should have hit the second. Instead, it hits absolutely nothing, just explodes in the air. It was a dud.
The thing is, he made his name getting way flashier kills than that, and it must be mentally exhausting to miss a shot like that. Whatever it was that caused it to miss, you just must feel like, come on, this is a shot where they're walking right at me with no real problems. Like, there's no stress. They're not even throwing grenades my way. I don't have to dodge any flashbangs or anything.
Completely dry.
So I feel like that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, fair enough. I resonate with that emotional check there from Fnatic. That was one of those rounds where something didn't go right. I don't know if I can pinpoint it. Mezzi almost had that amazing comeback there, picking up those 2 clean headshots, but just sideswipe. There was no additional support there.
Here's something else to really think about, right? Even though both these teams are 2-0 right now, and it probably feels pretty good. You're like, all right, we're almost at the major. We've almost qualified. The truth is, if you lose this game, especially if you lose it to some silly misses like the one that we just saw from Nikoros, you could be in a position where you go down and you play potentially even a stronger team than Bait. You could end
FaZe or NAVI.
FaZe or NAVI, for example. You could end up not qualifying at all, and suddenly all of these rounds, again, they're going to be playing in the back of your mind for months to come. So you don't want to experience that. You just want to qualify right now and dodge the potential heartache of that. Roy goes down in the middle of this round. Bait are having a really fiery start to Ancient, as we kind of did predict that they might have. They're feeling at home on this one. Scoreline is 5-4 in their favor, but they're not far off of getting a 6th round, I think, and the money would be running out at that point for Fnatic.
Yeah, this 5-4 scoreline doesn't tell the entire story either, right? I mean, this seems like it's a lot closer, but these have kind of been spur-of-the-moment rounds for Fnatic. Those first 2 opening rounds, they found the pistol, and then they found the kind of force buy round after that as well, which makes sense. But then it's all been on the shoulders of B8, and well, let's see what else they can do. Gap in the smoke. Mezzi, he loves to take advantage of this sort of stuff. He's such a clinical player when it comes down to his own deployment of smokes. And, well, here comes a team flash to be able to help him out as well. And Alex, he's taken down. Captain, he's on the sidelines. Now we're in this 4 versus 4 situation. Can Fnatic take advantage of this?
Yeah, mutiny on the B bomb side. That's not acceptable. Owner's very low on health. So is Wrinkle, but he's still able to pick up the kill. They need to enter right now. Fasher with a quick double. It's the headshots coming through. Crims as well. He leaves Alex alone in the wallbang from the other side. They didn't even bother to face him. They just straight up banging through the wall. That's beautiful. Some cautious high fives are being put out here from the Fnatic side. But that was a much needed retake.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, it's the cautious handshake. Sorry, the cautious high fives are quite funny. It's like, cool, we won that round. We probably shouldn't have won that round, but it happened. Don't worry about it. Fasher did an amazing job entering there. The fact that he just came through the smoke, they thought it was completely clear Bait, but instead Fnatic just go a little bit aggro, and they do manage to snatch that round away. Hero AK for Alex. Don't know if this was dropped over by a teammate, but I mean, it's pretty raid bossy.
Yeah, I like it. I think this is pretty sick again. They've been putting on a lot of pressure. Oh my God.
Talking about sick, Anders. Dear Lord, Wrinkle.
Yeah, forget about the AK. That's all you needed. Oh, they're going to try and silent boost their way down again to not give anything away. But yeah, even if you lose this round, if you just get probably 1 kill with the AK, it's almost close to being worth it in terms of how much money you could take away from Fnatic. Keep the pressure on that CT side economy. That's all they're looking for here. Mezzi, he's at a good angle. Wedged up against the wall, and they're right in front again. They don't really have the nades to do anything with it. He's going to fight him out in the open, and it's a Stinger headshot. He's looking for the ace, and he's almost got it. A headshot away from taking down Wrinkle, but what a brave hold from Mezzi.
Manages to find himself 2 kills in that round, Wrinkle. 1 over towards that A-bomb site in the form of Nikoros, and then Mezzi as well, just kind of harpering away that ace that he was on the hunt for. You know what? If there's one player, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. If there's one player that you want to get a Nico frag on right now, it's Nikoros, who's already not had the best series. If he's able to just force that tilt just a little bit more,
absolutely,
it's gonna just compound even further. He's only on 3 kills right now, 12 rounds deep.
Yeah, outside of the game of Counter-Strike, we don't encourage bullying on any level, but inside of the game,
go for it.
Absolutely. You want to try and see if you can destroy your opponent's psychological state, try and make them feel as weak as possible, because that's how you win. And right now, Nikodos is definitely feeling that. He's having a really, really tough series. 3-8 right now. And we'll see if he can make it back. It's possible. And it's part of being a professional player is somehow taking a deep breath. Very often it's sort of between maps or in halftime breaks. You have to find a way to get back into the game. It's so important because you can't have a whole career and never have a bad game. That's going to happen. It's
impossible.
So you need to figure out how to get out of those states of minds and try to get back into it. Under a minute now. They're set up outside of the B bomb site. They're kind of making sure no one is walking through middle or over at the A site. That's kind of why one of their players, I think, Amster, is hanging out on that side. But otherwise, the rest of them are ready to go at a moment's notice.
Crims is doing the same thing as well. All of this information, the fact that there's no one on A. Guys rotate over to B. Mezzi, I don't know how on earth he gets away with that one. Manages to take down Owner. But here comes the rotation coming on through from Crims. Does manage to find Amster, that one player over from that A bomb site. Alex is looking to be able to bring this round back to life. Oh, Roy taken down. Alex does drop down to 3 HP. 33 would have been a miraculous situation for him. Nikodos is going to be here on the swing, looking for this opening kill, but there's no one to be found. Smoke going to go down to be able to block out Dig. Are they going to be able to win this one? I mean, the smokes, the mollies, it's possible. Wrinkle, oh my God. If he pulled the trigger, it would have been over and done with. He's going to jump on through. He misses the shot on Nikodos. Oh, but Alex, oh, he saves the round. Oh, squeaky bum time, we call that one in the UK. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
It was. There was a Molotov that they threw at him at the ramp, so he obviously had to wait that out with the 3 points of health that he had. But once it was gone, he managed to walk right in there. I can't believe Crims lived through that fight, because he just ran into T-spawn with his knife out, but he still managed to drop behind the pillar and get out. Good job on Alex, and a frustrating loss for Fnatic in this round. They felt like they maybe could have done it. Tied up scoreline, but again, the money is gone for Fnatic, and it seems like Bait have figured it out. They rush straight onto the site, trusting in themselves, and going to lose one to Mezzi. The rest are going to be cleaned up right quick.
Sorry, did that round even start?
No.
It's done already.
We're
What's
done.
happened there?
Speed running it now on the T side, of course.
They want to go home. They want to go back to the hotel, just chill. They're like, look, we want to go 3-0 in Legends, and get to Legends, please. I mean, they want to go 3-0 in Legends as well. But yeah, we just want to chill for the next couple of days. Explore Denmark.
And again, the opposition that you could be facing, if you don't win this match, I mean, there's so much riding on it. That comfortable position of being 2-0, it can very, very quickly, down in that 2-1 bracket, can feel very, very different. There's no reason to wait this out. Just, if you're Bait, that's all you're thinking right here. Do it now before it becomes even more tricky. And they're in the middle, good mid-control right now. Fnatic have bought into this round, but if you look at their grenades, they don't have a lot to work with. All right, that's a respectable return. Captain Kirk has done wallbanging for a second.
But you wallbang me, I'll wallbang you. We're 1-for-1 trader. Why not?
Eye for an eye kind of morality that we're working with.
True. Links back to the pirate thing as well.
Exactly right.
Molly being used, expended. There is one more on the side of Fnatic in the form of Fascia. Need to make sure they're not wasting these. Every single thing that they use needs to be important. Is that a smoke? God, that took forever to plume.
Yeah.
And Mezzi, he is going to fall due to it. Captain Kirker takes him down just as it pops in his face. This rat from Alex is awesome. Being able to take down Nikodos once again, or down, and the taps there from Crims. Holding on to this A bomb site with his life.
Well, they're all three coming through for the donut right now. That's interesting. Crims is going to be able to hear it. I think he's smartly waiting for his teammates. He might try to get just one kill here, but he's not on the bomb site fighting to the death. He's saying, yeah, I'm just going to stay alive and we'll try and go for the 3-on-3 retake of the Roy. He gets shot instantly. Wrinkle is there. Captain Kirker going down next, and Frishak comes in. It's the perfect time for it. All on Anister. Good. One bullet to take him down, and he drops Crims as well. Absolutely expert play. Man, that is a close round, and I think you just see Crims' experience shining through. The fact that he knew that they were going to be coming through the donut, and still he decides, you know what, instead of fighting them and maybe dying on the bomb site, I'm gonna keep the 3-on-3 intact and try and play for that. He's such a smart player.
Yeah.
Big brain Crims. Does come down to that 1 versus 1, and Amster, I mean, he's had these situations before now. We've seen it on Nuke where he's able to come out on top in these high-pressure environments, and now he's able to do it here on Ancient as well, and it's secured the half for his squad moving into round number 15, and everyone on the side of Fnatic is falling to the wayside.
Obviously, the 15th round, they've got no choice but to force whatever they could. It's not a lot, and the MP9s in the middle aren't doing anything. Nikoros with a headshot, and Messi gets a kill. Somehow, we're back into a 3-on-3. Unclear how Bait didn't just manage to escape the middle. It feels like they should have been possible with the bomb plant to follow up. They're going to get flanked through the A tunnel here, although Amster is looking for it. But he's going to be pretty close to the MP9. That could have gone horribly wrong.
Okay, really could have, but Amster knows what's up. Holds the angle, flicks well. Nikoros. It's good for 1 dig in this round, and not able to find the second until the second fight. It is going to be a 10th round now for Bait. Oh dear, this could get very, very spicy as we move on to the second half. We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the final map here between Bait and Fnatic. We're on Ancient. The winner will qualify to the Legend stage of the Blast Paris Major. And right now, that is looking great for Bait, which is, I just can't believe I'm saying it, but it is true. They have kind of been surprising everyone. I mean, a couple of people were in the know. A couple of people keep an eye on that tier 2 scene. Credit to those people. That's great. Keep doing it because it's exciting to watch at the moment. Fnatic, they're on the back foot right now, down 3 rounds to 9-6 scoreline at the end of it. They need to win this pistol round. They need to revitalize the team, and so far they've picked the right bomb side.
Wow, the Unicorn odds completely swapped from what we saw at the beginning of this series. Bait now, the strong favourites, and Crims is going to get taken down by Owner as they go for this wrap all the way. Everyone's here. Nikodos is looking to do some damage here onto Apeks, but now they just have to force the push.
Captain Cooker, he's got a smoke and a kit as well. If they can create the space, he can run right on there, and all of the pressure is going to be on Fnatic. There we go, smoke on top of the bomb. Oh, this is a nightmare. I don't think they can even get here. They're trying. Oh, they found the shot through Roy. Another headshot as he takes down Owner, and somehow, there we go. Hamsters picked up the kit again inside of the smoke. They're not finding it. 0.6 seconds as Mezzi saves Fnatic and possibly the map as well. They absolutely needed to win this round, and they do.
He can say that one again. That pistol round was so important for Fnatic, and they find it, but oh my lord, that got way too close for comfort. They only just killed the second diffuser. The mindset from Amsa there to be able to push through the smoke, to jump onto his teammate's body, grabbing that defuse kit again and being like, you know what, the only chance we've got here is me defusing this, we getting the additional bonus, and then securing the round. Instead, Fnatic find themselves the 7th, they force up into this one, and Bait, well, they just stay down on the pistols.
Yeah, we'll grief for you later. Right now, just give me that defuse kit, and let's see if we can win the round. 0.66 seconds left on that defuse. That is way too close. But again, they picked the right bomb site. Not going to find any real opposition here. So a reasonable shot at the moment for Fnatic to even out the scoreline a little bit, starting to feel a little bit better about all of it. And actually, yeah, Bait looked like they're going to be showing up. Might be following that philosophy of not giving the T side the win or the bomb, but just kind of like sacrificing everyone. Yeah, why not?
Close to getting a couple of kills.
Yeah.
Dropped a couple of people down to around that 20 HP mark. So, yeah, certainly a little bit closer than Fnatic would have liked. So, losing a couple of players, but they do keep all 5 alive. That's what's most important. Yeah, nice opening there from Roy. The fact that he ensures that damage limitation is done. No 1Ds to be found from that single bought-up upgraded pistol. And now we move into round number 18 with Fnatic now just 1 round away from leveling this out with Bait, but it's a full buy round from the CT side.
Oh, Crims, he keeps going even though he's down to 1 point of health. He just got blown up in the middle. But he's managed to make his way through into the red room, and he's going to keep on going to CT. Well, no one's there. They don't know. This is a disaster right now for the CT side. They could get locked out of the A-bomb site, but from the other side, basically, they've swapped positions at the moment. What a ridiculous round.
Yeah, this is a bit odd. I mean, the smoke is now going to plume. I'm surprised Amsa didn't just rush on through before that popped. Crims has kind of orchestrated all of this on 1 HP. He's limping around on the bomb site, and he's still able to ensure that, well, this round is going to go, at least in a bomb-planting sense, to the way of Fnatic. However, this is now a 5-on-5 retake situation.
Yeah,
but Bait need to find an opening before they can even think about it. They find 2.
Yeah, they don't have much to do it with it. 1 flashbang, basically. Mezzi hiding in the corner. Even this, they could right now, ironically, get baited into going for the retake. They don't have a lot. They don't have a kit either. This is super risky. Molotov right on top to stop it. And yeah, just like we outlined, this could be the result. This could just be every rifle that they have gone. Alex making a run for it, trying to get outside of the blast radius. But it's Fnatic tying up the scoreline, and I understand calling a 5-on-5 save is very, very difficult. It's maybe even possible when you get the first 2 kills to start the retake with, but to be honest, given the positions that they were in, they were probably very likely to never win that round.
No, you're completely right. As you mentioned, it was kind of like roles were reversed. You had this setup from the T side on the A-bomb site, akin to what a CT would be when they're waiting for defense. Instead, it was a full retake from those 5 CTs, and it just didn't work out in their favor. Great presence of mind for Mezzi to chuck that Molotov down, though, just knowing that he wouldn't be able to continue taking the swings, the fights, just chucks it down. And, well, of course, as we could see, the diffuser was on 8 HP, so it was a, perfect call.
And an inspirational round for Crims. For all of you out there, if you ever get tagged down to 1 health, don't think you're out of the round. Don't think that you can't do anything. Walking through, clearing the path. He had a teammate with him, but Crims is kind of under no pressure to do anything apart from just being the guy to see if anyone is there. If he walks in and gets killed, his teammate behind him has great information to get the refrag, so they're going to be fine on that front. Scoreline is 9-9, and we're in the 19th round. Money is with Fnatic, and Bait, they do have this one M4 that they're playing around with. Got to be very careful. That's all they have at the moment.
Jesus, Alex, it's a bit aggro, but Crims actually is going to punish both of them. Rinko and Alex trying to push through that early smoke just to be able to stifle any form of T-sided aggression. And actually, it kind of allows the CTs to push on through to their deaths. There goes both of your rifles. Crims now looking for a little bit more, finds himself a third kill in the round. The execute goes out onto this A-bomb site. Amster, he is going to be safe from the Molotov, looking for a clean one dig, but it's actually going to be Kirka who finds one. Amster finds another. They aren't going to be able to win this round, but if they can make it expensive for Fnatic, then sure, moral victory, I suppose.
Yeah, and get that AK picked up and into the next round. I don't know if Amster is in a position to do too much, but yeah, they sent him for in the middle if he can make it past Donut. I kind of doubt it the way that this has been set up, but I can understand why he wants to give it a shot. I mean, it's the best chance that he has at the moment. Sneaking on in, and a little bit of damage, but no more rifles going to be carried on over just Captain Kirker at the moment. It will be a 10-9 scoreline. So Fnatic are going to take the lead after a fairly miserable first half, but this is a good job right now.
Yeah, looking good on this T side, and no gaps in the approach as of yet. 3 bodies surviving for Fnatic, getting those double digits, getting the AK through to the next round, building up that T-side economy as well is even better. I do believe we're going to have a 4-buy round now from Bait off the back of that one. So a level playing field. Let's see if Bait can, well, bring this game back level and back underneath their control.
They need to, right? 0 rounds so far in the second half. It's early days. It's not necessarily a disaster, but it's been 4 in a row for Fnatic, so they are starting to feel a little bit of a momentum boost, and if they can't keep the economy under control here, this is such a sick play as well. Crims, if anyone is pushing out from that Jaguar tunnel, they're not going to be expecting to get shot in the back that quickly, or they can very easily overlook it. They've slowed it down, so they're not pushing forward, but that's what that play is designed for Crims. He wants to catch someone swinging against his teammates that are down on the ramp. Oh, wow.
Nice angle there for Mezzi. Yeah, wow, gets a second one as well. The Orper, the Rifler, neither can deal with the UK prowess of Mezzi. He clears out this A-bomb site, potentially trying to force a fake, force a rotate over from Bait. Of course, we know they're not going to bite. They are instead continuing to stack up on this B site. But now, Mezzi's realized, well, actually, they're not rotating.
Yeah,
guys, just head over here. This is free.
A very VP approach to playing the CT side. I think this makes a lot of sense. If, for whatever reason, Fnatic decided to launch themselves onto the B-bomb side, then maybe you have a shot at defending the 3-on-5, but stretching yourself out across the map doesn't really make any sense here. Like, I don't know what they could have accomplished by doing that, so what a round for Mezzi, holding that angle and getting both the kills and securing the bomb side. That's all you really need.
Job done. Check the box. Owner on the angle, smoke goes in, gets a little bit of chip damage onto Crims. I mean, with the current economy situation for Fnatic, they are going to be going hunting for this. Crims, though blind, still just spamming on these pre-aimable corners. Around about 5 to 6 seconds remaining for them to be able to hunt these down before the bomb goes off, and then a couple of seconds after as well. They're going to wait for it to go off, see if it weakens anyone up, and no, actually they realise with Fasha dying, it's not worth us committing any further.
Yeah, I think you could have made an argument either way that they could have thrown more players in there, but obviously if you lose too many, there is a point at which you start to say it's not worth it any longer, and you don't obviously know how that's going to play out until you actually do it. So Fnatic playing it a little bit safely there, not giving up their own economy too much. Another timeout been called by Bait to try and figure out how do we do something here on the CT side. I like the attempt to try and push middle, and in the previous round they tried to push that the A lane. I think that's all good. I appreciate it. They got blown up, but it's kind of showing that they're not just settling into this defeated mentality. They really are trying to switch this defense as much as you could have hoped for, and hopefully behind the timeout they can keep it up, because if you suddenly feel like you're just stuck and you run out of ideas, you've probably already lost the match. So just keep doing what they're doing. You have to keep trying.
Adapting the mindset of a good defense is a better offense.
Yeah, that's what you need.
CT's getting aggressive in those previous rounds, and now a much more standard setup. 3-man stack over towards B, 2 inside of Jag, 1 on the site. Donut being controlled, but that doesn't matter, not when no one's over inside of mid or presenting towards A. Owner is looking to get aggro here, spam through the box, no one to be found. Roy says, you can do it, I can do it better, actually find some damage onto him.
such a standoff. Ooh. I was going to say the standoff is between Nikodos and Wrinkle, but Fischer decides to show up and cancel it all out with an AK. It was all versus all for a minute over on that side. Alex, he's been playing very, very well at the moment, but they are starting to rotate their way back through T-Spawn. How much could Alex do? He's a little bit late on the spray. In fact, Am's looking to try and take over, but Crims will be able to trade that one as well, and that's all they need.
Save.
Yeah, instantly.
They can't commit any further into this one. Nikodos does fall off the angle just the wrong moment. Might be able to find himself another kill if he stayed there for just a hair longer, but instead, they're just going to make sure that they can keep 4 people alive, continue building up that already bolstered economy from the T's.
It feels like right now, Alex and Amster are playing pretty decent, but they need one of the other 3 players, either probably Wrinkle or Captain Kirk, the way that things have been playing out historically for this team. They need one of those 2 players. Could be Owner as well, but he's a little bit further behind. Somebody has to be there for the trio to work out, because on the other side, you've got Mezzi on 22 kills, you've got Crims on 17, and Fashar at 14. So they have a really nice trio that's already doing work over on that side. Somebody has to match it, or Bait will keep running into this kind of problem. 12-9 going to be the scoreline after this.
Yeah, just 4 rounds away from securing this map. 4 rounds away from securing this series, and 4 rounds away from the Legend stage for Fnatic. Double flash goes over. Captain Kirk does not want to take the fight. Well, actually, it looks like he does, actually. He wants to go for the swing. I think they spun out Owner at just the last moment, but he's not going to be able to get a shot off, and he is going to be safe, taking that AWP through to the next round. He's going to hand that off to Wrinkle, who has certainly been the better of the 2 AWPers in this series, but I mean, we've also seen when Nikodos grabs a rifle instead of the big green, he's actually able to do quite a lot of damage as well. So set yourself up on that, set yourself up on the bomb site that way instead. Still going to be involved. Timeout going to be used. The final one from Bait. They realise the situation they're in now, Anders.
Yeah, it started to sink in. What a beautiful jiggle from Prashad to get that opening on Wrinkle over at that bomb site. It was really, really well played. That's the kind of sort of micro movement, that's the sort of cutting edge stuff that it requires you play so much Counter-Strike to have that be second nature, but it works really well. And the right hand peek as well, so a little bit of an advantage there. 22nd round. Fnatic are 4 rounds away from qualifying to the Legend stage, and that would be huge for the organization. I have no doubt they would be elated if they can post that on their social medias later. Nikodos again boosted up. I don't think anyone knew they was there last time. It's close though. And the SMG is not just a double kill, but the bomb down in front. What a disaster.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. The flash there from Crims actually works against his teammates, and it's going to be the MP9 from Captain Kirk who's able to pick up the pieces in the round. Mezzi going to be able to find that aggressive Captain. In a 4v2 situation. Bomb in no man's land. This is just finding frags now. It's basically a DM server.
Definitely don't want to see him push through the smoke there.
Not at all.
I feel like it's very likely that they still win this round, but sometimes all it takes is one little slip up, and they have enough time as well. You see Crims is on this massive marathon running into CT spawn. Owner is burning. I don't know to what. What is doing this much damage? All right, they take down Mezzi, and at the very least, that should give them some peace of mind.
Yeah, looks like Mezzi just shut to Molly onto the site and was like, okay, I'm going to go now, which is kind of odd considering how much information Crims gained there. I feel like the timing should have been, maybe the communication a little bit better there, just to be able to wait for Crims to actually get through CT spawn, be in a position to be able to back them up. It sounds like, if my audio ears are trained now, a timeout being called, and well, this would lead us towards Fnatic. Makes sense, right? Seemed like a little bit of a sloppy one from them.
Yeah, it does. I mean, everything is on the line right here for both teams.
No mistakes. Not at this point.
Absolutely not. You've given yourself a huge gift if you're going to be able to pick up this map and just watch the rest of this crazy qualifier play itself out.
There's actually a history of Mezzi being the top fragger in games and then Fnatic losing. So,
oh dear.
Is this an omen of Mezzi being at the top with 23 kills, not only on his team but on the server as well? No one else posting numbers like that as of yet. Let's see if he can continue this momentum and if the rest of the team can kind of build up from the path that he's laid. Still a 2-round advantage here for Fnatic. They have a 4-buy coming into this, and Crims, oh my god, there's a lot of damage, but it's not enough to be able to find those 2 kills, and it's aggro here from Roy to be able to gain the site control on B. Smokes go down.
This is going to be a very hard retake.
Very difficult.
If they get the rest of the T's here, look at how many nades they have. I think this is probably smart for Bait. They've realized walking through the choke point over on that side is just not worth it. So instead they go for the middle. It's also risky, but at least they won't get grenaded out quite in the same fashion. You can see that right now Fnatic are still committing smokes towards CT spawn and Molotovs as well, but they found it out. Nikodos, great spot and a great follow-up flick, a huge double, and that's all they need. Amster is practically dead already, and Captain Kirker is trying to retake this one, but Messi won't not let him, instantly shutting it down. And Amster caught just looking at his rifle. That is a very, very huge opening created by Roy, just getting that entry. That was absolutely sick. And then I think Bait realized instantly, we can't go through that pathway. It's a giant choke point where they're going to get grenaded.
Yep. Your window opportunity had closed substantially. I mean, this is really nice from Amster and Alex there inside of mid to be able to find Crims, but that in of itself opened up that opportunity. It was like, okay, we've got 2 people inside of mid now. This is now a 4 versus 3 committing over towards this B bomb site. Let's just go for it. It was instant reflex from them to be able to read that situation and just send it.
13-10. Last bit of cash from the Bait team thrown into this one. If they can't win this round, Fnatic are in a very, very comfortable position.
It's not going to call it too early, but if they lose this round, there's a safe assumption that Fnatic win this, right? I mean, 13-10, they gain the 14th round, then they almost guarantee that 15th because there's no buy from Bait here. So while we do still have 3 rounds for Fnatic to win, this is almost series point.
It's getting dangerously close. Alex not going to be able to spot anyone in the middle, but even that is decent information to play with. It just gives them something to work with. In fact, he's going to decide to take a look.
Nikodos has found a lot of success from this boost. Round and round again, and he's going to be able to take down Captain Kirko, an influential figure in the previous maps for Bait. Been a little bit quiet on this one, but still putting up a couple of numbers, so losing him early on is not going to be great. Owner through the smoke, spams but finds nothing. Bomb going to be planted, the rotate coming on in from Alex on the sidelines. Can they secure this bomb site? I mean, Fnatic have actually fallen back from this one. They're waiting, they're welcoming the push.
Amster really needs to think about how he uses this smoke, because there is a Molotov left on the Fnatic side. So if he uses it not on the bomb, that could be a nightmare. There we go, right on top, trying to defuse inside. They hear it already, lined up. Oh, it's still defusing, and there we go. They follow it through. All the kills go Fnatic's way, but they didn't manage to tag the guy that was actually defusing. The rest of Bait just throwing themselves in front of him. Doesn't matter, just defending the presidency in there.
I think
absolutely.
I 100% get down, Mr. President, because I think we might even see it in the replay. Nikodos kills Alex, but he legs the diffuser through him, meaning that he's not going to die from that single shot. It just doesn't collide him in time. Oh my god, and then Crims, just as the final player is running away. Yeah, Fnatic realize what sort of situation they're in right now. Final timeout of the series being used.
Yeah, but they've also built themselves a sick round here, because when you win a round like this on the CT side, but you lose every single player, you're economically in a really bad spot.
Still not great.
Yeah, still not great. So Fnatic, obviously, they wish they could have got that kill for the smoke, but having not done that, I still think they're going to be able to say, okay, that's still fine. We're still in a very strong position. You could see with the result, 2 from us, 1 MP9, not that many nades to really talk of. This is what a horrible position to be in.
Quite a few of them being expunged already. I mean, we've seen smokes been used from the CTs. We've seen Molotovs used as well, and we're less than 15 seconds into this round. Owner, a lot of ground being gained here by himself and Captain Kirko. Crims falls off the angle at just the wrong moment, and he's getting caught. Oh, they might be able to lynch him, but they do fall away towards that B bomb site instead of continuing the push to mid.
Yeah, Crims taking some liberties here. Gonna get pop flashed around the corner, but
nobody home.
Yeah, Kirko's nowhere to be found. They're very active on the Bait side, and that's because of the lack of grenades. They know that they can't defend the bomb site. Instead, they're going to group up in the middle. It's a nice opening. Do they realize that Crims is here? They got to be very careful. Captain Cook is walking up right behind him. Good shot there for Crims, but he should get shot at the back any second. There we go, and Alex! They lined up right in front. This is huge. Bait are trying to keep the dream alive and trying to see if they can win this map. And this round goes a long way to getting there. Nikodos, he should be dead every single time. Captain Kirk has shown up to save the day.
This has turned from a round which Fnatic lost, which was still pretty good, like you mentioned, for the overall economy of the T side, to, oh, by the way, that could have been the end of the game there, to, oh my god, we're now between one round. It's 13-12. Bait very close to drawing this level.
I think this is a perfect round to illustrate that tier 2 focus, because a lot of teams, even if they knew better, would just default into trying to hold the bomb sites. Yep. Kind of default, even with no grenades. Just like, oh, let's see what happens. Maybe we just trust in the aim. Maybe we hope we can just win the fights because we have the CT side. But I think Bait, from like a theoretical point of view, playing it really well and saying, no, we have to go make this an unfair fight by grouping up 4 people in the middle. And it worked. They did get the kills they wanted and put all the pressure on Fnatic. So, almost a trade as Captain Kirk nearly getting wallbanged down, but he's still here. And a 4-on-5 ensues.
Yeah, Crim's a little bit overzealous inside of mid there. Does get picked off by Wrinkle. God, the spams continue. And, I mean, they trade over the AWP to the low HP Kirk. Means jacket, by the way. It's an interesting one. Captain Jacket.
Oh, is that what it means?
Yeah, well, that's the translation at least, yeah.
Okay.
Don't know if there's a hidden meaning behind that. We'll have to find out at some point. But
yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't really make me any wiser. Captain Jacket. Either way, I like the name.
It's a good name.
It has a very good ring to it, so I appreciate it. As long as we're not forced to say 023 at the end, I'm okay with it.
That'll be in the T's and C's of using his name at some point, won't it?
Coming up. Here we go. 35 seconds. Grenade score over. This is very one-dimensional for Fnatic. They rush right into a great counter flash that was coming out. Nikodos is going to get a kill. Messi also got a headshot. He's getting kills all the time, and it is somehow a 2-on-3 with about 20 seconds. They go straight for the bomb plant, and they'll get it as well.
Yeah, this is great for Fnatic right now. They have pretty decent positions here, but Wrinkle's going to be trying to come round on the sidelines. Roy trying to ensure that they aren't actually picked off here. Still trying to play defensively. Nikodos finding that kill onto Captain Kirk, and now on a 2 versus 2. And the one thing you need to do, he didn't do. Oh, you need to look behind you for a moment. You held it for so long, and then just when you needed it the most, you look away.
And Wrinkle, I'm almost a little bit surprised he went straight for the spam. That did give a shot for the second player on the T side to turn around, but you know what? It doesn't really matter. What a round out of him. He gets the opening, picks up a rifle at the end, and gets both the last 2 kills. Really, really sick. And the pressure is on now. Fnatic, they're feeling it. The game is tied up once again, 13-13. And yeah, they had such a moment in time, Fnatic here, where they could have walked right up to the finish line. And now instead, I don't know. Neither team has very much money to work with. Every round from here on out is going to be painful.
Such a pivotal round here, because this could dictate the outcome of this game. Whoever can grab this 14th and keep players alive, that's important. Kirk swings onto the corner. Takes down Nikodos, takes down Fasher. Roy taking matters into his own hands as he takes down the 2. Trades him straight back. Crim's finally coming back alive. Smoke gonna go down. Bomb soon to be planted by Mezzi, but he's a little bit too far out right now.
If they would have got back on that B-bomb site, that's probably a lost round, but Roy catching 2 of them. The grenade, they walked right into it, and a follow-up shot from Mezzi in taking down Alex. It's all on Amster. He's alone here, and at the edge of the smoke, Roy will shut it down. And look at how fired up they are, and they should be. Roy, he just dragged them out of the fire and back into the comfort zone of being at 14-13. And again, no rifles saved. Bait are in trouble very, very fast.
These 2 opening kills from Captain Kirk were amazing, but the fact that Roy just goes, no, I'm not having this. Goes out onto the side, takes them down, and able to find Amster as well, as the smoke just doesn't cover his entire body. Look, they realise how big of a loss that round was. Yeah. And now look at the buys. They have to force buy here to be able to realistically force the issue. They need this 14th round.
Yeah, it's a temperamental difference. You can either force buy or you can try and play for overtime, and I don't think there's a right or wrong necessarily, but Bait are saying, no, we're not going to let you get to 15. We'll shock the world and get this round instead. 3 for MOUZ, 1 Deagle, and at 157 there on Alex. I don't know, it could be done.
They've won the round.
Yeah,
that's how it works, right?
That is how it works, although Fashar's in great position. He's had some great aim as well. 17 kills on him after those 2, and the patience, a good fundamental counter-strike come up for Fnatic. They know that Bait are under pressure. It's not unsurprising that they're pushing, and they're ready for it. Fashar has pretty much won the round here. What a great recovery. That last round still shocks me. That's a 5-1-3. It only stays a 5-1-3 for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
But that's going to be replaying in the minds of those Bait players afterwards because they almost had it. If they could get back into cover, that's probably it. If Roy can't catch them, they probably win the round.
Exactly that. There's a world in which Captain Kirker stays on that angle and fights Roy and just delays him by a moment for the backup there instead of falling back. Realistically, falling back after that is 100% the correct play. Statistically, he's right in doing that, but I suppose in practice, it's not all on paper, is it?
Yeah, life isn't statistics in that sense.
No, it's not. All 5 people surviving here for Fnatic Anders. The money is in tatters for Bait. And they've just got this Famous on Ono with the half armor as well.
Yeah, almost try and look for a kill, see if you can upgrade that to an AK. He is probably still going to be found here. It feels like they're going to keep going. They don't have a lot of reason not to. They've checked almost the rest of the map, but I appreciate the fact that they have one guy who's still listening for the defuse.
Yep.
Just in case, again, that's that experience coming into it from the Fnatic side. Out of all the ways you could end up losing this game, a Ninja defuse in the 28th round wouldn't be quite good, and that's worth it. It doesn't matter how many they lose. Fashion so fired up. I love it.
I mean, I would be as too. That 3K basically won the entire round. They're all headshots as well. This little cringe little headshot angle. Oh, it's cheeky, but it works so well. And Fasha loves it. This is basically now going to be the final round. We see sub 2K on at least 2 players for Bait here. We see 3 players around that 2K mark. Look at the buy-anders. Oh, they're dejected. It's 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and a Deagle. I mean, miracle rounds happen, but my God, it would be the miracle of miracles to see it now. At a 15-13 scoreline, they need 2 in a row. Amsa's going to be the first point of contact. Does he find anything? It's 1, it's 2. He's given them a lifeline, but their backup needs to be there. And now the rotations come in, but is it too little, too late?
They got Crims on the other side, and they're waiting for it. Captain Kirker might be instantly dead in this corner. Yep, that's really smart. Fnatic, they have 1 minute and 18 seconds. Instead of charging onto the bomb site and potentially running into a stack for all they know, they wait and see if Crims can't find some of this very, very high-level play, and I expect nothing less. Again, Crims, he has been a superstar in this last map. There's no question about it. 3-on-3, and now he's at the edge of the smoke. Oh, when that fades, if Ona stays in the position, I think Crims probably wins that fight, but he's going to walk back. In fact, they both will. Oh, it makes a noise. Wrinkle is here and waiting. The bomb is being brought back through T-spawn, but Crims is in a very dangerous position.
I think Ona knows it or not. I think Ona made some noise as well because Crims has recognized, okay, I'm in a weird position now. Finds the one in the form of Ona, now in this 2 versus 3 situation. And AK has been recovered here by Alex, but he's nowhere to be found. Wrinkle needs to find this 1D onto Crims, but instead it's a little more labored, but does bring it now down to this 2 versus 2. Now a winnable situation, but no kits available for Bait. With the bomb going down, they need this to be swift. They need to get out onto this site, find these 2 kills, and keep them in this best of 3.
Without Crims, they don't even get into this round at all. They can't even get there. But now they've got a real shot at it. Niko's back here. He misses the shot just as he swings. They don't check the corner. And Mezzi, he gets it. There we go. 16-13. And Fnatic, they make their way to the Legend stage once again.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Amazing from Mezzi. The patience from him to be able to stand in that corner and just wait. Allow the push there. Gain the information. Find those kills. Fnatic are your second team going to the Legends.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous stuff. I've got to say, looking at Crims throughout this last map on Ancient, it almost brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it? Niko's.
It does bring a tear to Niko's. I don't know if the same
feeling, maybe not the same reason, but
thank God that series is over, he's thinking.
I think so. Emotions running high and for good reasons, but
Bait.
The intelligence in Crims' play on this final map is worthy of study. He makes so many decisions that I forgot to say, if you're Bait going back and watching this, you can actually learn just from watching Crims on it. It is so sick.
All 3 maps, he put in a stellar performance.
Yeah.
Vertigo, he was finding so many openings inside of mid. Nuke, he was finding even these situations, even though they lost, he was able to come out on top. And now on this final map as well, I mean, just individual plays, once again from him, he doesn't need the team surrounding him. He can be that solo information gainer. Yeah. And it's not just that, it's the frags as well.
Yeah, he knows when to make the play and when to just stand still in the corner and wait for the enemy to make a mistake. And he is right so often. It's very, very impressive.
God, what a crazy best of 3 that was.
Yeah,
amazing
truly.
way to be able to close out the day. To give you guys an update as well over on the other side of things, it was NAVI who also go through to the Legend stage, besting out FaZe in a 2-0 fashion. Have a look at the stats of that final match. Mezzi dropping 28. There it is, a 95 ADR. Things we love to see. God.
This really is the UK buff event for whatever reason. Hard to explain why, but
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
It's really well played. Crim's there right behind, but again, I've got to say, in terms of impact, it's hard to even judge in the scoreboard. On the other side, they actually were playing really well. Alex and Amster, and I mean, they were not far behind. They could have won this map. There's no doubt about it. So debate, they're the real deal, but experience just won out this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we talked about Mezzi and his frags. Let's see what he has to say about that in a quick interview.
Mezzi, you've gone 3-0, brother. First of all, just tell me how you feel.
Man, I don't know. Feel pretty emotional. I don't know. I think I don't really give a fuck about everyone saying about the run that we've had, like who we've played, and yeah, it doesn't mean anything to me. I think in the system, like B8, they beat all the good teams that they had to play. So I think for me, it's just 3-0. It's like first time for me, and yeah, it's just insane feeling.
And talk me through Bait as well. I mean, they made you boys work. They're a pretty good team.
Yeah, I mean, even when we're preparing for them, they have a really good understanding of the game and really good openers together. And when they have these set rounds, they're really confident doing them, and they call them at really good times as well. So, but I think we had a really good preparation, and I think after Nuke we kind of just spoke, and we felt like we had good reads on them in Nuke as well. But on Ancient now, we're just we're really confident on our T side and really happy with the win.
And finally as well, not only have you made it to the major, you made it a Legend stage as well. So what does it mean to kind of skip the challenges too?
I mean, it means everything. I think, obviously last time it was kind of fun going through all the stages, challenges and everything, but now I think going into the last CSGO major and we blast this event as well, it's going to be amazing, and just happy to take that next step and get to Legends and really push on for hopefully a really good last major for us.
Well, obviously, Mal, thank you very much, and cheers for flying that UK flag high.
Thank you.
That's it, brother.
2 Legends teams qualified already. 2 spots remain. God, Fnatic getting to skip challenges, go straight through to that Legend stage. Oh, Mezzi, he was elated. You could tell, right? I'm running out of words to say as well. I'm so happy for the boys.
Yeah, and Nikodos, I think, feeling an enormous amount of pressure in that game. You could tell inside the server as well. That is probably, for him individually, going to be the one thing that he's going to be thinking about going into the Legend stage. He has to fix that game of his. But here we are, the third round of the European RMR. You see some results coming up here. It's been a really, really crazy day, I've got to say. Yeah, Falcons playing really well, beating MOUZ. That's just a little bit of a shock. And the Sprout finally showing that they're able to do something. I think that's pretty good as well. Even if it's against, Viperio, maybe not the highest rated team, but still, I think for Sprout, it's going to give them a bit of confidence.
Speaking about not the highest rated team against one of the highest rated teams, I have to bring it up. Into the Breach, beating Virtus.pro 16-13 in the best of 1.
That is the shocking result for the day, no question.
Yeah, it was absolutely correct. This entire A stream, B stream, it's been great. Quite I wouldn't say an upset in NAVI FaZe as well, but seeing it in a 2-0 fashion, that's quite surprising to me.
Yeah, that is. I certainly not Ross. I actually picked FaZe for that one, so I was not expecting it. I mean, probably one of those almost 50-50 type games, but the fact that it was so one-sided, that does make you wonder, it does make you question, but it's cool to see Navi play that way. They've been promising, MPL fitting into the roster and playing well for a long time. If it's really happening, that's pretty sick. A little bit of an overview of where we are up in the 2-0. As you could tell, we just finished, and we have Navi and Fnatic already qualifying. And now it just gets even more tense for everybody involved. You're into a stage now where you don't have many mistakes left. Still some RMR to be played, but you've got your back to the wall. You lose 3 maps, 3 games, and you're out. So you can't obviously go without, or you can't qualify without playing a best of 3.
Exactly.
But the pressure is on for everyone here.
Yeah, you either qualify or you go into that last chance situation, or you're out. The 2-1 teams for tomorrow: Bad News Eagles FaZe, Falcons GamerLegion, Into the Breach Bait. That's going to be an interesting game for sure. And then the 1-2 teams, the teams on death's door. 1 win versus OG, Apeks versus Sprout, MOUZ versus Pro. Oh dear, these are looking a little bit spicy. And of course, whoever wins from the lower one goes to the final day. Whoever loses from the top one goes to that final day as well for a final 3 best of 3s.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. I can already tell. Very cool games that are coming up. I think we have an update on the prediction game that we're playing as well.
Fingers crossed.
I feel like, look, I made up for it. Cody, you're 1 behind still. I've overtaken Jackie as well. I feel good about it. I'm just going to highlight myself.
This is fine. I'm with Jackie. That's all good. Yeah, MOUZ and Virtus.pro, MOUZ and Viperio not doing too great on the A stream games. I got some good ones on the B stream games though. I'll take those. I'm sure I'll recover over the next couple of days. Emotionally, probably not though.
Maybe not. There's still time. There's still time to recover. What a day it's been. I've got to say, if you're wondering what tomorrow is going to be looking like here on the B stream schedule, that you see starting 11 CST, and yeah, right now you can tell these games are going to be sick. I think the last one especially. I'm so
it's
curious.
Gonna be crazy.
FaZe obviously heavy favorites, but who knows, right? It is the RMR. You just never know. Some great games are coming up right there. I'm very excited for it. I hope you guys are. We'll see you tomorrow here at the B stream. Have a good night.